the vast majority. The 1897 census reported 98% of Jews in Russia spoke Yiddish as their first language. Overwhelming. It's amazing how fast it changed just over a century. Actually, that language. Okay, now let's look at this observation. What about the religious axis? So we've got a z-axis, right? We've got, this is representation of the third axis, the z-axis. So over here, you have this interesting group led by Ralph Cook, who was not the first chief rabbi of Israel, but he was like a really prominent Israel rabbi who really was eliminated to Israel. And his argument was, wait a second, maybe we should read that Gemara just a little differently. Maybe Hashem wants us to actively engage in Zionist activity, because maybe that's the way the Geula is supposed to happen. Maybe we should start the process, right? Like you say in the every time at the Yiddah, you say in Yeshua, I don't know if it's on Shabbos here, Reishis, that Israel is the beginning of the flowering of our redemption. Meaning that once we create a state in the land of Israel, that is like the first step in Hashem saying, okay, I'm going to bring out Mashiach. So, Adarabah, even who in the face of dominant opinion of the 20th century, saying we should be moving towards creating a state of Israel. This is essentially where they are that deep level meaning. They're religious, naturalists, right? As opposed to those the other group here. Also on the religious axis, like this, this would be the high view. You can show the same chest. I'm saying, right here, you sort of thinking about your section. This is the one that one section. Oh, I just heard it already here. But looking forward, I'm going to make my own CF on shots that will in a few months. And I don't know if you guys follow my podcast or shameless plug. You know I do that podcast, right? Oh yeah, 100,000 people watch it every day. We research Jewish history and document. They always say, like in ninth grade, yeah, that was like 5 years ago, right? And then now, well, I really enjoy it. It's short, but it's an audacious thing. I can't believe I almost finished it, but I record a short history video every single time. About 2,711 videos. Officially. But some of them are really fun. Anyways, the Buddhist Israel, that constellation of religious parties, which we'll call Arabian, we call it in English Orthodox, you know what I'm talking about. They said, oh my gosh, are you serious? You're going to take this idea of Zionism, which is so trade, which is like you're working with all of these secular Jews, and all these Jews are like, how can you possibly get involved in something like that? It would actually anger God to create a state. You say, you are contradicting that oath, you're trying to force my hand and give you a shift before it's time, it'll end in disaster. So they were actually in this quadrant on a religious perspective, and until the middle of the 20th century, they were staunchly anti-Zionist. And this basically gives the picture up until the middle of the century. What happened after the Holocaust? Okay, so the state of Israel was established. Yes, for sure. What happened before you needed to way of Jews unified? Not much. Let's go through one at a time. What happened before? Yeah, basically gone. In Russia, Stalin got rid of it. Stalin wiped them out in the 1930s, no more wars. Sort of like echoes of the ones survived outside of Russia, like our Bezerra and Workman Circle, but only as a pale shadow of this social thing. If you're going to need a Buddhist, you probably need them in New York, probably in Lower East Side, because that's like the last of them would live. But they celebrating the Shabbat and things like that, but secular.
Like, two other, I think I'm reading about this to me are, one is in Union Square, the Igor bugs.
Yes, I actually worked with a lot of them.
Right, I don't think I can, that was it.
Okay, that's interesting.
They don't have on this concern.
So but basically this used to be the most popular single party in the late 19th century for this stuff. What about the diaspora nationalists? They were about 4% of whoever received voting, 4% at most. So they basically disappeared. But we take it for granted because we still believe in the echoes of it in Federation studies. Or we see on the socialist science, what happened to that? They're still there, absolutely. Yeah, they went through different parties. They were the largest, and they were in power in Israel until 1977, until the Nazi Begin took over. He represents the right. But this was very, very strong dominant trend in Israel. They have weakened significantly because the right wing has been ascendant. Now it's been powerful for 19 years, I think, for really a long time. Before him, this was all about Israel right here. Ben Gurion, Weizmann, all these kinds of people are bullshitters. Herzl is moderate Zionism. The middle has basically dropped out of Israeli politics. Very little, kind of like moderate Zionists were there anymore. I think if they're moderate, they're probably using Miami or something. The Jabotinsky's party, so we saw them good, but we also see a few other parties. One very important one was organized by Mayor Kahane, called KAH, which was a very, very extreme party in the 1980s. And, actually, it's ironic to look at his politics, because a lot of the policies that he argued for are now kind of like being gradually accepted in Israeli policy. Like, for example, the idea of quote unquote population transfer. Like the way to solve the Palestinian problem in Israel is to move them someplace else. And this, after the assassination of Yitzhak Rabin in 1995, his party, KAH, and he was actually assassinated, his party was made illegal, like the Nazi party. And his inheritors, actually, are people like Ben-Gurion, Smotrich, who are arguing very, very right-wing ideas that borrow from Kahane playbook, but they're still not operating as Kahane. But one of the debates that's going on right now in Israel is suggesting that their activity is illegal because they're borrowing intellectually from Kahane. It's a strange thing, but there is. We talked about Cook's influence has created the Latino elite group, which is actually more closely related, I think, to a lot of youth and a lot of hashkafa in our college, in terms of the student body. There are a lot of Jews who fall into that way of thinking about politics. And what about this is down here, though? Left in your time. There's a lot of that, but what happens there? The party still exists, yeah. What about it? Different in character alone? Yes. So we take it as a general idea of maybe what happened to them after the Holocaust. Exactly. Israel because their population base was overwhelmingly in Poland. And when 3 million Jews were killed in Poland, no more good Israel there. So, ironically, a lot of them moved to Israel, where they turned out to be extremely powerful. This organization, which was anti-Zionist, ironically found itself in a position where it was actually living in Israel. And so they're like, technically, either against the state or at the very most neutral to the state, but they live in the state. And it is really the source of major friction in contemporary Israel because, the Haredim in general will not serve in the army and yet will take advantage of state support for the yeshivas. And especially since we are in Israel's longest war right now, a lot of non-Haredi Israelis are deeply resentful of this fact. And they don't even understand why it's a major sin in Israeli society.
Actually, that's the land before that.
Yes.
I think they were against fighting. They actually met the
Oh, definitely. No, there were definitely.
a different approach, and they adapted to the abandoned them. So, what wasn't on the end of it, the way.
I think that would be fair to say.
Remember that I would give
You hear like that, 30, 40-minute version of Israeli politics. And then really, in reality, we could easily take an entire semester and talk about the tiny little fractions that we've separated into. You're right, there are Canadians who, of course, do serve in the army. They have a new battalion, which is apparently very successful in Hashmonaim. And there was a study that came out just today in the Times of Israel about how Haredi feel, and there is an increasing amount of enthusiasm and support, of course, serving in the army, but it's still in the 20s. Percentages are small. Most Haredi are infiltrating them, including them, Mr. Durante.
So I'm not asking about the American version of the same thing. I'm asking about the Israeli version, not as leaders, just the average guy. Maybe sure what the idea of doing like, but it didn't necessarily go running over to the Arab leaders.
Yeah.
So where how far past the Israeli before the list?
Well, the Missouri part that I think is, for those who maybe aren't familiar, the Missouri part that are the guardians of the city. They are an extreme offshoot of Satmar that are the church of the anti-Zionist Haredi. Here in America, as you even correctly pointed out, actually they have some in Israel too, but they are, usually they go to protests, if you ever see pictures of guys with faces stuff, they're putting their signs right up front. This is a terrible thing, I think. It's like the ultimate tokenism. Like, oh look, there are religious groups who support this, and it's like they're the most extreme source. But they are definitely solidly in this program.
I'm differentiating the American leaders from the HR more necessarily leaders, just they not as heretics, but they won't necessarily say they are playing better.
Yeah, I think that's fair. And I think we also have to understand that the Ecclesia Israel in America has a whole different spectrum of policies because America is different from Israel. So I'm speaking primarily about Haredi politics, like the Torah, and I haven't even gone into the ethnic, the Z axis, or I guess it would be the Z prime axis. The Sephardim coming to the Roman in the 1970s, and they have a whole different, series of concerns. This is all basically Ashkenazim, but when the Sephardim get involved in the drafting, then it changes everything as well. Oh man, complicated. Let's hope shut down the door. All right, I think at this point, this is when I would like to take to conclude today. To mention I have a difficult appointment I got to get to on time, so and it's a good spot for stuff. Any last questions about? Do you understand now why your friend Uncle Meyer holds the way he does, where he is like? Okay, let me end with a joke. The joke goes like this. 1930s. Father in Detroit wants to send his son back to the Heinz so that he can get a little bit of a taste of what it's like to learn in yeshiva in Europe. So he sends him back to Poland, and he spends his time there, and he comes back to Detroit, and they're sitting down at the piece of table, and the father says, "So, son, what was it like?" He says, "Dad, you wouldn't believe it. While I was there, I met this Jew who was a socialist. I met this Jew who was a Zionist. I met this Jew who was a social Zionist. I met this Jew who was a Haredi. I met this Jew who was a Buddhist." And they said, "Yeah, well, what did you expect?" I told him there's a great amount of variation in political views in Europe. He said, "No, Dad, you don't understand. They're all the same Jew." Today's class probably lead into Wednesday is hugely important because we're going to be talking about the birth of modern Jewish national movements. One of the things we really got to understand is that Jews went through such a huge change with the watershed of the French Revolution, 1789. We talked about what a watershed is a while ago, right? The thing is that before 1789, we largely existed in a pre-modern environment. I'm going to summarize some of the things that are associated with pre-modernism for our purposes. And then we went totally into this new world, and we still have not totally figured out what it means to Jewish identity. We were still struggling with a lot of the basic concepts that we first encountered over 200 years ago. These are really deep-seated issues. And then, probably not today, we'll probably get it on Wednesday, there's a major change in 1881 when a wave of pogroms in Eastern Europe, specifically the Russian Empire, forced Jews to rethink the way that we have been relating to the outside world in a very basic way. We come up with 5 basic strategies for how to deal with the world. We are still essentially living those 5 strategies today. So what I hope you probably on Wednesday, I don't know what Wednesday today, is I'll walk you through how the major Jewish political orientations were formed and how they were somewhat transformed after the Holocaust with the state of Israel. And these are 2 classes where you really, I hope, understand why Jews are arguing today. What is the argument today? Because fundamentally, the arguments we have today are the arguments that were born in the Napoleonic period and refined in the post-Pogrom period of Russia. Really crucial classes. Glad you're all here. Those of you who are not, feel guilty, but you watch the recording. Okay, shall we get through with this? Okay, here we go. So let's talk about the decline of corporate interesting art from Isaac Ashkenazi that sort of the traditional Jewish, where they kind of pivot on the root kind of mentality. And this is the way we think of pre-modern Judaism. Now let's just understand what that term means. Pre-modern for the rest of the world basically means before the modern era. What is the modern era? Modernity really means the 17th century, and then continues into the 18th with the Enlightenment, and the kinds of things that go along with modernity. It's not necessarily technology, although it is definitely very related to technology, the scientific revolution, and then the industrial revolution gives us so many of our modern gadgets that accelerate what modernism means. But basically, modernism is a change in the ideas, a change in the way people think about the universe. We discussed last week how the kinds of ideas that were associated with modernity include, for example, humanism. You want to define humanism? Just give it a shot. What is humanism? Studying human thought as thinkers think about it. Not far off. It definitely has to be human in it. So it's not just human thought. We've been thinking for a long time. But humanism is the greater emphasis on the value of thought for being. Mr. Alberstein? The value of learning and without very good. Decidedly putting aside, for example, let's say Godism. Right? One of the things that happens in modernity is religion goes into a decline, which has basically not finished yet. We're still on a downward slope as people move away from religion as the source of truth and more to we can think of truth ourselves. We don't need a God or a real text to tell us what truth is. We can think it ourselves. This reached its apogee in the late 19th century, and then it began to crash with World War I, and especially with World War II. Because World War II is in many ways also an expression of humanism. If we are so great and we can invest ourselves as the focus of all meaning, then we're free to create things like the Holocaust. Obviously, humanity as a visceral response to horrific acts such that all of us say, wait, maybe humanism can go too far. Hopefully we'll split out a little bit in this course later on. But that's one aspect of modernism. It's much more, well, you know what? I know that's what the priest thinks. I know that's what the rabbi thinks. But you know, what do I think? What I think matters. What we think is regular people guys. That's an aspect of modernism. Globalism is also really important. Globalism, because again, modernity is connected with the discovery of the new world, the expansion of trade networks, the expansion of the tremendous amount of material wealth that is afforded by the new products coming from the new world. Discovery of potatoes, for example, creates a whole new population explosion because people are, reliable until it's not reliable, they would like. But nevertheless, globalism, the idea that there are other cultures that have existed for thousands of years that have nothing to do with the Western tradition. From so many aspects of modernism that are relevant in the larger scope, focused on Jews specifically wasn't two things. The first thing is to bear in mind that modernism for Jews comes about 180 years later than the rest of Europe. We kind of catch up to it later. And when we absorb it, the rest of the world is already deep into the life of the story. It melds with us. But its principal effect on Jews is political. We say, hey, wait a second. Up until now, we have a class status in our European homes, largely because they focus on us, but also because it's literally part of our belief structure. Right? The whole idea of gullus, of exile, as a punishment for our sins, means that the way we're treated by the non-Jewish world, we don't like it, it's awful, but we have to accept it because that means, ultimately, because of our many sins, that's the way we are. But modernism among Jews began to think, wait a second, we don't have to necessarily accept this. We can rebel against this, we argue against this, and ultimately they were successful, although often at a big cost. It's also important to note that related to these changes that are happening in politics is the end of the corporate nature of Jewish society. Remember when we talked about the Kehillah, we talked about the relationship of Jews as Servei Regis, servants of the royal chamber. That only worked because the king and the government dealt with us as a solid block. That we were all the Jews. We weren't individual citizens of a given country. We were part of the Jewish bloc, which is really great for reinforcing our communal identity and our in-group education. But if that begins to erode, which eventually did, fell apart with the French Revolution, then all of a sudden Jews say, well, wait a second, I don't have to contribute to the entire group. I can simply do my own thing. I can call myself a Jew if I want to go to I don't have to go to school. I don't have to keep kosher. I don't have to do all these things. And so this begins a massive phenomenon of assimilation is dominant in America today. More than half of all marriages that take place involving a Jew in North America also fall a country. And amazingly, it is the mind-boggling after so many thousands of years, but we are actually assimilating ourselves out of existence at a far faster rate than even Hitler could have imagined. So we are dealing with some serious challenges that are reminding us. Now, corporate society did give us some serious disabilities. We couldn't choose where we lived, for example. We couldn't be out of our homes at any time. We were married to was often a challenge. In Austria-Hungary, for example, they passed these awful laws called familias laws, in which only the oldest male child could get married. I should say like that. The oldest male would be allowed to marry. Obviously, he could marry only one wife. But the rules were not applied to women because they were not considered Asians for the most part. But the state, the non-Jewish state, in an attempt, or rather the woman, school attempt to control the Jewish population will say only one male of any Jewish family is allowed to marry and obviously have another family. The rest of the men, well, they're on their own. That's why you have, for example, a huge onrush of German Jews who immigrated to America in the 1840s because they were allowed to have families according to state law. Education, of course, was limited. Jews couldn't go to higher education, things like that, universities and so on. Really tight restrictions. There was only a couple of universities in Europe that allowed Jews to study at a higher rate. They're primarily trained doctors. Some humiliating things like oaths, like if Jews were brought to court, they were required to take this really, invasive and humiliating voluntary, like do things like stand on a pigskin with their chest bare, holding onto a sacred Torah, and saying they promise not to lie in court because Jews would be assumed not to tell the truth. Therefore, this whole called Mori and Jewish oath would be bold. These are the kinds of things that would go in our society because, again, the state government is a group and will make laws for the entire group. Frequently discriminatory laws that were increasingly difficult for Jews to bear as modernism was marching forward and a lot more opportunities for others. So, a good question. So Jews began to write with this because, again, Jews are literate. Jews are beginning to read the ideas that are circulating. Most of them are not reading German, French, English, where these ideas are circulating, but it just takes one Jew to read it and translate it into Hebrew, and these ideas can be circulated on Jews, and they evolve these. So we see great changes happening in the Enlightenment, which is the late 1700s. That's when you see the beginning of the Stella. Spoke about Moses Menace last week. Let's see how those play out politically. So, of course, in the United States, here's a typical United States kind of image to look at. It happens fairly abruptly, right? Jews were considered non-Protestants. But when we talk about religion in America, which religion was really the problematic one for the early colonialists? Catholicism, yeah, Catholics, right? Because we are running away from the papists, right? The papists are considered like the opposites. The Puritans tend to be really intense Protestants. And let's just recall for those who may not be that familiar with Christian history, the church has a major split in the 1400s under Martin Luther, where in Western Europe it was all basically one church. Catholic Church ruled by the Pope in Rome. There were over the centuries a few dissenting movements, but basically there's a huge break in the 1450s when Martin Luther said, "I protest," essentially, and his protest created what ultimately became tens of smaller churches called Protestant. Protestant comes from that original protest. And the nice things they protested, of course, against the power and the supposed infallibility of the Pope in Rome. Against this protest against the clergy not being allowed to marry, right? This Catholic clergy was celibate from the 15th century on. So so what Luther basically said that how we trust the Catholic Church when the Pope and his founders, meaning like the cardinals, and we agree with each other on various things. Like how do we take that as the cardinal? And then divorce goes giving over to the fathers, or even trust parting of each other. And wasn't it made sort of like we should trust in the independent word of God is because the Testament said. That's interesting. I suppose you're asking this question because we're still concentrating on this idea of humans. Yes, you are. Because one of the things that was characteristic of Luther's movement was a push for greater control of the laity of the actual text. Meaning, hey, let the Protestant conscience, let's translate the Bible into German so regular people can read it. Everybody can read it, and everybody can interpret it. We're not dependent on priests to tell us what it means. So ironically, this movement was related to this overall trend of humanism that emerges from the Renaissance. So that, well, to say where we are now with Jews, the Jews were like, they're not Protestants, but we were nearly white. And let's also bear in mind that in America, without a doubt, the greatest social scene is racial, not religious. Originally, there definitely was more religious content to it, but it was the post-Civil War era issues of what do we do with the former African American slaves? What do we do with them? Now, that is, of course, an issue that resonates to the present day. Even the Trump presidency is a very big deal. How do we deal with issues like interaction, DPI, and so on? So, the truth, like almost right. What does that mean, almost right? What's the going to the way? Okay, white supremacists would not consider us white, right? They would consider us like fake whites, right? Like pretending to be white to get ahead. That's just Russia. So the same way in Europe, where the Jews have like almost all the rights and Christians the right person. Very good. So there's still kind of like a social degradation associated with Jews, and it's like quasi-racial in nature. But it's hard to deny the fact that most Ashkenazi Jews have the same external experience, especially if they're not visibly Jewish in their dress. They look like white people. So therefore, we could like sort of like grandfather them. If our main problem is black people, then the Jews are kind of like just an army of the future. Yes, I mean, but I remember the first people telling me stuff in Europe was
That's okay. You're going to lose anyway, and I'm telling you. Are you ready to play again, son? Okay. What's going on? What's going on? What's going on? Okay. You don't need to stop you. You're horny and you came to me? Alright, well, I'm going to tell you to go to number 4 on your big board.
Columbus and like, you know, Spanish. Yeah. Both were, I guess, like Spanish as far as so like they'd be generally darker than Australian.
You are absolutely right, Mr. Vasilevsky. The point is that the race is not really about color. It's really a social construct that more or less corresponds to, you know, complexion to a degree, but not enough to make a real difference. You know, like in my own family, I have daughters who could easily, when people see her, they say, and she has the same skin tone as my mother, so my grandmother. And people say to her, "What are you, Hispanic?" And you know, they just, that's what it's right? Like, yeah, it's like, it's a silly thing, but if you identify one way, you can often, quote unquote, pass for other colors. So we're not talking about like, you know, blue, black Mediterraneans or something, where they're really obviously a different race, whatever that is exactly. But Jews can sort of like sneak under the line. And also, we weren't like part of a really powerful group like the Catholic Church. They push a different agenda, so we were less threatened to Americans. And what that means is that when they actually made rules, Jews for my Greek translator. Yes, what I said, Yiddish, right? Okay, so what happened in America? There are limited freedom disabilities, meaning most of the early colonies didn't have time or energy to push anti-Jewish discriminatory measures. They were too worried about like homesteading, fending off the Indians, and whatever else they had to do with it in culture. It was just too far from the center for any issues to really be carried over to the Americas. And for small issues, some of the states preserved the more example, the Jewish oath, things like that, are really quite minor. In the Constitution of 1787, and clearly in the Bill of Rights of 1791, Jews got a full pass, right? And it says, you know, we the people, right? We believe it's an it is an what is the right word? Thank you so much, Mr. Lewis. I just got this a few months ago. I forgot, right? Inalienable right to right that I want life, liberty, and happiness. Pursuit of happiness. That's how I should be on this. This how it goes. God forbid I'll take my message again. I already have my passport. But these are kind of like all men are created equal. That's basically what I jokes. All men are created equal. It's true they didn't actually mean it, as they didn't mean African American men at the time, but Jews sort of squeezed in under them. So we didn't have such a big deal in America. So it's not like we were formally emancipated. They just never got around to discriminating against us. And by the time they put stuff into law, it's already too late. In some ways, we still have issues in New Hampshire until 1877. There was still a ban on the Jewish oath. We have some issues in Pennsylvania of a different nature, but basically in America, you know, this is an unusual country, an unusual experiment which we benefited from it. What we're going to focus today, really important, is in France. England, I will mention very quickly, though, they had an unusual kind of situation because Jews really made huge progress in England, which was a Protestant country. Remember, King Henry VIII was unhappy with the status of British Catholic divorce law, so therefore he essentially said, we're going to create a new religion here. We're going to call it the Anglican Church, right, the English Church, and it will be basically the same as Catholicism, except with divorce, right, and that was useful for him. Catholics do not recognize divorce. They do recognize something called annulment, which in the model would be based in confusion, for example. I don't want to say it's the same thing. They don't really know anything about Catholicism, but there is such a concept of annulling a marriage from the beginning, ab initio. So that's what the English church meant, that it was not nearly as rich as these of the Jews. However, Jews were technically, you recall, not even formally admitted into England. They sort of slipped in under the line when Oliver Cromwell basically declined to continue banning Jews from England and simply ignored their presence there, and their population was present. So there you go, situation. Jews terms of their wealth, their social standing, and so on, even though they don't have full legal authority. So, for example, David Solomon elected the sheriff of London in 1835, and there were several figures like him. He was denied his potential because he would not take the oath as a true Christian, which was a required oath. So you have, until eventually Rothschild, the parliament, they eventually changed the law, but you don't have the same kind of rigid change, or rapid change that you have in France. So social change in this case, the Jews already basically finding their place, that creates the legal change. But we got to focus on France, because France is still important. Here's France. Unlike England, which unlike America, which was so far away as peripheral to the center of what was happening in society and culture. And unlike England, where Jews grew into an emancipatory condition, in France it happened as a dramatic break. Right? France, right in the center of Europe, goes from being an absolute monarchy, which is meaning the king of France did and controlled everything on a totalitarian level, theoretically. You recall what one of the kings, I think it was the Rothschild, the son once said, "Après moi, you take the beach. After me, right." Meaning, nothing will be applicable after me. I'm the Italian instructor once said, "L'État c'est moi." The state has me, meaning what I want. If I wake up in the morning and I want everyone to wear purple, I can pass a decree, everyone has to wear purple. And then you get. That's kind of like that absolute monarchy. It did not necessarily function so well, it was just the way they set it up. Huge break in 1799, massive overturn of society. They end up passing this particular document, Déclaration des droits de l'homme et du citoyen, the Declaration of the Rights of Man and of Citizen. In French, these phrases are gendered. So a woman named Marie Gouge said, wait a minute, this also includes women and female citizens, right? Not just men and male citizens. And they said, no. We really need it. Just men and male citizens. And later on, I have to deal with that, but this, and they kind of influenced very much by what was going on in the United States. That's why France and the United States had a very close relationship. The Statue of Liberty is a gift from France, things like that. They essentially created this declaration, which was very Jeffersonian in tone, that all French men are equal. So the Jews said, that's absurd, right? That's a wait, hang on. That's not necessarily what we have in mind. It's true you are living here in France and you are a man, but we're not quite ready to say you are equal to the rest of us. So here you had a case where the law was changed before society was ready for it. They made a rule, all French people are equal, and then the Jews certainly think you know what they can do about it. What ends up happening is that distinction inspired the nationalities. In the Sephardic, we talked about this much more than we know today. Basically, we look at there's two very, very different populations, and they're hugely different in size too. Up here in the northeast is our homeland, right? The Ashkenaz, our class. We come from here, this class. We're all living up here in the region near Alsace-Lorraine, the old German territory. This is where Toast was very active, things like that. These are Yiddish-speaking, high concentration, dressed differently, religiously much more to the right, populated way up here. These are the Jews the French were not prepared to accept because they were so totally different from everybody else. On the other hand, way down here on the border with Spain, you have all of these descendants of Spanish and Portuguese, especially Jews, who fled to Spain as Christians. Remember, they were first converted to be Christian until they settled here in the 1500s and the 1600s. By the time you get to the early 1700s, they're beginning to become much more wealthy, much more powerful, and they start asserting their original Jewish identity. They come back to their Jewish identity. It's an amazing story. 200 years after it submerged in South France. And they start saying, hey, us too, for sure, we should be, recognized as citizens. What ends up happening in France is kind of interesting in that the Sephardic Jews, there were controversy, they're prepared to cut loose from the Ashkenazi Jews. And they start arguing, you should give us equal rights because we're really French. We speak French, this is what we speak. We dress like Frenchmen. We're not so I insistent on conscious and shops and stuff like that. Compared to those crazy Ashkenazi, you should give us citizenship. Forget about the Ashkenazi. And in fact, that's exactly what happened. In 1790, they give the Sephardic Jews equal rights. And then a year later, they say, okay, the Ashkenazim too. They couldn't figure out a way around it. And the Ashkenazim also became equal citizens. Now, that's not the end of the story, but let me pause and see if anyone has any questions to go into a lot of history about that. Would you like to excellent. So the primary difference between a citizen and I don't want to say a non-citizen, a pre-modern corporate member of society is whether the state would interact with you as an individual or as part of it. So in pre-modern society, before the people were citizens of the country, they went into a larger caste, the caste of the Jews. And so you were subject to all restrictions and had all the privileges where they were of being Jewish. As distinct from the peasants. The peasants had different rights, different restrictions, different privileges, different responsibilities. Or the clergy or the nobility. You had no freedom to kind of break out of that group unless you were able to join another caste, like, for example, like converting to Christianity and becoming a member of the clergy. Excellent questions, Rosie. Emancipation has its positives and negatives. Right? And when we use the term emancipation, you try to understand it. It's a term we borrowed from American history. It was used, of course, with the Emancipation Proclamation, which referred to the freeing of the slaves. That's not exactly what's going on here. The Jews were not yet slaves. They were restricted by their communal identity, however, because that's the way they dealt with it. You had to belong to the Kehillah, you had to pay taxes to the Kehillah, you had to do what the Kehillah told you to do. If the things that says, show up for every day, or you'll get, flogged, you have to do that. That was the way you had to deal with society. There's no, like, sort of, I refuse to affiliate. I'm going to, like, hang out like a Christian. You can't do that. So, the term emancipation is somewhat incorrect. But what are the upsides? The upsides are Jews are emancipated as citizens. They can change their residence anywhere they want. And once they buy a property, they can't lose it. They're protected by the rights of every other citizen. They can enter a higher education. They can pursue any kind of occupation they want. They're not bound by whatever rules apply to the group that the society sets for them. So those are big pluses. The negatives are the Beit Din in particular uses, because the Beit Din no longer has the power to enforce uniformity. The Beit Din no longer has the power to keep Jews together and we figure our way. That's the danger. Yes, Mr. Caliente? How long do you think for us to be the next Jesus? How do you think society to Jews? Mr. Parenti is asking a brilliant question. How long does it take for society to fully integrate the Jews? So let's assume we're talking about France. How long do you think it took? Mr. Rubin smiling, that's not an answer. What do you think? Didn't. It didn't. Yeah, maybe it didn't happen. Right? Case in point, that's excellent. Another case in point. Yes, right? The accent of France today is like fine. There are people who are France left and right. Okay, so Holocaust. It's true. If you visit France, every single French person to meet was telling them their parents were part of the existence. It's remarkable that Germans were able to hold such a large territory. Not every single French person was in their existence. But no, as a little I think to say, it never did. It never would. You couldn't even say people from there like that. You know, even though we have benefited phenomenally, one might say, you know what, this problem never ended. We're still dealing with the same problem. As social acceptance is a much higher bar than legal acceptance. And I think in America, African Americans are still very much struggling with these challenges. They've got lots of laws, civil rights movement, all kinds of things that have supported that. So these are like, and actually, there's still a fun feeling these problems. Let me finish the story though, because it's kind of solid, just the story is. So, fast forward for 25 years, Napoleon is now in charge. This revolution in France did not go smoothly. You had like pendulum shifting between radicalism and back to conservatism as they try to work through this massive change from the king to the democratic. And a lot of non-Jews from the Northeast were complaining to Napoleon, saying, Napoleon, you have got to roll this emancipation thing back. The Jews are just taking over. They are operating, undercutting non-Jewish businesses. They're finding all kinds of ways that they're succeeding and we're not. Jews will obviously be able to take advantage of the opportunities that emancipation affords them, and they just shot ahead like a spring that's like wound really tightly when they suddenly have the opportunity to just, explode with creativity and innovation and things like that. And they're also used to like take advantage of their organizational closeness to be able to collaborate and to benefit themselves. Not necessarily to benefit the society as a whole, but certainly to their own benefit. So the complaints of Napoleon, we're being run out of business because the Jews are doing things so much cheaper, faster than we can. They're like the Walmarts of South Korea, and we can't compete with them. So Napoleon says, well, maybe we should rethink this. How can we ask the Jews how they feel about being French? So what do we ask? Who's in charge of the Jews? Well, they don't actually have a central body, but they do still have this thing called the Sanhedrin, right, which is way back in the times. And this was a court of 70 judges, and they would decide all important issues. No problem, let us bring back the Sanhedrin. And typically Napoleonic kind of groups, he gathers together representatives from all over the Napoleonic Empire, which was not only France this time, but big chunk of Austria, Italy, and so on. You bring them all to Paris to say, guys, I have some really important questions for you that will have a lot to say about how you relate to France. So Henry comes together in 1806. This was his head. He was actually a very well-known common governor. But it does at the same time. You can see he has this amazing hat, which I would love to have a hat like this. It was apparently crafted for him in honor of the Sanhedrin itself. And the drop it there upstairs, representing tablets of the law. So anyway, we do that on a very cool. But he makes up this Brazilian made up of Jews definitely all across the spectrum. A lot of them are Muslim, a lot of them are not sure Torah mitzvahs, but they want to very, very invested in this guy's message. And Napoleon speaks to them and says, I got 12 questions for you. This was not actually the Sanhedrin. It was his predecessor, which was called the Assembly of Notables. But here are the 12 questions that he asked. By looking at the questions, you can probably imagine the answers. Here you go. Question number 1. Are Jews allowed to practice religion? Are Jews allowed to have more than one God? Thank you, Mr. Bradford. You're correct. They're not. But only since the ban of state leadership, right? But still, why is the only parents from living in all of this? Why is that his first question?
At the time, they were very telling us that we're carrying the footage and therefore required to be like that. And women's America.
Okay, good question. The other groups of sources. But is that really? Is this a big deal? Worry about Mormons and big tracks?
American
form that ask your political photos, you can say, okay, but they're Americans. And I said, you're too loud in the back. You're too loud in the classroom. Because they keep that if American most alive, they don't say that. So they don't population growth is support question. Like, how big is this problem? Yeah, anyways. Because, and by the way, of course, he's very liable, and all educated people, that you get today. But Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, they have like multiple lives. So, are you guys doing that now? So, I'm also concerned about how do we generally fit with our society, because it's hard to sort of render a society, a monogamous society together. How far apart are we? Secondly, right, divorce. It also has implications for population growth. Also has relationships with one of the big deals in French Catholicism, which the whole is struggling with technically secular movement. Are Jews able to honor divorce law? Of course, we have that. We have divorce. Here's the point. The guy's married on Jews. Who's that married on Jews? Why does she want to know this? Or for him? What do you mean by that? Then what's going to happen with the Jewish people? Exactly. He wants to see how big is this problem, how long is this problem going to exist. If you guys are married, then okay, I assume that over a few generations, French Jews will disappear because they'll just marry French women, and eventually the problem will go away. How do you think this is an answer to this? Last story yes, we can. Did you see the picture? It's not good. You see his house. Yeah. Why would he say that? He's actually, that's an argument. Actually, he did actually survive an attack by the revolutionaries later. But they answered in the most smarmy kind of prevaricated way. To say, well, technically, we don't encourage it, but, if it happens, it's not like we somehow clean it up. Which is essentially the same answer that you would say today about a lot of that. Right? They don't want to say otherwise Napoleon got a fortune. Okay. They don't want to say that's Napoleon because they know it's not the answer they want to hear. But if they say to them that, look at this time, they kind of like sort of totally distracting me. They don't want to say outright shakir, an outright lie, that Jews are not allowed to marry. But they want to say that, there's only so much that we can do, and things happen. They got it pass. Nice on what's question, right? That's not what they support. You guys consider yourselves to be truly French, or do you consider yourselves to be foreign person French society? What's the implication of this question? This is really a money question. It's really what he wants to know. Mr. Luckett. Wow, very good. You points to rebelling, especially because France and the war with Germany just once every 30 years, so they're overdue right now. You guys who speak Yiddish, you sound and look a lot like those Jews on the other side of the German border. Are you going to join those guys and fight against us? Or are you going to defend France? So that's really the funny question. Everything else kind of like focused on it. Do you consider this your country? Do you defend France? You shouted, you have a minutes in the stadium, because it's got on more. You defend France too, they're really down, right? This is also really important. Little points of rabbis, and do rabbis have sort of the doings in the way here? Do rabbis have beliefs? Why does Napoleon want to know that? Yeah, because want to make our own. Or even less than an army, what if it costs you to stay within the state? Right? What happens if how much power do you guys have to regulate yourselves? If you are a completely voluntary movement, where if you want to affiliate with UP, it's just like joining a knitting club, right? Everybody in this club likes to knit. You get together, you agree on what colors you're going to get, what patterns you're going to get, who's going to be a lead knitter, who's going to be a secondary knitter. That's all fine, I don't care, you can do whatever you want. But if you can like force people to knit certain things but not other things, and you can say you're out of the club, then the holiness group, he doesn't want to have a rival with this course. Do we have to obey the rabbis? Mr. Corinthian. The answer for the wife, they want to say there is no double standard for Frenchmen. You know? And again, halakhically, there's economic grounds for this, and it is, it's forbidden to steal from a non-Jew, it's forbidden to lie to non-Jews. There are exceptions for saving their life and things like that, but it's not a hard one to answer. They know what everyone wants to hear. They do not. He does not. They do not want a limited Talmudic discussion of the crazy exceptions to the rule. The basic bottom line is you have to be a mensch all the time. You have to tell the Jew, things like that. Good question. Can you guys pursue any occupation? Because I'm really concerned, says the morning, that so many people are in finance. I'd love to see more of you, like, let's say, become winemakers or food keepers or things like that. And usually in particular, because Jews are money lenders, right? They're still money lending, especially small-time money lenders. They can come back to us. Are you prohibited to charge interest and penalties? Basically, it's an answered all of these questions exactly the way Napoleon wanted to hear. And so when Napoleon says, fine, you guys are for sure emancipated, I'm confirmed, everything was decided back in 1790 and 1791. Jews are equal French citizens. Now I'm going to impose a small anti-Semitic rules just for you guys, just to keep you in place so you actually move towards the direction I want, but essentially that confirms it. Now, one of the things that they do also in France, which is different from America and elsewhere, not that unrelated to what they do in England, is he said, okay, I want to take over your synagogues the same way we run the Catholic Church and the Protestant churches in France, where all synagogues have to belong to a single organization called the Consensus Rock, and there's a chief rabbi, and all their salaries come from tax dollars from the state. Unlike in America, where they try to have a complete separation of church and state, in France they regulate, Judaism, along with other religions, that every religion that is considered legitimate, so you have to have a certain number of people to support the religion and so on, then the state will give a certain amount of tax dollars to keep it running. But that also means the state has to say who gets to be the rabbi, and that also has an impact on Jewish authority. But this is eventually the end of corporate existence for Jews in France, and it will just spread throughout the rest of Europe over the next century. This is a point I think I showed you a few weeks ago. I think this is a medallion owned by Jews in gratitude for the establishment of the base. And over you can see on the left it says Napoleon, Emperor, and King, right? Everybody really loves Napoleon. And over here, amazing, incredibly image that shows Napoleon here in all his finery, giving the 10 Commandments to a genuflecting Moses, as if to say, oh, great king, thank you so much for giving us this equal rights, which is equal in our minds to receiving the 10 Commandments. Obviously, that was called image here, but it shows just how fantastic the emancipatory Jews were in France to see this happen. I forgot the name of the rock. This reminded me of Mr. Sperling.
This produced by Jews.
Yes,
Right. So this constitute a formal way. So kind of I'm sharing.
right? Yeah. What else can we say? Right? Like, if this is supposed to be Moses, who is this?
Right. Yeah.
this emancipation doesn't go chapter Jews if they die. They thought it would be so great that, yeah, I mean, guys, don't, Rabbi Carol Wine likes to say, never confuse Jews with Judaism. And this is what Jews did, not what Judaism told them to do. Mr. Graham, I'm going to say, you're not going to understand what we are. I would think so. Yeah, it doesn't hurt to say. That's why I showed it to you, right? But I want you guys to appreciate, oh my gosh, people were, so many people were so desperate for emancipation that they did do things like this. It just shows how far gone they were. But we're still here. Mr. Lloyd, did you have a question? Okay, so let's go by each other. Now, it went crazy after that. Let's also remember that the French Revolution went on, and there were a lot of other things that happened during this time that we're not going to cover here, but I will just point out to you that the Western era and transferred. It took them really about 15 years before the revolution finally started to calm down. You had this pendulum effect between conservatism, called reaction, and radicalism. And you had things like they got went so far. Like here, for example, you have a clock, but in the revolution era, it actually tried to change time itself. You see it unusual about this particular clock face from the revolution era? No, raise it up. Just thanks for having it. Thank you, Mr. Blanket. It has only 10 hours in it. Right? They said, why do we have this crazy Sumerian system of 12 hours, 60 minutes, right? It's ridiculous. Let's make every hour 100 minutes, right? Good metric system. Let's make every day 20 hours, right? 10 hours of daylight, 10 hours of dark. Let's organize this. And they actually switched to a 10-month year, which meant that they had to have also a 10-day week, which was hugely problematic for Jews because all of a sudden Shabbos could fall on like day 4. And the regime actually attempted to force Jews to only observe the Sabbath, which could be Thursday. And this, Jews would evolve all kinds of like sneaky ways to try and keep Shabbos when it was not the 10th day. Luckily, this did not last very long, but it was an absolutely crazy day. And eventually find out. But 24. So I think this particular clock has a 12 hours plus another 12 hours. Oops, I think there's two 12-hour days like on top of it. And I'll be taking the whole time in time. I'm not going to do the modern things on the side there because I want to take you to ancient modern first. With your permission, let's talk about this period here. Now we want to go to another hugely important era. Go in. Good. I want to move a little bit. So far, we've talked about France. France was sort of a leading edge of emancipation. And now we got to go to Russia, which, unlike France, had by far the largest chunk of Jewish population in the world. The bulk of world Jewry, probably about 2/5 of world Jewry, was located in Eastern Europe by the time you get to 1900, and they're overwhelmingly recognized. Sephardi Jews are a much smaller proportion of world Jewry at that time. We talked in previous classes about how Jews got there. I'm going to run past all this stuff. They use this lecture in a different context. And we're going to jump ahead to, here we go. So the big thing happens in the 1880s. There is, yes. In 1881, the ruler of Russia, which has not gone through any of this emancipation stuff, there were some changes in the rule of how Jews were treated under Catherine the Great in the 1760s. Especially when she took over Poland in the 1770s. But basically, Jews were still living in a pre-modern existence in Russia going into 1917. So this idea of Jews governed as a group is something that was very relevant in the 20th century to the equal parties of Russia. And then this man, Tsar Alexander II, was assassinated in a bomb thrown heritage, and that represented a massive political upheaval in Russia. From the Jewish perspective, what happened was between 1881 and 1884, there was a wave of small-scale attacks on little Jewish villages throughout the region where Jews were allowed to live, the Pale of settlement. And these attacks, you already heard the years, right? So the years of these attacks, many of these series attacked multiple times, essentially said to the Jewish population there that Russia is not able or interested in protecting its Jewish. And this is like a very important principle of Jewish history. You know, we worry about anti-Semitism from the right, we worry about anti-Semitism from the left, but our worst enemy is anarchy. Jews fear anarchy more than anything else, because anarchy is the breakdown of the law, and since we are a minority, we are the most defenseless when there is no strong government. Even if the government is mildly anti-Semitic, mildly discriminatory, that's actually way better than a government that has no power at all. So that's what's essentially happening in Russia at this time. Jews wake up and say, oh my gosh, this country cannot protect us as the members of society. And so they're going to turn to 5 new ideas for how they're going to deal with these charges. I don't want to show you these charges. It's a great study on these people here. They have Rothschild, they just quoted us like Mali, and I love this kind of research. This is a study of the heroic waves of Eastern Europe, particularly the Russian Empire. You see this is the memorable, not necessarily their violence, but they actually got far more violent in the revolutionary period and a number of people killed the first of all by Florida. But the huge number in 1981, a huge number here in 1905, and then a smaller absolute number that again, we accept it because they're brutality, but most of the time in the and the revolutionary era, 1917, 1921. I will point out that these numbers compared to the Holocaust are some like the scale of these attacks. We have 200 months here, right? But we have 6 million dead in the Holocaust. It's so, these used to be, people populations in the world that actually treated in 1919, but that's only because we didn't know what 1939 was. Okay, so when you look at the number of pogroms, and what these scholars did was they correlated them with crop failures, the years that were bad crops. And as you can see, there is a correlation, but it's not a necessary cause. There are many years when had crop failures, but no crops. Then it's the same thing with
There he
political
is.
turmoil.
No
There's
camps.
no pressure, there's political turmoil, why people come.
Did you beat your meat? Yeah, you did. Are you ready to play? Okay, I don't give a flying fuck. Are you ready to play? You know I'm leaving a game just so I can play you? Yeah, I am. All right, Pam. You have an invitation. What are you going to do? I'm ready. Don't buy a thing. That's not fair. You have to play with the fruit one. Yo, dog, are you going to go? Thank you. The bobbin restores 10 hit points. You're up, Pam. Evolving restores 10 hit points. Yo, dog. It's your turn. I see a bunch of moves. Are you gonna go? Dude, why aren't you going? No, it didn't. Your Discord, you've been here the whole time. Do you mean Plato, not Discord? Are you gonna go? Extra mode. Psycho bite. Dude, you gonna go? Well, it's not that long. Dude, why the fuck did I evolve that? Yeah. I made a mistake. Okay, well, let's see. No, that was dumb. Because you already had done that. You already done that. Yeah, that's, oh, fuck. That's like that. Are you gonna go with that? Are you gonna go with that? Do whatever you think is good. Do whatever you think is good, son. That fucks up. Yeah, that fucks up. person. But Nikki helped him out first. Are you gonna go? How about you go? Bonnie Bonnie Blue or what's that other bitch's name? Yeah. Dude, whose fantasies in the group? It's one on one, man. Actually, didn't Lily Phillips do it first? She did 100. I know they don't. Dude, you're in trouble. I have 75 and you have 5. Because your best friend's a bigger whore. Zoo, you recognize that it's over for you, son? No, it's not. You don't. No, I didn't. I'm gonna toy with you. You just, what? Why did you say food? No, I didn't. Didn't. Only at this level. Would you want the pink guy or the green guy? Dude, you just did really well. It's over. It's over for you. It's over for you. Oh, what a good amazing move. You just saved yourself. Okay. Okay. Then you're gonna play again? Like, do the purple one, and then it stops me from winning. Purple one in the right side. There you go. So there's no way you can shoot out a ball, and I'm just toying. Literally, I'm just playing with my feet. Bye-bye. Yes, sir. All right, you go check your messages from all your dick pics. Oh, Zoot. You're absolutely right. There is nothing wrong with that, so long as they're of age. You just got what? Knocked out of what? What you talking about, dude? What club? Wait, dude, what happened? Dude, are we gonna play?
Problems happen, but there are lots of times when there's political turmoil and some problems happen. But if you combine both of those, what are the years when you had crop failures plus political turmoil and macro influence on a 1-to-1 ratio with both things? In other words, it's really bad news when there is political turmoil combined with an economic downturn, which is scary, right? So let's hope that politics in Washington stabilize, and let's hope that they do not go into a recession. This wasn't bad history for these folks. What are the other examples that combine these things?
Really bad for Cleveland, really bad for everyone.
Yeah, that's right. They say about African Americans that when the American economy as a whole, African Americans get the flu pneumonia. You can say the same thing about this year too. It's bad for Americans because of political turmoil and economic downturn. Much worse for you, Mr. American. Goodness. Well, we had a lot of people turmoil, and they did have economic downturns, but it ended up so much worse for the Jews. Put a whole lot of it in that discussion. We're going to talk about more detail about all of that. Let's look at a 5 national strategy. This is the important part. I really want you guys to get. Okay, here we go. This is part 2 of the part we really have to show up first. So once we realized that Russia would not or could not protect them, June decided on mass to each do something different. And they decided a very big way on one of five basic strategies to deal with the challenge. Strategies that in reality are things we're still figuring out today. Most of what we know we fit into the movements that you are the five strategies. Okay, let's see what they are. First one, emanation. This is the full strategy. The tried and true strategy, as we discussed before, it's the P4P strategy. This is the main part. And choose left the Russian Empire to control. This map shows you how many Jews left in Pale of Settlement here in red between 1881 and 1970, when the Tsarist government fell. 1.75 million Jews came to the United States, constituting about 7 out of 10 American Jews today. Chances are, just for fun, how many of your ancestors, how many of you have ancestors who were included in this big migration to the United States? Okay, so we're looking at about 6 out of 10 in this group. Yes. I myself am part of this United group because all my ancestors went to Canada because they had much better health insurance, but that was a joke. But there was actually, you can't write about nothing else. It was like hundreds of laughter at this point. But Jews said, okay, Russia's not working out, let's leave. And the Jews have been doing this for centuries upon centuries. If the environment is negative, they will actually transport themselves. And what is different about this particular migration is that unlike previous migrations, it's huge in scope, and perhaps more significant, it was flying in the face of a lot of rabbinic opinion. Many great rabbis said, do not go to America. It's not to go to that is to trade with the United States. It's non-kosher land, nothing they will find. Day schools, nothing they will find. Any kosher Chinese restaurants, you cannot go to America, but Jews left nevertheless. Interesting studies of the age of immigrants, whether they're married, not married, things like that, indicate that many of the Jews who came here as a movement were actually rebels. They were refused to go on to the Mr. Masakowski.
The only way is like first century, I guess century knowledge, whatever Egypt, and
Basically, the places where the borders were very different of the other 19th centuries and into the 20th century. Borders were far more critical than they are even today. And America was actually openly inviting people to come to its shores, labor shortages. The Industrial Revolution in America was just booming, and they needed people to work the plants and to plow the fields and to lay down the railroad tracks. And so all you have to do is basically save up enough money for a passage, one-way passage from Hamburg or from England, and they made their way across. You know, and they came and just said, here I am. Anyway, you follow that question?
well, yeah, how come I noticed they went all the way down to Africa and just like used there.
Well, excellent question. They're not exactly right. I think there are reasons for a lot of these conversations. In the case of South Africa, the reason because of ladder migration. At the very moment of time, where you go to a place where there's someone from that place is already gone. So you say, well, I know there's a guy named Ryan that, you know, his brother, I worked with him in a sawmill, so I'm going to go and let him, so he knows come right now, so he will set up with him. And this is what a lot of South Africans, so we used to support South Africans coming in the first place, gold mines, things like that, but, sorry, Lithuanians, so a lot of big crops, and ran away specifically to South Africa. But why not? There's not a lot, like, there's no ladder migration to it. There would be a huge amount in World War II when Jews had their way out to Colorado, Pakistan, things like that, but that's the Canadian Nazis. But choosing to emigrate, which is very different from the refugee, is something that Chuck likes to Mr. Wilson.
I'm not sure that there's a theory that reasons that in that world are coming from this. They are because they want to take back.
Well, there's a lot of value to that. It's not a theory, it's more an observation. Regards of the differences, right? The Jews who came at this time, they were choosing to emigrate. They were frequently disobeying their rabbis, frequently disobeying their parents, and they were saying, no, I don't care. I'm going to set up my life. I'm going to America. I will remake myself. And you know what? I am open to emigrate to America. I am going to learn English, and I'm not going to finish even with my children. I'm going to become totally American. Right? It's very phenomenal in this immigrant area. So, on the other hand, after World War II, these are Jews who wanted to stay in Poland. So that's sound on it. Why would they stop us, right? Why would they put us back into the Why would they say why would they I can understand you guys might be like through social media and your laptops and stuff, but play a video with now to do that over the top. Yeah. So I would never go back to space. Exactly. Talk about the post-World War II, right? Yeah, post-World War II. I mean, when you come back to the town in Poland, it's devastating. There's nobody there they know. They're very active. They're encountering active hostility from Poles, but the else will come in. That's where you think, well, that's it. I'll make it. So when they come to America, those post-war they're refugees. They're angry about how they're not choosing America. There's America's worst problem. So they come here and they say, you know what? I'm not going to make myself to America. I'm going to make America myself. I'm going to recreate what I imagine the shepherd should have been here in the Muncie or in Lakewood, places like that. And they had it do this.
A more niche question is what about the enlightened Jews of the time who say you're the authorities some wisdom no matter what?
Not necessarily. Yeah, I think it's a tiny proportion of them. I think those enlightenment Jews, largely most of them were killed. And they had a much harder time perpetrating their Jewish identity. We live in orphan generation. I myself, my parents are Holocaust survivors. They were both born and raised in Canada, so survivors directly, but we're cut off from a massive number of Jews in their civilization. It's amazing that we can do anything. It's amazing that we have any kind of so very much about a lot of things. And I know one of the two major reports that these immigrated to include other than New York, Australia was actually Galveston, Texas. And I know that many of the Jews who did immigrate through Galveston did settle there and make communities in Texas. And they were by and large like reformed Jews of tradition, which definitely is not more like this towards the enlightenment than the chefs off like the Solomon right? So they definitely reformed Jews in America and did set down and institute the enlightenment. Oh, absolutely. Yeah, so we're not talking about America today, we're talking about Russia. When we talk about America, post-war. Post-war, you're right. That's a good point. Okay, let's go on. Now, strategy number one, right? Integration. This is probably the biggest strategy, it's the most traditional strategy. Another one, socialism. Now, we won't have the research really about this, what is socialism, but it's basically this political and economic movement largely heralded by a baptized Jew named Marx, and it was called the Friedrich Engels, that argued for a complete change in the way that we organize society now. Very much against capitalism, which is the market economy that is the American economy. They wanted to have the control of production handed over to the people in charge. So I'm not going to go into detail on it, but what it does mean is a fundamental reversal of basic economic structures in society. Rather than leaving Russia, they said, let's change Russia to be more friendly to its minorities. Among the most important of those is man, Leon Rothschild, known by his pen name Leon Trotsky, and he was a major radical revolutionary, hugely influential in the early communist period. This is a picture from his 1905 arrest for the revolution itself. One of the lesser known things about the Russian Empire is almost impossible to get a decent haircut anywhere in the entire Roman Empire. Yeah, but he would end up becoming an incredible general. He was the leader of the Red Army, amazingly achieved, but crazy behind. But yes, not identifying as a Jew. Many of the communists at times said, not only will we change the world, the economy, we're also going to change ourselves, with a larger Marxist idea, which was very much anti-religion. Anti-clericalism was a principal idea of the communist movement. And so many of these Jews would say things like, Rosa Luxemburg would say, I'm a Jew, I am a social democrat. When I say social democrat, it's another word for communist. And so this is the second major strategy is let's not just leave Russia, let us change Russia from within. So at this point, I'm just going to show you the last three, and we'll come back to them on Wednesday, but just keep you, just to not give you a cliffhanger. The third one is Zionism, right? The idea of we're going to change everything, we're going to change the history. The fourth one is something about diaspora nationalism, which is essentially what had a very big impact in America. The idea of creating a Jewish society in the diaspora. And the fifth one is the new traditional Charlian method, which is basically like the Buddhist Israel and really depends very heavily on this particular strategy. These are the five strategies. And as I said at the beginning of this lecture, if you have a Jewish friend who is politically active, who is probably on these five strategies if you find yourself on yourself. Okay, folks, Wednesday we'll return, we'll finish up this discussion. Thanks for learning. All right, we have some great, like this is, gentlemen, this is the material that's going to change your life. So when you understand that, you'll know everything that's important of life. And yeah, rather than like in language, no, I said it has to be from. It has to be about reality. But how do we get to it? I think one of the things is like it's really about how did we get here place? Like you're driving along on some country road, and all of a sudden you look up and say, "What is this place?" But if you had a map or that is like a very large piece of paper that you graphically represents what's on the screen and GPS. You say, I know how I got here and explains why I messed up in this way or that way and things like that. So we're going to start with a discussion about Scala. And today we'll start with emancipation as well as the two issues are related. The term of Scala is a English word scale, it's like the intelligence, right? It's formed around diagnosis developing, the all my teachers, I gained wisdom, development, and it's a translation of a very important European term, a German term, Alzheimer, which means enlightenment. And I mean, it's good translation. Alzheimer to make things clearer because we have enlightenment. The Alzheimer as a predated the Scala by about 100. This is like an intellectual wave of ideas that washed over Europe, and it caught up with the Jews eventually. The kinds of ideas that are in the Alphabet include popular sovereignty, like why does a king get to be in charge of all of us? We should be in charge of us. right? So America, for example, is one of the great enlightenment experiments in popular sciences. The shift of the locus of the veracity from a real text to scientific English. Really important sense. I think so well. Talk about that. What do I mean by that? If you want to know what was true in the year 1600, you would go ask your priest, your imam, your rabbi, they would tell you what is true, because that's the address for truth. I would go to my rabbi for what is true. I might still go to my rabbi for what is true. The enlightenment, the Alfaro, the Scala, shifted that away from, well, maybe the rabbi, the imam, the priest is not so accurate all the time, but these science guys, Newton, people like that, all of a sudden they're demonstrating things with, hypotheses and experiments. That's where truth is. On the earlier scientific revolutions, in a very big way. So you've got to change the politics, changes in the idea of where it is, how to find out if something is true. And that obviously the latter leads to a decline in overall religiosity. But of course, we are still on that slope. With the occasional revivals, Europe-wide and America-wide, of like new religious energy of time to various reasons. We may explore some of them. But basically, since the Enlightenment, the Western world has been a downward slope when it comes to religious faith. To me, why we're saying that you guys trying to keep yourself, we're not listening to I don't know if you get years. We have been thinking for ourselves for a very long time. It's just that we've decided, taking on the average human race, we've decided to sort of use a different set of variables to determine it says our question. No question, those things happened a long time ago. Those go certainly all the way back in our tradition to, at the very least, the Mishnah. It goes all the way back to the Greek tradition to the three sophists, guys like Plato, Aristotle, guys like that. But they're all about questioning. The question is, which data sets do you use to question things? We use data sets we say we've got this amazing source of truth. The Torah, here it is, revealed to us. That's my life. That God gave us this document. So of course that's what we're going to go for our truth. If, however, like in the right, we need to say, well, how do you know it was revealed? If people lose confidence in the answers, they start saying maybe we should look a little bit what is that? It's a good question. That's more like a faith question. It definitely is a snowball effect. One person gets an idea around, and that's picks up energy and steam, and it goes to another person, another person. And even if the first person who had the idea had very close to pre-modern values, it nevertheless has a huge total. Like, I'll give you one example. René Descartes, famously associated with Cartesian values, which are René Descartes, religious thinker, Catholic. He says, I'm trouble with all of these ideas circulating, and I'm in trouble with reconciling them. So he sits down and conducts the first of what he calls 6 meditations. 6 deep meditations. What is the role of them? The first one says, how do I know this? How do I know? Maybe I am like have you ever had a solipsistic thought when you think, how do I know that I exist? Maybe I'm actually dreaming that I exist. I know you guys probably never watched Star Trek. It's one of the great cultural achievements in this century. But there's a great episode where they have these brains floating in like glass beakers, and they imagine an entire world in their brains. Like I shouldn't do this class. I'm on recording. But he said, how do I know the world exists? How do I know I'm not here? How do I know that some people being is not making me think I exist? He says, well, I do know this, that either the world exists the way I perceive it, or I think the world exists, or an evil genius is making me think the world exists, right? All those two things are possible. There's no other possible logical inference. But in each one of those, one thing is common. So you know, Mr. Silver? Yes. You know, it took the I exist, right? And that's the famous phrase. So you know, there moves so right. I not really exist. I perceive. Therefore, I am. Just wow. That's it. I have now figured out truth. This is the fulcrum upon which I will shape the universe. Because I know this is true. I don't know if this fable is real. I don't know if I'm doing this, but I do know I exist. But it's logically impossible for me not to exist. And from there he went on to say, well, how do I know this? How do I know that God is me? How do I know this? And all those things like that, one after another. And the challenge is to ask your question directly. Just asking the question for those things. Just suggesting maybe the world doesn't exist. Maybe other things that we cherish do not exist. It's like you're in a loving marriage and say, well, I don't really love my wife. Don't ask that question. Don't ask that question. As soon as you start asking questions, you are already in trouble. Don't ask that question. You either do or you don't. You feel it or you don't. You don't start questioning it. You look at it, it's like, my God, it's not quite solid. Oh my gosh, marital advice. Let's solicit marital advice to a bunch of single guys. Okay, let's go to that subject. Wow. That's a good question. That's initially that question, right? Rohan Miller, as with much knowledge, comes much, knowledge, but it's much pain. That is sometimes not to know. Like what is it in English? You don't want to know how the sausage is made. Expression. Okay, that's true. Let's kind of check out how we go. This is so cool. This is around, I believe, 77. Earthquake in Toronto. This is like a period that would demonstrate or go with the earthquake. Toronto in northern Italy, due to the population. It was the colonies which are anyways, earthquake 70, slaps in town. Everybody runs out, they cross the river, they live for 6 weeks in the field. The whole population is down, including among them is a guy named Azari of the Rothschild, Jewish guys. Sort of like an unprofessional academic who makes his living as a proofreader. Right? This is in the early years of printing. So he's reading lots of books because he's comparing manuscripts to the printed pages. Somebody got, but he's not like a professor. He's a curious guy and he's read a lot of books. He goes out into the field with the rest of the town of Ferrara, and everybody is out there. And he finds that his encampment, his tent, happens to be really close to a whole bunch of Christian monks, where their monastery fell down, so they're hanging out there. Nothing to do all day except wait for the aftershocks to subside. So they start talking and learning, and he discovers all kinds of cool things about Christianity, and he tells them all kinds of things about Judaism that he's never heard of. Like, for example, the whole letter of Aristeas, which is a document that discusses the writing of the Cardinal Schubert, Septuagint. But he learns all about it. And he says, hey, we got that whole thing too. And it tells us the real monkeys. So after this is all over, he sort of has this brilliant saying, he says, you know what? Those monks are pretty cool. I actually really enjoy conversation with them. I do not want to be a monk. I understand, for example, if you're celibate, that's really not for me. But I love this conversation. I just say about reality and truth. And we have great conversation. So he leads into the Rabbi statement that you should accept truth stories. That's really big. And he ends up writing a book called Mabor de Nalia. Be confused because that title has been used by many other authors as well, but it's kind of like the first real book of the Haskalah, or maybe I should say the Haskalah is basically like coming out of the late 18th century, but the May is kind of like foundational work that eventually led into the Haskalah. It's like many controversial books writing on. I think Mr. Lipschitz, who's actually taking this course remotely, is writing on a book that received lots of Haskamos, and the Haskamos were later yanked because people thought that it might have other courses in it. Controversial books like that. The mayor and I first received lots of, including no such Carl talks about Schopenhauer, and then it got pulled afterwards. And no, I didn't mean that because I obviously didn't read the book very carefully. So there was a lot of nasty stuff that went around this. The stuff that everybody liked was a big chapter on the history of earthquakes. And that's cool because there are earthquakes in Tanakh. We don't know a lot about them. That's sort of reckoning in Ferrara. But then we also started writing about other things that sort of went further afield. But it's the idea, the Haskalah idea of maybe we can learn stuff from non-Torah sources. That's a controversial idea. You guys should realize that you're in a college, right? You are also the inheritors of some level of it. It's not a college like Columbia, thank God, but it is nevertheless a college. And we are using scientific inquiry, or using lots of modern tools of inquiry that, it's not traditional. Okay, Mr. Rubin.
So considering that it's still supposed to be canceled in the day by a lot of other residents, how divided was the support and support on opposition? So it's not like everyone thinks that it was everyone else was neutral or everyone tried to oppose them. So
no, not everyone can oppose them. Many famous people oppose them, but it's like the internet. I don't remember offhand. Just Google it, but it's the internet. It's hard to hold back ideas, right? They start circulating, especially if they're accessible. Those people start being accessible. People start reading. There are a lot of books like that come out over the next few centuries that are like really popular and people think, this is fantastic, great, they're great. And later someone picks up something and says, wait a second, this is not exactly what we want. But it doesn't tell us the right way. Mr. Loicky, yeah, exactly. Remember what happened to Maimonides reading Aristotle? Right.
It's not like the first person to say that.
He's the first person, well, he's only the Rothschild, but he's the first one to say, we can learn about it. I learned it, by the way, from Christian monks. That was camped outside of the church, right? It's like totally choice, like a pagan choice. So this was one of the ones that was popularized. Again, the Rambam's writing in manuscript, expensive, hard to obtain. Who's writing in French? Everybody's got it. It's really hard to control. It's like Instagram. I was saying the other, many of the later ideas of, person gets those things, but also all the rest but a lot of it is thinking was the way science was approaching it and how we should reconcile passages in the Bible with 16th century science. That's probably where he got into most trouble. It's a pretty thick book, by the way. Translated in English. I think we have a copy somewhere in the dangerous literature section of the Paper Library. It's worth looking at. Another big impetus for the Haskalah, we have not discussed in great detail here, but these couple of you have been in my Sephardic mission class. Really important is the Portuguese diaspora. The Portuguese Jews were called by Cecil Roth, one of the greatest historians of the last century, the first modern Jew. And by modern, he meant Jews who have a totally different outlook on life and are especially prepared to engage in code-switching, the identity switching, and to borrow from the secular world without feeling guilty about it. The reason being that, unlike the Sephardic Jews, Spanish Jews were expelled in 1492, the Portuguese Jews were forcibly converted in late 1496, early 1497, and then they experienced the Portuguese Inquisition, which was absolutely awful. And then only afterwards was he able to get out of Portugal and start establishing communities throughout Europe. And Jews were also Christians at the same time. Meaning, they were forced to become Christian. That meant they got Christian driver's license. And then if they were wherever they wanted, they could go to university, they could take any job they wanted, they could take any job, any profession they wanted, they could live anywhere they wanted. They were Christians, and they were prepared to exploit their Christian identities, but still they wanted to remain at the same time. And so they had much less of an allergy to ideas that were otherwise foreign to use, because they were already swimming, and they had done it for generations. Big difference. And they moved all over Europe, and they moved to the New World, and so they created the possibility of multiple identities, which 100 years earlier would have been completely, mutually exclusive, completely Jewish and Christian at the same time. But the Portuguese Jews could and did and demonstrated this is the possibility. Right, so they're spreading these kind of ideas, and I'm loving them there right now. I think this is a great book. They have all kinds of cool ideas. We love the synthesis, the Jewish wisdom, non-Jewish wisdom. It's happening. Jason, you got a question? Put me your question. No, you're good? Okay. No, sure. Okay, so the Haskalah per se, though, as I mentioned, really begins in the late 18th century. Most medicine, sometimes called histories of Haskalah, was the primary figure in most ideas. And again, as someone mentioned earlier, it's a strong guy, Orthodox, he's Shomer Shabbos, they're Kashrus, right? They're especially early on, not necessarily thinking they're driving Jews off the cliff. They're thinking this is like the natural package that of course we should be engaged in as society. It is trying to the political moment as you move into the 1800s, it's more and more possible that Jews could obtain equal rights with Christians. Not just like the Portuguese Jews who did because they were actually Christians, but because the societies are prepared to agree to this idea that case in point would be America, 1776, where, they said, well, yeah, I guess so. It didn't happen automatically, it didn't happen all over at the same time, but basically America said, we the people, this idea that we're all born people, it's not about people, not about people. And by the way, women almost, we won't have to vote, but otherwise, okay. But Jews were included in the we the people. And so that was like a pretty dramatic thing. The French Revolution, we will talk about after this lecture, massive impact. America was way over on the other side of the ocean, but France is right in the middle of Europe, and I think you could use rights. That was mind-blowing. And that's basically following on from the Rabbi his biography comes from northern Germany, it's called Russia, and he's a stout autodidact, self-taught genius, exceptionally skilled in a whole pile of areas of modern thought. And one of the most important areas, which, by the way, all of you identify as one of the most valuable things to learning different approach, was his composition skills. He writes really well in colloquial German. So remember, the linguistic situation of Jews are still living a very, very insular lifestyle. Vast majority of Jews' top 10 friends are all other Orthodox Jews, but they have like lots of this on that. And so the level of communication that Jews had in most of Europe is a high degree of fluency in English, right? The mother tongue, typically some degree of facility and ability in Hebrew, because that's the liturgical language. Scholars would have stronger Hebrew and Aramaic, but the Talmud would have enough that he was fitter, follow maybe Chumash Rashi. But when it comes to German, it's basically the functional German. Just like, if people have Hispanic help in their houses and doing their lawns, you might know enough Spanish to say we're going to be on vacation next week, don't come, or basically the soup in of the kitchen, whatever you might say in very, very basic Spanish, because that's what you need for, effective communication. Or like, I know about 6 phrases in Korean, which I find immensely helpful when I get my driving exam. Right? Because almost all speakers and ground covers are Korean. And I actually, fun fact, I have a Korean name. And I don't know ready. Do I mark it? I don't know if I mark it. Is it put a finger or anything? Let him write it. I will show you my secret Korean name. I'm going to mark it. I will not be able to. Why you might ask why? You are Korean name. But I'll tell you. When I was about 15, I worked for a Korean restaurant, and they had trouble pronouncing Henry. It was called Henry. So they took it after about a month. Youngster. So I think means like what's your client or something like that. Youngster. So that's my name. Okay, well, how did I get that? Well, I can't spell it in Korean, but I don't have a marker yet. Yeah, is this a marker? Yeah. You're not one marker. I want to make it work. No, it's less. Yeah, let's go about the cash. I should be trying to understand. No, really. Especially. No. Sure. That meant we go. There is young students. Thank you. Welcome. How are you doing? Sure. I got it. Anyways, how did I get here? Why am I talking about this? Thank you so much. Thank you. So my career is like it's really handicapped. I only go to very minimal. But if I live in Korea, I'll come to learn a lot more just to do the business I need to do. Not that they're very genius, not that I write a book in Korean, or Korean, but I would give them a telephone conversation in Korean, right? So both at that level of journey. That's the extent of the skills largely because of what it is. One of the social groups that we have for students who are kind of like the representatives of the community who are close to the king or the prince or the nobleman would have to have much better level. We see this thing. It's also in the area where there's a whole discussion of what kind of haircuts students can have, and it's sort of really popular going haircuts that are considered like haircuts somebody get those haircuts, they get close to the king. You just have that, you should have that haircut. Well, the stuff like this guy, you know, that's the son-in-law, that's my friend. That would be son-in-law, yes. Have that kind of hair. But that's tangents. Why don't I go on tangents? But Moses Mendelssohn had that beautiful German. Yeah, that excellent German. So much so that there was an essay competition, and he beats Immanuel Kant, one of the greatest philosophers of the 18th century. Coming in first, and Immanuel Kant comes in second for combined politics. Mendelssohn, Moses Mendelssohn, he was like the genius of that time, because he was like really. And he wrote a ton of material in German and also in Hebrew to Judaism to the rest of the world. He was kind of like the Torah of Judaism for the rest of the world. Everybody said, wow, maybe these Jews are not so weird. Look at this guy. He can stand up and he can speak and he can say good arguments, right? He actually makes a lot of sense. So he was extremely influential. I'll give you one example of his thought. There were other figures who were contemporaries. By contrast to Tolstoy, Solomon Mahomet, who comes from not too far away from him on the Russian side of the border. He also was a genius. He created wrote ideas and he engages in Jewish stuff and secular culture, but kind of like my Mendelssohn, he can't find a balance. He can't stay calm and still appreciate that growth. He ends up converting to Lutheranism, and as typical, he writes a nasty book about Judaism afterwards. His autobiography, the fascinating work. He describes with some hostility his visit to the court of the Rabbi of Ezra, who spoke about on Monday. That's an example of what was the last year in this era. If they started all the non-Jewish ideas, if they started to write them, they basically disappeared from Judaism. But Moses Mendelssohn sort of created a path where, you know what, it's possible to stay wrong and also engage in outside culture. Not everybody agreed, obviously. Most Mendelssohn's books were famously burned in some circles, which is generally a good sign that your book sales are going to keep going up, because once you burn, you got to think what's going on in them. But he really articulated a path that was extremely influential for the next few centuries. I'll give you some today. By the way, his background is a shear, some of famous paintings by him and a priest named Lavender, who's shown over here. So let me show you all of them, but I don't think I have it. Because of that's the opposite, I gave the right to the compass. Here's Mendelssohn. You know, the hatchback. And I'm going to give you guys, by the way, the absolute best, seal the deal shit line that came from Moses money. This is the story. It's a great story, okay? He had a hunchback. And the story goes that when he was set up with his fresh air, or through his olive and fresh air, he comes walking up to the hospital, to the chef in, and she's out on the second floor. She looks up at him and she sees this. By the way, she's in this picture too. I gotta find the actual picture. She sees him out the window. Oh my gosh, she tells her mother, I don't want you. And her mother says, how can you do this? All the way here and so polite. So she never marries someone who I'm sorry, you can't do it. But the mother raised the bus, you must sit down. You have to have a short day for sure. So she relents. They invite Moses Mendelssohn in. They sit down in the parlor and they go back then. They ask you outside and it's like chaperone, but not strictly priest and that sort of thing. And they talk for half an hour, 2 hours, 5 hours, massively long should it take after thinking about it. Sorry, it's on now. There's one well, it's going well. What's the she said, I'm not going to marry this guy, the other way. They come out first day, and it's their vision. Mind blowing, right? So they after the parents asked her, the future Mr. Mendelssohn, what did he say? You were so pissed, you didn't want to meet him, right? She said to her that he said to her, I know that my hunchback is difficult to take, but I want to let you know that there is a tomorrow, which I'm sure you don't know familiar with. 40 days code zero month, right? 40 days before a child is born, a box call goes out, the body box goes out, it says box call Tony, right? And he says, I was in the womb and I heard the box call and I saw that you were my Rothschild. But I saw that you had a hunchback. And I doubted in the womb. It's all over. Right? This guy's devastated. So, in this particular case, he's actually quite constant part of the biography. As part of this whole deal of the old justice society and stuff like that, he befriends a Lutheran priest, this guy here named Lavender, and they have these meaningful conversations. Okay, listen to it. They have, I guess if I got it. So they have these AMCs about life, religion, stuff like that. And then what happens with the trade and publishers of the book, right? So we're kind of published books for a reason. We published the book saying that Mendelssohn actually accepts the truth of Christianity. These are the things he told me in private. And he challenges Mendelssohn to now follow the God's of Christianity. Hugely embarrassing things, we don't know what actually happened in those meetings and stuff like that. It ends up being the whole Mendelssohn never speaks to Rothschild again. They write books and beat each other. I've got this whole lot to address, but this is like, a sort of representation of their relationship beforehand. In the background, which you can't see, I should have cut it off, is playwright named Lessing. We wrote a brilliant play dedicated to a set called, I remember copy of Three Rings. Really, no, it's not the advisor thing, but making the wise, in which there's a whole metaphor of the three rings, which represent Judaism, Christianity, and Islam, and they all come together in peace and coexistence, stuff like that. Anyways, that's great. Okay, so give you an example. I think the medicine was very involved in to give you a sense of where the Haskalah could go and where it did go, much to its chagrin. 1772, right? This is at the peak of Mendelssohn's popularity. And he's won all these prizes. He's a rich guy now. Like everyone looks up to him as a leader of Judaism. And but again, still psychotic. There's no equal rights for Jews. He's been kicked out of his house many times. You know, these happen still in the 70s. A crisis erupts in a principality of Germany called Rothschild, where somebody was buried too early. After this guy, he woke up in the grave, and everyone says, "What is going on?" You know, and it's like this the whole interesting backstory. I don't want to go into too much detail, but really, and they say, "Look, we got to do something. Because public knowledge, people are being buried before they're dead. We need a new rule. No one gets buried until 72 hours after the death of the son. No one gets buried until 3 days after we declare the death. Just in case. Right? It was a huge thing. All over Europe, there was crazy ideas. They were building special like emergency pockets like this one, where it has like this little air balloon on the bottom, kind of a bellows type thing, and it's attached to a flag. So if you wake up in the coffin, then you can squeeze the bellows and the flags will be back walking by the graveyard pop up. They had attached to bells, walking by a cemetery, and all of a sudden very early. It was a crazy kind of phenomenon that was happening. And there are even examples in America where they built cemeteries with, you know, emergency digging out right now. So, what's the problem for Jews? Yes, Judaism valorized Schwitzberry as we consider the decomposition of the corpse on an atonement for the disease, and we consider quick burial. The quicker, the better. Because we do have an idea of how it makes that you can wait to preserve the honor of the name. So let's say there's not going to be a lot of directions. So there's a lot of discussion about, you know, if there's a close family member who needs to come in, there are some folks who say you can wait a certain amount of time, but you get there, you know. But in Israel, of course, the ideal is to bury within 24 hours. And typically we don't use conflict in Israel, right? And it is to accelerate the decomposition. Even the conflicts we use here at the office have holes built in the bottom of them, so that those literally the worms can get into the coffin faster. And those are our values. That's what we do. So waiting 72 hours is design the place. It's a result of the disease. And you can't do that. That's a really serious issue to, you know, it's ultimate. So they go to two great rabbis. One of them is Rabbi and the other one is Rabbi Mendelssohn. Rabbi Yaakov is initially stumped. Doesn't know how to deal with this. He doesn't go to Rabbi Mendelssohn. So he goes on a talk to the German authorities. Later, Rabbi Mendelssohn changes his mind and goes into discussion of this. But most Mendelssohn does two things. First of all, he writes the thing to the nobleman, and he convinces them to make a carve-out exception for Jews because this is their practice. But the other thing he does says privately to the Jewish community, but you know what, I think it's a good idea. We should really adopt this step to our because as much as we dislike, you know, halana sameis, letting their dead body remain, is much worse than burying a person prematurely. So this is a public outrage. And moreover, he says that historically, the example of this is a Jewish Muslim. We have lots of examples in the Hellenistic period of the indoor cave graves out in Beishan, out in Batavia, Yerushalayim, anywhere where the Hellenistic Jews were buried, where we would bury people, in accessible places, not actually buried, not in June. Then, of course, I'm sorry, of course, absolutely, the people of the tunnels, right? The holiday, like a yachter, that after your parent or loved one is decomposed, you go back after you collect the bones, and then bring the bones once secondary day. I know it's wild. You will see that they have a whole bunch of examples of stone ossuaries, kind of like sarcophagi. A sarcophagus shows the full length common. The best amendment, and they have this one, so the original is an example. But these ossuaries are about this big, because just collecting the bone, you don't need a lot of space. And that's says, I don't know why it's so long. Accept this public outcome. So you see how there's a willingness to compromise, and halacha, when there is what's perceived to be a secular public health, is our motivation. Where you also see this fight in your own lifetime during COVID, same kind of arguments were happening. On the one side, more of what we call today a Khomeini approach, a street to street, and it's written here. We're not going to pivot anywhere from what's over here. But at the same time, there are a lot of rabbis and we more lefty saying, well, it's a public health, stuff like that, and we should that. Maybe we should not have vision, not some giver. See what gets in order there? Okay, so they want to be shut down. Yeah, it's Khomeini. This is the same tension that we have with the controversial. Okay. Now, I don't want to give you a totally rosy picture of Stella. That is an exceptional figure in many ways. He is considered, for example, the founder of Reform Judaism. Now, that I do not believe that Mendelssohn was approved of the collective compromise in Reform Judaism. I think he would literally roll over in his timely grave. But in his own lifetime, he had students who were so far off their beat path. Like this guy is a very important disciple of Moses Mendelssohn, who actually said in 1799, Mendelssohn died in 1786, he said, you know what, this is just way too much work. We are never going to be emancipated as equal citizens unless we simply adopt Christianity. So he proposed in 1799 the dry baptism proposal, saying that we're not actually going to go through it. So let's just tell everybody we're Christian. And then we'll just, live the way we want to live. That way they'll make us equal citizens and we'll just fit in. Right? You can't imagine something about it so long to see. But this was definitely a result of the Stella philosophy or that. Okay. We also have a moderate expression of Stella in Thompson of Church, who is famous intellect of the 19th century, when a lot of these battles were way more consequential than they were in the 18th century. And he argued in Germany, which is very different from Eastern Europe, he argued in Germany that there is no way that we can hold back secularism. We have to figure out rather a way to adapt it to our issues, to find some kind of middle path where, for example, we do not sacrifice any halakha, but let's think carefully about what we call minhag. These Muslim were called finding what I'm saying, or your Geiger, yes, definitely. Geiger was the considered the founder of the reform movement. I know that Moses Mendelssohn is the intellectual source of the guy here said, none of it is actually true. Let's just do what we want. I'm getting the student putting that in the same language. I want to come back to this later, but yeah, first you mentioned saying if we don't find a compromise with modernity, we will lose the Islam guidance. We'll lose the earlier one. Remind you of something. Just a little bit. Yes, Lord, that's a very perceptive comment. You're absolutely right. Let me repeat it. People may not have heard it. They live in American eras, right? In Mendelssohn's time, his years, I think he was born in 1720, died in 1786. He's the only time where the vast majority of Jews are still pretty close, still pretty much some are Shabbos, some are Kashrus. Of course, you have the people always who are less, more particular, less and more ones to compromise, but there's no such thing as like kind of open community world. After the fall first, the years are 1888, the world has changed a lot in the 18th century, and Jews are now actively exploring either simple Christianity on a much larger scale, or simply non-observant Judaism. And he's fighting a very different battle, a different part of the world, and he basically says, okay, we're going to come to terms with modernity, we're going to draw a line, and we won't cross that line, but it's not going to be a line that's in a very different place than Russia in the 1780s. So it's very different strategy. Yes.
Was he right? I know that's the day where everybody has that. But it's not religious, but like, how would that approach? Everyone wants to know that they're Hasidim. So, Mr.
Chairman, I am hesitant as a historian to post value judgments backwards in time. I don't think it's an especially helpful way to teach history. I would love you guys to make up that decision. Think about it. I can say that in the 19th century, you had a whole range of strategies for Judaism. You had Tom Silver, who's the contemporary, essentially staking out the Iranian position, saying that we will have no compromise with their needs. You have the Abraham Geiger, who's saying, oh, there's totally a compromise with their needs. That's, in fact, the reform movement voted twice in favor of moving Shabbos to Sunday. Moving Shabbos to Sunday. The reason it never happened is because the gap between the leadership of the reform movement and the later people. The leadership thought this was a great idea. The leadership was just gone too far, and they wouldn't accept it. So that's on the other thing. And then Sasna Hirsch, he carved out a kind of middle path. And, maybe they could study strategies with people use, but they're all still extant. They're still giving it all the strategies today, 20 years later. You see under the so there's yeah, in his time, that's when the word Orthodox was formed, and it was intended as a slur that we discussed last week. Neo-Orthodoxy was developed a little bit later, and trying to say, like, well, you're Orthodox, but you're not Orthodox like those people in the reforms are building like that. So that's what I feel, New Orthodox. And that's sort of evolved into modern Orthodox, or centric Orthodox, and a lot of people say those terms are fairly applied to the function of Proverbs. Well, one great example. If you read some of his works, like Prince Grace Chapel, the 19 letters, wow, amazing, powerful work. It feels like they've been written today, and wow, life altering. 19 letters is a fictional dialogue between a young man who's thinking about going overseas and to an older rabbi. And they have this back and forth about all the issues. And some of the issues are up there. True.
A young man being regrets.
Yeah, I think that's a widespread. And it could be, I heard parents lived in his house, and he didn't swear to the stuff, and he was an intelligent guy, so he soon reached the Midas and Heinrich Prince. Koresh is brilliant, amazing book, hard to read in English translation. I actually had to look at the German frequently to figure out what the English would say. It's so complicated. But it's a really great philosophical treatise. So what is it's written in German? And like Mendelssohn, he's not writing for the people who already book. He's writing for people like Maimonides with the Guide to the Perplexed, writing for people who are like on the borderline and about to slip off the edge. And that's a tremendous achievement. It's very good. With your first, trying to be practical and by standing with just exactly outside, you really take $12 if you need to do Orthodox in the community well, and you do the great and that's well. That's an excellent question. Did he do his strategy as the Tefillah or did he get that? I don't know the answer to that question. I don't know. I think my guess is he could do it as the Tefillah. Where you could compare it to no, it's controversy. Always great people have controversies for it. It's hard to find a great rabbi that everybody loves. He's trying to make a life. Not even most sure of it. That's all right. There's no rabbi who totally avoids I think from his time it was criticized, but people recognize. I like people recognize their piety, but there was a lot of criticism on the Shambura. Yeah, I really think definitely about it. But let's not get to follow it. But I would say one more thing about Cox and the approach. Yes, really important. Probably skip over some of the denominational issues I'll get to later. He was also savage on the other side of the equation. Because one of the things that he had to deal with was the life of the whole community from Torah and the books. Right? There were a lot of Jews in front of online who were saying, you know, what? Don't be so firm, Rabbi. We want to have an organization on the weekend. What's so bad? It's fashion. How bad could it be, right? So you have to realize that at that time, the way Jewish communities were organized, there was one Jewish community that was recognized in the time. There was no such thing like we have today with hundreds of rules. I see this Mishnah just authentic. There was one Jewish community. He applied for a legal status for Orthodox Jews only. This was something called the Auschwitz, which means like the, I guess, case of separation, the translation, Auschwitz. Now we are now, we can't deal with these non-Orthodox anymore. Again, some Orthodox will be affected. We can't deal with the non-Orthodox Jews anymore. Our synagogue is going to go up, whatever they do, they're on their own. Big challenge. And all of a sudden, it's saying that we're not recognizing ourselves as being part of the whole community. It's like, they want to criticize it. All people are this. Everybody is really relying on that. So his ability to compromise as a new adopt these behaviors, will take on these kinds of articles of clothing, will do things so we can be more general, we'll trim our ears. If you think that's a little bit too bad, we have this church and there more people there, but we'll do all those things, but we will absolutely not compromise on Shabbos, Paschas, Isaac, and our goal, in order to save it, is going to separate. That's essentially the Orthodox strategy for the next 150 years, is adapt, but also separate. Okay, so we can argue more about that. Let's go back to Eastern Europe. Let's go on Eastern Europe is a very different situation. The Haskalah affecting the Ashkenazim in Western Europe was deeply related to the whole concept of the right the Eastern European situation is very different. Western Europe, the Jews are actually fairly small in terms of their percentage of the population. They tend to be concentrated in larger cities, and they tend to be concentrated in the single digits of population. So let's forget, east of Germany, most of the Jews are concentrated in smaller settlements, villages, shedla, and sometimes in large cities, but the population can sometimes be over half. But Egypt, for example, has about 70% Jews. That's the population. Everybody's Jewish. And then the similar pressure affecting Western nationalities, it's totally different in these things. And so it has a slightly different context. For one, Jews regarded German culture as being high value. Jews thought, and this is part of the tradition from the 20th century, we speak about this thing called the German Jewish synthesis, where we really wanted to be like Germans so bad. We thought Germans had the best literature, the best science, the best music, the best art. We really did have an amazing selection of cultural artifacts. So much so that when it gets expressed in some of the denominational steps, like we talked, I know it's not the planned lecture, but it's kind of going in that direction. Abraham Geiger, Reformed congregations are typically not called synagogues, what are they called? Temples. Now, why do we call them temples? What other way to call us temples?
It's from the service like it in the temple. There's one on, we don't have it, we can still practice.
Okay, very good. A little bit sharper, Mr. Rubin. It's how many temples are there in well, okay, one at a time. So one at a time. Now, where is that temple? Jerusalem. So why, what do we mean if you build a building in Berlin and you say, this is my temple?
You move the center of Judaism to Berlin.
Thank you, Mr. Exactly. You move the center of Judaism to Berlin. You say, oh, forget about all that biblical stuff about what's the back, this is our temple, right here in Berlin. This is where we belong. Of course, you should give us equal rights as citizens, because look, we've already made this commitment. We've abandoned our temple for someone created here. That kind of change is not happening in Russia, in the Russian Empire. Jews are not these admirers in the 19th century of Russian literature. Not reading Tolstoy. It's not that interesting. But back then, it wasn't their thing. They got involved in many more Jewish issues, and especially they found expression in things like Yiddishism, like the celebration of the Yiddish language, right? Not Yiddish, I'm bringing the Yiddish language. I'm going to look up your name. You show up in class, whatever. Paper. So the Yiddish, of course, is vernacular. They're saying we can now make this reactionary, which was not considered even by Jews a real language, which basically German written characters. My own grandmother, Rabbi Shalom, was born in 1910. She didn't even call Yiddish. She called it Jewish. That was the Jewish language. That's what Jews spoke, but it didn't have a real status at the time. So they started writing literature, Shalom, words like that, you know, or Zionists. That becomes really big. We're going to get more into this probably on Monday. Zionism becomes really big. I think it's English kind of Pascal expression. Not as a trying to as and of course, the socialism of the work of next week. One of the most significant areas in which Jews did express the Pascal in Eastern Europe was a greater emphasis using secular studies into education. One of the pioneers was this man, Joseph Pearl, generation after Moses Mendelssohn. There's one fascinating story about him that I want to share. He was the perfect and the apostle. He became pacifist because, like Rex, he felt that it was the superstitious downfall of leaving all this little niceties, wonder working values, it's all Rothschild. And so it is meant as a text to form Jewish education. Of course, you can international us and developing school system very widespread, but he also wrote a satire of Hasidism, the title of which is shaking right now. And then look it up, search the title is right now. Developing here and teacher, right? The revealing hidden things, right? That which is Tamar, right? Like not Tamar. What's the word? What's the short term here? Isn't it like Mana? What is that? Anyway, he wrote a satire of Hasidism, and people loved it. They didn't realize it was backfired. They took it seriously. They read about these crazy wonder-working rabbis that he just made up, think that it's going to say, read this and say, wow, it's true, like that's stupid. And in fact, they can actually fire it. So, like, backfired on his big time. There's something I'm showing, but that's also the flood, which basically we need to keep it. People are saying more flood, it's in the cell, nowadays, it's similar to some people, well, they're still wearing it. Yeah, and it's funny how these things can happen. I want to take you to one really broad experience of Jewish history briefly, and then going on Monday, I'm going to go right to the evolution of Jewish politics, which is a must, not in the audience here, must attend class, because if you don't attend Monday, you will totally not be able to understand the rest of the 20th century and even 21st century politics, right? Those are pretty tough morning. And then let's do the emphasis like on Monday. So this is one of those periods, and this is really important to understand politics today. One of the darkest periods in Jewish history occurred in the first half of the 19th century in Russia. And it relates to this whole element in very big way. This man, Nicholas I, comes to power. He has a decidedly militaristic bent. He likes, having parades organized, like watching parades, things like that. He's dealing with rebellions. Well, before him and after him, the major rebellions in Russia. Russia is slowly collapsing at this time. And he says, okay, one of the problems that I have is that I've got something like 4 million Jews living in my empire, and they are like so indigestible. They don't correspond. Russian values as I perceive them. Namely, first of all, they're not Christians. That's a big deal. Not only not Christians, they're not Orthodox. He also has Catholics, Roman Christians. Yeah, for example, rebellion traditions. So it's Russian Orthodox. But they're not Christians, not Russian Orthodox. Secondly, they do not regard themselves as Russian people. They regard themselves as a distinct nationality living within the Russian Empire. Kind of like Ukrainians in the Russian Empire. They also, not so much as Nicholas' time, but by the 20th century, they regard themselves as separate. They're not going to like say what's happening. It was much more complicated question. In the 20th century, Jews would fall over themselves to adopt the Russian language to get educated in Russian thought. But this is the 19th century. And finally, because they don't really accept my authority. Whose authority do they accept? The rabbis and God. We don't look at me as a supreme. So he said to himself, okay, what am I going to do to get these people to adopt Russian values? Not necessarily because he hates Jews. He hates this undigestible mass of citizens. He wants them to fit in. It'll be fine if, as one of the later Russian ministers said, 1/3 of them emigrated, 1/3 of them died, and 1/3 of them converted. That would be like okay. But he wants to deal with the demographic problem. So he comes up with 2 solutions. The first is he hired this guy, Max Lilienthal, to set up a Jewish school system run by the state, the crown school system, where Jewish kids who enroll in this school nice big dose of Russian training. They'll get Russian language, which will be a big deal. They'll get math and science, and they'll get all kinds of things to engage in employment. We will probably also throw in there a little bit of conversionist efforts to get them to convert to Christianity, but that will be like non-Christian. And Max Lugenthal, big Pascal supporters, is fantastic. Here's my chance to get this backwards, super religious people, launch them into the 19th century. Let's get them, modernized, let's get them proper training overall. I'll handle those Russian Orthodox priests who want to come in and give the occasional lecture. I'll handle them. Ended up in a terrible failure. Ended up reading and discussed the actual Cincinnati afterwards. But the idea was that the school system was supposed to be a pathway to assimilation into Russian society. Again, Nicholas the first motivation, although it's final Semite, was primarily doing it for social reasons, not because he hated Judaism, but because he wanted the Jews to be more like Russia. Why would you consider this? Mr. Money, good reason. Good reason. In this particular case, I would think there's a better motivator. But good guess. Appreciate it. Ruben?
Parents like so and more other conditions.
Jewish parents generally want to get their kids ahead. We will see in the 1920s in Russia was a huge phenomenon, but they generally don't send their kids to schools where they think they're going to convert to another religion. They generally don't. That's just too far. It does happen, but it's only too far down. Mr. Featherston, teacher, explain that.
They're worried that if they don't make these kids go after to appease the Russians who are hosting them, that they will no longer be able to go away.
Okay, good. You are absolutely right, but the Jews have actually quite a bit sharper. Therefore, Reverend Administrator has left hands. Maybe there's more than so good, but the system, whatever they want,
And lots more experience than this other.
it's suggested. Here's the main motivator. In 1837, he puts in place this incredibly awful decree called the Cantonist Decree, in which he says that Jewish children can be conscripted to the army. Conscription in the Tsar's army was not 3 years in Israel, 25 years. Going into the army is basically a career and lifestyle choice. In Russia in the 19th century, basically, if you were like the oldest son, you would get a little bit of your father's land. If you were the second son, you might go into the priesthood. Your third son might consider the army. And this is a career decision, 25 years. Now, Jews historically didn't really want to choose the army. They speak the language properly, have the same values. They were not interested, so Jews typically would pay an additional criminal tax. This is basically the story across Western Europe as well. Jews would pay an additional tax gladly to keep their kids under 25 years military service. Nicholas the first remembered he's a very military guy. He says, wow, that's totally wrong. Totally wrong. We want them to go to the army because that's a great way for them to learn Russian values, Russian language, all this stuff. So therefore, he says the words, every community must provide a number of very, basically 10 conscripts for every 1,000 males every year. They show up after service, you have to number 10 people to the army. Jews have historically would pay additional tax and not have to do that, but 10 guys would show up before the army. You remove the possibility of finding your way out of it, you had to serve. Secondly, as he realized that the age of conscription was 18, that by the time Jewish men are 18 years old, chances are they're married. They've already had some exposure to Gemara. They've already had the Bar Mitzvah. They're already you probably have at least a few meals of Chinese food. There's no way that going back from Yiddishkeit. So he says, I'm lowering the age to 12. So 12-year-old Jewish boys can be conscripted, serve 6 years in a military school called a Kansai. That's where they get the name Kansai. And then like 5 years. Can you imagine? 12-year-olds did 6 years in military school, battered by actions, and then 25 years young. That's very much actually, we did. It was amazing how many, especially they for them, not religiously across the board, but they had at least some sort of representations of that. But, you know, I'm good with how to school system. What is this? Has an interest in that? Sure, exactly. If you like the school system, so then it means that the Jewish parents have a terrible choice. Either I expose my kid to this of conscription being sent to be posted in Siberia for 25 years, or I send him to a school that's actively going to try and learn to Christianity. I mean, what a choice. And here's the worst part. Guys, focus with me for 2 minutes. This is one of the worst, darkest moments in Jewish history. I'm sure that's a low note, but it's so important. Who got to choose the conscripts? Chose the tribe. It's close. It was the Jewish community. The Russian government was like really full of bureaucracy. They didn't have the manpower, they didn't have the skill, they didn't know how to run a country. They would frequently offload tasks on the locals. So Nicholas I said, the Jewish Kehillah, which we spoke about before, the Kehillah has to choose which kids go. And so every October, the Jewish synagogue, the Jewish federation, had to choose which kids went. And you can believe it, that it's not the kids of the wealthy who were chosen. They would choose the children of widows, children of poor people, and it got so bad in the church, it's like amazing. Mind-blowing actually happened. It got to a point in the 1850s, and this went on for like decades, not only in the 1850s, where they actually hired professional kidnappers, Jewish kidnappers, to go and steal children, to present them without children's services. Like, hard to believe, but there are many testimonies of kids who went through this. And this created a huge rift in the Jewish community, because basically a whole generation of Jews, 30 years, Jews are saying, I can't trust my rabbi. I can't trust my leadership. They're handing me over to Moloch. And the scripts are absolutely totally close the fabric of Jewish society. And it's one of the reasons why Russia later, a generation later, when those kids grow up, they become revolutionaries. They become communists. Because what do I have to look at my leaders? Look at who's taking care of it. It's so corrupt. It's really the darkest way to Jewish. Okay, we're going to pick up on politics when we come back on Mondays. They must attend. Okay? We'll have an excellent day. Okay, we're ready to talk about this. We're going to talk about the really nasty fight between the Sudan and that erupted in the 1790s and lasted until about 1815, and then it sort of settled down, except for a few crazy people on YouTube. I feel it right back. What do you do on YouTube anyways? Rabbi will not. Okay, here we are. What is activism exactly? What are we talking about? So I'm going to try and separate this from me. Activism, something that's very popular today. I'm actually involved in a little bit of our research on this. Actually, Rabbi, one of the male heroes, but activism, traditional activism. Let's just understand some really basic stuff. We have certain practice and belief. If we break it down, if you have the opponents, right? Remember that the opponents are actually the traditionalists. That's like the old time religion. The term Orthodox would not be coined for about another 60 years. It would be coined in Germany largely as an insult. It's designed, the word Orthodox means one doctrine, one way. And that was meant to be sort of a napping to say to the traditional Jews saying, you think there's only one way to be Jewish, as opposed to us Reformed Jews who have like 17 different ways to be Jewish. So that's why the Orthodox term was traditionally as an insult, as slur, later became adopted as a term of pride. I guess this is the way we are. The truth is, as we all know, there's no such thing as one way to be Jewish. It's almost a halakha, and you can put about 6 or 8 people inside Dalai Lama. There are lots of different ways to be Jewish, but there are boundaries. So the term, there would have been Jewish people were struggling to find a term to describe something that had not had a contrast before that. They would use the terms altgläubige, which means full believers, that they did it the old way. So they later became called opponents because they opposed this new movement called Hasidus. So in terms of like, do they believe in Haryas and Mitzvot? The answer is obviously yes. Both groups are the same things with that. Do they believe in really key elements of Judaism? Like, for example, the person is going to be there, and you have to teach them the basic Judaism in order for them to join the club. There are 3 basic things that is like part of the curriculum for sure. What are the 3 basic things they've got to get? The body is going to be one of them. The second one is feel it right. There's more than the third one. Exactly. Those are the 3 things. If you have those 3 down, you can probably manage to get into the club. So in terms of Shabbat, yes, they're in terms of kashrus, absolutely they're on the same page. And in terms of intimacy, which is what we in terms of here for yes. So how are they different? They are all in the same kind of stage of thing. What is next? Yes, they're trying to relate it. Like, for example, in Mishpacha, there is a construction of the mikvah in number 4, of God 4, or Tachat 4. These are trying to detail with the rabbis really get deep into, so to speak. But the general parameters for regular people is they are really simple. If you are March and come to this planet and you saw Hasidas and Haredim standing side by side, be able to tell them it's not even martial practice. So it's really because of the rebellions that we started this whole unit with. The rebellion of discovery is really the rebellion of consciousness. In the sense that they're finding, as it were, old things and renewing them. Like the Hasidim did say that, hey, we're starting with something totally new. Generally speaking, Judaism traditionally frowns on like when it comes sober, Chadash, Hasor, and the Torah. The idea of saying, hey, this is the first break is Chadash, you don't do that Judaism generally speaking. But if you find something that used to be done a long time ago, you can start to say, hey, we should incorporate something that used to be done a long time ago. Mr. Krantz.
You know, for example, the difference of where you get something crazy is the way that the latest law, the house, and like the person involved, every fully direct and so
we are going to go to all the things that go to the scene. That's not going to be crazy short. So hold it for now, okay? Because that's going to get kind of like the high point of the show. I don't want you to give it away before we go here. Let's try to understand a little bit. What are these rebellions discovered? What's new, what's innovative is from the perspective of the Hasidim, what's new is stuff that has been forgotten, not used, Kabbalistic stuff that they're bringing in that's really old and so old that they forgot about it. So they're not introducing something new for them. Non-Hasidim, it's not them, of course, there's a lot of challenging that these things are not going to actually do. So, for example, the term Hasidism, it's hard to know exactly how to translate it, but as I mentioned, I think last week, the word Hasidim has been used many times in Jewish history. You see it with David Amalek, his followers were called Hasidim. You see it with Yehuda Maccabees, they were also called Hasidim. You see it with the Hasidim, we spoke about them 2 weeks ago. These generally means people who go beyond what's written in the right? So you go with images of it, you go with it, or you go with images. You go beyond what is actually required. There's extra. So, for example, when it comes to Theos, of course, the only thing that's forbidden halachically is to shave the sides of it. Like you can't shave it with a blade. With a razor, there's some such an electric razor. But with a blade, you can't shave the sides of your head. The Hasidim will say, well, if you can't shave it, or you can trim your Theos, if you can't shave it, we're not going to even cut it. We're going to let it grow, down low, and use curling knives to look really pretty. Because if we can't shave it, we're not going to cut it at all. It's like going beyond what is technically required. That's essentially the idea there. You see it, the Hasidim and Yemenite also wear these Theos. There's a great picture of Theos, right? Okay. But where the Litvaks start wearing Theos? Well, this is one of the ironic things about the 20th century, which has been noted by the historian Joseph Dunn, that some of the things that the Hasidim did really well were so popular that they influenced the Litvaks as well. So the Litvaks start adopting bit by bit little Hasidic customs. This is a phenomenon that is especially true in the 20th century, not just the Christian customs, but also Sephardic customs. Get into the Ashkenazic world, and it's kind of like a cholas of many different ideas. So that's where Litvaks will also grow their payas sometimes, even though technically, historically, they never had payas, like so long. Mr. Gone, great parentage. Yes, it does absolutely. Example of Hasidim following the Snagdic customs. An obvious one is the emphasis on certain Gemara. Because one of the big arguments that used for Hasidim was because you're not spending enough time learning Gemara. And now a lot of Hasidim spend a tremendous amount of time studying Gemara. It's that's a that's kind of like the ultimate literature value of studying text, especially Torah's neglect, the revealed Torah. That became a great Hasidic value as well. Going back and forth. Okay. Let's go to the actual history. So here we got to spend a little bit of time asking this question: how did Hasidism become so popular, so rapid? This is something we just begin to see the beginning of it in the 1700s, and then by the end of the 1700s, it's like swallowing a huge swath of southeastern Poland. How did it get so rapid, so fast? It's very rapid models. I'm going to walk you through them. The first one is from Heinrich Letz. You recall, we talked about it a while ago, he's like the first great encyclopedic historian of modern times. And he's like kind of like the heroic historian of Germany. He wrote first in German, later in Russian, and his history was designed anyway to demonstrate to non-Jewish Germans that Jews had a tremendous amount of value in German culture, and that they've always been mistreated by secular society, by non-Jews, and nevertheless they're still heroically moving ahead, developing ideas, civilization, and stuff like that. And really, you Germans should let the Jews have equal citizenship. They have earned it many, many times over. That's kind of Brent's model of thinking that pervades the entire world history of the Jewish people. I believe I discussed with this conflict with the Ukraine Kontaishka. Did I discuss that this one? Well, I'll talk about it maybe later on the Holocaust. It was a huge counter reaction against that approach. He's kind of like, he wrote in the 1880s and 1890s. He was trying to English in the first decade of the 20th century. He sees Hasidism as the worst possible thing that could happen to Judaism. he says they're so opposite to what Jews are really all about. Jews are cultured, Jews are learned, Jews are sedate, Jews are good, normal citizens. They do not get drunk. They do not engage in wild, raucous behavior. Those that see them as an aberration of Judaism. And why did it take such hold in Poland and Ukraine? Because Jews were living there were unfortunately bereft of a good Jewish education. They were highly illiterate compared to other Jewish populations, even far more literate than the population surrounding them, but they're still less literate than us German Jews who know the great classics, Goethe, Schiller, and Beethoven, and stuff like that. And they were hopelessly infected with superstition that was spread as a result of Rothschild and and they fell for it hook, line, and sinker. And we Jews really have to do everything we can to root out this blind superstition that has infected Eastern European Jews. Right? That's his approach is that Hasidism expanded largely because those Jews were ignorant and didn't know any better. Right? Any arguments, discussions, Mr. Krantz, do you have any thoughts? Yep.
And first of all, it wasn't, you say that they didn't have, they were illiterate.
We are much less literate than other people.
Even in the quote unquote dysfunctional country, they would never have been allowed to get an education until you were
Yeah, so it's not us, but it's not going to change the argument.
right. But I would say that it's more of the idea of a culture so Hashem that are presenting the literacy. That shouldn't be people that are so Hashem that are learning.
So you're moving to the next historian, Shimon Zimno. As you mentioned in my note, we talked about how he was shot. So, but we see a lot of companies, now we're seeing it specifically at Possibly. Shimon Zimno, unlike Rex, who did most of his work in Germany, Zimno did most of his work in Poland and Russia, wrote in Russian, wrote as Hebrew, if I remember correctly. And he said, no, that's all wrong. Hasidism is the genuine outpouring of the Jewish spirit. It's authentic. The Jews of Eastern Europe were like, relishing. They were longing for some kind of connection to Hashem. And the reality is that all the great yeshivas were out in north and Lithuania. They were separated from it, but they still wanted to serve Hashem. And they found their way to do it through full expression of religiosity, through dancing, camaraderie, and what is all tapped into that basic human need to feel like you are a child of God. That is a really great thing. But you should not see Hasidism because they're actually really beautiful Jews, and we should encourage them. Right? So very, very different approach, but still it relates to an intellectual approach to Hasidism. Another example of this rumor is kind of like he explores those thoughts further. Martin was not actually a historian, but he was very influential in the Western Europeans to adopt a concept that into Hasidism. He was a Wall Street first famous book, I and Thou. Really, actually, quite strange and fascinating book. But he was, as a Jew, quite taken with Hasidism, and he went and translated all kinds of Hasidic works into German and popularized it. And his big thing was that Hasidism succeeded because it captured the Jewish imagination. And the kinds of things like that guy I read in his comments, that he was criticizing Rothschild and so on, that's his favorite. Rothschild is fantastic, but the amazing, weird stories that Rabbi used to tell and stuff like that. Because Hasidism spread because it captured the imagination. That even intellectuals sitting alone in their studies could read Hasidism and say, wow, this is mind-blowing. I want to be a Hasid, regardless of all the other things. Now, here's my favorite. Well, not favorite. really puts heavy emphasis on Hasidism as the next stage of Jewish mysticism after Shabtai. He does draw a direct line from Shabtai into the Hasidic movement. Shabtai, of course, was debacle and birds of Islam and everyone was depressed and stuff like that. But Shabtai did open up for a large population the possibility of studying Kabbalah. And people began to say, wait a second, we're even missing all this really cool coming out of Scottsdale. Wow, it's so amazing. So he said it really has to do with the intellectual approach. And in fact, there are a lot of requests, a ridiculously embarrassing number of rabbis who became all Shabtai Tzvi, and even after converted, they stayed on quietly or, under the table, still being Shabtai Tzvi believers. There was, for about half a century, a long, number of surprisingly important rabbis who are still serving as the head of their faith and still serving as poskim and stuff like that. And we know that they're still writing pro-Shabtai stuff. It's a very, very difficult period. Mr. Grant, what's the question? So, we're going to call around I also did before, and I heard what it is was around town before Hasidism was born, but not that much before, about 40 years before the Rothschild. Okay, so let's go. Here's my favorite. This guy's my favorite. Let's someone else is going to have to this year. Can you talk to me about this? Yeah, right. Let's great. No.
I'm still in order. We were all you got.
I don't know. I don't know. So you have to look up. You have a computer. My computer will do it. Ben still Seymour is great. No, I love it. Seymour's approach because he uses the table control. Before they was even born, he used table control. And he basically money. What are you guys all talking about? Ideas. About thinking advantage. No, it's about money. Think about it like this. We know that in the Old Switzerland Commonwealth, like who owned the villages? Who owned the whole thing outright? The orchards, the mills, the noblemen, right? The Schlachter, Polish, the Yiddish, the forests. Right? The forests own everything. Nothing can happen in his landed territories, without the Jewish community. So who hired the rabbi? The forests hired the rabbi. So the forests would actually, the non-Jewish Polish forests would actually appoint the rabbi for the Jews. It was like a signature. It was like a little, a stella. It was like a sweet job to do. So that meant like a lot of people would actually go and slaughter the forests to become the town rabbi. And the town rabbi would largely be supported by the tax revenues of the Jewish community. There was a special tax on kosher meat, the tax on Shabbos candles, that's the rabbi. A whole pile of these kinds of like local taxes. So you know what? If you like to sit in the yard, you didn't necessarily like people that much. All you have to do is like get your father-in-law to help you buy a Leviticus somewhere, and you would be the rabbi of this. And the Hasidic movement was a rebellion against these awful rabbis who were not primarily concerned with the spiritual welfare of their flock. Come back to Mr. Rubish.
They're not related. Except that one from Kennedy from the okay,
good. Thank you for letting me know. So he said that the Hasidic movement was set up initially as grassroots religious movement saying, we don't have anything to do with these, all of the profanities here, so I'm not going to words. So all of these these corrupt rabbis who taught their position and are not interested in doing what we need. We need counseling, we need guidance, we need, like a rabbi to inspire us. And the last thing comes inspirational. But these local charismatic leaders, they know how to sing, they know how to dance, they know how to tell a story, they know how to sit down and have a drink with a fellow Jew and to spy over their problems. Those are the guys we want to be our leaders. And moreover, once you really see that, and you talk about it, and you get to the conflict in a second, they set up all churches, 7 leads, and supported particularly popular establishments, for example, and then a meat tax and kosher meat, right? Who would be selected in the meat tax? The tax collector, but where would you pay it? Now, the butcher shop is typically the seller too. Right? You buy the seller, you have probably never saw salt meat. Right? You have meat. You did not come, with the blood, you have to actually salt yourself and others salt it yourself. I went back there, it's like a class that had salt and delivery. You can't just buy the meat, like, upside down the plastic. Anyway, so if we're buying something, okay, who's paying for that to the rabbis and the rabbis. What happens if we want to pay more meat tax, which we're going to pay anyways? So let's see, rabbis, how would you do that? You say, oh, I'm sorry, I have to have this Mr. Shkita. I can't go to the regular Shkita. I need to go to the Shkita. And so you have different Shkita that prevents zero dinars that is only refuge there. You direct it away from that. Rabbi will do it. Let's say, for example, the lid box all down and chocolate during the week at 6:19 a.m. And you're one of the second. Costas that says you don't have to tell them when you're ready. Let's say 8:30, 10:30 in the morning. So you're going to have a shul. You can't have some time, especially if it's an overlap. You can't put 2 different, I don't know, shuls. So you have a new revenue stream. Those dealers are, it's maybe a little bit overstated, but it definitely has tremendous value. Money and how to rabbi. Like Alexa supports this guy as opposed to giving it to the corrupt rabbi with the forest. He's the forensic. He looks for the remotes, saying good, yeah. So we're going to get there. I know I tell you it's a tricky question, but we just have 4 of them. But we'll get there. Mr. Harris, quick one. It's a protocol for the spiritual I'm sure that he started. But Mr. Harris, ever was it so? Money is always the rule that motivates so much of what we do. It was just the rabbis going around without being just necessarily. Not necessarily. We still see, I'm going to show you the Paul Shepherd's constitution. Other interesting arguments had Robert Albert, very, very interesting scholar, says, you know what it's all about? And this thing's half for the human race, women. Hasidism actually, especially in the early stage in the 1700s, allowed some unusual opportunities for women where they had largely been locked out of traditional literature practice. There are actually several examples of female rabbis. There's a famous maiden of Year, for example. Her name is Deborah Hunter. She has a dish. She would give shear. Sometimes the veil, sometimes not. All kinds of interesting ways to open up what is traditional practice and say these other things can be done, and all of a sudden it's practice for women. Another example in the 21st century is like Kabbalah in this, right? We have a Kabbalah couple in Montana to set up a Kabbalah house. There's only the 2 of them there. There's going to be a lot of opportunities for the referencing, but all of a sudden you do all kinds of things that referencing 100 years ago have done. Different kind of classes, different kind of activities, novel-based, and and it's all couched within the tradition, because that nature is kind of rebellion, but it's ultimately is something that is novel into it. And so it without advice quite a bit about how Hasidism appealed to women as it offered new opportunities for them to express their spirituality. So that's just half a dozen different historiographic approaches trying to understand how this happened. Let's get down to
It's really
here's my colleague, most of us, actually a senior colleague on research. He's got when the Soviet Union fell apart in 1991, a little bit earlier because he was working with Poland that collapsed before it. Many scholars were then shut out of all the Soviet archives. Soviets were really jealous of the nation, very nervous about what kind of things to get out and so on. So he was one of the very, very first Jewish scholars to be able to get into the Polish archives. Poland was part of the Soviet bloc, it was not part of the Soviet Union per se, so it was part of the bloc. Ironically, I was also a much younger scholar than him. I was a graduate student at the time in 1989 when I first went there, and that's one of the reasons why I got into this group, because I was allowed access to the Communist Party archives and found all kinds of things in the 1990s. But anyway, he was one of the first guys to go back there, and he went straight to Poland to a place called Medzhibizh, because he was looking for one particular thing. What was he looking for? The Baal Shem Tov. The article called in search of the Baal Shem Tov. Baal Shem Tov, the main founder of Hasidus. We didn't know for sure if he actually was a real person. The only book we had that said anything about it was this from Shivchei HaDesh, the phrase of the Desh, Baal Shem Tov, right? The master of the name. That was published decades after he lived, and so filled with all kinds of miraculous stories and stuff like that, that we don't even know how much they contain. It's not a history book. And so there's a lot of questions. Did you need it? So the Rothschild went and directly to Medzhibizh, and found his tax records. Sure enough, the Baal Shem, you can see here the boss, Baal Shem, right? That's it, the Baal Shem. He was recognized. Now, this is quite different. Funny enough, I still look it up. But Mr. Rubin figured I don't think
it's like saying that Genshin didn't exist. I mean, it existed, not even pre-existed.
That's a whole different argument. We're going to do that in history 155 sometimes. But yeah, so it's we don't know possibly we didn't have census data, and all we had was legendary stories. And there are some people like Pied Piper or the Sheriff of Nottingham that we don't necessarily knew existed, but they become part of the legendary. So the question was, if they existed, and so he did. Now, by the way, his book is fascinating. The Baal Shem Tov was, contrary to a lot of the stories in Japan would probably repeat about, was wandering and things like that. He was actually a very respected figure. He had a house paid for by the community. He lived on the main street. He had a pretty good income. He was regarded as they really called him reverend, and it's actually a real deal. We don't know too much about what he actually did at one part of these stories by Shivchei HaDesh, but we do know that we have certain non-Jewish documentation validating at least some aspect of it. His names are roughly 1699 to 1760. What is fascinating, however, is the precursors that we definitely know about in modern data. So this is a colleague of mine. This is someone I met when I was first in Davis. He's actually with the Nazi Library. He's actually a huge scholar right now. I think I even put his book on the syllabus. Johann Centrowski sharing. Now it was more like not too much hair, but he has all white. But he's a really important scholar. I met him there when they're both really friends. And he was working with these custom people folks from the communities of Polish Lithuania that were moldering away at some of the basements and libraries. people a lot. It's not great research. And I'll tell you, I'm going to tell you about his research on the precursors, but the diagrams that exactly, good question. The reason is because there's tons of people going around what's called violation shame. And he didn't necessarily call himself violation, but people was about 5 years ago. He was the violation. Oh, what does that mean? Perhaps you can answer that? So hang on one second, hang on. Someone can answer that? He's the good violation. Excellent. So what does that mean? He's a good violation. What are the bad violation? No, everybody is not going to be right? So first of all, what is a violation? Okay, what do they do? About surely master of the name. Like master of Hashem's name. Why? Because he was right made, right ambulance. We should still remember this is after Shabtai Tzvi, not that long after, right? Baal Shem Tov was 70, 60. That's 100 years, 95, after the back of the Shabtai Tzvi version. But in those decades, there are all kinds of people who are making good living, right? Amulets. Amulets, right? There's probably a made out all kinds of, right? When our children were born, we got these little families. Also, direct amulet. So that's an amulet, but not a text amulet, right? That's just a same kind of idea. These are like not just derogatory, but like magical devices. More technical term exists. They're theurgic devices, which means these are tools you can use to get God to do the things you want God to do. Right? That's like magic, right? We can say it's also called practical Kabbalah. It's like Kabbalah is used to make things happen. What do you call it? Yeah, Kabbalah. So this is part of Jewish culture, right? The chutzah, and the hand, with sometimes the eye in it, the word off the hand Torah, the little part that we got, the word that we love those things. So I some of myself. In fact, when my first son was born, a very, very religious rabbi, but the very complex amulet put on the front door. And I have a spooky story to tell you, but I'm not going to do it on the recording. Maybe I'll tell you afterwards. But we use amulets. Sometimes people hang their rear mirror in their car, stuff like that. So, especially rural literacy regions where people have very little access to Jewish texts in a significant way, like in southern Poland, western Ukraine. There's some guy who looks really good, he seems like a nice guy. Grew up to say, oh, Rabbi, I'm stuck in trouble with my business. My daughter's home for the shidduch, and I'm worried about my grandchild. She's not so healthy. Would you please write a mail for me? And they'll write something, wherever you put your pants or your pocket, on top of the threshold of the door, things like this. These people are called salvation, amulet makers. Now, not all of them were so I. It was an easy way to make a living. You could halfway write your name. You might be able to convince people that it was worth paying money for your amulets. And by the way, this is something to do with Judaism, right? How about our client is somewhere around there, $2 about exactly which word it's valid, somewhere around there. Whole discussion of things where amulets on Shabbos. And a whole discussion about what's the defining factor. It's also such a person that said a Shabbos couple of Yosef, right? What makes you wear an amulet on Shabbos, or what kind of amulet is there? If they're written by a multi, they're written by an expert. So that means right away, you can amulets by experts, and amulets are not written by experts already in a complicated period. So it's a really long thing to do. But they were not so good. This guy, coming to notice them and yesterday, he goes to Baal Shem. Oh, he is great. His amulets for. And he was so wonderful to be with. He loved it. And that's how he became like really great. People loved it. So my colleague Yochanan studied the Baal Shem, in particular he looked at one called Hillel Baal Shem. Fascinating example. Hillel Baal Shem wrote a 500-page manuscript which he forbade to ever be published. He said you can only copy this out by hand. Nobody is allowed to publish it. Yochanan, of course, published it, but it's really interesting because it was like one of the last gasps of anti-book culture. We're not going to go into the whole, business of publishing things so that anybody in the street can have it. You have to be able to write it out. So there's a whole background to the Baal Shem Tov among the Baal Shem that was very active at this time. Okay. Do I see any other hands? Mr. Brown?
How can you say that it was? You said it wasn't what was the average for the tours in Rothschild. So the farm,
Yeah. So later the ship came back.
they put the farm of Rothschild teaching with the side so
You have to accept the assertion that passed down student to student. If you don't accept that, or if you have skepticism, so you want to see is it really true? I think the Baal consider might have more that has a positive. Mr. Lorenzo.
So Christ is for nationality of time. For all these things, when a lot of it was historical and why so
Well, the Yamnas go all the way back. The Yamnas go before this part of Gushan as a community existed. We have it in the Gemara, all the Nevada. So that goes back. The Kabbalah, that's a large discussion. I don't want to have it here, but we know that there's an explosion of it in the 13th century in Spain. And it makes pretty good progress to get to Eastern Europe by the 1700s and to motivate a massive amount of people, a popular movement. It's pretty impressive. Okay, so let me go on to it. So what happens to this? The Rothschild, it has a couple of cycles, and reminded of Mesrich. Reminded Mesrich has 5 distinct disciples. One of them is also Rabbi, and those 5 disciples express these everywhere. So the great book, The Historical Atlas of Hasidism by Marcin Bozinski, and it has all kinds of really cool maps to show how things are spreading. It starts between everything. This is the Polish Lithuanian Commonwealth. Here's Medjugorje, and here's like on Medjugorje and Magni, have the massive spread of Hasidism. But of course, and this is in 1772, when he lived. So it's really fascinating science about things that died in 1760. 12 years later, you got a third generation going, and they were really strong. But that's when it starts to run into opposition. It's only when the Magian really has significant popularity that the Litvak Christians would start waking up and saying, wait a second, this is serious. And it's actually shaping the way people observe Judaism in Eastern Europe. What we're going to do. The opposition centered around the Vilna Gaon. Here's another example of an image of him. Again, I don't know how accurate this image is. He lived from 1720 to 1797. So the last 20 years of his life were involved in one degree or another in the opposition. There was a considerable amount of ink spilled on how much he personally was opposed to Hasidism. There's no doubt that he was opposed to it, but maybe not necessarily the same degree of vitriol as many of his followers. And in fact, probably I would suggest to you, gentlemen, this is one of the phenomena that we often see in history, that great leaders may have a particular attitude to condemn or champion one cause or another, but it's often their second in command who become the real proponents of that attitude. And they use their mentors' prestige to wage their own wars. Assassination is the Roman going to keep certainly had some serious reservations in opposition to Nazism, but it was his followers who came out to do it, and he was prepared to go into the streets and fight over it. So, what is it that they wrote? So, I noticed, I think here, 9 different things that an assignment usually got published. First is, what is this separate prayer groups business, right? Positive tends to emphasize a very different approach to Tefillah, whereas the lit bucks really have a level of discipline in terms of what exactly are the boundaries of time when you're allowed to gather and shop with Mishkamar. And these, are widely ignored by the student groups, largely in the sense that, what's the point of praying on time if you are not inspired to pray? This is not an endorsement, gentlemen. You got to show up for chakras at 7:45 in the morning. Can't claim this as your excuse. 7:45 for the chakra years. But that's the idea with us because, I'm not, what is the shit on my dominant for if I'm still sleeping? Let me, but you can sleep during class, like some of us. Good night, nice stuff. So, my voice is very skilled in habit, though. So, that's one of the stuff. Remember, Ben Dealer said that the separate prayer groups really had an economic incentive to it as well. That was ways in different revenues and for the country. So, that goes along with the more demanded prayer times. Of course, they're saying that, out to Russian and people don't separate from the community and you're setting up separate people and things like that. There's different groups and so on. That's not right. And what is this with abandoning our traditional siddur? What's wrong with the Ashkenazi siddur? The people went back to various opium styles of davening, which are associated especially with the Alri. The Alri style, Rabbi Yitzhak Luria, phenomenal Egyptian and later Tzfat rabbis of the 16th century. The separate kosher slaughter. There's a whole bit of, when you try to study such a school yet, look for I should be studying it for about 4 months. The second school, the whole discussion there, during the night, has to be both sharp and free of mix. But the problem is, especially with technology and computing, it's making that really, really sharp, very easy for you to get a nick. If you make it a little less sharp, you won't get nicks, but then maybe you can pushing the example back instead of slicing. So the red box and the differed on the degree of sharpness you guys had to have. So that makes different shpita, you have to have a shpita. What is this? You're not studying Talmud or anything. You're getting together and you're sitting around telling stories and you drink alcohol. Is that what the most people do? And instead of studying tomorrow, that was enough. You said, oh my gosh, Kabbalah is supposed to be Kadosh Kadoshim. The Shlomo himself was a phenomenal Kabbalist, but that was kind of like the ideal in the Christian world was only people who met all of the markers, 40 years of age, male, having completed Shas and Posting. Then maybe you can look at Kabbalah. Instead, these Hasidim are like, wagon drivers, concentrators, water carriers, regular books, lonely people with no education, and they're right away talking about the Spiros and the Klimas Noga. What is going on with you guys teaching this stuff to ordinary ignoramuses? That's swaggle. So taking turtles and throwing them into the mud. You can't do that. The art changed 19th century, but the Hasidim at the time, 18th century, were known for incredibly wildly turning somersaults in shul was regular practice. Can you imagine? It's rolling up and down. Because the idea was pull up to the side, Arnold Hashem, all those forms call out to Hashem. So I'm going to increase violence in my gesticulation. You ever done some press lovers? Lots of clapping, happened with the car was stolen, where you scream out loud when you dump it, like you're supposed to imagine someone wants to stab a knife in your back and you stop it like a full volume. So really weird behavior. And so add to that alcohol, and things can change dramatically. So these guys are like, that's not you. Just sit down and stock still, don't move, or live up, right? And we wait for like Scotty, like on the transporter being quiet, and these are just so wild. What's their crash? They said, oh, it's not all of it. Right, you can imagine. I mean, that's just gives you a sense of like how the lead parts is crazy. And finally, number 8, antinomianism, which is another category percent breaking the law, breaking the law, or breaking norms, and these ones have to secretly follow a shadow. So these are the charges that were brought against the student by the Christian event. They also read the Rothschild of the Rabbi on the Rabbi, and they're not perhaps went to see the Vilna and say, hey, no, it's not like that. Sure, there are some bad eggs and these things, but that's not really what we're all about. The Vilna actually refused to see them. And so we don't know exactly, if it was like, there's a lot of ways to interpret that, but it definitely was not interpreted in a positive way by the economy movement. And so in 1772, again, not clear whether it comes from the Gaon or whether it comes from settlers, but in 1772, there were parents placed on the students got the extra thing, and their hopes were actually good. Not the first time Jews have been books about the Rambam starting class. They were not born, they were married, but might as well, right? Now the Casino, they prepare them back again. And you have books, Sands and Brown as well. And it was like just a crazy for the last 2 decades of the 18th century. Humans having literally at each other's throats, and especially nasty back in the year 1781, that's like when we used don't stand within Alabama's counterbands. This would appear one of the most ferocious level of conflict between them. Ultimately, the conflict ended in 1794 when there was a rabbi in Athens, an Islamic rabbi, and was Athens is like one of those borderline territories. This actually has a geography which is expected to be more is like basically off the borderline. So when Kent, which the Messiah thought was their territory, when they lost a key position to a Hasidic rabbi, that rabbi went to the Russian authorities and said, they hired a charlatan, which is under a ban by the great Jonah Down and so on, and so they put a Hasidic rabbi in jail, which began a whole cycle of denunciation through the Russian government. Stephen thrown in jail, Stephen thrown in jail, you hang out with Stephen, he's part of the students in Boston, like every other week, someone's getting out of jail, this is when this Rabbi or that Rabbi does it. But it was really nasty. I don't even imagine. It's calling out the cops saying, hey, you gotta put this rabbi in jail because he's, betraying our values. Also, put yourself within the mindset of 19th century Russian Empire. It's very different from our empire. Nowadays, you can worship alligators if you want. No one really cares what you choose in your own home or in your own house of worship. There are lots of wacky kinds of religions, because that's the nature of our secular. The Russian Empire did not have a religion, but they expected to become that shit. Don't make trouble, leaders. Anyone who tries to open things legitimate, these people are not legitimate. Those are people who revolutionaries by Charles Darwin. We don't want Jewish society to be disrupted by revolution because they don't want their own government to be disrupted by revolution. So that's why the Russian government listen to this and you say, oh my gosh, it's great. So look at this document translated to Russian for me. I can see that this guy is definitely in trouble with other Jews, and therefore they went along with it, put them in jail. Okay, all you questions?
One thing, I don't know. I don't think anybody really.
Okay, you guys can put in jail for getting drunk.
I don't think I've ever heard anybody talk about
Okay.
the person.
So let's
Like
go
one time
on.
I heard a reference.
All right, so
Home improvement, but
what
it's
ends up happening, and we actually began talking about it.
why not?
See, there's going to be two phenomena that happen. One that we'll talk about more on Wednesday. One that I want to mention later. The second phenomenon was picked up on Wednesday.
Go to see everybody.
This whole fight between the sides of the museum died rapidly in the second decade of the 19th century when they realized that they're fighting over tiny little details, whether that should be sharp or whether it should be neck free. But the masculine comes from the left. They're saying, my seat kosher. And the Hasidim are saying, what you should govern at 6 a.m. or at 10 a.m. And masculine are saying, why not Shabbos and Saturday? Let's move to Sunday. So that's not the weekend. Right? So the Hasidim and the Hasidim realize that they have a far greater enemy of their understanding of Judaism in the masculine. And so they decided to patch things up really fast because withstand their challenge against the United Force. The phenomenon I want to talk about now is when the Nazis realized they were not going to win a decisive battle against the Hasidim. The Hasidim are here to stay. So then they said, okay, let's start borrowing from their playbook. Let's figure out what we can do to adapt to the experience. And then they actually was able to see that there's anything sort of voice in there. But it's kind of like, you get those guys, but like, you get those trails and you try to do them. Basically, basically. They sort of said, like, I would hate for my daughter to marry a prostitute, but I would rather a relation of neighbors that allow us to live on my street. They didn't necessarily like each other, but they realized they had a lot more in common. As we saw in the class, right? 99% of what the people in China believe is the same. It's that 1 to 5% is this guy. Where's our tool? You're not where it does. It's not like that's where the shot is.
We just want to share.
Okay, so this is the great yeshiva of Rothschild, one of the most important yeshivas that was established in the late 19th century. It was established, of course, by the great students of the Rabbi of Rothschild, who lived at this time in the late 1700s, having to figure out how we're going to cope with the Hasidim. So they say, okay, what we have to do is we have to go back like the Hasidim. They innovated by finding things in the tradition that we didn't like really emphasize. So what we have to do is we have to go back to the same thing. We have to find those things which are definitely in the tradition, and then we have to make it available. So, for example, what are we good at? That's what we're going to do with text. So we are going to double down on the text. We are going, maybe one of the things my parts missed out on is that we did not emphasize the importance of common study. So we're going to make sure that you're not going to overlook a much wider exposure to like, even the model learning, you should understand that those kids are going to give you a lot of different but you know, a child would be lucky to have a smattering of physiology in his cultural knowledge. You know, savor of Mishnah, that thing would have been easy. So learning aspect of Gemara, you know, that's a massive problem. Because, you know, basically money, right? At a certain age, 13, 14, you could be married. You gotta be out there making a living. So there's not much opportunity for someone up with our unwild to actually engage in full-time and learning like you guys do. And seriously, so Rothschild said, you know what, basically we really got to make more emphasis on letting everybody study Talmud, at least every male studying Talmud. We've got to push what we are good at, which is Talmud in particular is better than anyone. We're way better than the kingdom of Talmud. So we really stake our reputation on that. And when it comes to Kabbalah, which is where it's really broke open and a message, you know what? Kabbalah is Kabbalah. But we're going to be super careful how we disseminate it. Unlike the Kabbalah and the other ones, well, like reading Tanya, which is like, oh my gosh, I didn't in my own lifetime I had Mr. Rabbi's telling me I should not be reading Tanya because it's too Kabbalistic or in my own lifetime. Yeah, this is pretty good. But not Tanya, no. This is the response, really important response, and I encourage you gentlemen to read this. This is Nevesh Achayim by the Chaim of the Rosh, the student of the Talmud, and this is basically Kabbalah for midwives. And you guys are doing this from a mind blowing thing. It is easily the equal of Tanya. So the great philosopher Emmanuel Levi asked, oh, he said the equal of Tanya. How many years? This is amazing. It's not the actual Tanya. They're very, very similar in so many ways. The last chapter was actually translated by the philosopher Emmanuel Levi into French. Mind-blowing work. It changed my life. I'll tell you quickly. My story. 1 minute left. When I was first in Yeshiva, maybe I'll turn off the this one. Yeah, it's a personal story. When I was first in Yeshiva, you know that I came to Yeshiva late in life. It was already in my 20s.
Oh, baby girl.
Okay, gentlemen, we're going to go into the wild 8 weeks and we left off last week. Sunday, we left off Monday, we were talking about so we left off Monday. I'm doing great. But you coming late? Let's say, how you doing? And where we left off last week, we were at like the question the feet of the Misty Rebellion, right? And we talked a lot about the socioeconomic roots of it. Mr. Tiller asked some good questions there because, you know, we spoke earlier about the stages of anti-Semitism and the kind of major things that go on with it, but we didn't really look at anti-Semitism as a horizontal phenomenon, meaning like, why would people hate Jews in this country as opposed to in this country at the same time? You should realize that there is definitely regional variation between communities in regard to their anti-Semitic ideas. Again, the weirdest thing about anti-Semitism is kind of supernatural thing about it, maybe, is that it seems to be a virus that anyone can catch, like it goes and it transforms itself into, you know, I wouldn't be surprised if there are anti-Semitic Eskimos and there are Jews in the Inuit. And when we look specifically at the 17th century Europe, there's no question that the content of that anti-Semitism was of a socio-economic nature, meaning that the problems that Ukrainians in particular had with Jews will face more than anything else on the issues that they had economically. That's not to say there were not also religious elements, you know, the Jews killed Christ and things like that. That's not to say that the blood Bible did not seep into Poland, which certainly did over the next few centuries. We were just kind of like boiled down to the government. And one last question in this regard. I think one of the challenges of studying history and academic level, as opposed to kind of like as an identity building phenomenon, like
Thanks for the follow,
that
Rabbi.
there are some Jewish movements that will really say, let's teach Jews about the Holocaust so they will become more committed to, right? So if that's your goal, then you're really going to emphasize certain aspects of the Holocaust that lead to the goal of making a more committed study. But if you are interested in academic study of the phenomenon of anti-Semitism, without the ulterior goal of what it would do to the person in terms of their ideology, their philosophy, their philosophy,
I don't
then
even
you got to
know
recognize the fact that
where was
it's
it
not
from?
always true what you do. There are elements of our behavior
Oh,
over the
it's
centuries
6 hours
which
on
have from time
YouTube
to
that
time occasions a background.
Why is this
Which is
more so
generally
difficult to
part
understand?
of the version,
I
the
can't get
nature
more
of
than
the
1
original
minute
events,
into this
but
fucking
nevertheless, that's
YouTube
part of
video.
the autopsy of hatred that we're engaged in.
I never even heard of
Now, I
that
don't want
fucking
to
Russian
say one more
word
time, I
for
know it's
the
a
fucking
challenge,
former proof of
that
the
if we try to understand interethnic relations as objectively as possible,
God.
it's not always true that Jews are blameless. I don't think that, I'd say with great confidence, there is no case in Jewish history of a Jew ever been caught murdering a child and drinking his blood. That I can say for sure. Not say for sure. In fact, I would not say for sure not in case by a Jew in that killing a child. Not because of the way. That has happened in Brooklyn with that child. I don't remember his name offhand, unfortunately, but that does happen. And how much is translating to populace is really.
Do you really think they do?
Talking about how NS was supposed to like all over the place. Does that mean the fact that people which is laying out a really are happy that I can see minority group somehow as everything possible. Like, oh, this is moving when you were absolutely right, Mr. Krantz,
It's like
that
when
is
you take
the
one of
founding
the
of peace, the great philosophy, novel stuff, that you can talk about in one life. You said it, see the tree, next is the bar. That if the Jew did not exist, then someone wouldn't be
Who do you think?
at the end, if someone needs some kind of construct to explain his own failures, the Jew is a great construct.
German?
And ironically, the more Jews are blamed for it, the better a construct will be. Because they can, say, oh my gosh, people felt this way about this 100 years ago, 200 years ago, 300. It must be true. Right? It's a conspiracy that builds upon itself.
Somehow.
You're absolutely right. I don't think that's sufficient to explain all types of anti-Semitism, but that is definitely one of the major psychological motives.
Legend runs in that form, but like what happened recently, these problems, they're considered, very adamant, normally human natures. They're normal finding out there. These are horrific attacks, but there are some instances of anti-Semitism where the violent reaction was to in proportion and understandable with what the user does to them. Like even if I would use them doesn't warrant barbarism. But violence we can sort of understand a little more, let's say again, whatever the BLM boards are thinking this, but they're just trying to express it without, barbarism and barbarism involved. So like we have students that's very less barbaric and also more understandable.
Yeah, to answer your question, we have to separate it a little bit. Because once we talk about the state of Israel, well, paradigm changes entirely, right? Because it goes from an interethnic conflict that involves a religious and distinct minority in a society, and those are certain kind of dynamics that happen when you have, social tensions with peasants and lords and Jews are somewhere in that mix, and a modern nation state with awesome armies and with powerful friends, then it becomes international relations. So maybe in case we want to use Egypt, Israel fought 3 wars with Egypt, 48, 56, 67, and then when Egypt finally was able, and in each case, Egypt lost. when Egypt was finally able to bloody Israel's nose in the October War of 1903, the Yom Kippur War. At that point, there was kind of like a alignment of the Egyptian mentality, and they said, well, look at that, we can hurt the Jews. And Israel is not completely, Israel took a horrible beating in October 1973, and that allowed Egypt to kind of say, so now we can make peace with them. Doesn't mean they were friends, doesn't mean that the level of anti-Semitism subsided, but it was not like suicidal anti-Semitism. It wasn't kind of like, we don't care if our country is destroyed as long as we can kill some more Jews. That's real crazy anti-Semitism. This is like international relations. Countries are always fighting, always. So that's normal. It's horrible sense that there was a lot of people dying, God forbid, horrible wars, but it's normal. What is not normal is Hamas. Hamas is definitely in the
understand why they do feel oppressed and there's
on economic profit that's real.
yeah, because that's the country. But I didn't understand that aspect of it. So, but we ever have to actually better access to it, or responding in a more, less violent way.
Sure. Yeah, you're asking. But you're also conflating two issues. You talk about Gaza. I said Hamas. They're not the same thing. Hamas, I think, is the closest thing I can imagine to maybe the Nazi SS second choice, or they're competing for that stuff. Because Hamas is really a death cult. They have explicitly public statements. They think better for them to be martyred in the fight against Israel than to have any degree of material prosperity in it. And that's just bizarre. Like that escapes my understanding why you want to choose that. But that's taking as far off. It will, of course, sometime though, the history of Israel and the Middle East. We are going to counter the fashion. Let's go to the 18th century. Yes, back in time. Here we go. So, this should be on. Right? Okay, so I gave this lecture a few years ago, and I actually typed it up, and you may have seen this is a popular show. It's on Rothschild, right? It's really great because it's set up Israel, fascinating characters, really fascinating, but it's essentially depicting ultra Orthodox life in the 21st century. And in so many ways, it's reflections of the 18th century. The same kind of tensions that were going on a few years ago, we're still enjoying them today in the very different modern era. And we can call this the long 18th century. There is this concept of shorter and longer centuries. How long is a century, Mr. Rothschild? 100 years. You have 261, 262. So a century is 100 years. However, historically speaking, we've got a short century, a long century. So, for example, the 19th century is considered long by most historians because it begins with the Franco-Prussian War of 1870, and after that war between France and Germany changed a lot of alignments. Then it continues all the way up to 1914, beginning of after Major and Third Rothschild. 1914, yeah. You were born in that.
I told you that.
That's a long 19th century. It doesn't go from 1900 to 1999. It goes from 1914. Most historians will think about the 19th century. It goes from the 20th century, which goes from 1918 and the World War I, 1991, collapse of the Soviet Union. Short century. Right, it's kind of like when you look at the major themes of the times. It's not like all of a sudden when the clock changes to the new century, everybody starts thinking differently. But there may be really big upheavals in the way people think, all this, depending on, most of that. We have a long 18th century war situation. begins with the 17th. But it really goes back to hepatitis B, we'll have to talk about in today's lecture. And it extends really up until the very end of 1795 is where it ended. That's when Poland was taken over by Russia, and all of a sudden a new environment for the Jews altogether. The kinds of figures that really shaped it, we have three big figures who just rocked the 18th century Jewish. You have the Rabbi, who is the founder of Chabad, very important figure, an unusual leader that we'll talk about a little bit on Monday, the entire Hasidic background, but among the Hasidim, he also expands really control of his generation. You have, I guess, next, the film of the famous Rabbi Elijah. We're not sure whether this is an accurate portrait. There are quite a few portraits going around, but this is one of them I kind of like to look at because the scene he is, of course, representing reaction to the Hasidic movement born in the 18th century, and they, of course, take on the name. It's not, they were about the time was about we call it, right? They are historically the predecessors of the style are kind of like the traditionalists, when the Hasidic movement began kind of as an intellectual spiritual rebellion, and it's not opposed to it. So that's how the traditionalists became opponents. It's a name that ultimately they sort of adopted themselves, even though there's officially a term of homophobia. They're also known for this as Litvaks, because they're from Lithuania, Litva, but today we call it sometimes Yeshivish. Obviously, this institution has a deep Litvish roots as well, but we are definitely about friendly, Sephardi friendly, all kinds of things like that. But we live in a post-movement world in many ways, but they're friends, and these methods work a lot. But obviously, this is good. Well, I think the life is a lot of fun. I should tell you, one of my daughters became what they call Spitz Chabad, Super Chabad. She's like, they have story Chabad that I get. Some whispers, they've heard, some have read in the book, but the Rabbi might have done this particular thing that immediately left them shut up. They knew that the field came out from having that. Well, and they're loving it. They're great. Anyways, my daughter used to know that she was like a spiritual powerhouse. She was like, my gosh, she was kind of like around the world. I remember, I'll tell you about a story. One story, I should tell a story. Hopefully, this video will go on. And one story, she was 8 years old, was sitting in a sukkah, and I'm talking about Son of Tokyo. So we just read on Yom Kippur. Son of Tokyo, that life's going to be opened up, and it's going to be all the things are there, and your signatures there. And it says, my family, like it was always said, and it's going to be like a video is playing of your entire life. Every single thing you've ever done wrong is going to be available there. And my daughter, she says, everything. She runs over the center flag. And she was, that's so much Chavada at 8 years old, with any mistake she might have made, that just the idea of what is on the program grew away. So that's the first year. Third, figure that wrong. And by the way, this like, you have to imagine 3 asteroids landed in the Atlantic Ocean, and they're still in the waves of their tsunamis, even today in the 21st century. The first one was the Alpha Rabbi, really, you say Paul jumped up, but I like to talk about the Alpha Rabbi, the Gaon, Mendelssohn. These 3 movements are still affecting us today in a very discernible way. Third rabbi, the leader fighting for this Yes, we'll talk about it. Excellent, that makes sense, right? But he's huge.
Look at this
All of
athleticism.
them
Look at this little. This is
Well,
really
we'll touch on
impressive.
the concepts a little bit, but these are three very different ways to approach junior universe that have a massive impact on the entrepreneur's growth and by extension us. I don't know why I include this lecture, but I kind of like this. And I also put this picture because a lot of times I want to see people say, hey, I'm sure, but she's so actually this guy here. I can say that I go loud. Walking down the street. Anyway, I'm not sure why I included that picture. Let's just understand this one more sort of theoretical that you're going to come back to this chart in a minute, because the 18th century in many ways was the long 18th century was a century of rebellions, intellectual rebellions of what I'm going to use a good German word here, the Weltanschauung. Remember that word, Weltanschauung. That means Mr. Rubin worldview accent. How do you know that? Famous word. Famous word. That's good. I'm so glad you said the famous word. A capital W, Weltanschauung is a way of looking at the world. It's a little bigger, I think, than the English word worldview. Kind of like pain, right? Weltanschauung means like, you feel optimistic or pessimistic about the world. You believe that, God runs every piece of the world, or maybe kind of left it alone, like a watchmaker or something. You believe that most people are nice, most people are evil. You believe that people definitely deserve all kinds of things like that are built into a film and time. So there's three big Weltanschauung rebellions that in the 18th century. We're going to go over each of them. But let's talk about it. First of all, rebellion of discovery. The Hasidic movement engaged in significant levels of innovation, but it was packaged essentially as restoration. In the sense of, we are going to do things very differently than our grandfathers and great grandfathers. But in reality, that's because we do not have access to the great fountains of wisdom present in particular in Kabbalistic sources. They have only realized already that they would certainly be doing the same thing, and that's actually the kind of thing that's going on in Hasidism. Kabbalah is right, like this. It's high-end the idea that Spiro, a lot of action in the 17th century, 16th century, really, thought this animates their friends. Part of the thing is it wasn't that's how we have the stars. It's fine that all the letters so that's how we can use the one that we did we go. We're going to go there. Going across. We still have some of those also there that society study or always did. So that's kind of like a question, sort of like the theology of the student movement. Like, if we are rediscovering stuff that existed hundreds, thousands of years ago, how come people weren't talking about it earlier? So that's a good question, more on a theological level. On a historical level, we definitely know that the ideas go back very far. Yet it is the rebellion based on discovery. If you could imagine that I stood in front of you today and not wear a suit and tie, or wore, for example, the kind of clothes that Tana might have worn, or an Amola. You look at me kind of crazy, but I'd say, no, these flowing robes. This is the way to go. You know, the people wore exactly the same shade. Like, that would be like a rebellion. That's doing something different, but it would be one of discovery. I learned that many people, Moses, actually, is really what I want to do.
I think what's useful for like fresh things to nowadays is like I think like trying to make a child not think like whoa, process stuff like that. But
If you're asking really important questions, it's like an incredibly vibrant, innovative movement for about the first 2 years, and then it goes through where a lot of historians reapplied and developed course in dynasties. And most historians see that as kind of like a downturn of a energy, but not all. Many have said that they just don't understand the 19th century very well. So stay with that question because we just beginning with it. There's like the tradition, this is basically the British view, that says, no, we have to rebel by doubling down on what we have been doing. Like up until now, we've been kind of relaxing. We have not been engaged in super high level study. And you just sort of like say, yeah, that's for the elites, but in reality, everybody's studying. Everybody's studying. That's more of the rebellion tradition. By doing something that Jews typically do not do that much historically, but we are going to use it for the masses. These are some why all these very low sort of yeah, it's kind of like a velvet shop. In the case of the things that happen in history that just make everyone sort of light up and say, well, it's like different things. When I came to discuss the shop type street, I believe that's going to be kind of like the breaking of the dam that creates all of these movements because there are those who say shop type street is really dangerous. There's some aspects of it which are totally cool and I want to grow those. Others say the shop type street is so dangerous, we'd rather do these things to protect ourselves. But we play the shop type street, one of those 9/11, like here in America, I always say before 9/11. I like them to use it, so I do it all before 9/11. There was a very big movement on 9/11. You did not have to go to security on a plane. I would just like walk in like this, and you didn't even smoke on the other side. You wonder why they told me I love smoking. Everybody's smoking. It doesn't matter if you're right. Fuselage flying through the sky with all this smoke in there. He was like, I can't say it's not that big a deal. But that's it was a pre-9/11 world. And now we live in a very post-9/11 world where you have security airports, you have cyber security issues, you have all kinds of strange threats nobody ever thought about. It's because of 9/11 that we have this very different world. You guys don't even realize it because that's the area you breathe. But older people remember what it used to be like. So too is before shop type street and after shop type street. So it's not scared of snag can be interpreted as a derogatory term. So it's not very scared of shop type street as well. Yes, these people are. There's a huge fear. And that's why it's going to kind of be like look at the shop type street. Basically predicted that the big schools went out as hard as they'll take. So doesn't have big game that takes more game than still those other ASCs that we're going to talk about all that stuff too. It is interesting. Not all the issues of the time will have but the most authoritative edition printed by the Rothschild, which is actually house, is actually an apology or wrong. The prince of the wrong shots, the wrong shots, or certain things for the study. Mr. Russell,
So what today's like modern orthodoxy would be comparable to the Western back then?
Mr. Russell, great question. 21st century question, though. And I think, as you shall see, modern orthodoxy, depending on how we want to define it, follows from all of these. It's the waves of that tsunami. 3 asteroids, we're like absorbing those waves and mixing them. Last question is why did let's fish? Where was so much? Why? This or that maybe. Why was it? Okay. If you don't know the reason for something, the reason probably is money. Exactly. You don't know. It's expensive to devote a working age male full time for a study. Right? It's incredible. You guys, 60 years ago, you would have been already earning a pension working in a mine or something. But to imagine this young age, full-time study at age 20, 21, 22, it's a virtually unheard of. It was too expensive and necessary. Well, we reaffirmed our priorities. and also lost the vast majority of people. Okay, you guys, I hope you realize that people are really, like, just do the numbers. Last year, about 10% of American Jewry growth. Of that 10% that's Orthodox, how many are like really devoted to full-time study at the maybe half, similar, but maybe half of those that 5%. Of those people who are engaged in it, you go into the computers and they go, well, right? So maybe half of a percent of the entire Jewish population is engaged full-time study like you are. You guys are still doing this. You are the Navy SEALs of the Navy SEALs. The Navy SEAls say, look at those guys. That's the thing. Okay. So that's very unusual. Parents, whoever else is paying for your tuition and for your ability to not be working in self-reliance, you got to be thankful. Okay. So the innovation of the rebels was sometimes perceived, or the innovation of the civic movement, as we shall see demonstrated, was often perceived as antinomian. The word was it mean? The Greek original is nomos. You hear that word, nomos? Nomos means law. Antinomian means breaking the norms, like the leader of this country, for example, breaking the norms. Not necessarily breaking the laws, but the thin line sometimes, right? So antinomian, the Hasidim were seen by the Stadium as being antinomian, saying, wow, what are you guys doing? We have a seminar. This is what I was supposed to cover. You're doubling later. And this is not something before. What you guys having in pressing here, you know, all kinds of things like that. The latest is not a approach. Was the Islam Soba in one fascinating exchange where he said in the late 19th century, so I'm borrowing a little bit later at the time, but riffing on the Gemara, speaking about when wheat is permissible to be consumed, he said, Kadash Asur Min HaTorah. She was the Kaddish awesome and etc. Well, what does that mean? Contrary point is Kadash Asur Min HaTorah. And so why do we think okay, is that the original context of Gemara? What's the original context? Right. The new week is just you have to wait until after the established rules. And remember, before you leave, that is called Kadash, you trust it, and exactly. That's why we read it called Yoshon, it was called Father. And he says, take that as a cloud dot Kadash, Asur Min HaTorah, it is new, is also. Right, that's kind of like an extreme reaction. You will not trust any new days. That it doesn't mean that you really as a sort of rebellion kind of approach. Okay, the last one here is the rebellion of expansion. And where we see this, this is associated more with the skillet movement that we'll talk about probably on Monday, where we say, wait a second, our world has been too small. There are lots of things outside the world in great distinction. Some sober says the Kadash Asur Min HaTorah away from. But if it's not Asur, it must be Mutter. And if it's not Asur, it must be Mutter, then we should be doing it too. So the nostalgia in that the Haskilim was just an experiment. You know, adopting all kinds of new practices and behaviors. And although this is not really fair comparison, I always wish she would not be friendly, even suggesting to you to think about it, but their view always is the Rambam. And they say, something the Rambam, again, must even here on unfairly using the Rambam as the poster child for their values. But they say, the Rambam was like, was a medical doctor. He knows people therapy. Just like the courts of the royalty was like, I couldn't be involved in the outside of this. So because that's basically I try to get it. There's actually an article that I saw a few weeks ago that says, you know, we don't know exactly where there's essentially a 21st century colorized version of 19th century portrait of a prominent article. So we can't go back to 20th. We don't have any of those from that old. That was very good. I would say, we looked at that. Well, we're observant. Well, this is the rebellion of expansion saying we have been too narrowly focused. With a lot of the political changes happening in the century, don't forget the 18th century is also birth of modern France, French Revolution, birth of America, 76. In the 18th century, maybe things are different now. Maybe even like the 18th. Okay, so those are our three rebellions. Let's go now to shop 16. Any last questions before we do this? Okay, what's the story with shop 16? So there are the story of shop 16 with narrowly is really the story of an individual who had significant talents and learning, and although there are historical accounts that tend to portray him as an evil Russia attempted to convert Judaism, most of the modern studies of Shabbos suggest that he was mentally ill. And he was in his early 20s when he began to experience things. Again, we have descriptions of his followers to tell us what he was going through, and it sounds a lot like bipolar disorder, or manic depressive syndrome, or even schizophrenia, which is especially associated with young men in their early 20s. So obviously we can't really do psychoanalytic dissection from afar, especially over centuries, but what I can tell you is that he would go through these periods of what he called illumination, where he experienced tremendous elation and joy and feelings of grandeur. And during the worst of these periods, that he describes how he could levitate, that he could engage in physosadera, meaning like, transportation over wide spaces of territory. And with the encouragement of an unhappy colleague named Nathan of Gaza, he came to believe that he was in fact Mashiach. And not only that, if you have to imagine this guy, he's tall, he's good looking, he had several marriage offers when he wanted to remain in his studies for a long time until he started making bonus. Later, he would get married actually 4 times. You can't count one of those because it was a Torah school he got married to at one point. Arranging symbolic kind of marriage, I guess. It's a very weird kind of story. But he not only convinced himself that he's Mashiach, he convinced thousands of Jews across Europe and North Africa that he was in fact Mashiach. And so he started this massive movement with them, and we'll develop an idea of I'll explain shortly. How people sort of you're asking that basically the point question. I will repeat it for the people out there that how will people so well how their lives? I mean, their historians point out that there was a wide-scale suppression after the Zelensky rebellion that we discussed on Monday that ended in 1649. Trail of violence for the next half dozen years. And that contributed to the idea of, wow, after the massacre, Mashiach must be around the corner. They tied it to the growth of Kabbalistic doctrines that were emanating from the spot, and the idea of, wow, look at these totally new ways of understanding the world and thinking mystically, and here's the guy that comes along, he's so goodness developed. There's also the role of new technologies. Printing was really going to catch fire among Jews. Jews were circulating a lot more literature. Jews were actually seeing more artistic representations of Shabtai speaking. And a lot of them took it seriously. And so they're selling their belongings, leaving Amsterdam in particular and making their way to Israel, thinking it's the most to actually work.
When you say precisely, you say that these famous cult leaders or because of these powerful dictators perform some of their reason, people follow them tremendously.
First of all, I don't know if he was actually looking at the descriptions of how he behaved. Most historians think that's probably the case. But they assume that, could I assume that other behavior like home leaders, you know, narcissistic, self-serving, childish, occasionally nasty leaders, that doesn't stop them from, controlling nuclear weapons. We don't necessarily vote for people who demonstrate sanity. What am I going on? That's being recorded. I just got my citizenship. I don't know. Here I am already messing up. I was a chemist about Rothschild, one of the very another one. Here's from Philin is the classic. So he's a master of and yeah. I think that a picture of your no, I said, well, no, it won't take us too far. Yeah, he did a lot of things that were designed to kind of make him look like a Nazi. Maybe I think Piazza was definitely not a good influence for me in the future. He married a woman who was an orphan from a community rebellion named Sarah, and she was not a particularly faithful partner to him. And he did this apparently because he wanted to imitate the Nazi. Shua, yeah. No, not what I was He's trying. Okay, that's it. He also married a woman from PLP. And there's a whole time story we read about how he oh, you guys, I love the answer. So let's just go back a little bit before we jump as we kind of what's going on 14.9 to expulsion musicians from Spain. A couple of you took my started to the history class. We talked about this a lot, but it's a major theme in Jewish history. It's that one of those structures that's almost an Holocaust size. Spain was, without doubt, for a few hundred years, the most powerful center of the Jewish people at the time. Centuries upon centuries of scholarship, large communities of wealth, basically like America, the Northeast, New York, New Jersey, that's what Spain was like. And then all of a sudden it just collapsed. The pogroms of 1390, the First Conversion, the Inquisition, and finally the expulsion. And all of these find themselves scattered to the wind, anywhere across the Mediterranean basin, up into Europe, and even last time Eddie passed away, all trying to find a way to reconstruct itself. And many Jews turn to mysticism, saying, how do we explain this huge rift in our experience here? It must be that there's something that's changed dramatically. We need to find a new. In particular, the Jews who made the really who founded the Spot Circle, where you have, the great Kabbalists of Hamas, his student, the Arizal, hugely influential. Also, the Joseph Caro, and so they settled there, the Al-Ship, many others, the Alchemists, the Hydrophile, all the things that are like. What is it always do that? Because it's these questions, what did you always do? Why did you always do what? Like there has to be COVID. Everybody's like answering out of the ships coming this week or next week, the week after. Well, we keep doing it. So it's huge overgeneralization. Right? Like not all people do that. Not all people do this. Not all people react. But I think this is something, it can be a refuge, right? If you have difficulty understanding the world and the reason does not give you the kind of emotional support you need. You may find it. You may find it in poetry, you may find it in Stanford. But this is a refuge. If you study my book on the conception of refuge, more of a discussion there, because he wrote in the Holocaust. But let's go through this stuff. There were also, during this time, there was a thought, that there's a brand new kind of possibility for Jews after the expulsion of Spain. And that is something we have not seen before in Ashkenazi history, the possibility of identifying as a Jew while disaffiliated from the community. The idea that we could be kind of like ethnically Jewish, but we do not have to be under the authority of the people. Some of the crucial Christian elements is Uriel Acosta, pictured here in this dark kind of fruity, the spa-like and stuff like that. An individual who, maybe I'm going to tell you the story because it is a really terrifying story that I think about quite often. He was born in Portugal in 1500, living as a crypto. Like most kids, his parents didn't tell him he was actually Jewish because there was always a concern that maybe they'll be playing that I was mentioned or my mom like candles. He went to the University of Coimbra. He earned a degree in theology, actually, a late theologian. And then when he was in his early 20s, his mom said to him, Uriel, actually was actually Jewish and was moving to Amsterdam, right, which was a free city where Jews put his presence in. Uriel says, I knew it. Oh my God. I've always wondered what Jews are really like. Now, the Old Testament more than the New Testament. And I wanted to be like those forefathers, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. They're so excited. He knows Snapchat was mother. He's a smart guy. So he's writing several books. But what happens when he actually joins a live or real Jewish community is that he's too strong for them. And he starts singing the isn't that much dark how they say? And I can't believe he's actually talking during his argument. Don't you realize you schmuck with nothing he says, like, did you really rich? I can't believe you said that. I really can't. And you guys are very nice. These are things that all you just say. Like, he probably has some kind of mental illness. He becomes a gaslighter in the community saying, I can't believe it. They're Jews here. I'm so happy to see my Jews and be expressing myself as a Jew. But I like this guy, and he told me he cheats on his taxes. How is that possible? How can a Jew possibly commit a crime? He's like walking around, he's like so many people, and he's like, and they in Amsterdam, he does not, they don't want lots of vote, right? They actually have some pretty good in Amsterdam. The Dutch have this unusual policy called Gezogen, which is basically if you don't step out of line, you guys can do whatever you want religiously. So they actually have synagogues and things like that open in Amsterdam. When Jews are technically not allowed to live there, but they just ignore it. It's kind of like a Dutch thing. And they don't want to have the guy running around complaining about the community very loudly. And they put him in a care 2 separate times. He actually tries to make it in Hamburg, he moves away, same kind of problem. So finally, he goes back and he begs and let me back in. I promise I won't, do anything bad to the community anymore. I'll stop writing books like I did. I know there was that one time when I told you guys to convert to Judaism because they really just because the Jewish community full of liars. I have a story about that. And so they say to him, and I'm making a joke of it, but I really could have a good story. They say, okay, fine, we've already done this twice before. This third time, the second last time, we require you to stand in the middle of the synagogue, great synagogue in Amsterdam, to recite our page as an impression of all your sins in front of the entire community. Do that. We will flog you, publicly whip and come back to you, and then they have him lie down on the front steps of synagogue as the entire synagogue walks over his throne on their way out. The president, as he really wants to be among the Jews, he writes later that if I have to, I will be free among these, but I must live among the Jews. He feels like connecting. He goes through all the day, walks home, takes out and goes out and writes a 12-page suicide note, Latin poem, exemplar I Vitae, the example of human life, and then he shoots himself. Nice. Yeah, terrible. But his problem was he was living in the wrong century, right? His problem was he loved the idea of Jewish ethnicity, Jewish ideas, stuff like that, but he could not handle the harmony how we perceive Jews should be from reading the Old Testament as a Catholic, and how he sees actual Jews who, sometimes cheat on their taxes, or sometimes he couldn't handle that it was a breaking point for him. And there's definitely more going on in this passage I can talk about here, including probably a mental illness, but he represented a great break in that ability of being within the community and under the auspices and control that they've been, and being completely outside. He did not want to break the walls. He already was Catholic. He did that. He doesn't want to do it again. He wants to be attached to the Jewish community without the requirements of the Jew. So while this is an amazing portrait by Rothschild, he's portraying kind of like this dark, brooding, aggressive type. He's pretty fair. The child on his left, who was his younger contemporary, is none other than Baruch Spinoza, who has a lot of the same story, but not Baruch Spinoza, of course, one of the great philosophers of the 17th century who, made a huge impact, a corrosive impact on religion, because he adopted a lot of the ideas of real stuff without the self-destructive behavior. And so Spinoza showed that language was reaching out with his hand and playing with flowers, turtles and bright colors. That's showing kind of the intellectual revolution of the Jewish community during Christian view. Here's another example of this is when Spinoza he went through the same thing because the Austrian community was having difficulty controlling the Jews who were like kind of stepping outside the boundaries. They also put him in Pharaoh, a terrible, awful Pharaoh, and he basically just ignored it. And told him, okay, fine, you can say what you want, but you tell me to do about myself, or how about I feel about the universe, the world. Here he is, just lost and lost in the part of himself, and the background of these Jews portrayed in a negative aspect, powering the princess, this guy looks like he's picking up a rock to throw at him. That's what's changing. It's big time in the 17th century. Judaism, as an experience and expressed by Jews, is suddenly seeing kind of like a different way of existing that's radically changed from what it was carried before. And that's really on the horrible massacres of history that we talked about, and the crisis of childhood speaking. Okay, questions, arguments, discussions?
Were you the great that you doing this, or was it just like a small person that was here with this guy, like actual reviews that do like people trying to go back, people trying to go about the day life, and like those guys have to watch that.
So I don't want to use modern terms like modocs to characterize the people, but it was a legitimate faith in the sense that they can form a legitimate faith. None of the people involved in the faith were like famous people where you might read their words in English, but they're like big cities, and they did not find the right formula for how to control the valley for the cost. and they also couldn't control Carl Spinoza at all. Although it's interesting to mention that context. A little while ago, there was an incident where an Israeli historian wanted to get access to the famous Italian archive in Amsterdam, but he had written some nasty things about, some critical things about the handling of Carl Spinoza. So they surprisingly linguistically they banned him as well. He said, sorry, and there's a terrifying dude coming into our library. You know, some of those next libraries that once you don't have to think about it, we're going to follow pages from our ancestors that put together on here. Intellectual. Chuck Lansley. Okay, so we talked a little bit, we started with it before we went off to the quick sheet. This is one of dozens of portraits we have of Chuck Lansley. He was a very popular among Christians as well. Christians were fascinated by this story of Chuck Lansley. So it was that interesting. The Jews claimed to have a Messiah here. What's going to happen? So there's lots of broad Jews portraits. This one you can tell is definitely by Christian. How do you know? There's this one here, right? This is like, they don't know what Hebrew looks like, so you just have some gibberish down here that's fresh of it. So we don't know what that's, maybe that's the situation of the wrong one. We don't know it's really interesting. It's over there, it looks like this is like the death cell, maybe not the Zion, right? And no halo, okay, maybe you saw a little bit of a book here, but there's also, that's not much for a font either, right? This is something, but it looks like Jewish marketing. I think we had some kind of art. And let's just figure that out. That's scholar that nice. Steve could be right. Actually, rewind back, take it back. I'm not sure if this is a good example of it. Okay, so that's fine. Anyways, the whole idea of what the hell is trying to speak on the end of the story, for those who may not be friends with it, gets this huge movement. He essentially wanders around Eastern Mediterranean. He finds some very wealthy backers with deep pockets in Cairo and in Jerusalem. And although there are many who have been outside, he does find a lot of people who think he's the real deal. And so he ends up engaged in all kinds of bizarre activities, like he says, Tisha B'Av is canceled from now on, because it's now my birthday at Mashiach, and now he cancels reading from a sacred Torah. He says that water pools only reading from Tanakh, that credits Tanakh, all kinds of things like this, and any other incorporated things. He ends up getting delegated to the Sultan, the Ottoman leader, controlled the Torah, and he says essentially, okay, I'm here, I'm the Messiah, I'm going to take over Israel now. And the Ottoman also says to him, very nice to meet you, Messiah, I have a counter offer. How about I let you stay alive if you convert to Islam? He accepts the counter offer, he becomes a Muslim. His tens of thousands of followers totally crushed, and they go back home, penniless, as they sold their houses, spent it all in the trip, thinking they're going to be in Israel. Except for about 3,000 of them who figure that maybe his conversion to Islam is part of the Messianic process. That we've got to go through this to Islam in order to bring about Mashiach. And so they convert as well. They call it doing that, and they're actually active in Turkish politics right in the 20th century. So some of them it's asserted. I'm not entirely clear on whether it's really true, but definitely the Turkish Revolution has some roots to it. So they're really quite active around. They still have to get that synagogues that were lost in parts of Turkey and Syria. But after this ends in 1666, when the Shabtai eventually really loses it, he becomes increasingly erratic, and eventually the government puts him in jail. At the end of his life, his last request is for a young Rothschild that he wants to dub it, so maybe he can but definitely it lasted for a good century and a half after this, that there were still, this is the problem, not you know, if you look at last recession afterwards, there were a lot of these transmitters, cameos that were commissioned. These are essentially like amulets for a variety of things, parnasa, shidduchim, reviews, things like that. And quite frequently, very prominent rabbis were accused of having Sabbatean meetings of being simple followers of Shabbat. Perhaps the most famous of those, Yonatan was the subject of a massive attack based on an argument that he was Sabbatean. The Ramchal was horribly pursued. I'm just curious, you guys have all studied parts of the Sharm, right? Yeah. Do you guys know about the secret of the Sharm that was discovered in 1991? Mr. Lloyd does. What is that? Right. Yes, it is. Why was it? Why did you never play? Our social field the show together. It was originally Muhammad, but yes, he wrote an earlier version of the social Sharm discovered in the Soviet archives, and it's brilliant. It's, in my humble opinion, way better than what we've been studying for 250 years, because it's a dialogue between. Okay, I'll tell you quickly because it is really cool, I think. And I have a personal ambition to study this literature 101 times. I just finished time 30 about 2 months ago, but it's such an amazing book. But here it is. The original Associate Sharp report has this guy who, it's hard to really characterize him, but if you were to make him a 21st century guy, he would be kind of like a well-rounded guy. He appreciates Torah, he likes learning. He also likes science and sports and culture. It's got kind of like a broad, everything sort of personality. But what's funny is, let me see what those branches are. Imagine it's good. Maybe not that good. Really is like that. Okay. Why do those branches? But, you know, that's one thing. One day, right? He sees the whole high school graduated. He flipped out Shiva, and now he's like, they're all black, and he's got had about 6 feet across, right? And he says, oh, great. Brother, what's up? It's so late. How are you? High school stuff. It's mind if I ask you some questions? I noticed you become like a Rabbi. That's what he's referring to the 15th already century. But he says, like, what do you see in it? How can you run for something so long? How can you done it so long? What's going on in your life? And they begin this conversation that goes through the entire Mesilas Yesharim. And of course, within a few chapters, by the time you get to the Kios, the regular guy, he calls it Rothschild, is completely blown away by the trusted, and he just says, well, you just take the deal and charge me for what you want. I really need to hear, but I do appreciate the book. And that's what this different original version of is such. Now, why did the Ramchal publish the first version? He haven't written in his own handwriting. Why did he publish the second version? Yes, Mr. Blaschman. I'm sorry? Adjustability. Adjustability. Good arguments during it. Although I would say that the original is way more than you want on the safer side. It's less safer style of the rock. No, that's the wrong slave. So actual dramatic slave. You know, like the character, the dress. But you know, you should something like that, the 13 top arts that's in there. I would think either of the force would be interested. But you guys don't know the answer to sure. One thing that is heavily even all he got schools that I did at the time. He was put under house arrest, the writing proceedings, Frankfurt, and because people didn't know whether it was out in courses, they actually buried it and then lost it. They forgot where they buried it. somewhere in Frankfurt, Germany, is a massive chest of the Rothschild's writings that have ever seen the light of day that maybe one day we discovered. But I'm waiting for them to read. I think that's our big neighbor, someone's history. Mind you, exactly. David Sklar, who wrote a PhD dissertation on this, argues that the reason he published first because the publishers would not benefit. They lost the backing to were paying for publishers. Why? Because the original version has few places have a few things that you know the people involved and identify. You can say, oh, she's writing about this kind of here. Describing certain kind of personality. Nobody's talking about it. It was just way too incendiary. So he gave up. And his students said, no, Rabbi, this is such a great book. So those who love it, please, we have to just do what the editor says. Let's remove those personalized material and let's publish it in a standardized version. As Rothschild said, you can read this if you read the introduction and conclusion of the book where he thanks his students for working on it. He says, okay, everyone, you take care of it. And his students edited it to the version that you guys read now. Way more sanitized, but it's just a mind-blowing thing to you. Now, why was it pursued? That's why I'm including here. It was pursued because there were individuals in Eastern Europe, including Moshe Hamid, the son of the Chacham Tzvi. The Chacham Tzvi was the number one Shabbatai Tzvi hunter of the era. For anybody who was from his son convicted, but by the time he gets to his own college age, there's very, very few big Sabbateans left. But those Moshe Hamid identified him and pursued him to Europe, until finally he ended up in those liberals to be attached to them, where it could be, more active. But the skills the Shemar itself is an artifact of this punch for heresy that was the veteran of the house in the era. Okay, arguments, questions, discussion? Okay, so let's look at a map here. Just to orient ourselves, and then we're going to dive into see this. This is Jewish population in Europe in the first half of the 19th century. You have the infantry we're looking at. You can see great density, particularly in Poland and Western Ukraine. That's the greatest concentration. Still some significant concentrations in Western Europe, because even though we have this massive migration to the east, as we discussed last week, there's still populations living far out. Not so much in France, which they have been actually banned from there since 1306, although we will have a complete assertion of Jewish population, particularly in the south here, but not in Spain. Spain is still officially denied. The main concentrations in the regions of Lithuania, Poland, Belarus, and Western, right? How does that map onto the three great asteroids of the century? So because the improvement is primarily in the southwestern part of the empire and the Western Ukraine, so in Poland. So active British North. So one example that I've been concentrating on Chabad is ironically an exception, but Chabad is the Lithuanian movement. Then you have the Itzhak, the opponents, who is definitely much more concentrated on the Baltic coast in the regions of Prussia and, of course, the homeland, Lithuania itself, with its epicenter at Vilna. And finally, you have the appearance of the Haskalah, that's most famous, who are much more in Germany than but what we notice about the Venn diagram is that they overlap, right? So you can have regions where you easily have Hasidim, Itzhak, and Jal, all unique each other, influenced by each other, so on. Mr. Brandt. the legend of the but this is right. So, it's a great question. How does it affect denominations? The denomination is derived primarily from the Haskalah. The whole idea of what we call today a denomination is in itself an major breakaway. Because even when they are fighting, trying to strangle each other with the most violence, none of them speak about the Mustaqim the same as the others are Jewish. And none of them argue that you don't have to follow cardiac mitzvahs. The Mustaqim were the ones that kind of broke that open and said, well, wait a second. And so their denominations really are an offshoot of Haskalah. Of course, once the denominations were really created in the 19th century, then they might get back in and say, oh, let's be, Hasidic flavor, or let's be, Mustaqim flavor. But that's a much later phenomenon. Mr. Krenz, that's all you got that. Wasn't it setting there about the main fighters of the most companies? Yes, that's going on very stopping and all of us together like okay, we are after a chef who are trying to we are also the way for the chef PCI I have a one-word answer for Mr. Krenz. Okay, last point, here we are, we have last week, last century when we were talking about the negative pressures that we use for this kind of Western goods, right? What kind of pressures, remember what they're on, Western Europe, barbaric crusaders, right? Exactly, the massacres of children at 96 miles. But also, when governments kicked it out, we've got expulsions in France from 1182 to like 5 or 6 of them through the next century and a half, and England 1290, right? Yeah. So why are they kicking them out? Because they generally speaking, when the peasants use money, you have rebellion. When the Mongols use money, you have an expulsion. Right? That's just because that's how they deal with it. Just end up inviting the West. Right? What about something like the really bizarre idea that was circulating at the time that made you really sick that well? Or social blood libel, social integration, reputation, murder, or close. The Nazi was one of the crackers. That was most destination. Most destination of the crackers. Kill the crackers. Okay, well said. Original murder is technically a very administrative crime. The original murder charge is in 1144 in Northern England is the idea that you use less for some assault use of the reenact the crucifixion. And so they originally murder a child that forbid that's the argument. Later, they added to that the blood aspect of it. Okay, so we've definitely got an environment where Jews are particularly uncomfortable in Western Europe. At the same time, we're going to have this pull, this actual invitation for Jews to please come to Eastern Europe. Okay? One door is shutting, another door is opening at the same time, and this is going to be the basis of the great Eastern European Ashkenazic center. Because even though, as we saw in our very first class, the genetic history of Ashkenazim, the vast majority of Ashkenazim descend from the eastern regions of Poland, Lithuania, Ukraine, and Belarus, to a certain degree Russia. They that's a phenomenon from the 13th to the 18th centuries in particular. They moved from Western Europe. Historical. Let's just think for a second about historiography before we get into this. You've already seen Salo every time a few weeks ago. Very important 20th century historian. He died in 2008. Something like that. He was especially known for his conception of the lachrymose vision of Jewish history, meaning that he's criticizing the tear film definition of Jewish history. That it's all persecution and yet, overcome persecution, do great things and stuff like that. So we talked about him for this, and I'm going to come back to it in a second, but I want to introduce you to two other great historians who made a huge impact in the way we think about history. Just as Rothschild, not Jewish, Rothschild was one of the first people to really try and figure out what is history, what do we mean by this discipline we call history. Notice the years, right? We should quite like 9th century. That means that all the people who wrote history centuries and centuries before him were not necessarily writing history doing modern historians presently. What could possibly be different about history written in the year 1000 and history written in the year 2000? What's different? They understand all entire things, they just turn more to okay, good, more use of sources, but even more basically, what sources do you use? What's the fact is there more place on there? What do you mean by that facts? What are the direct facts?
Just things that actually happened, maybe instead of location stories.
I'm so glad that you said that. Can you repeat that?
Not many these facts instead of stories.
No, before you said that, you said exactly. You were mentality to a great point. What you said, things that actually happened. Have you said that? The history is chiefly is was and identity behaves now. Translation, what actually happened. History is what actually happened. And that's what was his big deal. From Rabbi said, you know what? Too much of this, all of this history that's been written about now, it's not. Wasn't the days of all. So that's what actually happened. What are people writing? They're writing so much stories, edification. They're writing like kind of narratives. And the purpose of these earlier histories are not to chronicle the facts, what actually happened, but to try and make people feel a certain way, to feel patriotic, to feel religious, to feel whatever it is, they're more of an art form than a science to be sure. And so Rabbi said, we have to really think about what we're doing, because history is not supposed to be fiction. There's supposed to be a big, line in the shelf in the library, and that's the fiction on the right is history. But in reality, until Rabbi, a lot of history was still pretty fictionalized. Like, there was no problem going to mythology straight into wars and stuff like that. This is a huge step forward in history. Would later be really criticized in the 20th century, saying, well, I think that's my point right now. But that's an important, sort of turning point in how we understand it. Is history supposed to be for something, like to inculcate certain values? Chances are, when we went to study history in high school, particularly if you studied Jewish history in high school, they were trying to teach you a certain value set rather than teach you a bunch of facts. That was, it's appropriate. That's what you want to do. You want to build up people's identity one way or another. But it's not necessarily the kind of history that's on the wrong stage that you have here. Another really important thing right here is this kind of Rothschild. Rothschild is not a friend of leadership. I'll tell you what's wrong. He's not a friend of leadership. He is the founder of modern biblical criticism. As distinct from some precursors like Spinoza, but Rothschild was the first person to really try and use history to undermine the way in which we read life. And so we have an incredibly corrosive impact on how everybody appreciates history coverage. So we're not going to go into his theories, but one of them is so important for us that we can't avoid putting them on the board here. And that is a very, very valuable insight that history tends to reveal more about the period in which it is written than the period in which it's writing about. What could that possibly mean? History reveals more about the period in which it's written than the period which it is writing about. Please, Mr. Alone.
Yes. So the people who are writing this here who were living during those times, and they are finding to be partial witness to what's going on. You'll feel more about their personal views toward the matter.
Nice take if you're talking about the primary sources. But for example, I wrote my dissertation on the period 1917 to 1920. Contrary to my looks, I'm not that old. Right? I was not around in 1970. Right, but I was writing history in 1990. So how could what I'm doing in the 1990s be more reflective in my book on 1917 than what actually was about? I definitely wasn't there. Political realities between what's going on very fast. Yeah, because obviously sources from 1990 newspapers, side documents, that's the only thing I was looking at research. But I'm writing it with a mindset of 1995, thinking all my 1995 issues, filtering everything I know historically through 1995. But it also is interesting the way that these people mindset is perfect, very nice. That actually aligned by hindsight. Exactly. We're looking backwards, so our perspective is today. So we're not trying to understand everything through today. It's like, for example, sometimes people will look at biographies of great individuals, and they'll see that occasionally they may say something that jars us by our common sensibilities. Like they jar us when they say something about slavery, but unnecessarily being saying, "Oh, we hate slavery, it's bad." They just say, or they aver, for example, that Nation got from power, that women are right-minded, right? And we say, "Oh man, he's a misogynist." Well, excuse me, there were no misogynists in the 12th century. That was like everybody thought like that. But if you view that person's attitude as if you lived in the 21st century, then we'll make these facile character judgments and just that. But that's what Bellhausen's main point is. But we tend to view history from the perspective of where we're living today and bring to that in studying history all of our contemporary biases. And it takes a tremendous amount of intellectual work to try and break free of them. Some historians, some philosophers of history would say it's impossible to break free of them, but that's not what I said today. Finally, Sarah is home because he says that's what's going on with the history that we're going to look at today, which has a tremendous amount of biases built in a temporary situation. We tend to look at what actually happened. We won't look at a narrow slice of it, we're not looking at a broader picture of what actually happened. As I hope to demonstrate in the next 45 minutes. Right? For example, if you think about what's going on in Ukraine right now, and I made this part of this lecture a couple of years ago, when the war broke out in 2022, a year ago, because we're in a strange moment with the U.S. and Ukraine and with Russia. But this is, I like this picture in particular because, a lot of the stuff that we're going to talk about today deals with the conflict of Jews and Ukrainians in particular, which was like horrific and epic in the 17th century in some ways. But here we are, in the 21st century, and here a little Jewish guy flanked by these two big, scary-looking Ukrainian guys, it's just such a jarring reminder of how much things have changed. And I believe that actually many people look at Ukrainian Jewish history very differently today because of the contemporary political climate. It would look at it totally differently. 50 years ago, 100 years ago, it's the same history. Nothing changed because once the past is over, it's done with. So actually, that's not true. William Faulkner said the past is dead, it's not dead, it's not over. We still keep reliving the past. That lacks philosophy. Let us now reflect like introduction to historiography, which I think may have been more mysterious than actual actually clarifying, but hopefully he'll come back to these ideas that they are revealed. Let's talk about the migration pressure. Here's a map that basically shows the movement of Jews from Central Germany. It's a little bit, I want to put this higher as well. But this making their way in specific years to many communities in what will later become Latvia, Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, Poland, Belarus, Ukraine, and Russia. This is labeled just as Russia because this happens sort of reflect the 19th century Russian Empire, that is Mr. Always the Russian Empire, which was succeeded by the Soviet Empire, fell apart in 1991, revealed itself to be full of Poland, of course, and so on. But we've got this significant eastward movement of Jews, pressure from the nasty things we talked about last, but at the same time, inviting into Eastern Europe. So I have to figure out, why are they invited into it? Okay, let's say, here is the physical map of the largest country in Europe, from much of the later Middle modern period. It's a country known as the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. It's called the Commonwealth is reduced as a result of a dynastic union between the monarchies of Poland and Lithuania. As you can see, it's massive. It stretches all the way from the Black Sea, the Baltic Sea, almost down to the Black Sea. This would be the southern part of Ukraine. Here's Crimea, still a contested region of contemporary Spain. Russia, actually, this is more or less the front line of the Russian-Ukrainian border today, too. Russia has most of this, although the Ukrainian linguistic territory goes further, and the Krym's is part of Russia, although this part is still Ukrainian. But it's supposed to be everywhere. Most of it, but there is the over here. Right? So, Central Europe, way over here is Greenland, right? But it's a big, big country. And more significantly, it's actually filled with several distinct ethnicities. There are Ukrainians and Belarusians who are Eastern Orthodox, right? The Christian church has an Eastern section called Orthodox. It's ruled by 7 patriarchs. The Western church, Poland in particular, is the Catholics. There's a little chunk of Ukrainians here for Catholics. And they're also speaking related Slavic languages for the most part. Ukrainian and Belarusian are both written in a Cyrillic alphabet, like Russian, with a handful of letters different, both in shape and in pronunciation. Poland is also a Slavic language, but written with the Roman alphabet, the one that we use for English. Lithuanian and Latvian, Estonian are totally different languages that might fall together. So many different people here. You also have a certain amount of Greeks and Armenians, but the next biggest minority, of course, is the Jews. The Jews first entered this area, as far as we can tell, from the Crimea Peninsula, where they were first there with the Greek trading organizations back in year 0. And then you also have some Khazar migrations, specifically to the region of the that Plato was just saying nowadays. Actually, let's quantify that first. Kiev is not a place. I don't know why those things are so good with that word. In Russian, it's pronounced Kiev or Kiev. And that's why in English, for the longest time, that's what we say, Kiev. Just like, Paris. That's an area. But in Ukrainian, they have a slightly different vowel combination, the sounds are scientific, and it is pronounced K-E. K-E, 2 syllables. I don't know why people say Kiev, but K-E. So anyways, Kiev, K-E, the city right about here was actually the center in a little area of a massive princedom, kingdom, that was later regarded language is totally separate. In fact, after the normalization of 1240, they're literally separate, and that would literally explain. We do know that there's lots of Jews active in Kiev from the year 1000 on. There's lots of archaeological evidence, there's topographical evidence, places like the Khazarian caves and so on, and I believe we discussed, we did, the famous Otis Garmendia text, the chronicles 5,000 years where things below the year and deciding between religions. So that dates from about the year 999. So we definitely know that Jews are very active in those regions from a very, very long time ago. Then you've got this massive influx that comes in from Germany. And this is really where we have a huge bulk of Jewish population. So much that they're really involved, among other things, in the very first mints in Poland, making money, literally making money. Here's a whole pile of very early Polish coins, and you notice anything unusual about them? They have Hebrew all over them. They are like totally Hebrew. Why are the Poles minting money with Hebrew letters? Nobody else can read them anyway. Good. Just say like Polish jokes are written on them or something. Yeah, exactly. Poles are not really good. And the only people who are really producing these things are the Jews. The Jews are the ones who know how to handle them, know their value and so on. And they don't know the Latin alphabet. They're printing money in Hebrew letters. Why are Jews doing this? So why do they get Polish people to do this? A little lavish, right? Yeah, well, why do you want to attract them if he has Poles already in the country? Good. They didn't know how they must do it. The Jews already, by the time they say the 1300s, they've got a long track record of being extremely strong in finance. So there's no discuss about this, right? They've got a basic monopoly on money lending as the church as well. They allow that money. They're literally being rich. Extensive experience by now with coinage. And so the Poles were saying, it's so hard to get us from this old barter economy where people are buying things like butter skins and bushels of grain. We need to move to that more advanced money economy, like Germany and France. Let's get some Jews over here to do this for us. And the Jews are very happy to come in and start working on it. You can see lots of little in here. This one is Mastro Carol, King Peshko, which is, it's great. Carol is king in Polish. Just amazing things. Going back to this year, a lot of them settle in particular in right bank Ukraine. And explain why that is so significant momentarily. Well, what this term right bank means is because there is a major river that bisects Ukraine. It runs from Chernobyl, Rabbi, disaster. It runs from north down into the Black Sea. And as it flows southward and you're facing the water's flow, the right hand is called the right bank. The left side is called the left bank. The Jews are concentrated the right bank primarily because of an economic institution that was especially welcoming for them. That's called a venda. So hang on to that word, a venda, and get one right back to it. Something like 20,000 Jews lived there in 1648, which is an important date because it's the outbreak of the Great Miskin Rebellion, just by the But you look at this map here, it just gives you a sense of the tremendous scope of Jewish settlement. Each one of these place names represents a place that has Jews living there by the time you get to the 17th century. Huge spread of Jews. Unlike in Schreier's one things, we have a tiny little group of places. Here Jews are spread out. There's small numbers, but they tend to be village and town based. Some cities as well. This looks like a good question. Or you Why do they prefer this setup rather than a really concentrated urban environment? Money, thank you. Right. We're here for the industry.
No, why am I funny about that?
Economic opportunity. You know, like
You know, obviously, you look at
yeah, exactly. As we show signs of economic opportunity that this environment afforded for much smaller pockets rather than the massive concentrations of industrialization, when factories starting at new industries like department stores, things like that, that's really when we start seeing really big communities like Warsaw, places like that. But in these tiny little settlements, which were called shtetl in Yiddish, the word shtetl is the singular. Shtetl is an Yiddish form of the Ukrainian word stetl, which simply means village. Shtetl was like a little village out in the end of this word is village unit, and then you get smaller. And so shtetl is the plural of shtetl. So there's setting up all these shuttles on there. Here is the Negro River, so this is all right bank over here. Okay, we're going to talk about the specific environment. The immunization of the Jews, you know, come in and please do this stuff for us. The mending turned out to be fairly short-lived, but the Rengo, which I'm going to describe now with nostalgia, this happens to be a 19th century depiction of the Jews coming to the king, and the king saying, well, how come the Jews are not like we've got to invite them here. You see the Jews are the whole season, right? Saying, this guy looks rather Mosaic, but some people are saying that it should have on the 19th century aspect of just everywhere. It's so good to the Jews for hundreds of years in Poland that the tradition arose that Poland, or Poland in Yiddish, was really an acronym for the Hebrew words both here, within, rest, right? Like the name that. Poland, here we will rest. After all our wanderings in Western Europe and North Africa, and some states, and a flood rival finally here, that was some massive things that was over there. And so, one of the most important things that brought them there was what this thing called Magdeburg Recht. This is really important. Magdeburg is is the name of a town in Germany that was one of the first to codify the rules of being town. Usually what it says is that you can apply like equal rights, but that concept really didn't exist in the beginning. But if you were like an authorized resident of Magdeburg, you had certain rights that were carved out to your considered group. And the Jews in particular have this Magdeburg Recht, which gave them, when they came into the town, gave them specific rights and responsibilities. I'm talking about in governments like Rothschild, but they're trying to say that you could insist on, for example, was that they could be given monopolies in certain industries, such as you shall see, for example, alcohol distillation and sale. They could be allowed to be the only people allowed to sell alcohol. They could be allowed to be the only people to engage in taxation, tolls, things like this, and tolls, whatever industry. I know sometimes, like, if you go to get your drive thing done here, anywhere in North America, I'd say, you know, 9 out of 10 times you're going to give them convenience. Why that is, I don't know, but you know, a lot of Koreans that just gravitate to the industry and do it right. If you get your haircut in Queens, for sure it's going to be a Bavarian guy. It's like every barber in a 50-mile radius of agriculture man is a Bavarian guy. Because there's some kind of like sort of say, I don't know, what am I going to do with myself? Oh, it's fine, I should be a barber. My cousin is a barber. So, well, here's some tips. So there's one of those industries that was really big for Jews was alcohol production, as we shall see here. Also reinforced a lot of the tacanos that the tequila had imposed, including the hair and shoe. You remember what kind of shoe was? Exactly. Kind of shoe was literally the ban on settlement. You can only move into town if you have permission of the house. You can't come in here and open up a competing regional. Even if your rules are way better, doesn't matter. We control how many people will be in engagement with it. So not the word rep, more like, these are modern societies. They don't have extensive bureaucracy. This is pre-Doge, right? Nobody is downsizing these massive bureaucracies. And so the government essentially hands over a lot of the self-governing tasks to cities, and the cities will set these things up. Why do they want to give these things right?
Profit
I would say not so much number one, not so much number three, but number two. That's usually that I was really scared. I'm sort of like happily. I don't think it was a big expense, but make money. Everybody likes it. They don't say that. Once again, right? The whole idea is to use our costs. The king can tax them. They're not the only one to tax them. The European guys can tax them too. And so there's an open recognition that Jews are very good at making money through a lot of skills that are not widely shared in the population, like literacy and university. And so let the Jews live here, give them the privileges they want to set up shop, and then we will tax them. Kind of like the house deal, why an individual community might want to open up a gambling casino. Right? They might not like here in Queens, there's no gambling in Queens. Is there some gambling by the highway or something? Okay, by JFK, it's like a race course. Yeah, so people, why would you want to have a gambling facility? Think it's going to attract people who maybe not so salutary, it's going to be a lot of despair. Why would you want to have that in your neighborhood? The money, thank you, right? Because you can tax it. It's a vice. People are willing to pay taxes on vices. That's why it's expensive. But you don't want to put it in the center of the residential area without too much pushback. So the Jews were a little bit like that. Nobody really wanted to do somebody who did enough Christians. They know it's a lot of money. So as long as we can take it to themselves, we're happy with it. And my word is like a whole body of laws that was good for Jews. It gave them the rights and protections and it regulated the degree to which they could extend that. And this is the statute provision. Yes. It was started named after one town in Germany, but it was copied over and over again throughout Eastern Europe. As the Jews moved eastward, they said, "Oh, you want us to move to this town? Fine, we'd like to have some Magdeburg lands." And they'll say, "Well, Magdeburg lands, I'll tell you." And then they would set up the same kind of thing. That's like the classic thing. So by the time you get to the 18th century, the density of Jewish settlements here in what was Pennsylvania is massive, right? Really costly, especially in right country. And now, I really got to get to the land culture. I'll talk about it. Here is one of the most amazing things about this period of time, which one of the early dissertation report of the great Jewish historian Shimon Gutman, who is a phenomenal historian of Eastern Europe, who lived until 1941 when he was shot dead by the Nazis. His last words, his students came crowding around his body as he bled out. He said that in Yiddish, Schrein und Warschwein. Light and the cold. And the sea will use these last words and last one. Keep recording, keep writing it down so people know what happened. So anyway, he wrote his dissertation on the Great Council of Lands. This is what happened. You have like all of this tiny stuff all over. You have a house structure, the basin, and the harness and covers and stuff like that. So each kahal is its own rules, which are basically Talmudic in nature, but they're going to have some variations in local customs, things like that. But after a while, they said, you know what? There's so much stuff that we share among our employees, and that we could actually standardize ourselves, even organize ourselves into a kind of super community. One big community, one big council that would pass legislation for all commuters who fall into the same economy. And so that's how it is set up. First, when they call four lines, then they call five lines. I'm just calling it the council of lines for simplicity. This was essentially a super government, which was ironically way more sophisticated, provided far more services than the actual government of Lithuania for about 200 years. This is like an incredible time point of Jewish self-government, where every single community was operating in the same legal system, same kind of outreach in the field, and allowed for tremendous expansion of the Jewish community. So, like, exactly, the Council of the Four Lands. It's really an amazing institution. I'm just curious, what kind of things do you think that they were involved in? What did they pass legislation on? Mr. Abrams? Taxes are good, right? Like internal taxes, food taxes, definitely good call. What else?
How to deal with people who are out of line, for example, someone like
Yeah, good point, Mr. Rubin. You're out, right? How to deal with people who refuse to recognize authority. Like, let's say you're living in Minsk and the patient sends you a serum, you're going to show up to court. Say, I'm not going to listen to the court. I'm going to go to Minsk, right? So if there's no central government, that's kind of like America is like that today, right? You don't like a big thing in Detroit, so then you go to Seattle, right? And unfortunately, we don't have a doesn't have the power to kind of change Seattle. But really, you escape by going to Minsk. No way. There's a hammer placed on you in Minsk. You are also going to be under Minsk, which was like huge. Again, remember, there is no secular Jewish identity at this time. The only way you can escape the power of religion is if you become Christian. There's no sort of like becoming a Christian. That's something that I like. Or you can take to the long afterwards, with the rest of Europe, and eventually go Eastern Europe as well, but it's not at all true. I was there. It was all around. One other area that you might like where you go see a lot, for example, is in Deepton. The guy wants to not give his wife a gas. And I want to punish my wife, I'm going to move to Minsk. And his wife is stuck in Minsk. Well, they can go buy him to Minsk and pick him up and bring him back to Minsk. Of course, you get that's the power of this incredible thing that's stretched again through what would be today the 6 countries. Yes, Mr. Rubin.
I thought in Bohemia they had prisons for Jewish people who it was better their Jewish hands than being treated in countries.
Absolutely applicable, although flogging is more common in prison. Because prison involves a great expense, right? And flogging once and it's done. And it's a physical pain, people are afraid is far more costly. You go through these periods, you find like some, a flogging pillars there, they would actually be really fun. Flogging was fun. Okay, one other thing you might find surprising, but I guarantee you see it every single day. It is an innovation of the body of service. I can't give you a hint. I don't know if I've given you a hint. What do you see when you first open up the process? Close to copyright, yeah. Well, we're culture. So, scum, all right. What is that scum? What is it certified? It's more like it's like emotional blur, right? Yeah, right. That's right. Credibility and like who writes stuff and stuff? Big rabbis. Big rabbis. All right. I know that big rabbi writes. that everybody tells me that the authors are really nice guys and stuff. I didn't tell you they were close to me because we found they don't know. But that's how we use Haskell. Haskell were invented by a lot of SOs because of the new technologies of printing. Because it used to be when you wrote things that basically once someone had a manuscript, they could, if they wanted to, spend the time to copy it out. Maybe expensive procedure, but just copy it out. But once printing happened, and the price of printed books dropped significantly, and then suddenly became a great adventure. Oh my gosh, I found this manuscript here. I can just put it into the typeface, print it off, and I'll make a million copies, which is $12. I did, but you were saying this is great. And so, and you also do that with someone else's printing book. Let's say, for example, you live up here in Danzig, and you're just in Krakow, and it's a great book. So this is a fantastic book. You grab a copy, you quickly go back to Danzig, you typeset your own version of the book, you print it off, make a lot of money before you can possibly ship his book up to Krakow. And it was a real problem because, it was upsetting authors, it was upsetting people who put a tremendous amount of money into the printing process in the beginning. So the Haskamos, which originally just agreements that nobody was allowed to publish for a certain number of years. So we're back to what Mr. Rubin said, copyright. That's essentially worse. They did not say anything about the quality of the book or the prototype of the author. They basically said nobody else is allowed to publish this book for 5 years, 10 years, whatever it might be. And that was how we got evolved into the Haskell today. Ironically, the Haskell that we have today is closer to what the Catholic Church uses, called the Imprima tool, which is basically the sign that the Catholic Church says is okay reading, which you probably never seen in but sometimes we say Catholic and Catholic. So these are the kind of things our source did, and they continue to fulfill these functions at various levels, really up until 1844, when the Kabbalah was finally abolished by the Russian Empire. But very, very active, really up until the late 1700s. So, arguments, discussions, questions?
Yes, they really don't know what's going on to still do what you get, and then Christianity.
That was a typical thing. That might be one way that problem is gone. And it's an ongoing problem of some significance. And it's a weird thing, I think on a psychological level, it's bizarre. You see it over in history. Sometimes when people get divorced, it's an amazing thing. They hate each other so much that they will punish themselves in order to hurt their former spouse. Like saying, like this guy in Israel went to jail. In Israel, they put jail people again. And he went to jail for like 20 years rather than get fucked again. And it's incredible how this happens. But that's true. The only way to really escape the reach of the victims was to convert. And that worked. Okay, now we got to talk about the difficult stuff. Ready? Okay, so here's the thing. Why were you invited so much? We talked a little bit about that, and that's just kind of cool as we have in film. So far more significant aspect, something which became the backbone of the European economy was the system known as it's a Latin incorporated into the Polish land, and it basically means tax farming. How does this work? If you look at the map, go back to the map for a second here. If you look at the map of Eastern Europe, you have a tremendous number of noblemen of Schmachter, I know it sounds like Schmachter, but it's not the same word, that have been primarily in Poland. And they, through conquest, are dominating right-wing Ukraine. And Ukraine is not an independent country until the 20th century, and point is part of this Polish. We become a particularly Polish landlord. own these massive farmstead called latifundia. Here's another Latin word, but they've got all these Ukrainians living there as peasants, or a better term in this context would be serfs. S-C-R-F. This is a version of feudalism that lasted up until the 1860s. Sorry, 1865. Serfs are sort of like slaves, except they have a certain degree of freedom of movement. They may not leave the land that they were born into, like the immediate village area, and they're required to either pay a tax in village, like a certain amount of their produce, or in wages, like money, cash money, which is very hard to find, or in labor, or Rothschild, which is basically they would have to spend 1-2 days a week farming for the Lord, and the rest of the time they would live themselves. And so imagine the ethnic divide is really crucial. Poles are Catholic and Western facing. The Ukrainians are Orthodox and Eastern facing. They regard each other as aliens to each other, and the Ukrainians are dominated by the Poles. So the thing is, the Poles are far away, and they have these massive farms. How do they regulate those farms? How do they actually derive benefit from them? The way they do it is the Jews. They bring the Jews in as so-called arrendators, masters of the arenda, where they are the official tax collectors for the Poles. And it works as a kind of tree system. So the Polish government, let's say in Warsaw, will bring a Jewish community, Jewish shtetl. Well, it's important to note here, very importantly, that these shtetl, these little villages, and the surrounding farms, they are literally owned. Soil, buildings, everything, owned by the noblemen. Even to a certain degree, the serfs of people are owned by the noblemen. But he doesn't want to go there and like be riding around in a buggy all day, making sure that the serfs are working. So what he does is he says to the Jewish community that's planning there, okay, you guys are my tax collectors. I want you to collect 10,000 zloty for me next year. I want you to collect that money. And the Jews say, we will accept this contract to collect 10,000 zloty for you. And the Roman says, fine, go ahead and do it. He does not want to get involved in the nitty-gritty of how exactly they collect it. And this is not a modern bureaucracy. There's no IRS going on here. And the Jews have to go back and they have to collect that money from the peasants. Now, things are important. The first is that who's paying the Jews? And it's not paying the Jews. The Jews are paid by the amount that they collect minus the amount they have to give to the nobleman. So in other words, if they agree at the beginning of the year, we're going to provide 10,000 zloty, then the nobleman says, okay, that's the contract, come back to the next first of LO with 10,000 zloty. Jews go back, they've got to collect 12,000 zloty, and the 2,000 they collect is for the Jewish community. So that's because they're paying the state on their account. And the nobleman doesn't care how they do it, doesn't really want to get involved. So they involve all kinds of tax collecting devices, such as most commonly a tax on produce. And if you bring in 10 bushels a week, you've got to give one to the nobleman. You trap 100 rabbits in the nobleman's forest, you've got to give over 10 of them. You want to cross the bridge over the lake, the nobleman built this bridge, you've got to pay a toll. And in some extreme cases, they're documented. If you want to use a nobleman's church, or to baptize your child, you want to get married, you have to pay a tax to these Jews who use the church. And as you can imagine, this must have been incredibly galling combination. We don't know how expensive the specific tax to get the keys to the church really was, at least in terms of historical reality, but in terms of the Ukrainian perceptions, it's massive. they have these popular folk songs that were memorized by the blind guitarist called Rothschild. And they all go on and on about the poor Jew who charged a huge amount in order to get into the church to get married and stuff like that. And you can imagine that this would build up a tremendous amount of this would build up.
So first of all, the Jews that were really central for the time, they were really average, they were the lowest class, the lowest classes. So they get rid of that, that's all money and money got it.
Well, there you go, Mr. Tillman. That's like Salvo Baron, right? Okay. Almost 20%. First of all, we should understand that our depictions of shtetl life, we're talking about something that lasted about 700 years, and there are definitely good times and bad times. And also, you have to understand that we're looking at shtetl life. We've got don't even think about the fact that we've got clean water. Right? As going to the river and getting water was a daily chore for everything. So there's a whole lot of hours, so we have to be distracted with that. But generally speaking, if you were like a Martian coming to the planet and you went to Eastern Europe and let's say the year 1600 and you had to choose, do I want like the body snatchers? Do I want to impersonate a Ukrainian peasant or a Jewish tax collector or a Polish nobleman? You probably choose women, but the choice was definitely Jewish tax. They were definitely far wealthier than the typical Ukrainian peasant.
So also the scapegoat, that the Ukrainians came in and was actually the open they tried to do this. It was the behavior.
You are absolutely right. I mentioned it was 1600. In 1648, this was all built up. As you can imagine, huge peasant rebellions, all kinds of anger directed at the Catholic Polish lords and their Jewish middlemen representatives right here in Ukraine. But you can understand the economics behind that huge explosion of anger. And in fact, I'm not being really counterintuitive. You tend to have sort of like a vision of some small house, a vision that's sort of colored by presents some kind of image. A lot of it is true, but that's the percentage, let's say, at 1905 image, which is very different from 1600. You can't take it back to 1600 the same way. And it's a rosy picture. If you look, however, at a really important source, which I recommend you read, if there's the research of Yevhen Mitsula, very, very powerful book by Nada Hanover, a historian who was born in the uprising of 1648, and he just goes to town on how evil it was and how stupid it was for the Jews to get themselves in that kind of economic position. Anyone with eyes in their head could have seen that this headed for a disaster, that eventually things would go on, and they did. And that's a Jew from the 17th century, seeing, unusually self-critical about, wow, bad choices Jews made in the 17th century. Primary source, well, absolutely. Primary witness. Another example might be like if you look at, it's a terrible genre, it's such a terrible genre. If you look at the newspaper and you see the financial scandal, like someone cheating the government, someone cheating Medicare, something like that, and you see this, oh, please let it go. And then you see the stun and the bird is this light, But that's the same kind of thing, where unfortunately, to have this idea that everybody in the 1500s wore black hats with really short Shabbos, it's unfortunately not true. And even the people who wore black hats were short Shabbos. But sometimes, unfortunately, all of them really should be. And it's really that contrast. That was really people were working for that was slowly working for the water. So that's a fascinating question. It's more of a theological question, I think, than an economic or historical question. All I can say, I don't want to step out of my lane, is the theology part, that's more of the history part. But we have this idea that we gotta go to declining generations. But we also have the idea that a lot of us saw it, a lot of follows the later generations. Right, so what does that Sira? Here, we are possibly lower than previous generations. But how can we follow the halakha of the later generation? We should follow the halakha of the Mishnah only. We shouldn't like what the Mishnah rules. Right? So the answer to that is that in my humble opinion, and it's not right. We read that there refers to the spiritual capacity, their ability to, I don't know, empathize, do something great, but not their scientific intelligence, not their, grasp of advanced math. Those things we follow where we are today. So we can become smarter without becoming better. Just as good as the I think if you ask Rabbi Sachs, he would say, of course, you can come out with just a great finish. But if he wants you guys to max out and all of your other things, I don't know. You guys are asking us out of my. Let's talk about a couple other aspects of the event, which is really nasty. One of the aspects of it was probably not Mr. Phillips.
So, like, the exercise that's one of the metrics really pretty foreign to
It's good for a lot of well, I don't like the idea of warranted or unwarranted because that implies that violence is unjustified. I wouldn't want to justify violence if that's what we're talking about. But I would say that, yeah, it's more, let's say, rational. There's one of the great historians that I've studied is going down in Latin here, and he writes that one of the things that characterizes real anti-Semitism, like that crazy stuff we talked about last week, is that it is fundamentally chimerical in nature. So I had to write this down. It's a good word. Chimera. Chimera is? Yes. Right. Why would you call it chimerical? So a chimera is like a made-up monster, where you like attach things one to another to make up something like, it's like just bizarre, like a three-headed beast or a pink elephant or something like that. So some of that weird stuff that we saw going on in Western Europe was like, Jews killing children for their blood and stuff. Wow, what weird, totally irrational stuff. This anti-Semitism, on the contrary, is more like an explosion of a socioeconomic basis. I'm not saying it's justified, and certainly not focused on individual criminals. It's an explosion that affects everyone, and it's horrible for the consequences. But you can see where it's coming. Maybe I understand. The Jews should have realized that the agenda was intrinsically harmful. We should not be in this business. Now, another example of this, probably not scary. You've often seen, like you see it in people on the roof, the affection, which is like deep in, right? The place where the time pregnant peasants here, they have shown that pregnant peasants actually in more rescues. Darn, this is not like right out of the right there. So they're coming in, pouring alcohol served by this Hasidic Jew. And there's a guy from President Wyoming there. What is he talking about? What this is referring to is the fact that one of the fastest ways to get taxes is through vices, we say. I mean, gambling, right? Alcohol is also a huge money maker. It's so hard to ban alcohol that you can have an act at the bank. See, I think the limit to ban alcohol one of those short-lived amendments, the only amendment that goes on the repeal, right? Yeah, so they tried to ban it here, right? They can't do it. Thank you. 18th minute. I think the 19th clause is pretty bad, right? Forget about the 18th minute. It's not working. But alcohol, everybody loves alcohol. It's the reality of it. People will drink alcohol, so we need to tax it. It's not something people say, well, that's too much of a tax on alcohol. People do drink. So the Jews were briefly given a symbol of propaganda, which is part of the agenda. But if you Jews are the only people allowed to drink alcohol, you are the only people allowed to sell it, and people have to come to your inn in order to drink it, and you can tax people on this. Just add one more layer of with you. One more layer is, don't forget, Jews are all still small, they're still small time members. There's the ban on Christians and Jews in the Atlantic disappears by now, right? It was already knocked out 14th, 15th century. So Christians are much cheaper by now, what banks, so let money and so on. But in in this really backwards part of the post-Lithuanian Commonwealth, the only way you could borrow tiny little amounts of money for small things like, spoons or whatever, is go to the Jew and lend money, to borrow money. And they estimated interest. So again, it's unregulated, and the Jews are still unaffected. Why the nobleman, who's like the king in Western Europe, says he wants to make sure he gets taxes and the Jews the Jew because he gets trouble with the government to do it. So Provenantia is added to the money lending in a way that Ukrainian peasants, they work hard in the fields out there, they just want to come back and have a glass of kettle or a glass of glass, they show up at the end, they drink a food, they say to the Jewish keeper of the restaurant, put it on my tab. Jewish keepers, no problem, Jewish keepers, and then at the end of the harvest season, the guy has the money, and he all his needs, and then he says, okay, I want to sit on my tab, and for his zloty, as with interest, become like 6, 7 zloty. And that's not the only guy you treat on his tab. So all of a sudden, you have like 300 zloty bill for alcohol over the years. What is this? This was an expression of knowledge form of the Veda that was ultimately very, very nice.
So they tax them just for the produce and just, and then come at night and do these things. Then, like, what was that relationship? Why would they split the directly because they couldn't make up with alcohol? Like, these are the bad guys.
Well, I think your question is backwards because there's no bad guys. There are people trying to live their lives.
And no, so many peasants, like, people are stealing our money, they're coming every day and harassing them. So, whatever they need. Why would we hang out with them?
So there's when the Jews weren't stealing their money at all. This was just reality that, like, there are only two things which are negative, right? Debt and taxes. Jews are not in charge of debt. But the taxes, they were in charge of. And the reality is, people have to work for the nobleman. Everybody knows money goes to the nobleman. And the Jew happens to be the tax collector. It's also collected a little drug at a time. Across this bridge, fishing this pond, whatever. That was the reality. Nobody likes taxes, but it's rare that you have tax revolts. Right? People maybe are grumbling more in late March when they have to pay their taxes, but we don't have that many storming of the capitals. Maybe once every knows how often. Right? Hang on a second, Jerry. So they basically may not have always liked taxes, but it was not like a wartime situation. Also, let's not forget, it's so hard to teach this properly because I have to both these things in mind. The Jews and Poles and Ukrainians lived together in great peace and prosperity for about 1,000 years. 1,000 years, with only a few very terrible moments of violence in that time. Some of those moments were like incredible explosions, like 1648. And they're also accelerating in this modern area. You have Pokemon 1881, 1903, 1905. Anything was terrific. Of course, all of us. But for most of those centuries, they lived with each other. And case in point, so much of what we do in Ashkenazi Jewish culture is basically Ukrainian, Polish, Belarusian, and Russian culture. We cannot sit down to a meal in a nationality house without having, for example, Russian cook. Right? What is Russian? What is Russian? It's not no, it's the Oshena, which is Ukrainian food. Cooker is German. Or you can have, I don't know, maybe some other examples. Borscht, the children, short actually French, show long. It's really hot. For a long time. So, there's so much of the stuff, really, the rituals we do are basically things that we sort of borrow from them, they borrow from us. Oh, this is how we think, that's what they call the Celtic fish, which they eat with it. Shidduch Kareva, Jewfish. So, our cultures are so closely interrelated. Like, that is one of the best things that is around the room is when they're in a restaurant. And they're kind of like all linked together. And bringing guy walks over to Tevye, a Muslim couple, and it says, God's Florida through your help. And Kevin is a little bit intimidated, and they end up starting dancing together, and it's like, wow, it's like, wow, and that is true. There's hostility, there's separation, but there's also tremendous degree of cultural borrowings. Where that especially happens, gentlemen, and I don't want to go too far in this, but if you encourage me, I would probably do it. Women, the women talk to each other. Recipes are exchanged, they're picking up fashion hits, they're doing all kinds of things, are much more the glues of societies than men. Men may have hostilities and things like that, but the women will talk to each other. Okay, Mr. Elderson.
So you say that Jews produce the best factors in terms of the reality of life. That's why people do as being evil or whatever.
We're not like Muslims who are showing the kidnap our children, but
more perspective. You ask most Americans what do you feel about the IRS? People most likely tell you, oh, I wish I could just do it, right? And the IRS is a lot more oversight than the Jews. And they were also full of monopolies who also have very strong voice in that argument. So, your whole idea that this is very much our voice.
but we get to use the instructions and it's so teaching, it's so beautiful, because there's a difference in what people say and what people do. Nobody likes the IRS. Nobody does. Maybe if you work for the IRS, you might like
the Boston Party was over 3% tax.
okay, so what is that? Right, and what was the next tax report? Right, that's right. There are tax reports for sure, but they're, as long as the taxes are not too awful, we'll deal with it. We'll complain, and America has an unusual kind of pressure on these because we have elections. You just say, vote the bums out, and that makes America a little easier. But generally speaking, taxes are just an accepted part. Nobody likes them, but everybody agrees. You have to get something. They're helping and
revolts with it's like obviously it's like a different situation, but in some socialist or communist countries that try to go in such like the communist and increase taxes exponentially have revolts sometimes relatively quickly.
Yeah, I will not disagree that it does happen, but in the main, people just want to live their lives, and if the pressure is not too great, they'll just make sort of a benefit cost analysis, and they'll say, it's just easier to leave it. Pay the money, and then they'll leave it. And it's only when it's too much that you have to live it. And this is sort of basically okay. Okay, so that's what you right? That's because it does happen. This, by the way, is a great piece of art by the fantastic movie of Rabbi, which shows the reply to the declarations, from the reply of the declarations to the Sultan. These are based literally on the issues, such as the piece of art. These guys are the Cossack or Cossack, right? And what they were people who were so upset with the system that they called the rebels. They led the Ukrainians, they fled the settlements, and they went as far south as they could to be out of the reach of the shock. And set up these sort of like independent elderly settlements where they lived really close to their own rules. And they had all sorts of sort of fashion statements like this walrus mustache, this classic Cossack style. It's top knot as well. So quite often, but the top knot there. And this is, by the way, sort of these are kind of like a national figure. Like we think in America, we tend to idolize the gunslingers, the Wild West, right? The Marlboro Man with the big hat riding off to the sunset on his horse, that kind of thing. This is like the cowboys for the Ukrainians. Unfortunately, the national heroes for the Ukrainians are like the national entities for the Jews. Because what would happen, what's going on in this particular scene is the Cossacks, among the things they did for which they are valorized by Ukrainians, is they fought the Ottoman Turks with great tiny villages for children and take them back to be slaves. A really awful phenomenon in the early modern history. And then the context was quite a bit. And at one point, the Ottoman Turks said, you guys can stop attacking our celebrating the deal with you. And so it goes back to the Ottoman. And so here they're celebrating that one guy knows how to write. He's composed the letter, and all the other contacts are like suggesting various, profanities to assert themselves. But this is really like a sort of contact mindset as encapsulated in the India repertoire. They were led by this guy, Rothschild, who was one of these party noblemen who fled to this timber of the rapids on the southern river. And he organized all of these kind of like bands of owning Cossacks. And he said, let's all organize ourselves. Let's not run away from the Polish noblemen. Let's run at them and let's attack and let's kick them out of our territories. And of course, this was a hugely bad for the Jews because the Jews were the tip of the spear for the Polish economic system, right? The Poles were living far away, but the Jews were living right there, right bank of it. And so when these Cossacks came and they had all this pent-up anger at the Polish noblemen, who were instead they also sort of culturally trying to dominate them, trying to get convert to Catholicism through the Orthodoxy, so there was also a religious element too. They came swooping into these Jewish deadlock, and the massacres were horrific. I mentioned Nathan of Hanover earlier as Hanukkah experience, and although he does criticize the Jewish involvement in the Renda system as being the basis of the problem, he does provide such a horrific and emotional description of these pogroms that I'm not going to tell you kinds of things to describe because they will scar your minds and never be able to forget them. If you are curious about reading this, then look at it and it's chilling, awful. Now this jumps into the region, or the region by series is called in Hebrew, Zeras Tach and Tach. Tach and Tach refer to the 2 years, 1648, 1649. It's actually extended a little bit longer. But these 2 years were, sorry, on we have yeah, I have a keynote about that. That's absolutely horrific. The violence perpetrated on Jews. And again, let's not forget that if you had 1,000 people working in a shtetl, let's say 1,000 working individuals, men and women, then chances are maybe 40 of them would be directly involved in the agenda out of 1,000, maybe 100, and the others would be involved in all kinds of other things that were supported by the agenda, kind of like Las Vegas. Las Vegas, what's the main industry? I don't know if you're coming back to gambling, right? If you took gambling out of Las Vegas, what would happen to Las Vegas? They don't think it's a part of that. Yeah, they would literally dry up because all that water is important, right? But most of the people do not work in casinos. They work in all kinds of ancillary industries, hotels, and bars, restaurants, and stuff like that, that support the people who come in to gambling casinos. So the casinos are the reason why Los Angeles continues to exist, but most Las Vegas are not working in casinos. So it was the renta. The renta was what really allows it to be the backbone of the economy, but the vast majority of Jews were doing all kinds of other things, silver sniffing, and slipping, small trails. You had these regional scholar, these are others.
Vegas is actually especially big comparison because you can always tell Vegas and the two of their own countries.
One last thing.
We talked about it, so
The Sherman's class in Bachelor studies.
Oh, there it is. From my memoirs. It is absolutely horrific. Sharing this foundation. Now, one of the things that is a challenge to historians to try to figure out, we have these very important sources, Jason Hanover is absolutely more people, but there are many other sources that describe this horrible devastation. But it does not seem that the scale of devastation was as large as the historians recommend. You see citations, it seems like every time someone writes about this, it increases by another 100,000 victims. You have 250,000 victims. But the reality is, in this lecture, there were probably about 40,000 Israelis at the time. It's hard to imagine 250,000 people killed, with only 40,000 victims. Chances are, it's probably somewhere in the neighborhood, depending on which story you read, probably in the neighborhood of something like a third of the population was killed, which is a devastating number. But the total number is not at all like what a lot of these okay. Let's take just the national back up. This is a five it's training. I said it was on the training. Not there yet. No, it's right. Five statement notes. This is on the $5 bill train. Not also, definitely, lots of Jewish dollars. Last question. Yeah, we say that there's a name of Columbus. We didn't know each other we pulled in American. As far as comparative I got like something this by the way in Central Square Museum. They have like this very heroic statue on the see there as well. The earlier version of it absolutely content actually have like but even sorry that's what they so they're moving machines. Okay, let's call that a day. Exclusionary pressures in Western Irish. So what's going to happen? Now we're at a transitional point in our history. We've looked quite a bit, especially the materials I put online from last week. We looked quite a bit at the environment of Jews in Western Ashkenaz, which basically comprises England, France, and Germany. Once you get east of Germany, you're getting into Central Europe, Eastern Europe. And what's going to happen is from the 13th peaking in the 17th century of a massive migration of Ashkenaz from the traditional heartland of Western Europe to Eastern Europe. There in Eastern Europe, there's going to be a massive population explosion in the 19th century as a result of several factors, including things like the invention of the smallpox vaccine, the unique style of Ashkenazic living arrangements called Kest, which reduced significantly. There's going to be just an explosion of Ashkenazi Jews in the 1800s. Eventually, when you get to the end of the 1800s, you'll have another big population movement from Europe to America, to Western South America, Australia, Israel, places like that. But we're now going into where Jews are going to be leaving the Ashkenazic heartland in Europe. That's 13th to 17th century Jews. Yeah, remind me your name, please. Last name. Parente, Mr. Parente. Just over here. Yeah, that's what's hard. Okay, Mr. Parente. So that's a question. The question which I will repeat because people who are watching the video sometimes ask me to repeat the question. Is the word Ashkenaz refer to a people or a country or a region? So you can have a look at the very first Rothschild went over the terminology. It is associated with I think it's a grandson of Noah in the biblical period. I think Noah, so I forget his son's name. Anyways, great grandson. And over the Middle Ages, various things were associated with the land of that individual and his descendants. So we don't totally understand. This was eventually associated with the region of the Rhineland in northern Germany, and the Jews who moved to that area were known as the Jews who moved to the land of Ashkenaz, and then they were called Ashkenazi Jews. So we have no real good reason to associate specifically that region with the place Ashkenaz. It's kind of arbitrary in some sense. So now really only refers to people, and the Ashkenazim are only Jews now, obviously, because only Jews use that terminology. Okay, have a look at the first lecture that's online. Okay, shall we go on? Okay, so now I'm looking at the reason why Jews moved from Western Europe to Eastern Europe twofold. First, there was a push for Jews to leave that will culminate in expulsions. Really strong push that Jews felt unwelcome in Western Europe. And at the same time, not for our discussion today, probably next week, there was an economic vacuum in Eastern Europe inviting Jews in. Literally, leaders of municipalities, of kingdoms, saying, please, Jews, come here. We will give you privileges. We will give you tax breaks. We will give you specific, legislation that you will want, like the right to build a wall around your community, or the right to have a monopoly on X, Y, or Z. And so that will be like a vacuum, an invitation, bringing Jews in, pushing Jews out, bringing Jews in at the same time. We're going to talk about the pushing Jews out first. Well, all right, Mr. Kranz, the first Jews who are allowed full citizens, that happens in the 18th century. So we're talking about 17, where the Jews of Bordeaux and Bayonne in southern France. We're still here like about 400 years earlier, when nobody has citizenship. He's citizen except maybe a king and maybe his wife. And that's basically it. Everyone else is subject. So maybe not even his wife. Everyone is a subject of the king. That's feudalism. And all you can hope for is privileges that the king gives you. So we're still in that period right up until you get to the 18th century. All right, let's look at one major factor in the push for Jews out. The first is something called the Crusades. This is like a scene in history. This is one of those watershed moments. You know what the term watershed means? I'll tell you, actually, I grew up near the Arctic watershed. Anyone want to define that term? Mr. Silva? No. Watershed is the earth, like when rain falls, it either flows toward a body of water here or a body of water there, right? Depends on the elevation of the two spots. And, like where we are, we're in, I guess, the Atlantic watershed, where every drop of rain that falls through New York will eventually flow towards the into the Atlantic Ocean, right? Like in the beginning of Kohelet. So all the rivers flow to the sea, and the sea is never filled. But if we were to move a little further west in this country, we would get to a different watershed where all the water would flow into the Mississippi River, and then down into the Gulf of something. What do you call it? Gulf of America. There you go. So the Gulf of America. Or further west, it would be a water of the Pacific Ocean. I grew up in the Arctic watershed, north of the Arctic watershed, where all the water that rained, all the rain that fell where I grew up, would flow into the Arctic Ocean because it's right north. So a watershed means like up until this point, everything is going this way. After this point, it's going the other way. So if you think about that term as a historical term, the Crusades are one of those watershed moments where beforehand, people understand the world in such a way, afterwards, very different. Another watershed in time would be something like 9/11. That's a huge watershed for the United States history. That was just before many of you were born, but in the post 9/11 era, changed everything in so many ways. The Crusades are one of those moments. This is the history. This guy, Pope Urban II, 1095, he complains that the holy city of Jerusalem, which is controlled at this time by the Muslims, right? Muslims are in charge of the land of Israel at that time. They are not allowing Christian pilgrims appropriate access to the holy sites. Church of the Holy Sepulchre, various sites that Christians revere in a very significant way. And he's like really upset about it. He reaches out to Christian Orthodox, right? There are, don't forget, at this in 1095, there are two basic major kinds of Christians. There are Catholics who are ruled from Rome, the Pope of Rome, and there are Orthodox who are ruled by 7 patriarchs in the Eastern world, sometimes called Greek Orthodox, sometimes called Russian or Armenian Orthodox. It's a different form of Christianity than the Catholics, but they both are Christian faiths. If you want, it's not really appropriate to use the term denominations, but they are two different, let's say, flavors of Christianity. And they have not gone along well for the last couple of hundred years. But he says to them, wow, it's just so awful that, we're hearing about Christian pilgrims not getting in to see the Church of the Holy Sepulchre. And the entire Christian world just, resonates with that message. Says, yeah, it is terrible. So Urban calls for, they call it crusade, based on the word cross, crucifix, saying we should all go there, we should organize ourselves, and we should take back the land of Israel from the infidel Muslims so that Christians can safely go there to worship. Massive reaction for a whole bunch of viral reasons. There was a certain amount of unemployment among the knightly class, for example, and they had literally nothing to do, but this was a great excuse. They pulled it together, particularly in the regions of France and Germany, and they make their way all the way across Europe to the Holy Land, and they fight the Muslims, and they take over the land of Israel. The next 200 years, there's going to be ongoing fighting with the Muslims until finally the Muslims drive them out. But this is the era of Crusader kingdoms, when Christians from Western Europe established sort of footholds in the land of Israel. I'm sure you visited places like Caesarea and Akko, and all kinds of land, and where you'll see lots of Crusader fortresses and things. You'll also see Muslim fortifications in the Crusaders, like for example, the walls around Jerusalem were built by the Muslims, trying to hold off any future attack by Crusaders, and it went back and forth for a couple of hundred years. Here you see that, and by the way, because they kept on getting, they made their way down, they took over the territory, then they got kicked out, then they made the end. There are multiple crusades over several hundred years with a variety of outcomes. Some successful, some not. Exactly, that's what happens. So how did Jews get involved in this? Especially up here, you can see the stars of David represent very clever sort of symbolism. They represent Jewish communities. And at certain points, in 96, in the summer of 1096 in particular, there was an especially dangerous phenomenon because a whole bunch of crusaders, remember, this is like a mass movement where you have wealthy knights who are able to afford a horse and a caddy and all the weapons and the finance all across Europe. And then you have hoi polloi. You have the dark, unwashed masses who say, yeah, we want to do this too. We want to get involved in it. And they come along for the ride. And in particular, in the northern German region of Ashkenaz, there are a whole bunch of these individuals led by people like Peter the Hermit, who is kind of like a rabble-rousing individual, sort of like a popular teacher, kind of demagogue. And he essentially says to these crusaders, wait a second, why are we schlepping all the way to Jerusalem to fight infidels? I don't think he used the word schlep, but you get the idea. Why are we taking ourselves there? The whole point of this is that we're going to beat those unbelievers, meaning Muslims, Why are we going all the way to Jerusalem to do it? We have unbelievers, Jews, right here on our very own backyard. And so a lot of these, especially the less professional crusaders, the less disciplined crusaders, they start making these religiously inspired pogroms that specifically targeted tiny little Ashkenazic, civilization outposts in northern region. This is like one of those huge scars in Ashkenazic history. Remember every week in Avarakaman prayer, which we read on Shabbos after the Torah, specifically speaking to the horrible massacres that occurred in the summer of 1096, and then onward for the next 200 years on a smaller scale. It's going to be absolutely awful. I'll take you through some of them if you like. Well, the more disciplined soldiers, like they've got some kind of they've got a plan. They want to go to Israel. They want the glory of attacking the Muslims. They want to bring back pieces of the Holy Cross and things like that. They've got kind of like a bigger goal. But the lesser outfitted and the kind of they don't have the same kind of resources. They can't imagine paying for that massive journey down there. But they do want to get involved in the violence and all it. So they say, we'll just do it right here in the Yaakov homeland. It's a granted. So I think that if you ask the Crusader, he would say the goal was to reclaim the Holy Land. And a main side benefit would be the fact that we can show those unbelievers what they're worth. And by the way, where you see this especially clearly in the Rhineland massacres is because Jews were given the option convert or die. Right? This is the option, or get baptized, which will represent a victory for Christianity if these Jews become Christians. So it has definitely a very strong religious root, demagogue, violence, and all kinds of nasty things, but nevertheless religious at its core. Right, okay, so he says to these Crusaders, why are you stepping all the way down there? Let's do this right here. Here's another image from that time. We have a lot of chronicles, by the way. We have source material for this by Jews, some of the really heartbreaking chronicles written by Jews, a handful of them. And we also have Christian chronicles of the attacks on Jews as well, which largely corroborate some of the most aspects of these massacres. 96, the summer, May, June, they were at their most intense at the beginning of the Crusades. As I mentioned, later Crusades that also had violence against Jews attendant upon it. You'll recall in the lecture when we looked at Ashkenazi genetics, we saw all those Jews thrown down the well. So that was as a part of the Second Crusade. There's a tremendous story about Rabbi Town being involved in one of these crusades as well, and who did absolutely horrific. The three main towns, however, that are at the epicenter are called Speyer, Worms, and Mainz. They're known as the Shum communities by acronym. These are three really small but important old Ashkenazic settlements. Remember, Ashkenaz at this point only has been around for about 200 years, and there are still maybe 1,000 Jews in each one of these places, but nevertheless, they were the three that were most powerfully attacked in the beginning. The Jewish response is fascinating. There's a lot, I think, to the formation, one might suggest, of Ashkenazic culture. Yes, question. Yes, definitely. This was where Gershom studied, for example. So these are significant towns. They're not faraway places. They're small by our standards, but still big by as very the science century. So this is where one of the oldest techniques that Ashkenazim developed, Jews in general, but Ashkenazim in particular, for dealing with communal threats. There are two basic strategies. Well, let's say there are three basic strategies that you can possibly think of when you're confronted by a threat. What do you think those three strategies are? Name off. Thank you. fight back. What happens if you fight back? You'll probably lose. You'll be overwhelmed by the numbers, right? So we're talking about masses of aggressors who are attacking small communities who are not, inclined militarily. There is an argument to be made, and we do see it happening in the 1900s, the pogrom waves that swept through Russia, that you might actually scare them off by showing a little bit of backbone. But early on, the Ashkenazi Jewish communities, with very, very few exceptions, basically said fighting back is not our best option. Get completely murdered, massacred if we fight back. We need to rely on other sources of authority and might to protect us. So fighting back was not something that Jews, Ashkenazi Jews in particular, started doing really until the early 20th century. We have a long, old history of military resistance that goes back to biblical times. But basically, living as a minority in the diaspora, we set it aside as an attitude since the democracy. Since the revolts against Rome, since Bar Kokhba in the 2nd century, basically set aside military responses. That's why, by the way, maybe we'll get to it next semester, that's why Israel represents another watershed moment in Jewish history, because this is the first time that we've really organized this to bring back some of that old martial tradition that we had in the ancient period. But that's not what's going to happen in the medieval period at all. The other possibilities are you run away, and you have lots of flight of Jews. It's not always possible, though, You're talking about your family, talking about your children. Are you going to run away with all of them? They're going to catch up with you. It may not be a very viable option. The third option is to drive independence, try to pay your way out of it. This is what one of my students once memorably said. This is the fee or flee strategy of Jewish survival. Right? Remember that? Fee or flee. Either pay or run away. These are two basic options that Jews use. So typically, like we see for example, in the city of Köln, in April of that year, they were able to avoid the massacres by simply going out to the Crusaders and saying, hey, whoa, you don't want to attack us. We are loyal, subjects of the king. Remember the service of Kamarai, that stuff we talked about. But we appreciate the desire to liberate the Holy Land from the Muslims. Here's a big bag of gold to help you finance military endeavor. And they were able to successfully, avoid a massacre, at least in April. They also would appeal to the emperor, right? Because that's part of who survived was by being part of the structure that the emperor wanted to protect. But later on, it would get worse. This strategy would not survive. Going on through Speyer in May of that month, they tried to barricade themselves in the synagogue, and many Jews who were outside the synagogue were killed by these crusaders. Remember, it's a get baptized or die kind of moment. Many of them chose to die rather than be baptized. In fact, what we will see happening in some of these chronicles, which is absolutely horrific and hard to imagine, but we see it very clearly in the chronicles that Jews in the Crusades frequently chose suicide over baptism. This was like an incredibly dramatic moment where you have situations where Jews were trapped inside synagogues, and the Crusaders would say, come out and be baptized, or we will synagogue on fire. And the Jews inside would actually take out knives and slaughter their own children before they took their own lives, and the Crusaders would set fire to a building that had been absolutely horrific examples recorded not only in the Hebrew Chronicles, but also in the Christian Chronicles, saying, can you believe these Jews? They're amazing, but they would rather kill themselves and their own children. They'd rather kill their own children rather than take baptism. And gentlemen, I would hazard as something for you to think about further. This is one of those moments
that define Ashkenazic history. That from the Says onwards, much of Ashkenazic culture is sort of like bend inwards and begin to say that, wow, the outside world is so dangerous. The outside world is so toxic. It is fundamentally and existentially threatening to us. We must protect ourselves at all costs from everything involved in the outside world. And Ashkenazi culture tends kind of like that inward focus that results in some interesting cultural expressions we'll see shortly. Sephardic culture, by contrast, they didn't have this same challenge of the Crusades. The Crusades did not sweep through Spain at this time. Spain is also where Jews are mainly living. It's Muslim. It's not even under the Christians. But their big challenge would come after 1391, as we discussed last semester, that their challenge would come after 1591, where now they've been forcibly converted without their will, without a chance to even say no, and now they have to live in both the Christian world and the Jewish world simultaneously. Sephardim develop a kind of cultural tropism where they can direct themselves to adapting to outside society while preserving a Jewish identity. You see the contrast between these two? Ashkenazim, sword in the sand, saying, if you force someone on me, I will literally kill myself. Sephardim say, give me your worst, I'll find a way to cope with it, and I'll do sort of, pardon the pun, Jiu-jitsu, and find a way to keep my Jewish identity, despite the fact that I'm living outwardly as a Christian. Two different, very different survival strategies. Okay, so it was in Speyer that we have the first example of this. It's recorded in the Jewish Chronicles of a Jewish woman who chooses to die rather than to submit to baptism, and this becomes like a major theme in things. Finally, in Worms, the Jews at this time, they go to the bishop. The bishop has a big fortified castle, and he says, please protect us. The bishop says, okay, because the bishop, one of the ironic things we see about anti-Semitism for much of this period is the upper church do with this. They have nothing to do with these crazy allegations of blood libel and these, bizarre ideas that the Jews had to be massacred. It was actually contrary to the doctrine of the church fathers. Jews were to be somewhat persecuted, second-class citizens, and to send a message to the Christian world that it's good to be a Jew, but they were not to be killed. In fact, the opposite, they were supposed to be preserved so that later they could testify as to the validity of the second coming. So the bishop says, yeah, come on in, I'll take care of you guys. The Crusaders broke into the bishop's own castle and then massacred 800 people there. You have more and more of these examples of suicide among Jews happening in mines. The bishop was to help, but he could not do it. There are some interesting examples of when you have a little bit of a pushback. I can't remember which town it was. Maybe it'll come up in my notes here. But one town, they actually arrested one of the worst of the rabble-rousers, and they cut off hands, and that stopped the violence right away. Which ran over even the bishops, even the church. They wanted to stop this movement, they could not. It's like when you wake up this kind of elemental hatred, even though it is technically disguising itself with a religious sort of veneer, it's a much more powerful impulse than any kind of religious thought at the time. Count Amico is one of these examples. He's one of the worst of the pogromists at this time. They eventually leave and they make their all the way down to Hungary, and they're considered such a disaster that Hungarian Christians fight against the Crusaders, saying, you're not coming into our land, this is crazy, you come in here, you rape, you pillage, all in the name of Christianity. That's totally not okay. Particularly the kind of situation that's going on. One last detail is kind of interesting is what happens for those Jews who accepted baptism rather than submit to be killed, or certainly then decide to commit suicide. There is a significant debate in both the Christian world and in the Jewish world. What do we do with these people? I mean, Christians, as those of you who are in the Sephardic class remember well, are sort of trapped in this ideology that once person is baptized, even if it was done without his or her consent. Now, imagine Christians. It's a sacrament. They can't take it back. So the church was kind of like, well, they're not allowed to forcibly baptize these Jews, but now that they did it, they're Christians. We have to keep them as Christians. Emperor Henry IV says, I'm letting them go back to these, and he got into trouble with the Pope over this because the Pope says, hey, who says that you're just an emperor? What right do you have to say anything about Christian theology? Side, there were many prominent Jews of the time, largely overruled by the Shonen that you are familiar with. Rothschild, perhaps the most important of them. He died in 1104, so the Crusades, the Crusade was part of the last, thing that he had to deal with in his life. There were significant debates. Maybe once they're baptized, especially if they voluntarily baptized rather than killed, maybe now they are Christians. Maybe we should accept them back. Maybe we're only allowed, right? And be allowed to get the Christians of your life for this. Nevertheless, the consensus developed over the course of about 100 years. So it's not just a thing to do. The consensus developed that, we'll allow them to come back. We'll allow them to be considered Jews. We'll consider this an ones, a forced situation where we're not responsible for that decision. Okay. Arguments, discussions, anything on that? Clear as the sun at noonday. Well, when you say we, I'm not sure who exactly you mean. I don't know. I think that the chances that we've shown them are that, baptism has no impact on your status. Based on the principle, Israel, Israel, a Jew, even though he sins, he's still a Jew. And it can't, remove that Jewishness from him. But I am not I'm not even a rabbi, just a regular guy. So I can't tell you sure. That's Rothschild. Okay. So what about Jerusalem? Jerusalem, of course, the Crusaders in 1099, they found out there's a huge battle in Jerusalem, which is kind of like in the first Crusade, it was the peak of the Crusader story and became like myth. You have guys like Richard the Lionheart who make their reputations in these huge battles for Jerusalem. Ultimately, Jews and Muslims, Jerusalem fight shoulder to shoulder against Christians, and there's going to be a massacre, and the Jews are sold in slavery and one type. And it is ironic. We should remember that Muslims and Jews have loggerheads primarily over politics in the Middle East. It's been like that for the last century and a half, more or less. But prior to this, there are many points in time where Jews and Muslims were actually on the same side against Christians. Also, one more thing to point out: we should bear in mind that for much of the Middle East, if we go to the 21st century, the Middle East has not let go of this history, right? Like when America invaded Iraq, Operation Desert Storm, I think it was, right? The Iraqis referred to Americans as crusaders. They're thinking of Americans as these guys. Here are Muslims minding their own business in Jerusalem. It's not even clear how much they are really interfering with Christian pilgrims, but all of a sudden they get like all of Europe comes down here and they're big metal armor and their forces and stuff like that, and like they make a war with us. So they regard the West as being like an existential enemy. This is something that's happened for the last millennium, largely because of the Crusades. Yeah, so you got to take the Spartan Jewish history class. That's you do have this period which they call, it's a little bit of exaggeration, la convivencia, the period of coexistence. Lasted about 200 years. About give or take 950 to 1150. Yes, this is the extent. Yeah, but that's it. It's an interesting period of Spartan Jewish history. You think right now everybody's getting along? Yeah, I would love that to be true. I think America is an exception in history in many ways. Uh, so good argument. There's a lot to be said for that. I don't think it's quite as rosy as maybe you would like, but well, here's a point, right? Okay, let's just have one weird thing here. So one of the immediate cultural expressions of Jews in the post-Crusade era that had a long-lasting effect was a movement called the Hasidei Ashkenaz. The term Hasid, of course, is biblical in origin. You see it all over Tanakh. It basically means someone who goes like beyond the letter of the law. But it has been used so many times in history. The followers, Yehuda Maccabee, were called Hasidim. David calls himself Hasidim. We have, of course, the 18th century Hasidic movement, Rabbi, Satmar, all those guys. But this is a different movement, just happens to use the same name. They flourished for about 100 years right after the Crusades. Most of their writings are focused in one book, Sefer Hasidim, fascinating book on a historical level. Sorry? Yes, Rabbi Yehuda Hasid is one of the major authors of this, also his father. This is a fascinating book on a historical level as well, because it includes all kinds of interesting stories about things that happened in Ashkenaz at the time. It's a fascinating religious work. It's basically sort of a mixture of Musar and Halacha about how you should behave, and all kinds of like stuff that didn't make it into Halacha, but nevertheless is kind of like advice given by the followers of this Hasidei Ashkenaz. What is especially unique about it, though, what pushes it from a lot of other trends, and is not something that really lasted in the Ashkenazi tradition, very, very sharp at this time, though, is that the Hasidei Ashkenaz were really big into self-blame, self-denial, martyrdoms, all kinds of like, we have to do more tshuva, where it's so different from much of the modern day Hasidus. When we talk about Chabad, for example, which is all the Hasidus was really much more about joy and about camaraderie and singing. No way, these Hasidei Ashkenaz were really into like self-mortification, like literally rolling in snow. Fasting was a big deal, lots and lots of fasting, and even like after death, customs like putting in your will that you want your coffin dragged along the street to your burial as a last chance to atone for any of your sins. Those kinds of things show up in the Hasidei Ashkenaz movement. It is a kind of like a cold, dark in many ways culturally, but the Sefer Hasidim is actually quite fascinating when you can look at it. It's short-lived, but certain ideas definitely do find their echoes later on. I think I have here. No, I don't have references. It is at this point, by the way, where the Hasidei Ashkenaz have this influence on not portraying women's faces in particular. That in the artwork that we have from time, a lot of I have them I think later on in the lecture, and maybe I'll put it in one of the videos. A lot of the artwork will show women with animal heads rather than with human heads. If I don't, I'll try to find it. Sometimes all people, not just women, but especially women. And that also happens to the idea is like we're not sure exactly what the idea is, but most viewers say, especially with the idea of like more it's not right to look at the face of women and stuff like that. Yes, question. The Hasidei Ashkenaz? Well, it was kind of like an intellectual religious movement. There were several prominent rabbis who were deeply involved in it and influential. And so people followed it. People thought like that's how you express your Judaism. Nowadays we express our Judaism by like, having Ganyos and Hamatash. And back then they would say, oh man, I gotta go like roll the snow a little bit, stop eating 2 days. That was the style. Wear dark clothes. Well, that's, I think, precisely what a lot of historians would say. The Crusades maybe were seen as like a divine punishment because we were having much levity. Yeah, correct, correct. So it stands to reason that they were influenced by the environment. We'll see the same kind of thing to a certain degree happening during the Black Death. No way to know for sure. No way to know for sure. But I would think it did survive. We still have their writings, which indicated they were circulating. You'd have to find a way to measure that. I don't think anyone knows. Mr. Krantz. Yeah, yeah. About in particular do not like that. Yeah. I don't know. Could be. Sure. Okay, let's go weiter. Now, the next master, right? The whole point of today's lecture is to illustrate exclusionary pressures, right? That reasons why Jews want to leave Western Europe. Crusades, fairly focused violence associated with the crusade itself. The Jews were able to, over the course of the next couple hundred years, sort of see when these things are developing, reach out well in advance to authority figures to try and protect them. It helped quite often that you didn't have the same kind of big massacres that you did in 1096, but there were other times as well. One of the most awful of the cities era was something called the blood libel, which I'm sure you are. Unfortunately, it is a myth that continues to this day. This is a map from the Encyclopedia Judaica that shows you the places in Europe that had a blood libel with the centuries when they occurred. You can see the numbers in circles are the 19th and 20th centuries. So there's definitely an ongoing persistence of this bizarre idea that started first up here in Norwich, right here in the, actually the earliest one is in 1144. The story goes, and this is basically repeated over and over again, that the Jews need to kill, God forbid, a Christian child. There's actually two distinct charges. The first one is called ritual murder, and later it develops into what's called the blood libel, alilat dam. Ritual murder is this idea that, well, why would Jews need to kill a Christian? The reason is because, as the crazy theory goes, those of you who are going to be watching this from the recording, it's not true. Jews don't do this stuff. But, and the church has, by the way, said this over and over again. Popes are constantly publishing bulls saying, no, it's not true. Don't believe those crazy people who say this happens. But nevertheless, it is one of those things that is, to root out of the psyche once it gets in there. The charge is that Jews need to really murder a child in order to vicariously reenact heaven, meaning the crucifixion of the founder of Christianity. Because Jews, so Christians, they want to do that same thing again, specifically around Passover, right? That's the season of the Passion. The term Passion refers to that whole storm. And so, whenever it happens, unfortunately, and it does happen, young children, God forbid, are kidnapped, frequently abused, and then murdered. Such things happen, of course, on even in our own day. So, that, and I said, we did this terrible thing. Because I thought it was the Jews. I've heard that Jews do this. It is April after all. It must be part of their ritual murder. And the story goes out. And then what happens afterwards is sometimes there's like a mob lynching of Jews. Sometimes there will be like a bizarre sham of a trial that will result in mass hangings. And it never ends well for the Jews. the evolution of this charge of ritual murder. It really begins in 1144, and then it just goes like crazy. Everybody just catches on this idea. It's a little bit an urban myth. Like, people for a while were talking about how don't go to these, these in Central America because one day you'll wake up knocked up and you'll find a scar and someone has stolen your kidney. Right? You ever hear those crazy stories? You go to a bar, someone will put something in your drink, you wake up the next day missing a kidney. And people say, yeah, that happens. Don't miss, even know how often and how seldom it happens. It just sort of like takes way more space in people's brains than it actually deserves. Historically, that's what happens to ritual murder. The blood libel just added a dimension of crazy to this that made it even more popular. The blood libel is the argument that not only do Jews need to reenact the crucifixion, they need to drain and drink the blood of the victims. They have to actually go. Why do they need to drink the blood? There's lots of different crazy reasons. By the way, I'll show you here. It's like you see a crowded map of how many places had blood libels after that first one in 1144. This is Simon of Trent of 1479, one of the most widely publicized blood libels. You can see all of the Jews gathered around here. This is like it's part of a large broadsheet. Like one of the reasons why it's so popular in the 15th century is because that's when the printing press comes out, and public announcements were often made on these large sheets of what would look like newsprint, and then they would like post them on walls. Sometimes they would actually make, if you've been to Europe, you'll see they're like round pillars in public spaces, and they post these big things. In Israel, you see in Pashkevilin, same kind of idea, like don't go to the college kind of messages that you see in some places. That's how this would be posted. It was not colored. This is a colorized version. A level but the Jews here, and they all have names because below it would be a long text in medieval German that most people could not read, but they could see the cartoon image. They have these little ruelles here, these little badges that indicate they are Jews. From the year 1215 on, Jews are required to wear some kind of distinguishing badge like this. And here is the unfortunate Simon, who is held in a cruciform position. There are Jews who are tormenting him with specific torments that are meant to mimic the account of the Gospels, and they're circumcising him because, after all, the sound of Christianity was also circumcised, so they have to make the victim, Christ-like in that regard. They're catching the blood in a little pan, and then later they will do various things with the blood. One of the most popular myths is that they would bake it into the matzah. For those of you who, I'm sure all of you have eaten, which is made completely out of flour and water, you know that a little bit of blood will tell you it's better. God forbid, I didn't mean to say that. I'll have to cut that out of the video. But there's no blood in matzah, obviously. There are also interesting thoughts that Jewish men are subject to menstruation, and so they lose iron every month, and they have to drink Christian blood in order to replenish the iron. Other stories that say that they are infertile, and the only way that they can reproduce is if they consume this blood, or it's an aphrodisiac. And when they're talking to absolutely bizarre stories, if you're curious about this really weird aspect of medieval history, I recommend you look at Joshua Trachtenberg's remarkable work written right during the Holocaust to people up as to how long this has been going on, called The Devil and the Jews. Very powerful work. He lists, 20 different things that people believe Jews did with this blood, and amazing examples of Christians actually trying to buy the blood so that they could use it for their purpose as well. And of course, there is no blood for that. But this blood libel just became such a powerful peg in the mind of medieval Europe that it haunted the Jews for hundreds of years. Of Beatus Simon Martyr, which basically means Saint Simon the Martyr. As I mentioned earlier, the church in most cases completely decried the whole idea of the blood libel. They said it's crazy. Jews would go to the Pope and say, please, we're getting all these calumnies applied to us, and we're getting attacked, and it's not fair, it's not true, and the church would actually, be forthcoming and say, the Jews are right, it's not true, and so on. But there were some exceptions. Simon Martyr was one. He was actually beatified by the church, which means he is one level short of becoming a saint. Quite often they would take the remains of the child who was killed by who knows whom, definitely not the Jews, and then he buried the wall of a church. You can go to churches today in Europe and see where they have, the remains of these children who were horribly killed, but the Jews were blamed for it. Well, I don't think you'll find too many people who are willing to go along with that, but historians recognize it. And here's another one from the 18th century in Poland. They often have these kinds of horrific images of Jews, it relates to pedophilia and things like that. The Nazis were just make tremendous use of this entire story in their propaganda. It is one of the horrific attacks on Jews that is another really good reason to start leaving Western Europe. It would follow them to Eastern Europe, but the deal was we got to get away from these crazy people. Yes, Mr. Andrew. So the question is, currently asks is, this iconographic standard for the ugly Jew. There's a great book by Sander Gilman, which I think it's called The Jew's Body. It might be called The Jew's Nose, I'm not sure, but Sander Gilman is the author. And he argues that it comes from the late 19th century with the discovery of the Venus de Milo, which is a very famous Greek statue of a woman, and it was considered in the late 19th century when it was displayed in the Louvre as like the ideal human form. And so a lot of naturalists started saying, well, if this is the ideal, the aquamarine nose, right body proportion, then the Jew must be the opposite of that. And that's when the kind of capitalist image, the large, that's the late 19th century. That's like a good argument for it. Okay, let's go to one last related charge, and this is national critic. Now, the ritual murder morphs into the blood libel, makes Jews feel very uncomfortable. And we could say much more about this. Literally, a whole semester on the blood libel. There are crazy examples where, for example, you didn't even have to have a body. Like the Blois incident of 1171, where some guy thought he saw a Jew carrying a body, but nobody reported there was a missing child. Nobody found the body. Nevertheless, they attacked all the Jews, massacred them, over a blood libel. It was a crazy, crazy thing. Post-desecration, however, is kind of like the step up in this entire crazy belief system, and it affected Jews very heavily. And unlike the blood libel, post-desecration tended to have the support of the church. The Catholic Church, found it advantageous to even promote, to some degrees, the post-desecration story because it served things. So the term post refers to a little wafer that became part of Catholic religious practice. It was part of a ritual called communion, that when you were a Catholic in good standing and had said your confession and done whatever penance was required, then you would enter in union, which involved the drinking of a little bit of wine and the consumption of this little cracker that's like a Ritz cracker kind of thing, like they have a kiddish. This would be like a very dramatic moment. And from the 14th century on, in particular, the Catholic Church adopted a doctrine called transubstantiation, where they said that the consumption of this wafer and this wine, which is in memory of the Last Supper, actually literally becomes the body of Christ. That it's literally the body of Christ that you are consuming. I know that sounds a little weird. It sounds weird to me, but it's somebody else's religion, so that's what they believe. So, and that's like a very big thing to actually be consuming the body. So, through this doctrine of transubstantiation, where it's not a symbol, it's not like representative of, it's actually the thing itself, mamash. So, if it is the thing itself, then it stands to reason that Jews would torture it, right? If they are killing Christian children, as the argument goes, in order to reenact the passion, certainly they're going to do it the wafer itself, which represents Jesus literally. That's the argument. So the church, whereas they thought the blood Bible was really dangerous, they put it down. Post-desecration actually supported the argument for transubstantiation as a doctrine, which was not an easy sell. So here's a post-desecration story that is described from the German city of Passau. It's also 14th century, and it's basically, again, written with cartoons, because most people were illiterate. You know, it does have the German text above it, kind of like a graphic novel. And the stories are almost all the same. Here's a Christian accomplice. Typically, there will be like a renegade Christian in these stories. There's also a renegade Christian in a lot of Blood Bible stories. A renegade Christian who, you know, helps the Jews, the child, that kind of thing. Here's a renegade Christian, goes into the church, and you can see he's looking over his shoulder as he steals the host. So here's the host, these little wafers. Oops, sorry, jumped ahead. And then he goes and takes them to the Jews. You can tell they're Jews because they have written well on their shirts, their tunics, and he accepts money for the host. The host is then brought back to the synagogue by the Jews. They got a new little box here, and in their synagogue, torture the host. You can see they're stabbing with knives. Miraculously, it bleeds. That starts to, that's the, again, demonstrating the miraculous properties of the host. You can see that the Christian artist has never actually been in this synagogue, or has to look carefully because trying to reproduce to they quote a Bridger in Hebrew, but he doesn't know how to write Hebrew, so he's learned nice gibberish up there. And then what happens is, like the police come to the door and say, "Hey, what's going on here?" We hear like some screaming, right? Like the host is screaming as it were. The Jews say, "Quick, get rid of the evidence." They collect it up, they throw it into the furnace, and miraculously the form of a small child appears in the flames, and doves fly out of the flames to be caught by waiting angels, right? Like all these miracles are attached to it to sort of reinforce the idea of transubstantiation. All of this stuff is Marishkai, Bobomais, is not true at all. The next part, unfortunately, is typically what actually happened. There's a mob, you know, bursts into the synagogue, they arrest all the Jews, they behead them. This is also a Jewish act from the 13th century. They torture them with the flames, they set them on fire. The Christians later taken away for other punishments, and the synagogue is rededicated as a church. You see the body parts up here from blood libels, things like that. So host desecration, also hugely popular from the 13th century onward. So from ritual murder to blood libel to host desecration, it just gets crazier and crazier. This is a map which shows the spread of the host desecration. This also spreads into Spain quite heavily as well. Okay, well, that's so exhausting and nasty. Questions? Yes, Mr. Ferrante. I didn't understand what your question was. Will it spread separately from what? Oh, that's good. It would be interesting to try to correlate this stuff with witch hunts, which happens quite a bit later for the most part. I think there has been a lot of stuff written on the spread of superstition connected with mass media. Like, when it's one thing for two guys sitting in an inn telling a story, you know, there's only a certain degree of impact you can have when it's one-to-one or one to a few. But once you start like getting broadsheets, and once you start getting like, you know, won't have papers at this time, but once you have like more technologies of dissemination, then it just goes crazy. Right? You know, we live in the same time. We live in the era of the internet, right? Where someone can have a super crazy idea, like QAnon, right? And within weeks, all of a sudden, QAnon is like a real thing. And people start saying, oh my gosh, is it true? Who is Q anyways? You guys know what I'm talking about, by the way? Is it, yeah. Or what else? I'm sorry? Yes, stay away from social media. It's really unhealthy. QAnon is this bizarre, sort of, super crazy idea that involved the most weird ideas. Like, for example, it was back in the 2016. It was especially a huge during COVID. But it goes back really 2016. One of the weirdest aspects of it was the idea that Democrats were actually lizards from outer space. I'm not making this up. Lizards from outer space were bent on kidnapping children and committing pedophilic acts. It got so bad that for some reason there were people who identified a particular pizzeria in Washington, saying that this was like a QAnon belief. Like this pizzeria had a basement where they were doing this, and some guy brought a gun to the pizzeria and shot it up, looking for the basement. There's no basement. Like it's just, this is blood riot. This is human psychology. Sorry, and in the back, yeah, it did happen. Super crazy things that happen, and it has a lot to do with how information is shared. And we don't know what it means to share on the internet. Maybe you know better than I do because you're digital natives, but we don't know how to get it. Yeah, that's not reasonable. There are some really crazy things. Okay, so we have 7 minutes of each motion first. Okay, let's go. Oh, Black Death. We might not take this second. If things couldn't get worse, you have the Black Death in the middle of the 14th century. Right? The 1340s to about 1360, you have this terrible plague that reaches Europe, and nobody has natural immunities to it. To contend that it's based on a particular bacteria that's on a particular kind of flea that was on a particular kind of rat that made from Asia on some of the boats landing probably in Italy or maybe in Sicily, and it just like carves a swath of deaths with mortality rates reaching like 40-50% in some places. Horrible bleeding death with these big ulcers called buboes that would grow up, with the lymph glands and things like that. And people are like, obviously, freaking out. Think COVID-19, but with a lot more blood and with a lot more mortality. Yeah, mortality. Yeah, it was happening really fast, and also people don't have any good idea about how germs spread, right? Yeah, they don't have a good idea about any kind of this contagion theory. There are a lot of interesting Jewish accounts because remember how would be related to this in many ways? Well, no. Okay, so unfortunately, as much as we like to think that, we have no basis for saying that Jews suffered less. We do have these arguments that, okay, Jews wash more because they wash their hands before bread. Again, usually it's without soap. I don't know how many times you guys wash with soap, right? So we wash without bread, without soap. And we would bathe more often, like, that's so weak. Right? So that's not exactly bathing so much. There's another argument that says that it's kind of crazy, but Jews didn't like dogs. Like there is some stuff in the Gemara about owning a bad dog. The Jews own cats instead. Cats chase rats. Rats run away. No rats, no fleas, no bubonic plague. But all of that is just supposition. In fact, more likely, Jews probably died at a higher rate as than penalty. They're living in close contact with each other. When you have a contagious disease like this, you're much better off living isolated in a farm than you are living in urban setting. We simply don't know if there's a Jewish death rate different from Christians during the Black Death. The reason we do know a lot about the Black Death and Jews, though, is because a lot of Jews were doctors. And Jewish doctors are writing down, hey, I tried this, it worked, it didn't work, I tried that, and you have a lot of fascinating accounts. They're specifically from Jewish doctors describing the progression of the disease. How this affects Jewish history specifically, though, is that, at the time, like this is a 16th century revision, the triumph of death, right? These horrific kind of scenes, really, they're looking at when you watch the video, look at it closely, with with skeletons riding all over the place, big, like hurting people into coffins like this, which is a period of tremendous fear, and nobody knew what exactly was going on. One of the versions of explaining the Black Death that circulated, became very popular, is that Jews were poisoning the wells of Europe. And what they were doing is they made a pact with lepers, and they were taking bits of their flesh that fell off and poisoned wells. So here's an example. This is actually from England that shows a Jew at the time was designed. They didn't know what Jews dressed like because Jews had already been expelled from England at the time, but he's wearing like kind of their impression of what a Jew has to wear, the special hat and things like that. And he's holding this leather pouch that has the flesh of lepers in it, and he's dumping it into the well, and coming spinning out of the well is a kind of a demon that urinates back into the well and it poisons it. In the background, just for good measure, is a ritual murder victim as well. And since this is in English, I'll show you a little close-up of the text to look at. So read here, it says in the little shoulder note, a great infection throughout all Europe by reason the water in the wells was poisoned. Right? The allied themselves, the Jews allied themselves in concert with their diverse lepers by whole seclusions and means they made an ointment with a confection of the blood of man being composed with certain venomous herbs wrapped it with a little linen cloth, applying a salt and saying to make it sink to the bottom, they lightly cast instead infection and all the thousands and wells of the Christians. Pretty bizarre kind of idea circulating. All of these things together make culture into the whole place. This is like why Jews felt not welcome anymore in Western Europe. Ritual murder, blood libel, the Black Death, versus the burning of Strasbourg in the 14th century. Lots of reasons to leave Western Europe. And again, as we got rolling on Monday when we meet again, Eastern Europe was saying, hey, please, Jews, come here. We don't have a very advanced economy. You guys are great at developing economies. Please come, we'll let you settle, we'll give you all kinds of commissions and so on. And this is the time when Jews are being forced out of Europe all over the place. This is from 1182, the first expelled from France, largely places that we talked about with the economic situation, and that this is where we're going to leave it off. The most important of those expulsions, of course, will be later in 1492 from Spain, but we're still just a little bit shy of that. Okay, I managed to get through the entire lecture. Any last minute questions before we wrap up? Thank you very much for joining us. All right, so where we left off, we talked about trade and commerce as one of the most important elements of the Jewish economy in the medieval era. Another extremely important element, and in fact, probably the most important element for much of medieval history, was specifically money lending. Using the nasty term is usury. Usury is more like, we don't use that word in English very much, but it's sort of like loan sharking. It's kind of like charging injurious rates of interest. And in the Middle Ages, you should note that rates of interest were typically 40 to 70% per annum. How much is like a really bad credit card today? Yeah, maybe 35%. And in the medieval ages, it was double that easily. So money lending was extremely profitable for the money lender. Anyone else benefit from money lending besides the money lender? The king, exactly, because the source of tax income. That's why, for example, if you think about vices like, let's say, gambling or alcohol consumption or cigarette smoking, that governments love vices in the so far as they can tax them. They're bad if they get out of hand, but if you have a gambling casino on every block, it tends to bring the neighborhood down. But having a few gambling casinos where people could go and then their winnings are heavily taxed, the governments love them. And that's exactly the situation with Jewish money lending. It was in some degrees of vice, and you see exactly why that is so in the medieval context, but it was a massive source of income for taxation, so it was not only tolerated but protected very often. Now, let's try to understand why would there be an opposition to money lending? It really boils down to the fact that the Catholic Church interpreted the Hebrew Bible in precisely the same way that Jews did. Here's the key passage, which is from Devarim. You shall not lend on interest to your brother. Interest of food or money or anything on which interest can be charged. You may charge interest to a foreigner, but not to your brother. So Jews interpret this passage to mean a Jew may not charge interest to his fellow Jew, but he may charge interest to a Christian, a Muslim, a pagan, whoever. Right? That's pretty straightforward. I tried calling up Visa and MasterCard to find out if the CEO was Jewish, but they wouldn't answer my call. Now, Christians read this verse and said exactly the same thing. And they said, okay, Christians are all brothers, so Christians may not charge interest to other Christians. And that basically shuts down the economy very effectively. Because especially if you're in an agricultural economy, right? You buy your seed, that requires a huge upfront investment to buy the seed. You got to put a lot of energy into working the land. You put the seed into the soil, and then you got to wait. And all that time between buying the seed and the harvest, you have no income. So how do you make it, right? There's a big, natural drop in the middle of the agricultural cycle. It's expensive the first year, but every year, right? Okay, if you're smart, you set aside that first investment, and then you've got money to kind of carry you through. But people are not always just smart about how they save money for the winter. And also, all kinds of things can happen. Bad things like terrible harvests or rampaging nomadic civilizations that will steal all your grain, or good things like you have a new baby, or you have a big party or whatever. All kinds of things can happen, and all of a sudden you have no income whatsoever. The only way to get through it is with a short-term loan. Things like people have these payday loans with really high levels of interest, but if you're living paycheck to paycheck, and all of a sudden your car breaks down and you got to invest money in fixing it, you need the next paycheck. So you go to the Jew. You go to the money lender, and he'll say, no problem, I'm happy to lend you money. It'll cost you 70% interest, and just make sure you pay me back. It tends to be very small amounts, but very lucrative. Precisely, this is where the stereotype comes from. It does not come from thin air. The big nose thing probably comes from thin air. But the idea of the Shylock, right, who's a character in Merchant of Venice, well, actually, if you ever read Merchant of Venice, which I recommend, it's a very powerful play, I personally don't think that particular play is actually anti-Semitic. Shylock is very, very badly treated, and when he finally has a chance to get his revenge, he loans money to, I forget the guy's name, Christian, and he says, but if you fail to pay me, what I want to charge you is not interest, but a pound of your flesh. I'll choose a pound of your flesh as my payment. And then, of course, I can't pay, and then there's a whole lawsuit, stuff like that. In the end, Shylock loses, and actually a comedy. But Shylock comes across, I think, when you read it, as a very human character, because he's deeply wronged by whatever his name is. Antonio, was it? Antonio, there we go. So that's where you get the phrase, though, the pound of flesh, meaning that it's a serious, extreme rate of interest. Think about it economically, right? They're living this very precarious kind of existence. Farming is not a good option for them because they can be kicked off their land, or they can be evicted, or they can be chased out by pogroms and things like that. They can make a small amount of living in small crafts and things like that. Quite often, advancement requires membership in a guild closed to Jews, just like we talked about the Cherem Yishuv, where Jews would actually regulate how many Jews could come into a town. They also were regulated against by the various guilds. You said only so many, whatever, leather workers and things like that. So this is like a feast open to them, and they have because there's nobody else who can charge interest legally in Christian countries. A lot of Christians do instead. There's lots of examples of Christians who are also lending money and charging interest. And usually when they repent after they made a lot of money, they build a church to atone for their previous sins. But Jews are the only official sanctioned moneylenders. Mr. Vasilevsky. No. And basically, you see in this lecture, by the 15th century, the Italians, this is stupid. Because there's so much money to be made here. Lots of people want to borrow money. And once the Italians got involved, the Jewish monopoly ended. Mr. Atherson.
But you can't have every single Jew.
Correct.
You have to be a few.
It's hard to actually quantify this. We don't have really good statistics, but just based on my sort of Gestalt understanding, if you had a shtetl that had 1,000 Jews in it, and let's say, that meant that there were 400 Jews who were actually gainfully employed, another 200 who were sort of employed by those who were employed, and another 200 were basically on the dole from the rest of the community. Of those, let's say 400 who were really employed, probably about 150 of them were actually moneylenders. So it's the biggest single chunk of the economy. Not the majority of the economy, but the biggest single chunk. And of course, the one that's most memorable because it is that chunk where Jews would have the most commerce with non-Jews. So let's go further here. This was expanded upon in the 4th century by a church father named Ambrose, and in particular, it is rendered into Catholic law by something called the Decretum Gratiani, or the decree of Gratia. That's actually portrayed in this particular document here. That says it's explicit for sure. Christians are not allowed to charge interest to other Christians, and that means that we're the Jews. And the Jewish monopoly was de jure. Remember this term de jure? Sometimes people say de jure, but it's de jure. It means of the law, like in writing, legal. Jewish monopoly in writing. That Jews are legally the only people who are allowed to charge interest in Christian Europe, and Christian competition was de facto. That's the opposite of de jure. De jure means in law. De facto means practice, like what people like. For example, de jure, the speed limit is 30 miles an hour. De facto will drive 35, 40. Doing what actually is written and what is actually done. So there was Christian competition de facto, but de jure, the Jews were no ones allowed to do it, and Jews were big into it. Mr. Periente. Correct. So there are a lot of things that they could not do, right? And also a lot of things they did not want to do either. Agriculture is the employment of the vast majority of Christians in Europe, and as we've discussed, agriculture is not a really viable option for Jews as a small minority. as a vulnerable minority. All kinds of guilds and partisan organizations were closed shops. You could not get in, and you would not be allowed to train as a swordsmith or things like that. Jews couldn't get in. Even like the dyers and like pigments and things like that, Jews couldn't get into for the most part. But this was open to them, and not only open, encouraged and protected by the king. So it was kind of a natural thing. One area where Jews were typically allowed, because they gained pretty much universal respect, was medicine. One of the reasons for the long tradition of Jews in medical fields and health fields is because this was an area where people were so desperate for good health care that Jews were literate, were pretty universally respected. You had popes who had Jewish doctors, kings had Jewish doctors. So those fields were largely not closed to Jews. There were not every university. Universities actually were closed to, but there were a handful, I think about 4 or 5 universities that were allowed Jews to study medicine. But in the 12th century, there were only like 3 or 4 universities total. Bologna, Oxford, maybe, very few of them. So people were learning medicine on their own. Okay, I'm a doctor. No, I'm cats. So Dark Ages, that actual term refers to the period from the fall of Rome until the Renaissance. Big period of time. It's basically from, let's say, the year 500 to about the year 1300. This is the high Middle Ages, though. This is like the very end of the Dark Ages, so the dawn is already coming up. Yes. You're absolutely correct. It is far more lucrative than being a peasant. Way better than being a peasant, too. Right? In fact, let's talk about, I think I have it over here. Let's do the risks and benefits of usury. Right here, some Jewish money lenders. See the coin here, right? So, benefits, right? Money lending is profitable. That's the bottom line. You have a big paycheck with that. Yeah, Mr. Gertz. Oh, we passed by. Okay, sorry. Urban. This is an urban profession. You don't have to live far away from other Jews. You can stay inside the Jewish community. That's a clean trade because you can still go to Minyan in the morning. You can walking distance of the kosher Chinese, walking distance of kosher pizza, whatever you want. It's so close because they to you, right? You can have banker's hours. You can say my money lending shop is open from 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. I take an hour off for lunch, and people will come to you and they'll wait for you. So it's great that way. And it involves minimal. All you have to do is numerate and literate. And you have to have a certain amount of investment. You have to have enough to start with. So basically, if you've got the money, you'll write down what people owe you, and you can calculate what they owe you afterwards. Then you can open up your shop. So, but remember who you're part, right? The king, right? So in other words, if a guy fails to pay you back, and the king often says, "Okay, where's my since this month?" You say, "Oh, I'd love to give you your taxes, king, but look at my record book." And Jean Paul is not holding on to his pledge from the king gets upset, goes out and beats up Jean Paul, right? You muscle behind it, at least when it's going well. As we shall see, there are lots of these too. But when it's going well, it's like the FDIC, right? Federal something. Thank you so much, Mr. Lewin. Federal Deposit Insurance Corporate. I don't know. It means that when you put money into your bank here in America, it's guaranteed up to like $150,000 or something. You got muscle behind it. Right? Okay, and so it's minimal effort. You have to be literate. You have to be numerate. The vast majority of people are neither literate nor numerate, and they're also not allowed to do it. The church forbids it. But the Jews can't do it. In fact, they're the only people who are legally allowed to. Risks. So, resentment is a big factor because everybody loves to get a loan. Nobody likes to pay back a loan, especially when you're halfway through on your car payments and you're seeing all other 2 years to pay this off. It's not a fun thing. So, if you're a lender, you will be resented by any loan money too. The peasant typically borrows small amounts of money, just like payday loans to get through to the next harvest, that kind of thing. Or even worse, we'll see this more when we get to Eastern Europe. Right now we're still in Western Europe, but in Eastern Europe, one of the ways that peasants would rack up a big tab is they would drink alcohol in a Jewish inn. Something called a kretschma in Yiddish. And this is also something that the nobleman would allow Jews to have exclusivity on the production of alcohol. Just think about this. Nobody in, let's say, southern Poland and western Ukraine is allowed to distill alcohol except the Jews are there. They set up the inns. The peasants work hard all day in the fields. They come out, they have a few beers, they say, put it on my tab, and the tab grows, and the tab gets interest because you're borrowing that money. And then as the harvest season comes, the peasant says, okay, I'm ready to pay up my tab. What? Look at this amount I owe. How do you calculate this, right? So why does the nobleman allow this terrible thing to happen? Because he taxes it, right? It's his profit, so he loves it. The Jews be the only ones to do it. If he allows everybody to distill alcohol, then there's no way he can control it. But the Jews who are vulnerable, who are dependent on his basis, they will fulfill that role. They'll provide the alcohol, they'll sell the alcohol on credit, charge interest, and then you'll have peasants who will be very upset about this process, something called propinatia. And occasionally, basically from the 17th century on, you'll have massive peasant uprising in Judah. We'll talk about it later, but for example, the Khmelnytsky uprising, notorious of these great peasant uprisings, was heavily factors like Jews charging interest on bus tabs. Mr. Kurtz, give your hand up, and then Mr. Kim. Good point. I mean, don't forget, we still have the big brother factor, the routine to support it. People ditching town is actually rather new in a serf environment because people are not quite slaves, but they are attached to the land. They can't just like pick up and say, I'm going to go live in the next village. They have the freedom of movement all day long, owned by the master. And so it's kind of like and so they're still around. It's hard to run away. There will come a point where the risks outweigh the benefits, and that's usually when Jews pick up and leave. Too risky. Mr. Tillman. Financially, they definitely have good control. Yes.
In the sense that you like the Jews started to get out of society, that was terrible. And it's not that like the Jews were so isolated and very
it's an overly rosy picture. And it's an overly, we talked about Gretz a few weeks ago, right? That's a Gretzian approach where the Jews are like always victims, never victimizers. But it's not the historical reality. We definitely had our share of victimized. You can answer that question for me at the end of this course, to see how you feel about it. But the difference about the 17th, 18th century with the Haskalah, which we'll look at in a few weeks, that was like entrance into broader society, into the world of culture, of art, of the media, of literature. This is actually pretty good compared to a peasant existence. I would take a Jewish existence any day, and not just for the schnapps and herring and the income was actually pretty good. Okay, Mr. Anderson, Mr. Cranston, I really got to go on. Yes. Correct. You are absolutely correct, Mr. Anderson. You're giving me a segue to the word nobility here. It's not just a king, but it could be local noble, right? And what would happen is, like, and this especially happened as money lending expanded, and as some Jews amassed really incredible capital, they would finance wars. Like if a nobleman said, I want to fight with the other noblemen across the valley, but I need to hire mercenaries, they would go to Jew, and they would say, I'll pay you your 15, 20% interest on a big loan, get it for me, and they would come up with the cash. And that was great. And Jews became extremely wealthy. They were called court Jews because they were like close to power. They were like, they bankrolled the countries, literally. But it was extremely risky to point out because what happens when the time comes to pay? And the nobleman says, this is too high. So the peasants would lead by revolting. The king or nobody would just say, not I'm canceling the debts, but I'm kicking the Jews out. Oh, and by the way, I'm also canceling the debts. So quite a number of Jewish expulsions were due to the fact that the nobility found it financially expedient to get rid of their creditors. Is that the right word? Creditors? I always get those mixed up. Creditors, yeah. They get rid of their creditors rather than pay back the bill. What ends up happening, though, Mr. Adlerstein, what ends up happening is they kick out the Jews, and then after about 6 months or 2 years, they say, wow, it's so hard to get up by without having a credit system in place, and they invite them back. That's why Jews were expelled from France 5 times in 1 century. Yes, well, the clergy never got into power per se, because they never wanted to actually take control of those things, but they had far more influence after. And the church disapproving of some action could bring down a king. So, yeah, we'll get to that when we talk more about the Crusades. But you're right, same thing. Clergy can be upset, and it's really dangerous. So we can balance the benefits against the risks, and you can determine whether they were worth it or not. Mr. Grant. I think you are very perceptive there, Mr. Krantz. I will give you an example from South Central Los Angeles. It was subject to a whole series of riots about 15, 20 years ago. And basically, a lot of African Americans were very upset about the white hegemony in Los Angeles culture. They couldn't get jobs, poor education, stuff like that. And they revolted and they burned big sections of their own neighborhoods rather than going to Beverly Hills and like burning down white neighborhoods. But who suffered the most were the Korean shop owners who opened up these things called bodegas, right? Because very few big shopping markets, like whatever Food Stop and Save or whatever place like that, are willing to build shopping malls in these dense inner city ghetto type neighborhoods. So the only place you can get food is either you get on a bus and you travel, 45 minutes to get to a proper grocery store, or you go to a local Korean store where they'll sell you groceries by smaller amounts and for higher prices. And so these Koreans were ironically the people servicing the community, but exploiting them at the same time. They were the ones who felt the anger of the so-called peasant uprising of South Central LA. The Jews were like the Koreans. There's some really good studies of what they call middleman economies, where the Jews were the middleman, and they obviously bore the brunt of a lot of anger at the entire system. But because of the position they were in economically, that's how it works out. Yeah, it could be. Could be. I think there are other metaphors. Let us go on a little further. Right. So the bottom line is Jews had relatively more and power presence. We can't exaggerate this, and we are painting with a very broad brush over hundreds of years. But relatively speaking, the existence of a peasant was miserable compared to the existence of an urban Jew. But it was tenuous because you could have these popular uprisings resulting in these explosions of violence from the drums or from the land of the states. You could be expelled. You could be kicked out because the debt load to the nobility is too high. Okay, let's go. So when did it all end? I mentioned earlier the Italians ended the 15th century. The Italians, he said, hang on a second, this is just way too much. It's going on for hundreds of years. There's so much money to be made in money lending. Can't we possibly find a loophole to allow Christians to engage in money lending? And they came up with it. They called it the Monte, which means the mountains of piety. I don't exactly know why they named their banks the mountains of piety. Maybe because they had like mountains of money that they could lend out or something like that. But by the 15th century, this, by the way, is a debtor's a loaner's agreement from a Monte Pieta. They essentially charge interest 4 to 15%, but they didn't call it interest. They had a legal fiction to say this is to cover the overhead of the bank. Meaning this bank, this Monte Pieta, still has to have a physical structure. We have to pay to keep the lights on, we have to pay to keep the heat on, stuff like that. So you can borrow money from us, interest, but you pay 4 to 15% of what you borrow for the maintenance of the bank as a whole. Well, this is more like bank. But the thing is, halachically, Catholic Church, halachically, a Christian can't charge interest at all. So they're not allowed to charge 4 to 15% interest, but they can charge 4 to 15% overhead. Furthermore, often the church, which was involved heavily in creating Monte Pieta, they forced the Jewish communities to underwrite the Monte Pieta and to pay punitive taxes when the church was more powerful. The punitive taxes to these competitors open. So the Jews were still making money and paying their competitors a subsidy to keep them open. And the whole idea was to take that cash flow away from the Jews and direct it towards the church. Ironically, it failed. Anyone guess why the Monte Pieta? I mean, they eventually succeeded. They turned into commercial banks because society became more secular and people didn't care about the biblical provision anymore at all. But why did the Jewish money lending actually increase, not only survive, but increased at this time? Yes, Mr. Rothschild, what do you think? The king was also taxing these guys. Not quite as much, though. They hid their money better, maybe. I have a team, and this is a counterintuitive. You're not going to get this. But Mr. Chairman, last guess. No. 15th century Italians are really smart. They know this stuff. Mr. Garante, last reputation. What do you mean by that? Yeah, the church has a big reputation too. This is the main reason why. The main reason why the Monte Pieta did not extirpate Jewish money is because it had all kinds of rituals attached to it. So when you went to the Monte Pieta, you had to give a confession. You had to say why you owed the money, and you had to make all kinds of religious statements that I promise that I'll never gamble again, visit cost again, whatever it is that got them into that in the first place. And they couldn't guarantee secrecy, they couldn't guarantee confidentiality. Whereas if you went to the Jew didn't care why you were in debt. The Jew just wanted to make sure to pay back the debt, and all that kind of moral stuff was set aside. So ironically, even when the Monte Pieta is set up, and even when the Jews were burdened with more taxation to pay for them, uh, people kept patronizing Jewish moneylenders, including nobility, going to them, because they wanted their situation to be, private. It's just like when you borrow money now, you're going to get a hit on your credit report. Every time you ask to borrow money, it gets reported to the credit agencies. But if you go to a loan shark, he's not going to report you to the credit agency. He just wants you to pay your money. And if you know you're going to be able to pay back within a certain amount of time, and you don't want the credit agency to know that you fell into debt again, then you go to the loan shark. And that's one of the reasons why the Jews were able to survive this. Yes, Mr. Timothy. Yeah, it probably, I don't know, it's a good question. How did it impact the Jews' reputation? I don't think it substantially improved their reputation, other than the fact that they maintained confidentiality, which is a good thing, right? Like, if you're engaging in illicit or illegal activities, you want your partners to be at least confidential. But it doesn't mean like they're just or a sisterhood member of the year. Okay, so the demand for credit, as the, because we're talking now about growing economies, big time growing economies. Now we're into the Renaissance. It's really happening in a big way. Societies need so much more credit to build themselves up. Jewish money will continue through this period. However, by the time we get to the 15th century, Western Europe is far less hospitable to Jews, and we're going to move shortly into the Eastern European Ashkenazic period of history, which changes dramatically. Okay, and it's the microphone. Oh, it's great. Okay, all right. For our screen sharing, let's hope it all works. Okay, we talked about agriculture, and we began talking about Servi Camerare. Remember what that term meant? Servi Camerare? Mr. Ederstein? Go ahead. Right. Correct. It's not necessarily the right to serve the king. It's kind of like a location in society. If I remember correctly, I think they started this. No, I don't. It'll be in another class. But basically, we're in the feudal era right now. You guys remember what is feudalism? Yes, Mr. Blashka. Yes. Can you tell me a little bit about that structure? Very good. I would just refine it a little bit. If you imagine feudalism, or sometimes called corporate society, involves dividing the population up into big blocks, which is primarily socioeconomic in nature. You have like a huge number of people who are peasants, who are stuck in the land, and they produce agricultural products. Then they are managed by a group of nobles who are at least trying to figure this out from a Marxist historical perspective. The original arrangement that created feudalism, and there's a lot of discussion about whether or not this is truly good. This is the story that you have all these farmers who are like fed up with the fact that they keep being attacked by external nomads coming down and raiding their farms. So they hire people who are really good fighters to say, listen, you guys, don't worry about farming. We'll take care of the farming. We will pay you to protect us. And those became, again, according to the Marxist analysis, the origins of the aristocracy. They were essentially paid security guards. But as things developed over hundreds of years, the idea is that the nobility who were coming from those knights begin to demand more money and more privileges from the peasants. The peasants are impoverished, and they find themselves in a state of vassalage to their lord, which means they owe them fealty, they owe them obedience, reifies into this kind of heavy structure, this very top-down in terms of authority. and is only occasionally upset by present rebellions, which happen every couple hundred years. The church, this I'd like to refine this, Mr. Blasco, where exactly does the church fit in that? Does the church report to the king? Does the church report to the nobility? So where does the church fit in there? Good. Excellent. Very good. So that's essentially the case, as Mr. Adelson puts it. The church evolves along with this whole structure of feudalism. And again, in theory, the king is supposed to be involved with kingly things of this world. And as the founder of Christianity put it, render unto Caesar that which is Caesar's, right? Give the king what he wants, that he's a temporal authority. And the church is supposed to be in charge of everyone's souls, everyone's religious life. And don't forget, unlike Judaism and also unlike Islam, Christianity is very creed-based, very much focused on what you believe. We, in Orthodox Jews in particular, spend a lot of time thinking about how you behave. Everything from how you wake up in the morning, first things you say, what order you put your clothes on, how do you wash your hands, how do you put your shoes on, right shoe, the left shoe, tie the left shoe, tie the right shoe. We're like really into the details of actual behavior. The church has very little of that. It's very much into what you believe. So credo is very important. Hang on a second, I'll get to Mr. Grant. So as feudalism evolves, the church is also evolving, and they begin to conflict with each other. And sometimes the king gets the upper hand. When the king has more authority, Jews tend to do well. Why do Jews do well when the king tends to have more authority? Mr. Vasilevsky? Okay. Good. You see the smile on my face, though? Money, thank you. And that's a demonstration of what? The Abramson rule of history, right? If you don't know the answer, it probably is money. You were correct also. That's fun. Money. So exactly, the king says, "Oh, fantastic! Look at these Jews. I can have them go out there. I can have them, engage in finance and engage in money lending. I can tax them, and it's great. I get cash money. I can use it all over the world." The church, on the other hand, they want to create a body Catholic, a universal church that covers everybody. They have their fights with the Muslims, which are largely on the periphery, right, outside in Muslim areas. They also have internal fights with heretics, meaning Christians who do not necessarily follow the one Catholic Church. And then there's the presence of these Jews. And so, generally speaking, it's not always true, but generally speaking, when the kings have more power in the church-state conflict, then Jews do well. They tend to get close to power. They tend to have more privileges, more residence, things like that. And the church begins to assert itself, which it does increasingly after the First Crusade. Then status Jews tends to decline. And we'll see that playing out over medieval Ashkenaz. Okay, questions, arguments? Okay. Right, so let's look at the actual economic activities of Jews. What was the mainstay? So one of the most prominent activities of Jews. Oh yeah, Mr. Krantz, thank you. I'm sorry for that. I don't think Christians would agree with that statement. As long as you can do whatever you want, I don't think that you have. We still have the Ten Commandments. We still have, I would that you're asking a huge question, and if we were teaching in Christian theology, which is like one of our popular lessons, by the way, here, no, it's okay. But then we could talk more about it. But they do, and when I say they, I'm generalizing really in an unfair way, but in general, Christianity does place a tremendous amount of emphasis on power of repentance, which we do as well, but that far less systematic than we have. We don't, the whole. If you look at, for example, the first stage of repentance, according to Rabbi Yonah, what is the first stage? What do you have to do first? Karata, excellent. Regret. How many levels of karata are there? Rabbi Yonah started to them. 20. 20 different kinds of color. Seriously, we know how to do it. You know, we have like luck. It's like they say that Eskimos have 6 different words for snow, right? There's no snow. We know regret. We have 20 different levels of it. So, yeah, Jewish guilt. Okay, but we'll in a different class, maybe Mr. Kranz, or drop by my office and have a lot to talk. Commerce, though, is huge for Jews. This is a fascinating map that shows you the traits of a mysterious group called the Radhanites. There's no Jewish records about them, at least that are directly mentioning them, although it's possible they are alluded to in a few 12th century documents. But we have 2 Arab geographers who refer to this unusual group of Jewish traders in the 840s, and the blue lines represent their trade. I mean, amazing. Look at this. This is like in the 800s. The blue lines are where Jews are known for trading. The Arabic geographers, he mentioned that they speak about 12 languages, and they're totally fluent and need to know. The pink lines here, or the violet lines, represent the extended of a trade that goes beyond them. So they may not go all the way up to Iceland, for example, but they will pick up some Icelandic goods here in the Frankish Empire and send it all the way out to China. And he describes many different things, the trading back and forth. It's really an amazing thing. Mr. Kranz. Yes, the Silk Road is like out here. They're definitely on the Silk Road. I'm not sure if they started it. You are absolutely correct. So Kara, which would be right about here, more or less, that's where or a little bit higher, sorry. That's where we've actually found some documents that may be associated with the Radhanites. There's a slicha from Rothschild in Hebrew that was discovered here in the 9th century. Fascinating stuff. The word Radhanite, in Arabic, Radhaniya, we're not sure what it means. There are 2 different theories. One theory is that it's based on a Persian word, to know the way. I think that's a little stretch. There's also a region of Iran that is called Rada, and possibly comes from there. Moshe Gill, important historian, says that. Cecil Roth, one of my favorite historians, suggests they are based here at the southern part of the Rhone River in Provence. We saw Provence earlier. Can I get out of here? Well, I'll find out soon. Because in Latin, the name of the river was Rhodanus. So the Radhanites might come from Rhone. Unfortunately, we don't have any other documents. But this is just a very early example of how Jews were involved in commerce. How do we get out of here? Okay, then it's transfer. Here we go. Right, so risks and benefits of commerce. Risks, why is commerce risky, especially on these kind of things? People can get robbed, right, definitely. Jews in particular, standing out, carrying cash, valuable things like that, very dangerous. It's a little bit easier in the Muslim world because when it becomes united under a single legal system and a single language, it's a lot easier for us. What about the benefits of commerce? Money, yeah, thank you. That was a good illustration of it. It's a little bit obvious, but it was very good. A huge amount to be raised. I don't understand your question. You have to live anywhere? Excellent. Very good. Not subject to one ruler. Eventually, we got to settle down with the white kids. You think so? So they probably are subject somewhat, but they're easy to pick up and move to a more hospitable place. That's also true. I didn't think of that. Very good. So the question, though, is the profit versus the effort. Right? This is a hard way to make a living. Very hard way. It reminds me of when I was growing up. I was born and raised in a very small town in northern Ontario. And my family was the only Jewish family in town. And there was one Meshulach who was a collector for Beis Yaakov of Miami. And he would literally hitchhike, 600 miles all the way up from Toronto to my hometown and would stay in every little Jewish family he could possibly stay in. I had to be kicked out of my room so he would have my room when he came up there. But it was amazing. This guy, he was like my age at the time, 60 years old, hitchhiking in the northern part of Canada for a few dollars for this yakult. It's amazing. So it's a hard life, right? It may be very profitable, but the effort is high. Huge danger to travel and transport, not only robberies, but tolls, right, which are like sanctioned robberies, where you come across the border, you got to pay a lot of money when you cross the border. Tariffs, in other words. So Jews didn't always want to combat some advantages that made it easier for them. Why do you think Jews would be naturally disposed to engage in commerce? Mr. Everson. Okay, very good. So, in other words, the fact that Jews were worldly, literally, because of the diaspora, they had a sense of what markets might go in different places. Very good. I think I mentioned in the previous class, for example, as a Jew who figured out that we would like chocolate, and that I sent it from a little island, the West Antilles, before we go, where the people. Yes, Mr. Vance. Spoken like a guy, right? But what happens when you leave your wife behind, wife and kids behind, and you go off on the road with nose on? No, typically just the men travel. So when we talk about the Aguna crisis, you mentioned it last Monday, right? Historically, the most common type of Aguna was when the husband went off to go do business and never came back. And nobody knew what happened to him, right? So there you had a situation where he was probably killed on the road, but he might have just decided to leave behind everything, or who knows what. So that is a practice that you know from ancient times of leaving a get behind a conditional get. You see them in Gemara and Pete and Subas, long discussion of it. And of course, it's a practice today in the IDF as well. That if you go into battle and stuff, kick my end and your life in that shit. So that's they would travel as men, so it's got some dangers, but they got some advantages. Language, right? That even though Jews overwhelmingly spoke the vernacular of wherever they lived, they would also have at least some facility in Hebrew as a common language. This is especially useful in commerce because leave, Paris, make your way to Tangiers, and then make your way to Baghdad. And even though you can't speak the languages, you can definitely hook up with the Jewish community, show up in shul, and say, yo, here I'm trying to sell some furs that I got from Iceland, and you would find takers and you find winners. So this is something that most Christians and most Muslims did not have, the diaspora community and a common language. Move on? Yes, of course we should. Legal systems and norms, right? When you're going into a strange community and you want to sell things, and you want to sell on credit, the person says, wow, I love these tremendous axe heads that you're bringing me from Germany. I want you bring me 10,000 more axe heads. You say, no problem. All I need is a deposit of X amount of money, and I'll be back here next year with your axe heads. So if you are a Christian and a Muslim, and you don't know each other and stuff like that, it's hard to build the trust that is essential for these kinds of financial transactions. But when you have Jews who are united by the same Talmudic code, when you sit down and you have Shabbos meals with them, you can see whether or not they seem like an Arabic person, and then you can rely on the same rules. You can go to the Rabbi, they're literate, they're numerate, you draw documents up, and you know you have a much greater degree of trust that it facilitates this kind of widespread trade. Also very important, one of the most popular games that Jews like to play is, of course, Jewish geography. And this is actually a serious thing in the medieval world, that, in order to develop trust, because trust is the foundation of any kind of interaction, if you can communicate that you know people in common, and that that sort of artificially broadens your social envelope, you can include them in your world of trust. So plain Jewish geography, when a guy from Paris shows up in Tangiers and he says, yeah, I'm from Paris. Someone says, oh, I know someone from Paris. His name is Moshe Cohen. I say, Moshe Cohen. I know him, but wait a minute, there's more than one Moshe Cohen. Does he have a hunchback? Yeah, that's the Moshe Cohen. And they would connect each other, they would trust each other, they would leave deposits, they would sell on credit, and it was way more successful venture. And this is an advantage that Christians and Muslims did not have. Largely through the trade network. It develops slowly and expands. The fact that the Radnites do it in the 9th century, they must have had a phenomenal reputation. Unfortunately, we only have basically 3 paragraphs talking about this. It's one of the great mysteries of medieval history. Who were these strange people? We don't have any internal documents about them. But we all know that commerce is historically something that Jews have engaged in for a very long time. And we're at a huge divide from most of humanity, which overwhelmingly was agricultural. Like, just off the top of my head, even today, maybe, you guys live in a very special bubble because you're already in a college-educated environment. If you were to take all Jews in America, I would hazard that at least 4 out of 10 of them are involved in some kind of commerce. If you add finance to them, probably 8 out of 10 Jews are involved in either commerce, which is trade, or finance, which is basically trading money. And then the other 2 Jews, maybe one of them is a doctor, and the other one is flips burgers at McDonald's, Smash House, whatever. Like that's basically that's our economic profile, much of our history. Maybe an exaggeration. But saying, I forget. Maybe we've been doing this a long time. Yeah, so it just developed. So don't forget also when we saw the Erfurt remains and the Norwich remains, that we have been in Greece for a very long time. Ashkenazi Jews in particular are hugely end-dog over and over, and our genetics are so similar. So much more so than other people. Okay, now what were they trading in? So here's a bit of an after part. One of them was slaves. That's a picture presumed to be a Jewish slave owner, so with some 2 Jewish slave owners, and they got some African slaves. And a bishop is involved in selling the slaves to the king's slave. This is, I think, an 11th century representation from a church in Germany. I think a king sitting with their legs astride like that is kind of like sort of a simian demonstration of power. You sit like that, you don't care what anyone else thinks. You sit like this, like like you're the king, you can do what you want. If you sit like prim and proper, that's sort of like the queen would sit like that. How's she sitting? No, she's not. I don't think that's the queen. I think that's a knight or something. Holding a sword there, and there's like a representation. There's actually a fascinating. Mr. Lipschitz wouldn't know where this is, but there's a fascinating story with, I think it is maybe the Taz. It's the shop, I can't remember, but apparently when Shabbatai Tzvi was really active, he sent an emissary to find out if he really was Mashiach, and the emissary came back and described what he saw when he went to Shabbatai Tzvi, and described how he sat. And at one point, he was sitting on the ground cross-legged. And right away, whether it was a shock or the Taz, I don't remember, someone said, oh, "This can't be Mashiach. There's no way Mashiach would sit cross-legged." It's just not fair. I guess Mashiach. It's like me to sit cross-legged. But slaves. So, from the 5th to the 7th century, Jews are definitely traded in slaves. Slaves are I don't think it's I'll get back to slaves, but we'll talk about it right now. We should disabuse ourselves of the notion that Jews were not involved in slave trade. Slaves were a major element of all trade at the time. stocks were trades. Stocks mean like blocks with their hands in, or like no. Stock market really developed like 17th century. We're still a few hundred years shy of that. But they would know physically they would take enslaved people and bring them elsewhere and sell them. So we should not have this kind of a halcyon idea that, oh, Jews were so nice, we never traded in enslaved people. So we did. There is, however, a tremendous amount of energy coming from people who have not necessarily historical agendas to try and exaggerate the role in which Jews were involved in slavery. I think it would be fair to say that Jews were disproportionately involved in slavery if you compare them to the entire population, but they're also being involved in anything that's traded, like perfume or silks or whatever, because they're more traders in that. When you get, hang on, when you get to especially the transatlantic slave trade, then it's a very different story. But prior to the transatlantic slave trade, we should understand that slaves are basically a luxury good. People could only buy slaves if they had a tremendous amount of money, and they were used primarily as home servants. They were not used like farm massive plantations in inhuman conditions. It was basically like buying a really expensive car. Like if you could afford Bentley, you would take care of your Bentley. You would not let it get rusty. You would not you would wash it every day. So slaves were a status symbol that wealthy people had. Jews traded them like they traded all other status symbols and much more beauty symbols as well. Just to jump ahead for the sake of argument, Jews were also involved, of course, in the transatlantic slave trade, which is a totally different kind of very savage type of trade, where they were prepared, people who were bringing them across the ocean were prepared to lose a large number of them just in the passage, the middle passage, where they would die of starvation, malnutrition, overcrowding, disease. And then once they got to the plantations, they were often overworked to death, family separation, all kinds of terrible, terrible things. But basically, Jewish participation in the transatlantic slave trade, while not minuscule, was not disproportionate. There are a lot more people who are involved and made a lot more money than Jews did. But don't excuse Jews from this rather noxious trade, because it was reality as well. It is correct. Right, not African Americans, but African Africans. Yeah, the slave trade in West Africa was absolutely disgusting, but it was because money, right? People made money from it. Yeah, so there's a lot of different ways to. It's not only Africans. Africans tend to constitute the bulk of it. The term slave may be derived from the same root as the word Slav, as in like Polish, Ukrainian, Lithuanian, Russian, sorry, not sure Lithuanians or Slavs. And they were often captured in war. They're pagans and brought over. Where you do see, by the way, a huge issue is with Jews owning Christian slaves or Jews owning slaves that decide to become Christian. The church has no problem with slavery at this time. By the way, this is an important point I forgot to mention. Like, nobody thinks slavery is a problem in the Middle East. Everybody thinks it's perfectly normal. They also think that way basically up until the 1700s. Only at that point when people say, maybe it's not so good that we should be enslaving other people, right? This is like, it's asking them to have a 21st century mindset morality when those standards would not apply in the Middle East. But what the church did really care about a lot, idea of a Jew owning a Christian. That bothered the Christians tremendously, especially churchmen, who were especially nervous that if they were to take slaves, not only Christian slaves, but even pagan slaves, much more common, who then decided they wanted to become Christians, you would have an untenable situation where a Jew would be in a position of lordship over an individual, and the church definitely did not want that. Kings, on the other hand, are very happy with Jews owning slaves because Jews could sell slaves for cash money, and then they could be taxed for it. So quite often, the idea of Jewish ownership of slaves is also a church-state conflict. Right. Okay. So what will eventually happen is, as restrictions are going to be placed on Jews throughout the later Middle Ages, right? Jewish trade is going to be reduced to become much more smaller scale. They tend to go, they're no longer great like Mennonites. They're still heavily involved in it. We'll explore that next time we look at this. Let's close with this picture. This is kind of cool. I relate to this topic because this is my father, Oliver Shala, and he took over my grandfather's store. My grandfather is Alex. My father is the son. He did not want me to take over the store, so that's why I ended up a professor. But that's my dad. It's like 1957. The store was around for 100 years until my father passed away. My mother took it over for a few years, and then finally they closed it. But it was, Northern Ontario. Schmattes, textiles. He was very big into textile. Work clothes, work boots, stuff like that. Okay, gentlemen, let's close it tonight. I apologize once again for the delay. On Monday, we're going to have a very important class. We're going to get into money lending and the church, which is hugely important for our Saturday economy. Okay, thank you for learning with me. Okay, so where we left off, we looked at this last amazing artifacts, right? This coin that gave you a sense of how slavishly fell over themselves with amazement at the idea of getting equal citizenship, and what they were prepared to give up is it's a whole different story. We'll look a little bit at it in this class, but it's really relevant for the History 156 class. Now, this is a really much more important thing for us to understand. This is something that was devised in Ashkenaz, specifically an organization called the Kehillah. Now, the Ashkenazim pioneered this structure largely as a result of being kind of like in the hinterlands, right? They're far away from existing larger Jewish communities, existing in tiny communities, sometimes 10 people, 20 people, 50 people, and they've got to try and organize themselves. So the Kehillah emerged out of that. Well, both can be true. It was deliberate. They had to figure out a way to organize, and as they had to respond to social, political, and economic needs, and they added on features and developed and so on. Yeah, it's definitely deliberate. We have explicit takanot. We're going to talk about that in a minute. We have explicit discussions of, hey, we have to organize. This is how we are going to organize ourselves. Okay, essentially, how we do it today, although in a limited fashion, it's really good that we just contrasted the era of the period, because the main difference between the Kehillah of, let's say, 1650 and the Kehillah of 2025 is that membership is voluntary. Meaning, if you want to affiliate with the Jewish community, if you want to contribute some of your income to the main institutional community, you simply you can. But if you don't, God forbid, you can block. You can secular identity. You can identify yourself as a Dalton if you want. It really doesn't matter because you don't have to affiliate with the Jewish community. This was not the case before Napoleon. The only way out of the Jewish community was to become a Christian. That's it. There was no secular identity, no middle path for the secular. So you're either in or out, binary, and the advantages of being in is that you have, not speaking about religious advantages, but just social, ecological advantages. You have a community supporting you. You have a service network that we're going to actually look at in more detail. You have protection. You have potential marriage partners. You have all kinds of things associated. The disadvantage is you got to pay for it. Nothing in life is free. You have to pay for it. Mr. Wait, I got to get this. Mr. Schwartzman. All right, good to see you, Mr. Schwartzman. Mr. Abrahams, yes, thank you for being in the house. Mr. Schwartzman, right? Parente. Right, Spinoza is a trailblazer in this regard because, and he is really unique and he set fundamentally a precedent in so many ways. But that we're talking already the 1600s. It's right when the Kehillah starts to begin breaking down. It breaks down at different rates in different parts of Ashkenazic Europe. It will persist until 1844 in Russia, for example. But Spinoza is a great example of someone who left the community, was forced out, if you like, because he had a harem, but he did not join the Christian community. And that was very rare. It would also have to do with the fact that it was in Amsterdam, which was an unusually tolerant place that could handle a variety of Mr. Abbott. Yes, correct. So you're asking a brilliant question. It is complex to answer. It's complex both because we're compressing several centuries and several regions, right? And the Haskalah was very different in many different places and times. At the time of Napoleon, you definitely had, largely because of the Portuguese Jewish Sephardic influence in the South of France, you had the possibility of a somewhat lackadaisical religious identity. Not saying the Portuguese or Sephardic Jews are lackadaisical, they were former Christians who began to identify as Jews, and that itself applied a liminal quality to Judaism. And so that made those things possible. But the wide open, hey, why don't we just get baptized kind of Haskalah, that wouldn't happen until about 50, 60 years later in Germany. But let's not get too far ahead because we're still here basically around the year 1000. This is way before the Haskalah happens. But taxation and self-government go hand in hand. That in order to organize yourself, in order to have a functioning community, in Torah, you have to have money to do it. You're not going to be able to apply for federal funds, no such thing. You have to raise it from yourselves. One of the things that was especially true of the Kehillah, that although it had these warm, enveloping, and protective elements, it was also quite coercive. And the leaders of the Kehillah would literally tell you what to do and how much money you had to pay. And if you didn't like it, only one exit door, and that was to become a Christian. And that some people did take that route. Sometimes they did it and they were very bitter about it. But that's the only way out. Also, we should realize that the participation of women has kind of a fascinating aspect to this. The Kehillah was very androcentric, meaning it was based on the views and leadership of men by and large. Principally concerned with the demands of men, the needs of men, things like that. Women were largely secondary. However, women also exercised a tremendous amount of power at the grassroots level through an organization called the Hebras, which was kind of like an important executive function of the Kehillah. And so they were able to exercise power in certain ways, but not in direct ways. Perhaps the most obvious way would be who gets to be a member of the leadership of the Kehillah, only men. Who gets to vote for those leaders, only men as well, and even only property men for most of the time being. Most of the things we're discussing. You could not vote unless you held, for example, a house. So those are a few caveats. Let's now look at actually how it works. So it was based on a Talmudic model. If you search on the Megillah, you'll see the discussion of these people called the Tuvei Ha'ir, or the good people of the city. Usually there would be kind of like a board made up of typically 7 men who are all fairly wealthy. And sitting on the board meant on the one hand you've got kavod, that honor, and on the other hand you're expected to pay. You're expected also to pay for that honor with generous contributions to the community. This is exactly how we do it today. Usually when I speak to adult audiences, I say the opposite. It's totally unlike synagogue today, and they all laugh because they realize, of course, that's how it works today. If you are the member of the board of directors of the shul, you're not there because people think you have a nice haircut. You're there because people expect you to pony up every year after you provide a certain amount. So that's how the good people of the sickest failure are constituted up there. By the way, really important sort of ground rules in Judaism, and we'll come back to this in many different ways. There are 3 routes to status in the Jewish world. There are 3 ways you can get status. What are those 3 ways? Mr. Everstein? Okay. That's so nice. I was not quoting Rabbi, and I'm sure that in the books like this, that is really the answer. But in doing it on a more pragmatic and low-level way of thinking like myself, money, thank you, money. And I'll also tell you now, ask me when we finish this, what is the Abraham role of history? I will tell you in a second. But the first way to achieve status in the Jewish world is money. Lots of money. Mr. Blaschko, look on us close. I'm looking for a slightly different word. Mr. Abrams? Reputation is very valuable, but typically you get reputation from one of 3 things, which are the 3 things. Wisdom, also close, Mr. Parente? Yeah, learning, very good. So that's also a little bit like Ketzer Torah, that's also a bit like, scholarship, learning. So you get money, you get that status through money or through learning. And the third one, you will certain status things in a slightly different way. Kahuna, what is kahuna? Okay. Close. Jonathan, close, Mr. Parente. Aha, very good. So can only Kohanim have status? Excellent. The Hebrew word for this is yichus. Thank you, yichus. Right? If you have lineage, money, learning, lineage. Those are the 3 ways to get status. If you can find another way to get status, I love it. Tell me about it. But in my 30-odd years of advanced study of Jewish history, I found those are the 3 ways. And by the way, the only way that's truly open to outsiders, which is a good thing, it's a meritocracy, is learning. Unless you guys are descended from the Chafetz Chaim, or unless you guys have gazillions of dollars, learning is the only shot. So pay attention, because there's going to be a test. You can always make more money. Mr. Rubin, Mr. Vasilevsky. I think that's true. Yeah, there definitely is. Because if you have a great rabbi and then his son takes over afterwards, he has like a head start. But you can lose that too. I think it's the least stable because people look at you and say, people look at a person and say, oh, he comes from such a wonderful family. And look at what he did. Right? So it's not the most durable. Money too is also not durable, but learning, that's the start. That's correct. Mr. Vasilevsky. Yeah, so that's also attaching yourself to status, and that gives you status too. If you know famous people, that makes you famous too, right? But it's in general, yichus, like whether you, and the word yichus means like connections, right? It means connections in terms of who you're born from, but you can also have connections horizontally too. Okay, Mr. Anderson, we're going on. Doing terrible things, you get status. Yeah, negative status, I guess. Yeah, but that's not status. That is influence, maybe. It depends on who personally, I have so many jokes running through my head, but I have recordings, so I'm not going to tell you those jokes. Maybe afterwards, I'll shut off the video. That's true. Okay, so let's go on what the structure. First, at the top is the 2 they are here. These are people who typically have status in money. That's like the most fungible asset because you're going to have to give some right away. But some of those people might be there because of might be there because of burning. But money is the most important thing. Under them is a body called, or a person called the Parnas. The word president in English is definitely related to this, but it comes from the verb, the parnes, right? To provide, to give parnasa, is the livelihood. So the Parnas is really the president. He reports to the board. I will use male gender because male pronouns are all men. Oops. Yep. Okay, so the Parnas actually carries out the executive function, meaning like the two here decide what they want to do. The president is the person in charge of making it happen. You also have beside the president the rabbi or the baker, the judicial branch. Right? I know all about this because I just had my citizenship test. This is the judicial wing, and here we don't have a legislative wing, I guess, really, because that's really built into the judicial wing in the system here. But the rabbi and the baker are there to make sure that what the Shuvah here asks for is within the boundaries of halakha, and there is kind of like a dynamic tension between the Parnas and the rabbi all the time. The reason is because the Parnas is typically one of the two here. It's like nominated from among them. That means he has what action? Money, right there. The Parnas is wealthy, and they represent largely the wealthy classes. The rabbi, on the other hand, pays his salary. The idea, exactly. So he is an employee of the idea. But what is the power base? Again, I'm not talking like philosophically, but that's the actual human power base of the rabbi. He makes laws, but he supports him. So we give him money. But what if, I'll give you a theoretical example. Let's say the Parnas wants to have a huge party, and they're going to invite some inappropriate, trying to think of an example that I can keep on the recording here. But let's say this happens in the Gemara, actually. You have examples of this because quite often, where they want to do something that's not really according to the Torah principles. And they have the money to do it, and they want to do it. And the rabbi speaks up and says, no, you can't do that, right? Because it's against halakha. So couldn't the Tuba just shut down the rabbi? They will forget it. We'll get the rabbi. Very good. That's exactly right. The people support the rabbi. He's the popular person. He's the one who's offering spiritual support to people, and he consoles them. So just like in a modern shul today, the rabbi and the president are sometimes at odds with each other. The president may want to decorate the shul in a particular way, or have a particular kind of event, or something like that. The rabbi says, no, the halakha doesn't go like that, and sometimes. And they have to look, they could be, at loggerheads. Sometimes the Parnas and the Rabbi will win in a conflict like that. Sometimes the rabbi will. But it is obvious to have a long conflict. They have to work it out. It's a dynamic tension between the religious principles supported by the larger masses of the people and the will of the wealthy elite who largely supports the elite. But on the other hand, times maybe because of conspicuous consumption, they might overstep their authority. Now, how does this actually translate into services for people? So both groups have Rabbi. You all know the term Rabbi. Today we tend to think of a Rabbi as a person, and he's charged with a task that you don't necessarily want to do, organizing, better functions like that. But the term Rabbi is in Pirkei Avot. It actually means collector, the gabot. It's a collect. And in that context, it's a better transaction between enforcers. Right? So in the case of the rabbi, his rabbi are there to make sure that people don't step out of line. And gentlemen, it may surprise you to learn that throughout much of medieval history, the rabbi had the power of corporal punishment. It's actually a Gemara in Daf Yomi just recently, or maybe it's just coming out, about Rav Huna cut off someone's hand. That's pretty extreme. You don't see too many examples of that. but you do see examples of the big din ordering floggings. And you have the floggings take place, flogging with a whip, to whip people. Sometimes in the synagogue itself, sometimes in the synagogue courtyard, sometimes in a safe like places. Rarely with like actual cause pain. Definitely social opprobrium. That's more of a typical Jewish tool. But the rabbi did have to buy in to do so. Where this might come up is like, let's say if a person refused to appear before the Beit Din after he had a summons several times and was warned and so on. You also see it with, it's much more of a problem in the 20th century, but with men who leave their wives and refuse to give them a get. The rabbis would call out the Gabayim, go straight away, and as we've seen, I'm sure, in the Mishnah Torah, basically putting the Gemara, that they're allowed to teach him until he recognizes that he really wants to do his wife again. Realizes of his own accord. Yes, Mr. Timmer. The Marcus Martis would be in that category of what the Gabayim could do. I don't know if halachically they would say the holiday. Oh yeah, definitely. We have it right up until the 19th century in Russia. Definitely. We even have some very rare, isolated cases of capital punishment instituted by the Beit Din. Typically, when you have someone who's threatening the entire community, saying, I'm going to go to the ruler and say that there's a Christian child was killed, and so on. Disastrous. Yes, capital punishment. Assassination, not with the four, just regular assassination, whatever it takes. Don't, Mr. Grant. Yeah, that's exactly why the Gabayim were there. Keep in mind. Remember, I said co-leadership. The Sehila of the warm and supportive. Very coercive. But the most typical things, because that's from the taxation. The two-year would make an assessment every year of how much everybody had to pay in taxes, and then the Gabayim would come to collect it. If you didn't want to pay it, then the Gabayim had other means to get out. Like that's like an essay question. But they've got plenty of extra legal powers that they can simply impose, just like Rabboni and Mark actually cut off someone's hand if you do a offender. Correctly for it. So they just say, we want to establish ourselves as a Tefillah, let's put it in the Tefillah. We've got to collect money, that's how we're going to do it. Mr. Anderson. Yeah, it was very progressive tax. So they could say how many cows you had, all kinds of things. Let's say they do some assessments. And again, remember we're talking about really small communities, maybe 500 people in the community, and they're looking around saying, wow, look at that. I see you painted your house, you must be doing rubbish. You're selling rubbish here, right? You know, and then I would say, figure you should take control of 500 people. Mr. Abrams. Yeah, absolutely. This is not a caste system. So you could have upward mobility. You couldn't change from, this royal baby or the Kohen, but you could easily move up. Napoleon shut down any on behalf of the rabbis. And modern states basically follow that as well. We've had a situation here in New York City 4 years ago, when this recent time it happened, and many cases of men who refused to give gifts. So there were some guys out there who hired thugs, put hoods over this man and kidnapped him, and then they beat him with like rubber hoses and to threaten him. And then what happened is they figured out who it was, and he sued people, and they went to jail. Because we're not allowed to do that. I'm an American citizen. I just can't have an independent business course. But this is how it worked. We got that, right? We didn't have an Aguna crisis as a result of the power being so high. Mr. Burns, anything to go on? So So that's a tough question to answer too. But I think we understand this is a deeply religious society, but Judaism is extremely agile in terms of legislation, where Judaism will, the Muslim will look at new social, religious, economic, political developments, and they'll figure out ways to adapt philosophy within it. Everything from closed doors to everything, things like that are various adaptations throughout the centuries, trying to figure out how we live in society. So I would say it is religious, definitely not isolated from what hinges on it. As for us, is the required manage the code, and most Jews where they're actually going to interact with the Rush. These are so-called committees, right? From the word Kebra, meaning French circle, that kind of thing. And unlike all of these other groups, this is where women tend to be especially powerful and predominant. And you can have a whole pile of these, depending on how big and sophisticated and wealthy the community is. Like, for example, the most important of the Kebras was the Kebra Kedisha, the burial society, which used to be the case where they would only take people who were a certain age and had a certain reputation and things like that. I know from my experience in America that unfortunately, you have an inverted age pyramid in some parts of the world, like Florida, where I live, they'll take guys like me, and then the burial society had tremendous power. One of the first things that the Beit Din could do, if a person didn't want to comply with a summons or a payment or a get or something, they would say, if you don't follow through, we will tell the Kedisha not to do burial rites. And you can be thrown into a pit after 120 years, a real burial site with all the non-Jewish people who live in the area. We don't care. And people would be terrified, and they would say, okay, I will pay, I will see you get. The Kebra Kedisha was a real powerful one. Usually it was the first Kebra established once the community got started. But there's so many others. There's Kebra Shas in terms of education, people of holy, for the poor, some say Shas, the sixth story, it's Shabbos, which of course we still have today in most communities will have that Shabbos supporter of Shabbat, which means giving food to people. They all can get from Shabbat. Ozer Dalim for poor people, Hachnasis Allah, also very important. Kebra that providing for poor brides to start their homes. Minat Tzedek for travelers, Kebra for people who want to get together with their own. Whatever it is, the Kehillah would spread out to Kebras. And with the obvious exception of Kebra Kedisha, where you had to have men taking care of men for burial, many of these societies, these Kebras, are populated by women and run by women, and they would be funded by all of the taxes collected by the community. So I've given you kind of like the dark side of it, where they'll force them to pay taxes, and they'll send out the buy-in if you don't comply, and all things like that. But the upside is, this was an extremely rich, sophisticated, dense social support network that rivaled anything you have in Europe until the 20th century. This is way before universal education was required, way before you had hospitals for the poor. All of these things that we take for granted were really pioneered by the Ashkenazim in Ashkenaz in the 9th and 11th century. So we're figuring out, okay, we can't rely on outside society to take care of us. We're going to become self-reliant. It's an amazingly beautiful achievement that has stood the test of time and we still benefit from it today. Yeah, I think that's definitely true. The non-Jewish world as a whole did have some sense of fusion, in the sense that there was this idea of the body Catholic, like everyday being Christian, but it broke down in terms of regions and languages and class in particular. Peasants did not feel especially close to nobles and so on. So, but Jews realized nobody else is going to take care of us. We have to do this for ourselves. Largely an Ashkenazic creation. The Sephardim also ended up imitating this. They had the Ma'amad, which is a very similar kind of structure, and it stood the test of time. Yes. Oh, Mr. Burns. The question is a good one too, and I think you could certainly explore it for a dissertation. A lot of the social movements of the early 20th century, especially in America, were pioneered by Jews. And they're at the forefront of movements like welfare, food banks, things like that. And it would be interesting if they got this from this sort of structures they grew up in. I think there's definitely a strong influence, but I'm not sure if it's linear, because their socialism also has a big emphasis on big government taking care of things like this. But on a general level, it's definitely very interesting. Last question, we've done the one. Yeah. Well, these are not people, these are like organizations. It's probably more like it is today. I mean, again, this is not meant to be the organizational chart, right? But the people are like way below here, and they're taking advantage of all of these services. You know, if they're running short of money for Shabbos, they'll appeal to Monday Shabbos. If they're poor and they need money to start their family, they'll go to hospital. You know, and if they just want to get together, old people want to get together and like to help together, they'll go to Shepherd Hill, things like that. And so, but there's always going to be a class conflict as well. So there will be Jews who are very wealthy, who may not get along necessarily with Jews who are at much lower level of status. But, as my father would say, I didn't really give him some rule of history. Oh, actually, I should have gave him some rule of history. I'll repeat it again. It's really worth learning. Anyone knows the rule of history? It's really, what is the rule of history? Very good, very good. I would say it's slightly different, but you said it very well. If you don't know why something happens, the answer is probably money. Money is so important to how social processes evolve. You can't explain everything, but it explains a lot. So we go on. Now, women, I did mention how they were disadvantaged in the sense that they did not vote for the Surveyor. They could not be the Parnas among the Surveyor. They couldn't be the Rabbi and so on. But there were some interesting kind of avenues that were open to women to take charge of their, not only the leadership of the Sebras, but look at your local schools and just look at the organizational structure there. I bet you'll see that most of the adult dead and the adult groups and all those things are really involved actually doing this stuff at the government. People had this long-standing idea of sanctioning disruption being open to women. Specifically, if a woman felt that her concerns were not attended to, that she was not being treated right by, the Parnas or even the Rabbi, anything like that, to go into the men's section of school, often on Shabbos, just before Kriyas Torah, and stand on the bima and refuse to allow the service to continue until she received a promise that her demands would be heard. Yeah, but it happened. It was like a thing that was strange. Right? And you only get away with it a few times before people say, she's in the sugar there and wheel. But nevertheless, there was a drastic way that it was an accepted way. There's no other way to pronounce it. You have to go right to the center of the community, right on Shabbos, and refuse to let anything happen until you were heard. And we have interesting examples of this. Mr. Tillman. Well, when you use the term excommunicate, you have to be careful about that. Well, no, it can be. Right, let's review that. What powers is we say they're very coercive. So what powers do they have? At the highest level, we talked about corporal punishment. Slightly below that, you would have refusal to be buried in the cemetery. Below that, you have periods of legal ostracism, formal ostracism, where your Beit Din could say simply, this person has transgressed, he hasn't shown up for summons, he hasn't done whatever. Nobody is allowed to do business with him for 30 days. Nobody is allowed to stand within 6 feet of him. Nobody is allowed to talk to him. He can't get any aliyahs, and nothing, whatever it is. They have a whole range of possible ostracisms that they can do. And that is perhaps the most commonly used form of social pressure they use to achieve their ends. So a woman who would do something like this, it was a big hit on their social standing that they were like, but you know what, it might be worth it. She might feel that she's being abused by the system, and this is the only way that she can progress to take advantage of it. And their needs are typically heard, maybe not addressed, but heard. So it's not an equal system, but nevertheless it works for 1,000 years, right? Okay, so let's go on to the Takanas of Rabbeinu Gershon, which is extremely important in this regard. We talked a lot about structure and also sort of like spreads out over several hundred years. So we have to look at one thing here, which is especially important. He is known as Rabbeinu Gershon, our Rabbi Gershon, Meor HaGolah, light of the exile. Extremely important person. Have you heard of him before? Yes, excellent. Yeah, excellent. The Arab Rabbeinu Gershon is the most important thing. So he was born in Metz, and he had these secret minds. Born around the year 960, he died in 1828. He was Rashi's teacher's teacher. So intellectually, a grandfather of Rashi. Rashi refers to himself as Rabbeinu Gershon, the family of the righteous and holy be for a blessing, who enlightened the eyes of the exile. Right? That's what the term Meor HaGolah. And upon we all depend on all Ashkenazi Jews are the disciples of his disciple. That's what is, but you get the idea. This is what comes. Rabbi Homo, we'll see Rabbi Yitzchak Benchman, Rashi. I don't know if that's what he actually said. Rabbi Gershom passed a whole series of these takanos, these decrees that set up the Tehillah and all kinds of things. We'll talk about the most famous ones in a minute. So important that lots of other takanos, long after he died, were published in his name. So we have lots of takanos that Rabbeinu Gershom never wrote, but they're called takanos of Rabbeinu Gershom because that's a way to enforce compliance. Right? People will say, "Oh, this is a takana of Rabbeinu Gershom. Must be really important." It could be that it was issued by some community 50 years after he died, but they lumped it in there in order to kind of like, if you see yogurt that has a hashgraf on it that says glatt kosher. There's no way that yogurt is glatt kosher. Only meat can be glatt kosher, but nevertheless, people have the phrase glatt kosher. It must be really kosher. And so Rabbeinu Gershom, his name is applied to lots of later times. We know a little bit of his personal. This is possibly his grave marker at the city of Mainz. It's like 1,000-year-old grave marker. There is some dispute over that. We know from the origins of the early Ashkenazi Rishon that son Eliezer was forcibly converted and later killed. There were pogroms in 1012, and he was somehow wrapped up in it. There's some question about the nature of that conversion and how Rabbeinu Gershom dealt with it. That is a subject of focus among historians. He is married twice, and we do have the Kuba for his second wife, whose name is Sona, dated 1213, which suggests that it could be his first wife was killed in those same persecutions. The most important, I think, I'm sure you associate with Rabbeinu Gershom, is Takanos over here. You can say, well, it's very bottom here. Right? That's the one that I'm sure you're familiar with. I know you guys are aware of this, but I'm going to web this for everybody who needs to know. Historically, Jews practiced polygamy, right? Abraham had Sarah and Hagar as a kind of a half-wife or concubine. Yaakov, first Jacob, had 4 wives or 2 wives and concubines, so it's like certainly within the realm of possibility for Jewish men to have more than 1 wife historically. In 1000, the era of early Ashkenaz, Rabbeinu Gershom, a ban as Karen, right? In terms of these kind of like estimation, that you are not allowed to marry more than 1 wife. That's it. You're just going to have one wife for now. Now, why bad? Which is like, I don't, 3,000 odd years after you know that our patriarchs practiced polygamy, what were the real men? Any ideas? Any guesses? Yes, please. Evening out the ratio of men to women. The ratio of men to women is basically stable except in times of war, when men tend to die at a higher rate. But that does not seem to be much of an interest in this context. It's a good hint. Well, Mr. Tillman, that's really good. Fighting with small communities. Well, generally speaking, this would not be something that's new to Ashkenaz, right? Jews have been living in exile for 1,000 years at this point. And typically, who marries more than one wife? They're wealthy. People can afford more than one wife. And so that means you can have people in class who might not be able to do so. But if they have a daughter in a poor family, they see it as an advantage to have her step up socially, marry a rich man, even as a second wife. So the system kind of works itself out anyway. Funny, yes, that's right. Yes. Ah, there you go. That's very interesting. Where are we living here? What times like this? Yeah, exactly. And Christian practice, monogamy, right? So one reason for it may be because of a desire to be less out of step with the larger world. That Christians are beginning to get powerful in this part of the world, and Jews are out of step with their practicing polygamy. Think about 19th century America, where Mormons would practice polygamy, and that was definitely looked down upon. And if I'm not mistaken, I think Mormons have somehow abandoned polygamy as well today, but so I simply don't know. We also, there's one other really important thing. What about if the sense of a wife's divorce? That Rabbeinu Gershon also, I think, would be outvoted. He also said that it is not appropriate to divorce a woman against her will. Speaking up until now a few times about men demanding their wives, but what about women who don't want to divorce and their husbands forcibly divorce them? What is he saying in Gemara about that? Right? It's difficult for who to get back. Right, exactly. It definitely is not an advantageous thing for women because they tend not to be the prime breadwinners. And economically, they be cast adrift. If the husband were to decide, I don't like the way you cook dinner and I'm going to divorce it, then it could be really tough. It can be drunk and it can be harsh. So there seems to be, in the kind of Rabbeinu Gershon, a consistent follow-through of wanting to support women's status, position within Ashkenazi society. And so the ban polygamy means no more half-status wives, no more second-class wives. And the consent of wife to divorce is that if women have to agree to be divorced, it means that they can insist more easily on their settlement or on the maintenance of their married status. Mr. Kurtz, right? So he seems to have a lot of concern for women's status, which is pretty significant for your found. Mr. Frankel, last comment, you got to go question. Yeah, no, it's a separate thing. It's a separate. I don't know which one came first. I think actually came at the same time. Due to the package. I'm not positive. Another one is interesting. He insists on privacy of correspondence, like one of those examples where he's contributing to or he's responding to a social chain where people are writing letters, and there's no halacha before Rabbeinu Gershon that says you can't read other people's mail. Mail was not common in times of we have a mail system at the time of tomorrow. I guess nobody felt at that time it was necessary to make a halacha you can't read anyone else's mail. How do we know, by the way, obviously, that we have lots of mail of the Persian era? Because the fact that we know about it from other records. Right, the Mikvah is all full of letters, right? And so sending those back and forth, So he insisted at this point, for the sake of efficacy of business communications, they're not allowed to use anyone else's mail. This, by the way, is a smaller, less known kind, but became very, very important in the 20th century because of the invention of a new form of correspondence. Telegram, post, email, right? Email is email correspondence. Are you allowed to look at the metadata, like the envelope, or can you actually look at people's email, right? Like one of the reasons, by the way, guys, I insist if you write to me, don't use your Gmail. Don't use your private email because that's not truly private. If you write in your sort of secure Turo emails, then whatever I say to you, then it is like trapped forever as a legal document. So correct, but it's more private. And legally, it is, if I'm not mistaken, discoverable. I think Dr. Emerson for sure was graduating, and get in court and know some of the No, you do. You do. If you're emailing us, first of all, I'm still an email about university business. That's just, so if you're emailing anyone in the university, if you're emailing me because, hey, I got engaged, come to my board, okay. Here's really important. This is probably one of the most significant, besides the battlefield, the ban on settlement. Anybody know what this thing is? Hugely important, massively significant. Mr. Anderson. It's going to be later, but the Hermanisha was a social control on who was allowed to live in any given peninsula. It was extremely important for economic reasons, where it controlled tradition among Jews. So if you had a community, a yishuv, you had a settlement, right? And they had a shoemaker, and his living was entirely dependent on being able to make shoes for people in the region. And then some guy shows up from another, step, and he wants to set up a complete shoemaker's store. The Harem Hayishuv, if it was imposed in a particular town, meant that the Tehillah had the right to regulate who could move into the Tehillah, who could set up a business, and who could compete with existing communities. It was extremely important because it meant that they engaged in a level of protectionism that might seem foreign to a kind of American mindset, but basically this is a way that they ensured that they could still have a livelihood. This was also often negotiated with the secular authorities, where the secular authorities would agree to uphold the harem of Yishuv of the Jewish community, where they could say, yes, you have the right to secure all the silversmiths. They're, regulated by your community, and the Jews could then say, all right, we have the Wan's family is in charge of silversmithing here. No other people are allowed to come to this town and set up shop as silversmiths. And it was hugely successful, somewhat rigid, and it maintained a coercive nature of society and the economy. But on the other hand, it meant that you could be fairly assured of your livelihood in this environment. Mr. Tillman. Yeah, absolutely. It goes back to the Baba Basa of how close may businesses be set up with each other. If you have a Chinese restaurant on this street, and another Chinese restaurant opens up 3 doors down, sorry, I don't want to sell it. 3 doors down, another kosher Chinese restaurant opens up, you can like show them private and say, what's going on? This guy's going to take away our business. Let him move to another neighborhood. Let him move to a different street. He's like 3 doors down for me. Well, it depends on where you live and what this. If it's a kosher restaurant and they refer to the vibe, then yeah, theoretically the vibe could say, you don't think it's appropriate for you to set up shops so close to each other. Again, living in the modern era after Napoleon, we lose so much of our policing authority, we lose our coercive authority, so that means that it's kind of like anybody's game. Because what would happen is if the vibe says, no, we don't think you should set up your Chinese restaurant here, what's the guy going to do? might go to get another hashkafa. Say, what do I need this bond for? I go to a different bond. And that's how we have, a community that loses its integrity because it figures out that multiple authorities, there's an outside to it. On the outside, you have coercion. So on the outside, you have consistency, and community holds together, but on the outside, typically the higher prices. You only have one shoemaker, one restaurant to shop at. This is basically the compromise they made that effectively kept the kingdom going for 1,000 years. Only exception to that rule, also Gemara, when is there no no conflict rules? In Torah, that's right. If you have a day school set up right here, you can set up another yeshiva right next to it. That's the Torah. It's open game. Everybody can teach Torah. Okay. Let's see now. We talk about why. So let's do the last part here in the impact. This is Chabel's came to the wedding. It's not Chabel. Yeah, it's Chabel, right? So the ban is especially interesting you'll see over the next few years because the way he formulated the ban on polygamy was it's only for 500 years, and then it was supposed to theoretically expire. So a lot of ideas. Why did he only make it 5 years? Maybe he didn't feel that he had the authority to extend the ban forever. Also, he specifically said it's for the lands of Ashkenaz. Like, it's not a pressing issue in Sephardic lands, especially North African and Middle Eastern Sephardic Christians, because they lived among Arabs who practiced polygamy. So it's not a crisis there. In fact, right up until the 20th century, they still had polygamy in Yemen and also among Yemenite Jews, even to Israel, with multiple wives. The Rashba in the 13th century recognized that ban, that he's the one who gives us the source of the text order in David Lecture 1240. And from that point on, Rabbi Yosef Karo said that, well, the ban expired, but the Ramah says, but we're going to keep it going. Let's roll it over. And it was supposed to expire around the 20th century. There were some exceptions, by the way. Like, for example, I'm not going to step into halakhic areas, ask your Mahidei Shir about this, but let's say for what you have another ban, and you can't divorce a woman against her will, right? So let's say a woman decides to join ISIS or Al Qaeda, and she moves to the middle of Syria, and she doesn't want to hear from anybody. Call her up and say, "Sarah, please come home and stop messing around with ISIS guys." And she says, "I don't care, and I'm never going to accept a get from you because of the kind of thing I guess I'm going to punish." So in that kind of bizarre situation, the Moredas, or the Belize woman, so to speak, there would be an exception to the ban where a man would marry a second wife, not undivorced, divorce his wife, accept it, but he's allowed to marry his wife. Similar to but it's not an absolute event because after all, it's informed by a rishon rather than something that comes out of the Torah itself. But there are always these crazy beliefs here in 1931 that people say, "Hey, wait, don't have this ban anymore. You really have to do it again. We have so many simple ways. I should have crisis. Why don't we just let the married rich man and so on?" But that never went anywhere. Okay. And one last point, I do want to say in this context, so much about rabbinic leadership. One of the really important things is that it's mentioned that God forbid, we should all get married and be happy and fiance. But if God forbid divorce is the option, this is what okay. That's the end of this lecture. I do want to start the second lecture. Questions, arguments, discussions. Mr. Adlerstein. Yeah, absolutely. I spoke at school recently, and I found in the legal archives verifying mimeograph document that was showed out in the displaced person camps where a husband was right, a potential husband was right, Mary Spitzelea actually married from Asara, but I don't know what happened to her. And he would swear, and he would sign this document that if Asara shows up, she survives, and now he's married to two women, then he needs to do whatever the bishop says the appropriate thing. Divorce the second wife, divorce the first wife, tail punch. Good point. Okay, so let's go to economics now. So, a lot to say about this. Start with agriculture. Historically, Jews have only really been deep into farming twice in their history, in the ancient world and modern world, in the 20th century. Historically, farming was not the first choice for Jews for fairly obvious reasons. The first, now we do have, there's kind of like in the 19th century, there was a bias of saying, oh, the reasons why Jews couldn't own land, couldn't farm, was because they couldn't own land. And largely speaking, that's not true. For most of the medieval period, they owned land. Most of the legal land. There were exceptions, certain places, certain times, but largely Jews could own land. If they could own land, why did landowners just rather stay? Excellent, good point. When you're living far away, you can't live within walking distance of shul or the mikvah or the Chinese restaurant. So you definitely that's one good reason. Mr. Blaschko, pogroms. Tell me about that. So then, what about the land? Okay, but how would that change? You're right, but I'm not sure you've explained the answer correctly. Why was land less desirable than, let's say, silver, gold, stuff like that? You can't say it with me. Mr. Rubin, do you have the word here? No, what I like to say is it's very hard to find a fair picture of land, right? Because you're exactly right. If people are to attack your community or whatever, and essentially abandon your land, you can't take it, right? There used to be a joke. It's no longer true, but Jews used to not be good piano players. They used to play clarinet and banjo and things like that, violin. The reason is it's very hard to run carrying a piano. Right? It's free. So, real estate was not a safe investment for Jews. Not only pogroms, but legislative expulsions. The local king, lord, noble, whatever it is, Jews over here, Jews were expelled 5 times from France in 1 century. Right? They kept on being expelled, invited back, expelled, invited back. You can't keep your land if you can get expelled. Okay, Mr. Rubin, Mr. Tim, Mr. Francis. It's an excellent point. You'll see when we get to Eastern Europe, which will be in a couple of weeks, that Jews were frequently leaseholders, but it was primarily for the tax dividends of the land. The land was definitely not owned by them, and certainly not farmed by them. Only in a few places, like Galicia, for example, you have Jewish farmers, but overwhelmingly, for most of the 100 years we're talking, Jews did not prefer to own that as choice. Mr. King. Okay, good point. Well, because you have to invest in real estate. You can't afford, anything attached to the land. Yeah. Well, we're going to discuss all the things with this. You definitely invest in skills, and you invest in skills that were liquid, like medicine. Right? If you're a doctor, you can just put up your shingle anywhere and start doctoring. If you are a goldsmith, a silversmith, so you have to have a certain amount of gold or silver up to be able to have the skill. But if you take your money and you put into a piece of land, a building, anything like that, you're attached to that, you're stuck to it. Someone else confiscates it, it's gone. But if you are able to transform transform much of your skills into cash, like actual money, then you can not only carry it, put it in hiding places. Actually, I'll show you later some of the hoards that have been discovered of hoards and things like that are frequently of Jewish origin. Right? So you bury it and you come back and you pick up. Mr. Parenti, and well. By what, like produce? Yeah, it's not really a thing. They Jews generally, when they were farmers, are more likely to like dairymen and things like that. They're looking for soldiers as well. It's really about price then. Perhaps the best example is meat. Right? Jews need to be in the meat industry, to have kosher meat. But Ashkenazim, as I think we discussed last week, right? Or the week before, Ashkenazim do not eat the git anasher, the sciatic nerve, and that means that they basically, the back half of the cow, with the filet mignon and very choice parts of the cow, they just sell to non-Jews. And non-Jews historically have been very happy to buy much cheaper, right? That's cheaply priced because the Jews have to get rid of it. They can't consume it themselves. The church, by the way, was very upset with that. It looks bad if Jews won't eat this, but Christians will happily eat it. But it's the same rule as ever. If you go to grocery stores today, people will buy where it's cheap. Sometimes most people. Okay, let's see. Risks and benefit of agriculture we talked about. Agriculture also plays a really important part in the corporate structure of medieval society, which we have not gotten into, but we will talk about in much greater degree in a moment. Here it is. This is what Jews did as the backbone of their economy, primarily involved with finance. I'm restricting myself now to the period of early Ashkenaz. We will have a broader field of economic endeavor once the conditions permit it. And Jews were definitely historically involved in a whole range of activities, even in this period as well. But the backbone of the economy, the strongest element in a given kahila, was Jews involved in finance, specifically money lending. This is a bigger topic. We've got 7 minutes, so I'll try and give you a short version of it. It tends to have kind of like when I say finance, that sounds nice, right? When I say something like pawnbroking, that sounds kind of like seedy, sort of like on the outskirts of town, strip malls, things like that. But it's really both of those things. This was an excellent way for Jews to engage in commerce and to support themselves, specifically because, as we shall see, they enjoyed a monopoly on this for several hundred years. I'll get to that. Let's just look at this interesting image. It's a 16th century image by Quentin Massey, the money changer and his wife. And you can see they're living in a nice urban environment. They've got fine clothes, dyed red, which is an expensive color, and so on. And he's counting out his coins here. The only problem is, for our purposes, it's not actually a Jewish picture. It must be a Jewish couple because he's reading like clearly a Christian illuminated script, very expensive, but has like a Christ figure and Mary there, so definitely not a Jewish figure. By the way, you can also see the artist here portray a small conceit. He's put himself in the mirror at the bottom here, so you can see his actual face in it. Not very good resolution, but nevertheless. So it worked basically like this. When the king wanted to collect taxes, which is things that kings want to do, there's a few different ways that you can do so. You can either collect taxes in kind, which means farmers wheat can give a portion of their wheat to the king, which is great, right? Wheat is really useful. You can make it into bread, things like that. But it's difficult to transport. It has to be stored. It requires energy to transform that into other things the king might want, for example, fur coats or Apple watches or whatever it is. Taxes in kind are not the best thing for the king. Also, remember that this is a very, very primitive economy. There's actually very little cash money in circulation. In Europe, they're way behind the emerging from the dark ages, we don't even have advanced minting available where people are making coins. Very common in the Roman era, but this is at the end of the dark ages. People are just beginning to come out of this. Most businesses conducted in barter. I will give you one dead rabbit for those 15 tomatoes in your basket. Right? The basket is extra, and things like that. The other way is corvée, which is forced labor, where the king can say, look, I don't want your wheat. I have so many acres of farmland. I would rather you just come and work my fields, let's say 1 day a week. And you can force the peasants to take whatever, have it rotating. Mondays, all the people from this village have to come first to the Lord to the king's land and grow the wheat. And then the rest of the people work on their own stuff. So it's taxes called corvée. Yes, this is a few we talked about exactly. And the third kind of taxes, the best kind of taxes, is cash over. Money, real money, holding money, or in this case, gold and silver. But the thing is, that's in short supply. People don't have precious metals to use for money. Most people are still dealing at a very, very level in their country. Along comes the Jews. Jews are really good at this because they are literate, right? They can read, they can make records of who borrowed money, how much they pay back, what rate of interest are they paying. They're also related to that, they're numerals. You know how to do math. They can say, yes, I will gladly lend you money to, whatever, buy a new plow. It costs this much money, and you will pay it back at 30% interest. And over time, I will tell you exactly how much you have to pay me every week until you discharge the debt. This is something that is like magic for most people at this time. They have no idea how the math works, but Jews were able to do that. And yes, go ahead, Mr. Well, there is some money in circulation, right? It's really valuable, and the Jews are able to afford it. And here's the key thing. The reason why Jews had a leg up in all of this were two reasons. One is because the church did not want Christians to do it. We're going to spend a lot more time on Wednesday talking about that. So Jews were the only people in Europe who were allowed to charge money, charge interest. And secondly, the king loved it because the king could say, oh, wow, Jews, you guys, you have all this gold and silver coming through your possession. I will tax you guys directly from cash and silver. And that way, I don't have to dispose of 10 acres worth of wheat that was harvested. I don't have to force the peasants to come work my land. I can just get cash from you. And then with that cash, I can do all kinds of things. And in return for you guys doing a great job, making money through money lending, which everybody needs in an agricultural society, everybody needs credit. Try to imagine the world today without credit cards, for example. It's ridiculous. He says, I will protect you. You guys would be my special people, and my absolute people, and I will make sure that nobody molests you while you go about your business, make lots of money, which I get tax. This was a special status called, in Latin, servi camera regis, servants of the royal chamber, meaning servants of the chamber of the king. The Jews in their little cross Ashkenaz specifically reported directly to the king, and he did not want to mess with them because the king wanted them to do a great job raising cash that they could then tax. Another way to a metaphor to use for this, Jews were kind of like a sponge that the king could take and dip into the peasantry, soak as much money as he could out of them, and then he could bring it dry for his own benefit. So it was a mutually symbiotic kind of relationship vis-a-vis the king and the Jews that actually protected them and encouraged them to be in this line of work. It's also hugely important, again, I emphasize, we'll talk about this on Wednesday, because nobody else is allowed to do it. Christians were forbidden to lend money on interest, and so that meant that if you want to borrow money for any reason, the only person you could go to is either a friend or a great at no interest, or more likely go to the Jews. Okay, with that, gentlemen, I'm going to close for now. We'll meet again on Wednesday, God willing. Have a look on Canvas because you have a new artificial intelligence challenge that will be closing on Wednesday as well. So make sure you take the time. I hope you find it interesting. Thank you for learning with me. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I hope you enjoyed that lecture. I guess you probably did if you're still watching at this point, or maybe you just left your phone on and forgot about it and fell asleep, something like that. But I would be glad to be able to show this to you because this is just a sense of what we do here at Lander College for Men at Turin University. But you're missing the best part. The best part is not on camera. It's what I get to see, having these bright young men in front of me, very inquisitive, very intelligent, very eager to learn everything there is to know about Jewish history, as well as the many other topics they study here for their baccalaureate degree. We are extremely proud for a very vibrant place like this, where students begin their day at 7:45 in the morning, and after breakfast they spend hours delving into the intricacies of Talmud under the direction of our esteemed Rosh Yeshiva, Rabbi Yonasan Sachs, and the leadership of our Menahal, Rabbi Yosef Sonnenschein. And then after studying Talmud for several hours, they have lunch, and they have a few other activities. Secular studies begin at 3 p.m. with a rigorous curriculum of the sciences, political science, English composition, history, of course, and a whole wide variety of majors like business, computer science, you name it. And then after dinner, they come back for a couple more hours of dedicated Torah study. These are really phenomenal young men. They only get to do their extracurricular sports and so on sometimes 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock at night. We have basketball that happens that late at night. And they're back for it again the next morning. And they are just loving it. We have so much activity for them, so many retreats, and so much food, actually, a lot of food. So they really enjoy it. We also have a separate evening division, which is intended primarily for students who are studying in other institutions in our neighborhood. And then they come to us for the secular classes at night and begin at 6 p.m. And they're extremely bright, and we're very proud of them as well. And in fact, we're hugely proud of all of our students who have gone on to do such phenomenal things, going into medical school and law school and forging successful careers in finance and accounting and computer science. Wow, it's an amazing school. I'm really proud, and I feel very privileged to be there. And the thing is, we really need to support them with scholarships. So if you enjoyed this lecture and you want to contribute to the ongoing study of history here on this campus, Lander College for Men in Queens, New York, please have a look in the information box where you'll see a link, and you can contribute to the scholarship fund and help specifically those students who are very interested in Jewish history. Thank you very much for watching, and I look forward to providing more of these lectures for you as well. Let us just recap one really important point that kind of rushed through at the end of last week, but it's so crucial. Why are we talking about Khazaria when we are talking about the origins of mass Jewry? Why is Khazaria even relevant? Mr. Blashka. Essential why? Why is it essential? Khazaria is like way out in Central Asia, and we're talking about the Rhineland. What's going on, Mr. Anderson?
People say that Ashkenazi is all Khazaria,
Right, imposters, fake Jews and fake news. Very good. Mr. Rumi, did you want to add anything to that? Yeah, that's the big deal. Because if you want to say that Ashkenazi Jews in particular are not ethnically related to the Jews in the Bible, then you automatically sever the historical connection between the Old Testament Jews that evangelical Christians love so much and contemporary real-life Jews. And on the one hand, and that means to say that, we can treat Ashkenazi Jews at least badly today because they're not really the children of Abraham and Yitzchak, right? And on the other hand, much more relevant politically is since Ashkenazi Jews played such a major role in the initial years of the modern Zionist movement, late 19th, early 20th centuries. It's true there is going to be a massive influx of Sephardi and Middle Eastern Jews afterwards, but in those years it was a huge project of Ashkenazi Jews. You can say, if they're actually Khazarians, not descendants of the biblical inheritors of land, you can say they have no right to make any kind of a claim on the land of Israel. That is the logic behind pushing the Khazarian hypothesis as the origins of Ashkenazi Jews. Now, once again, Mr. Branson, a way of lying, allowing them, yeah, it's an excuse for anti-Semitism. It has actual, political implications for modern day Israel. It's huge. Elise Stefanik, the representative of the UN, just recently said that Israel has a biblical right to Judea and Samaria. That should be a non-controversial statement, because if the Jews of Israel are descended from the Jews who live in Judea and Samaria, based on the Bible, then whether or not you think that right is sufficient to lay claim to it, doesn't really matter. You definitely have a biblical claim. If, on the other hand, you say that all Ashkenazi Jews are descended from Polynesians, then maybe you would say, well, what are you talking about? They don't have a biblical right to land in Israel, right? So that's the reason why we had to spend some time on it. Now, one thing we did not spend a lot of time on is, I just told that there is no basis to the Khazarian hypothesis, but I didn't think why, right? So let's just explore that briefly. How do we know that we're not descended from Khazarians? Asked the Ashkenazi Jew. Mr. Rubin. Correct. And in other words, Ashkenazi DNA has broad similarities with Sephardic DNA, Middle Eastern Jewish DNA. Like the genetic basis is really clear that we're mishpacha, we're a family. We're not family in any significant way with Central Asia. How much is there any Khazarian DNA in Jews? Yes, actually, like less than 3% by the most generous study. But that's because, you've got lots of Mongol hordes traipsing into Eastern Europe and occasionally, having relations, typically the worst one I'd imagine, but who knows, with Jewish women. And so there's not unreasonable to imagine there's a certain amount of Central Asian DNA that makes its way into the Ashkenazi framework. But it's such a small number that it really is an exception that proves the rule if you want. Mr. Tillman. Well, there's not much basis for it at all. I mean, it's an assumption that really was pioneered by two things. Arthur Kessler is perhaps the most important thinker who came up with. He wrote a book called The 13th Tribe, in which he wanted to say that Ashkenazi Jews are actually coming from the Khazarians. But it has no scientific basis. I mean, it's been thoroughly debunked in every way. Even scholars who really tried hard to find it have been hard pressed. Perhaps the most successful area where we see Khazarian influence on Ashkenaz in particular is ironically in the Yiddish language. So Yiddish has a tiny amount of what appear to be Turkic words in it. The Khazars are a Turkic people speaking a Turkic language. There's a whole bunch of families like Tajik and so on in that family. So what are those words? What are the words? There's not a large number of words. If you know German, Yiddish is basically decipherable. It's so close to German. But what are those few words? Some of them are highly sensitive words. Like, for example, Max Weinreich, who's one of the greatest scholars of Yiddish language, says that the word daven is Khazari. Right? Daven is not a Hebrew word. Where do we get that word from? It's not a Yiddish word. It's used in Yiddish. But where does the word daven come from? It's not a Slavic word. It's not a French word. Where do we word daven? So Max Weinreich argues that this is a tiny remnant of Khazarian influence on Jews, and it is an important word. Daven is a significant word in our culture, but it's not enough to say that we are Khazarians. There is one scholar named Wexner who wants to argue that Yiddish is basically derived from Ashkenazi, but he's kind of like way on the fringes of the extreme bizarre, realm of, I don't want to say it on recording. Anyways, so that's basically the story why we don't hold that. Oh, and by the way, I'll give you a lot of the smallest reasons why maybe we do have some Khazarian influence. The opposite side is overwhelming. We have DNA evidence. We have massive amount of linguistic evidence, right? The Yiddish spoken by 97% of Eastern European Jews is overwhelmingly German. We have tons of historical records documenting the passage of Jews from Germany to Eastern Europe. Everything is laid out there for us. It's so obvious that Ashkenazi Jews come from Germany, not from the East. They come from the West. Mr. Grants. Yeke refers to German Jews specifically, and it refers to those Jews who were really in Germany, let's say 19th century. Ashkenazi is a larger category than Yeke. They come from Germany. They probably have the same origins. They got to Germany because they did not leave with the masses of Jews who kept going east. We'll talk about this later in this class. We're going to have a huge surge of Jewish migration from the Rhineland to Poland, Lithuania, 13th, 14th, 15th centuries. That establishes a great center there. And for various reasons, the population explodes in Eastern Europe. But there are plenty of Jews stay behind in German provinces, and they become the Yekkes. Okay, let's go Halabai Baita now, unless we're going to leave Khazari behind, okay? Okay, so let's look at a big question, something called historiography. Anyone want to try and define this term, historiography? Mr. Blushton. Not bad, not bad. Let's break it down. History. What is graphing? Like photography? Graph? Writing. Thank you so much. The writing of history. History is kind of a weird thing. It has elements of science, like something happened. One of the great German philosophers of history, von Ranke, said that history is defined as was es eigentlich gewesen war. And what actually happened? Just tell me what happened. That's the history, right? But it's not quite so simple, because the way that history is told, the narrative that is crafted to describe those points of time and events, definitely, promotes a particular understanding of the past. And this should be incredibly obvious. Your generation, you suffer from it more than most generations because of the influence of a movement called postmodernism that essentially says things like, well, this is my truth, what is your truth? And we can both be hit by the same car, but I have my experience and you have your experience. My lived experience, your lived experience is totally different, right? That's like kind of like a 21st century way of thinking about these things. Historiography is like that too. How do you construct a story out of the events that we determine from the documents we work with primarily for history? So I'm going to introduce you to two major historians of Eastern European, of Ashkenazic history. They're hugely important for us. The figure on the left is Heinrich Krebs, who was a major 19th century, his years are 1870 to 1891, major German Jewish historian. He was actually, as a young man, a student of Rabbi Samson Before Hirsch. He studied literally in his home next to Rav Hirsch, and he came up with, he was the first great encyclopedic historian. Meaning he wrote all of Jewish history, and I think it was 12 volumes in the original German, and it was like a blockbuster. And it was huge. People were so excited to see this massive history of the Jews written in the modern era. By the way, he's like a role model for me in many ways. I myself am now writing a small encyclopedic history. It's only 3 volumes. Might expand it a little bit, but I nevertheless think a lot about the challenges we face. And one of the arguments about Gratz's approach to Judaism, which you may find very appealing, it's kind of like the same approach taken by, for example, Barrel Wine, who was written in the modern era, also an encyclopedic, multiple volume history. It's a heroic, muscular history of the Jews that emphasizes what has been criticized as being divided Geschichte, meaning sad stories. It's how the Jews were always persecuted, but we're so good and we're like, never to blame for any bad things, and we make all these beautiful contributions to society, and people don't understand us, they persecute us, and so on. And it has kind of like a feel to it that you just read it and you walk away saying, what do they say? Очень счастливый, я потому что я еврей, you know that song? I am so delighted that I am a Jew. It's a Breslov song in Russian. Очень счастливый, я потому что я еврей. I am so happy to be a Jew. And you read these books and say, my gosh, everybody should be Jewish. Look at these people. They're amazing. They're so good. They're so blameless. They do amazing things, and yet the world hates them and despises them and stuff like that. And that's kind of like the tone that he created in his books. It's a little bit of an exaggeration, but that's nevertheless why he was so popular with Jews and so hated by Germans. Because the Germans, especially the great historian Heinrich Rothschild, put his name down here, great senior historian of the era, he said, what is this crap? I can't believe you're actually telling me this. Didn't you study the history documents? I did too. And I'm saying that we have Jews who are involved in speculation, we have Jews who are involved in crime, and not every time that Jews come into a country where they treated badly and so on. And he points out lots of historical flaws in Gretz's very heroic work, and he says that you're not being fair to the German people, and you're like pumping up your own story, and it's not accurate, and not even not accurate, it's misleading. And so he came up with really the father of anti-Semitic slogans at the time. If you've ever seen like the big Nuremberg rallies that Hitler used to run, they would have this slogan like pasted in like 3-foot high letters. The Jews are our misfortune. Meaning these Jews, they don't take any self-criticism. They are hopelessly self-absorbed, narcissistic, and they present their history as if there are no dark spots in it whatsoever. You follow the debate between these two historians? Well, he was a raging anti-Semite, but he was also a brilliant historian. It's not like he was speculating. So, I think that Gretz viewed his writing of a history book not as a purely academic affair, but as a culture building exercise. He was like saying, I'm writing this book so people will read it to feel proud to be Jew, which is, a perfectly admirable goal, but then is it good history? A lot of people, I actually think a lot of it is excellent history. He's really strong in certain areas and so on, but this is one of the challenges of studying Jewish history, especially if you go to like adult ed classes and synagogues and things like that. They will essentially give you a Gretz version of history that makes us sound like superhuman, beyond belief kind of individuals. And there are areas where I think it's fair to say that. But we also have, if you open up a newspaper, we also have our share of criminals. We also have a share of darker spots, things we're not proud of. We don't necessarily want to see them, publicized, but there they are. Salo Whitmer Breyer Farron, on the other hand, also an encyclopedic historian, wrote actually more than one encyclopedic history of the Jews, generally speaking on particular areas, like, for example, the Jewish community or Russia and Poland. But he wrote a 18-volume social and religious history of the Jews that only stops at the year 1650. He died before he could write any more of it. It's a massive, incredibly complex, very sophisticated book based on 20 languages, an incredible amount of archival research. And he said that essentially, when you look at Gretz's model of the history, it is, and he also used the German term, Leidens- und Gelehrtengeschichte, which means sadness and learning history. That the Jews have periods of sadness, they're attacked with pogroms and anti-Semitism, and those things actually happened. And when we get to that section in this class, oh my gosh, gentlemen, you don't know how bad it was. It was really worse than you could probably imagine. And at the same time, they're learning, they're producing. You know, the Rashi was writing, and Bali was writing, and we have the Shulchan Aruch, and all these amazing cultural artifacts, despite the light of Rothschild. But he said all that stuff it may be true, but it is what he called lachrymose, meaning full of tears. That's how he categorized Gretz's research, saying that, you know, it's more of a cultural activity than an academic one. And so his book is 18 volumes, which is in my office. If you want to see it, it's massive, almost unreadable. I don't actually know anyone in my 30 years of teaching history at the College of Nova. I've never met anyone who's actually read all of Barron's 18 volumes because they're really thick and dense and difficult. But nevertheless, he provides a completely different version of history, which is more academically correct, but it doesn't have the same feel to it. But we're going to try and chart a course in this class that I hope to have you walk away with a kind of Gretzian feel, because I do believe that we are an amazing people. I'm putting it in the first person plural. We are an amazing people, phenomenal people. But on the other hand, I'm trying to give you a little more of the academic spin to it, so you'll see that there are some dark moments, and there's some areas where we can engage in reasonable self-criticism too. Arguments, discussion, debates, objections. No? Leiden und Gelehrten Geschichte was Geschichte history. Leiden is sadness, and Gelehrten is like the Gelehrten, right? So it's learned man. So Gelehrten is like learning history. Sadness and learning. Or as one historian put it, Jewish history is basically books of pogroms, pogroms of books. And it's not true. We have lots of other things going on there too, but there are unfortunately lots of books. Okay, so let's go to Ashkenaz to begin with. We talked last month about the genetic origins of the Jews in Ashkenaz. Let's look at the literary record at this point. You've already had a chance to look at Bishop Benudiger's charter. This is a really unusual phenomenon that we can associate with medieval Europe. Beginning in Ashkenaz, later we'll see the appearance in Sepharad as well. Not so much in the Middle East, but very, very important in Ashkenaz. This is really where we begin to see it for the first time. Yeah, we also see it in India too, actually. What is a charter? Someone help me. What do we mean by a charter? Mr. Adlerstein. Legally binding document. Excellent. Cool. Where are the parties? In our context? Excellent. Exactly. That's right. Government at this point is a fairly mushy term. We're talking about, again, major cities in the year 900 might have 10,000 people in them. These are not really complex organizations. But the local lord, the potentate, the prince, major, the king will be involved in creating an agreement with this significant Jewish minority. And this agreement was typically put down in words. Recall had this kind of magical calming effect on anybody who saw them. Because very, very few people were literate. The Jews, in that throughout our history, we have been incredibly more literate than our surrounding societies, exceptions. It's definitely true in Ashkenaz. Remember, they're barely even out of the pagan period. They're barely even at that area by the time you get to the year 900, where they have a literate class, a small class of people in the church, and many of whom themselves are illiterate. The nobility is always illiterate. Charlemagne himself very likely not read, although his son and grandson might have had some ability there. I'll show you some examples of something in that way in a moment. But if you could produce a charter in writing, even if people couldn't read it for themselves, it was kind of like a magical talisman, an amulet that you could say, hey, we're allowed to be here, we're allowed to do these things, we're allowed to have monopoly because this is a charter that was written a long time ago that promised us these things. It was law, but law was something like overwhelming to peasants and even petty nobility at the time. People didn't, discard these documents and consider them very hard. There's also a significant number of forged charters that were probably concocted by Jewish attorneys in order to retroactively defend their positions or their rights and privileges in particular. So you don't necessarily have to be 100% historically accurate to work. It's not like we have ways of verifying these documents, but pulling these documents up simply make it. This, by the way, is an interesting English charter. You can see it here in Latin, and it has a little Hebrew codicil at the bottom of the seal that has some notes for Hebrew readers as to what the content is. Yes, Mr. Tuna. Well, because let's say someone was trying to encroach on their rights. Let's say, for example, the Jews had a right to the supply of alcohol, which is something that we will see very much the case in Eastern Europe. You've heard maybe the term Kretschmann, like a little inn. Jews frequently had a monopoly on distillation and distribution of alcohol. It goes all the way up to the 20th century as well. Let's say some other peasant said, how come, the Jew is the only guy who can make vodka? I'm going to make some ahorn here in my own bathtub, and I'm going to sell it myself. And Jews find out that he's undercutting their business, and they go to the local poritz and they say, hey, we have the right to be the only producers of alcohol in the neighborhood. And the poritz says, I don't remember saying that. I said, no, it wasn't you, it was your Zaidi who said it to us. And they pull out the charter. If you read it, it's like they got the documents, like magic. And that can be a template. Yes, Mr. Anderson. Right of property ownership. This was a huge thing. So we didn't actually look at this charter, but it's one of the earliest. Louis the Pious is the grandson of Charlemagne. Remember, Charlemagne was hugely important European king. Louis the Pious is his son. He, in 1839, explicitly writes a charter saying that Jews are allowed to own property. What kind of property? Land. Exactly. Have you ever heard this idea that Jews are not allowed to own land? That's where they went to finance. Yeah, maybe. But it's a widespread myth. Jews were allowed to own land for most of our history in Europe. It's just not necessarily such a good investment for Jews in real estate. Why might real estate not be a good investment for Jews in the middle here? Mr. Kranz? No, people always like land. Mr. Remind me your name? Mr. Schwartzman. You might get kicked off your land. Right. One of the most important rights that Jews sought was the right of residency. Can I live here? It is exactly that reason that I'm going for my immigration interview on Wednesday. Because I don't want ever the government to say, I'm sorry, you can't live in this country. And that's why I don't go to pro-Hamas protests or anything like that either. There are other reasons for that. But, the right of residency is something that the Jews desperately needed, and the fact that it was denied to them for much of medieval history is a large part of the story we tell. Very good. Mr. Leutke. Literacy, well, it depends on when and where. We often don't have a good way of actually measuring it, but if, for example, look at 1897, the Russian Empire did a major census, and that's quite late. That's already the modern era. Jews had roughly 60% literacy that was reported. It's probably an undercount because they probably didn't consider, of course I can write in Yiddish. I thought you only had Russian, for example. But 60%, and peasants had more like 15%. So we're big gap. Mr. Kranz, I like your approach, but you got to raise your hand so it's in order. Go ahead, Mr. Kranz. Yes, it's precisely. Mishinantam Luraneta. It's built into our culture in a very big way. We also have a much higher rates of female literacy as well. If you go back to there's even, well, I don't know the age of it, but chances are those numbers are much, much larger for the medieval period, where, I'll show you some examples on the screen in just a minute, and you'll tell me what you think. Okay, Louis Pius, right of ownership, that's a charter that was issued and preserved because he was actually the king, especially important. You really forget who looked at it. Notice how he started out. He says that I want to attract Jews to fire. I want actually Jews to, and so therefore I'm going to lay out all these privileges that they get. They're allowed to have the right to sell to non-Jews. That was a bit of a controversy with the church because the church didn't like the idea that Jews would shecht an animal, and as I'm sure you're aware, the Gid Hanasheh is difficult to remove. Ashkenazim typically don't even bother trying. They just sell the back half of the cow to non-Jews because it's a trade for them. And it's cheaper to simply sell it at a good meat than to try and do meat for and remove the Gid Hanasheh. Spartan, on the other hand, with their taste for filet mignon, they say we have to actually do the removal of the Gid Hanasheh, and they don't necessarily sell the back half. But the church didn't like it because how does it look if the Jews were saying, we're not going to eat this meat, but we'll sell it to non-Jews, right? So that was something that sometimes Jews were criticized for, and they were not allowed to sell. We still have these problems today, by the way, in countries in Europe that have banned shechita. Like you can't buy kosher meat in a lot of the countries of Europe unless it's imported from a country where shechita is permitted. Lots of other things that you read about in that charter that are really important, but I want to highlight one of them, or just a few of them. Privilege of having a wall around their ghetto. Maybe I should use that word, ghetto. Why would the Jew, the bishop, for the right to build a wall around it to keep them separate? And like, what kind of separate? What are we worried about, Mr. Rothschild? Right, it's defensive, purely defensive, right? And if you have a hard time imagining that, I would direct you to Boca Raton, where you see all these gated communities that are, heavily populated by Jews, and that's the same idea. The wall later became confining, especially in places like Venice and Frankfurt on Main, where it became a ghetto, it became like a prison. But certainly in the medieval period, early Ashkenaz wanted the wall because it was a way of making sure that they could be safe. But don't forget, they're a highly distinct minority. They're the only non-Christians living in the region. They tend to be much wealthier for reasons that we'll explore when we talk about the economics. And so they're a target for predation. It's so much better if they can have a wall. They also ask for a graveyard for obvious reasons, but this often marks the presence of early Jewish communities. They can get a place to bury their dead separate from others. There are synagogues, which is it's interesting to see it in this particular context. That's an ancient Greek term that we actually have on very, very old church documents, and even the Jewish documents, that refers to the head of the synagogue, the president of the synagogue. Arkos means leader, and that archy-synagogue is to serve as a judge. So in other words, Jews were given the right of self-government. I'll show you some examples of that in just a minute. Hiring Christian employees. Why would that be a problem? Hiring Christian employees. Mr. Tuman. It's beneath the Christian employees, very good, especially owning slaves. You have the church very upset with the idea that Jews could own slaves, and especially if those slaves were Christian. That was like hugely insulting. Got very upset about it. What else might happen if Jews have Christian or even pagan employees? They might even become Jewish. Judaism was a highly competitive ideology at the turn of the millennium, and Christians are frankly, especially churchmen, are frankly, unhappy with the contacts that Jews had with uneducated peasants. That's right. I'm not saying you're wrong, but I am saying you sound like kind of Chris, right? Because, well, I think just imagine yourself in those days, right? Jews today, first of all, want like Maslow's hierarchy of needs, where it's each one. First, we want safety and security. Then we want like unity. Then we want, like financial success. We want all these things, and so you will have a whole range of Jews who will be behaving at various points along Maslow's hierarchy. So there are definitely lots of Jews who want, first of all, want not to be attacked, but there are lots of Jews who want to get rich too, and it's not bad. They want to get rich as well. And something you already mentioned. Okay, so these charters are hugely important. We have quite a few of them, large and small. Now let's go to Mr. Loity's discussion of literacy, which is so this is another great Jewish historian. His name is Guido. I always find it strange that a Jewish historian has the name Guido, but he's an incredible historian. He was a brilliant lawyer who spent a lot of his studying law and the Jews. And although he made his fame originally as a historian of medieval German law, he also applied a lot of what he had studied and learned to understanding Jewish history. There's an interesting kind of larger personal story about him in that he compiled this massive 4-volume medieval volume of German law, and the Nazis confiscated all of it. And he would eventually survive. He moved to Chicago, where he was a professor. But the building that the Nazis took all of his records to was bombed by the Allies, and all the records were lost. And Kish actually reconstructed it from memory. It's like tremendous, prodigious intellectual skill to essentially go back and rewrite this huge 4-volume work on medieval German law. Now, in particular, why this is relevant is he studied a document called the Sachsenspiegel, which is really fun to pronounce. Sachsenspiegel. That makes me happy. Sachsenspiegel. Sachsen is a place in Germany. It's like a province. And Spiegel means mirror. And it is a 12th century book of law. It's simply called it like the Queen's Mirror. Why would you call a book of law the Queen's Mirror? Not bad, not bad. Mr. Kranz. Excellent, Mr. Kranz. Mr. Gillespie, you want to answer that? Yeah, exactly. Reflecting more the reality than the ideal. So the notion of this is that, again, remember, we have a very different idea of law, primarily because of the heritage revealed tradition, right? Our understanding of law, we use the word halacha, is Moshe Rabbeinu goes up to Har Sinai, and Kadosh Baruch Hu gives him a set of instructions that becomes the Torah. And of course, we have an interpretive tradition, the rabbis who make into it the Shulchan Aruch, Mishnah Berurah, and so on. But it's got a source with a capital S. But in medieval Ashkenaz, they're not working with a source. Religion generally, especially Christianity, does not have the same amount of like invasion into daily life. It's so much more based on creed and what one thinks, what one believes, and does not seem to be really particularly concerned with, the order of your shoes or what happens if you put a milk spoon in a meat pot. That's just not Christianity. Islam is much more like that. Christianity is not. So how do you deal with when someone's ox gores somebody else's cow and you find the carcass, dead on the road? You need to still deal with that. So without the huge tradition that the Jews have for these decisions, they essentially said, well, right? Go out and see what the people do. And that's the sense of the word spiegel, mirror, is that this is essentially a recording of what has evolved as common law. What is the procedure when these kind of crimes happen? So this is an amazing 12th century document that was written to basically record how things are dealt with, how disputes are handled in the 12th century in this region called Sachsen. And it was so popular that it was repeated over and over and over all over Germany and became essentially the core of German common law. Okay, now, why is it relevant to us? Because this is going to Mr. Leukey's observation. Most of the people who wanted to read German common law could not read the books, meaning the judges, certainly the government officials, the kings. Nobody could read the words. And so they had to provide a graphic novel version of a law code. Can you imagine that? Like those of you who are studying comic book version. If you're studying like pre-med, biology texts, so many big words, just give me like a picture version of it, and that would be your Sachsen Spiegel. So he was great at pulling out the cartoons. And here's, for example, an illustration, 900 years old, from the Sachsen Spiegel. And let us interpret it, okay? Who are these people? Who's the king? Yeah, I think it's actually a king, but you're right, royalty. Right? Royalty. Royal person. Crown, right? Long hair, but yeah, could be. Those are not bearded, right? But Christians are not bearded. These gestures are important. What does this gesture mean? That would be you. Yeah, I'm teaching you what you need to know. The first thing you got to do is this, right? Instruction. You often find in debates, you'll see them depicted with their fingers like this. Where are these people here? Yeah, look, first of all, they're happy, right? It's kind of nice. They're smiling. Let's bring it down. Who's this guy here? What's he wearing? Jester. Nice call, but no. He's not a bishop either. Bishops have the miters. He's a member of the church. He's a member of one of the mendicant orders, like the Dominicans or the Franciscans or whatever. He's wearing like this monk's robe, right? So an official of the church. And who's this guy here? Exactly, another mendicant order, right? With the Oscar haircut thing, right? Another friar, exactly, like Friar Tuck. Those guys don't have much of that. They only have teacups. It's like this one here. This is, I think, it's a long finger thing. Like you're the guy. I have. You guys ever hear of? You guys ever hear of a rapper named Missing Black? Yeah. So I'm sort of like social media friends with him, and we have done a couple of things together. We had a podcast. But I happened to see him at the OHEL once. So there was at the same time he was at the OHEL, and he stood beside me. We said, hey, let's take a picture, right? So my son takes a picture of me and Easton Black, and Black, he just puts his finger out like this, pointing at me. Felt so good. Blow that up. Anyways, so here's two mendicant friars, good. Who are these people? Women, good. Why are there two women? I think they mean Genevieve Cloud. Women. Yeah, all women. You put two, a plural, all women. Right, yeah, but wait, you got three men. You got a king, you've got one type of mendicant friar, you've got another type of mendicant friar, you have two women, which represent kind of class, gender women. And who's this guy? Jew, right, okay, not Gandalf. Yes. Right. What? Yeah, so what do you know he's a Jew? Beard is a good guess, but you can have other people's beards too. The hat, right? This is a special hat called the Judenhut, or Jew hat, which was, according to the Fourth Lateran Council, a church council that convened in 1215, all Jews were required to wear a distinctive article of clothing. This document actually predates the Fourth Lateran Council, but it is from there that we get the institution of the Jewish badge. So sometimes it would be a round circle representing a coin, or it would be this kind of funny hat, but not a star. That's later, but it's meant to label for our purposes, this is a Jew. We'll see it over and over again in the images we look at. There is some debate as to whether or not, I see your hands up, there is some debate as to whether or not Jews actually comply, or it may be a convention of the art world at the time that when you wanted to depict a Jew, you always put something like that on him. But for our purposes, this is a law document, right? It's a legal document. It's trying to teach us something about society, and a Jew is clearly a character here. Okay, wait. He's Mr. Kurtz, Franz, and Mr. Vasilevsky.
Behind the scenes, and you just
Good. Very perceptive, very perceptive. This document is essentially saying that the king is responsible for protecting friars, women, and order, right? But the king is like, these guys are like supposed to be devoted to religion, right? They're not like knights or something like that, or fighting, or they're like members of society, but they're like charitable sort of. So these are all people that the king protects. His face is not especially happy, he's a little more stern. His fingers is, maybe that's why he's so stern. He's saying, my finger is like I put it in a vice. But everybody else is happy here to be under his protection. And as Mr. Gertz points out, there's clearly a hierarchy. The Jew is even a little bit smaller than the women too, which I think is interesting. But this is a document that essentially is explaining. Next to it in the original, there'd be like a long text in German and Gothic letters. But for those Germans who could not read their language, a handy photograph, a handy illustration of what you got to know. And if you ever forget, you can just flip ahead. Oh, yeah, that's right. What's the responsibilities? Mr. Krantz. So I don't think I've read a lot about the history of Jewish costume. There's a good book by Rubens where he goes into this in some detail. I haven't read it. I looked at the pictures. But I'm pretty sure that the Strimal originally came out of fashion of the 17th century, meaning it was a classy hat, kind of like the Borsalino today, right? Like, why do Orthodox Jews wear gangster hats, right? Is it because it was forced upon us? No, this was a cool hat, and we just kept wearing it. If you look at photographs of yeshivas in Europe in the 1920s, hardly ever are the Talmidim wearing black hats. The Rabbi get the black hats, but we have like great inflation, hat inflation. Students get to wear it too. In fact, you very rarely see guys with beards too. That was like, it was considered presumptuous for a student to have a beard. The Rabbi would have a beard. Mr. Ederson. She said that more is about how things that like Rabbi a beer. It's so interesting. I have two responses. The first is, it reminds me that the Ramchal got into so much trouble with the West Base did, the first of many legal situations that he got involved with. One of the things was that they were criticizing him for being 23 years old and still not wearing a beard. Right? And another thing is, my grandmother used to say, "Best Rabbi on abort, the abort on a Rabbi," which I'll translate for those of you who are usually impaired. Better to have a rabbi without a beard than a beard without a rabbi. Wisdom. Okay, so here, that's what the Rothschild is saying, and it's important to understand in terms of our context. The Jews, we don't have any idea of like citizenship, right? Nobody is a citizen. Everybody is a subject. And so the Jews are actually considered subjects of the king in the 12th century. That will be degraded in many ways, but they're legitimate subjects. They're below women in their status, but they are there and they should be protected. Mr. Loiki. Yeah, well, in this particular picture, if the judge is saying, okay, the king in this case, the king says, okay, so I really have to like help these Jews out? I mean, they're enemies of Christ and everything. Why do I have to do? Well, look at the Sanctions Spiegel. It says the king is responsible for the mendicant friars, the women, and the Jews too, and you have to protect them. The Sanctions Spiegel is actually very pro-Jewish. This is a slice in time where you will see that Jews have a significant amount of rights and privileges, and that will grow over time significantly. Oh, sorry, Mr. Vasilevsky, you had your hand up earlier. What do you think? Yeah, I think so. I think so. It's derogatory. You know, we'll see even worse things. Actually, you saw it in the beginning here. This is an English tax roll. This image here. So an English tax roll from about the same period. Okay, this guy you sort of recognize, right? This would be the devil, right? Here's another Jew wearing the uniform, right? What do you notice? And this is, I think, a Jewish woman. This is supposed to be Aaron of Lincoln. What do you notice about these Jews? Big pointy noses, right? I mean, why do they have to point them that way? You know, because they want to make them look like demons and stuff. If demons go shofar and stuff like that. Nasty pictures of Jews are almost as old as pictures of Jews. Yeah, Mr. Ellerstein. I'm not sure if that's the king. I think that might be the devil, and this is like one of his demons. I think. I mean, this is, if you want to look at it, it's a tax register roll from 12th century England. Okay, let's look at another one of the elements. You guys are going to be legal experts by the end of the day. Okay, now what's going on here? Mr. Gertz. Well, he's no. Yeah, these are pipes, and yeah, they're weapons. Okay, so what's going on here? You got this. Good, army draft. And who's this guy? Yeah, probably doesn't look like King of the Crown, but probably like a general type guy. And he's sitting there on the wall, indicates how we're going to organize our defense against the Mongol hordes or whoever is coming into town, and who has to listen to him. So you got hoi polloi, right? Dark, unwashed masses. Everybody has to put down their plows. They've got to come defend the city. We'll give you a pike. You're going to be able to poke some of our, dramatic people who are coming to attack our town. But everybody's got to chip in, even the Jew. And the on the Jews' participation, he doesn't have a pike. Right? Jews, you got to help, or you don't get a pike. So this is essentially saying that Jews will be responsible for the defense of the city, but not necessarily armed. Go ahead, Mr. Epperson. Because these guys all have pipes coming out here, right? This guy, where's his pipe? Oh, wait a minute, we should count it. Maybe you're right. Hey, let's count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I don't think you go. I think that's a type. But once you want to say that the Jew has the pipe, but this guy doesn't, and everyone's hands are empty. It looks like the pipes go in the back or something. It's a good question. We'll have to go back and look at Guido Kisch's comments on this picture. Maybe I'm reading it wrong. What for sure is involved is the Jew is included. I don't know. But the message we got to get is that Jews have some civic responsibility. Maybe it's not the same as the peasants, but they're required. We saw that also with Rubigen's as well. And here's another one that also I find quite interesting. It just amazes me how maybe this P and that W might be some kind of like legend that goes with the text. I love how primitive this art is. You know, like this is like a book that the king would read. It's like amazing. It's so cool. What's going on here? Okay, who's he? Mr. Glasstrow? Right, very good. Obviously, cool haircut, right? And riding on a horse. And there's a Jew behind him, bearded, wearing the yud. What is this picture even telling us? Maybe. Yeah, it could be. We have to see what the context is in the other picture. It's been a while since I looked at this. But even if we observe it in isolation, what do we got, Mr. Abraham? It's interesting. Yeah, possible. This looks like it's inviting you to come along. I'm not sure what to make of this gesture here. But what about? But how often do you see a Jew riding a horse? Not so often. It's actually illegal in Muslim lands at this time for Jews to ride horses. Jews are not allowed to ride horses. They have to ride either donkeys, or there are some exceptions that are allowed to ride side saddles. They can't ride like regular camels. They're allowed to ride. What about this thing here? It's a nice big sword. It's a sword for sure. Not as long as a pike, but pretty long, right? In Muslim lands, Jews are not allowed to carry weapons. So, what is this document overall telling us about the status of Jews, Mr. Epperstein? Yeah, any non-Muslims who are dhimmi, exactly. If you are non-Muslim and you don't make the dhimmi category, you can't even be there. But you're right, Christians as well. So, that's for sure. That's for sure. And even if they're not aware of what's going on in Muslim countries, it's showing that Jews at least have the same rights as Christian mendicants when it comes to status things like riding a horse, really expensive thing, and bearing arms. Yeah. Again, given the skill of the artist, I don't know how much sense to make in that, but I do think that this is saying to the king, hey, it's okay if Jews are armed. Hey, it's okay if Jews are on horseback. Mr. Rubin. No, it is. This is a long textbook. This is when the king needs to decide something about how to run his society, and he says, please bring me out this auction speaker so I can see what we do. And they'll take it out and they'll flip through it and say, is there anything about Jews here? And they'll see this picture. Oh, I was wondering if obviously they can carry Jews, swords, because that's what it says right here, black and white. Mr. Wait, is it Mr. Yampo? Yampo? One, yeah, with your hand up. What's your name? Schwarzman, Mr. Schwarzman. Yeah, it's a good question. We really got to go back and figure out that picture. We're not sure if that picture says they've no rights. The picture is meant to say Jews have to participate in civic events. Whether or not the pipes, I'm still not sure. You guys ruined my lecture that way. Okay. Mr. Lee.
Sword going for 3 6 carry, and if we're not thinking about one
Could be. It's hard because the talent of the artist is not so clear. And it's been a while since I actually read Guido Kish's research, but you can look it up yourself. Maybe you'll write your essay on, Jews and pikes, Jews and arms, or something like that. Okay, so, but what I think we can walk away from this here is that when we started with a discussion of historiography, when you think about charters and you think about Jewry law, which you want to hazard a characterization in general about the status of Jews in medieval Ashkenaz, especially this period of time up to the 12th century, are they like hated and chased out everywhere? Or what is their status? Okay. Right. Very fair. Very good. Mr. Abrams. Separate but almost equal. Yeah, there are definitely areas where you might even want to say they're privileged, as we shall see later. Certain, well, actually, as we saw already, there are certain things that they can do that other people can't. They may have monopolies, a certain type of trade. You know, it's not like it's not invariably stark everywhere. Mr. Anderson. That are not the otherwise so it's supposed to be careful with in worldwide use. I think that's a fair assessment. Let us also not forget that Jews are highly visible because they tend to be much more urbanized than the general population. General population is overwhelmingly rural, peasants working the land. Jews tend to live in tightly knit communities where they are walking distance to a synagogue, a mikveh, a Chinese restaurant. They have to live close together, so they tend to be in towns or in mid-sized villages. So they're very visible to everybody. Mr. Abrams, one more point. Question. Good question. Were Jews allowed to assimilate? Yes, no. Jews were allowed and even encouraged to assimilate. However, the only way to do that was through baptism. There was no possibility of a secular identity really until the 18th century. Right, so we're like 800 years away before you could live a non-sectarian existence. You have to belong to the Christian community writ large, perhaps a subset like the nobility or the peasantry, things like that, or you were a Jew. And there was no like kind of I'm going to participate in both. Here in America, assimilation is rampant because people can simply opt out. People can simply say, "Well, chuck it. I don't want to have anything with it. I'm just going to live my own anonymous life without any communal attachments." And the only thing is, if you get on the United Jewish Appeal mailing list, you need to get on the FBI Witness Protection Program to get away from them. But otherwise, you can live an assimilated lifestyle today. But in the medieval world, the only way to do it was to convert. And lots of Jews did. We will look at Jews who convert to Christianity, what happened to them, and so on. Unfortunately, most of the stories that we have of Jews who convert to Christianity, they tend to become infamous for them using their Christian positions to attack Jews. I'm sure there are way more Jews who simply marry, let's say, non-Jews and then just disappear from Jewish history, but the ones that make history tend to be rather negative. Okay. In fact, it's good that you asked that, Mr. Abrams, because where I'm going right now is in that context. I want to take you ahead to that moment when Jews suddenly had the opportunity to assimilate. So let's just break our mindset for a minute from 9th, 10th century Ashkenaz, and let's go all the way up to 18th century France, which of course is part of Ashkenaz. When I say Ashkenaz, and I often use the term Germany, it includes really much of northern France as well. And you have this guy here, Emperor Napoleon the Grand, the great Napoleon. We're going to get him later on in this course, but basically, in 1789, there's a massive break in the way Europe deals with its citizens. The French Ancien Regime, the old kingdom, falls. You have the beginnings of a democratic country right in the center of Europe. It takes a long time to work out exactly how they're going to be a democracy. They go back to have, an emperor for a while, things like that. But one of the things that happens is shortly after that revolution of 1789, first Sephardic Jews and then Ashkenazic Jews are made equal to French Christians. It was a massive watershed moment in Jewish history where there were no longer residency restrictions placed on Jews, the occupational restrictions, all kinds of anti-Semitic laws which simply disappeared overnight. And what ended up happening was Jews had kind of like all this built up, spring-loaded allowed them to surge ahead in all kinds of areas of endeavor, especially in business, because, among other things, they had this huge advantage of being literate and numerate, right? They could do math. And so, in a decade or two after 1789, Jews all of a sudden became incredibly wealthy, incredibly powerful, and a lot of non-Jews in France were saying, this is ridiculous. This is our country. It's true the Jews lived here for so long, but nevertheless, we can't let them get ahead of us. And they complained to Napoleon. So Napoleon said, well, I hear what you're saying, especially in the area of money lending, right? Because Jews were allowed to charge interest on lending money. We'll get back to that, God willing, a little bit more when we go back to Jews and the economy. They go to Napoleon, they complain. Napoleon says, well, let's find out once and for all, are Jews like positively disposed to building our country with the rest of France, or are they our internal enemies? Do we have to do something about the Jews, or can we like let them be equal citizens? What he says to his advisors, like, so what's who runs things for the Jews? Who's the final word on what Jews do? And they say, well, there used to be this organization called the Sanhedrin. Maybe Napoleon, you heard of it from Dafyomi? I didn't say that, I made that part up. And they said, but it hasn't, the Sanhedrin, this great court of 71 judges, it hasn't sat in 2,000 years, and he says, that's great. Let's call a Sanhedrin. And he convenes, amazingly, in 1806, I think it was 1806, I think so, he convenes a Sanhedrin. He pulls Jews from all over Napoleonic Europe, Italy, France, Germany, everywhere where he's conquered, and he sits them down and he asks them 12 basic questions to try and figure out, what do you Jews want? Do you consider yourselves separate from Frenchmen or the same as Frenchmen? Do you guys have a separate police force? How do you govern yourselves? Should we continue to allow you to be separate as equal citizens? Or do you have to treat you as enemies or join the Germans as soon as you get a chance to do so? So, of course, the Sanhedrin, they knew what Napoleon wanted to hear. They gave him 12 very good answers. And he said, okay, so that's it. It's settled. Jews, you get to be regular citizens like everybody else. He put in some other anti-Semitic stuff, but basically that was a major chapter in Western Jewish history, and we are the inheritors of much of those ideas. But with that, he essentially emasculated the power of the rabbis, because the Beit Din no longer enforce its decrees. If a Jew wanted to say, hey, I don't care. I'm separated from my wife and I'm not giving her a get. I don't care. You can just walk away. Because the French government says, we don't get involved in your internal things. You want to get divorced, that's up to you, but we don't take care of those things. And so that's when you begin to have assimilation as a reality without baptism. Wow, I've talked so long there. Any questions about this period of history? This is the period we live in. It's like 250 years later, but we're still, echoing the decisions that were made by that Sanhedrin in 1806. Mr. Evans. We know every one of them. Well, the majority of them were what we would call maskilim. We'll talk about them more later on this course, but majority of them would be like not traditionalists. They would want to change halakha. It's very, very early to spell out, but yes, they're very inclined towards, well, we're prepared to do away with some of our Jewish customs in order to achieve, equal citizenship. And we'll spend more time talking about this later on. But they did have a very important rabbi, Rabbi David Sinsheim, who was the head of the Sanhedrin, very respected Jewish on the Mishnah called Yad David, still studied today. It's like 10 volumes. So they had some funnies on it too. And he very carefully threaded the needle between what Napoleon wanted to hear and what Judaism was prepared to offer. Just to let you know how Jews felt about it, I'm going to show you one really mind-blowing artifact. The Jews were so grateful that Napoleon confirmed their citizenship that they minted a commemorative medallion to show how much they loved Napoleon. Just look at this. It's like hard to believe they actually did this. But on this side, you can see Napoleon, Emperor and Roi, Emperor and King, right? Okay, very nice bust. And on the other side, what is going on here? It says Grand Sanhedrin, and has the years when it sat. what is going on here? Who's this guy? That's Napoleon, right? Who's this guy? Oh shit, that guy. Oh, it's crazy. And here, and what's he giving? Oh, shit, yikes! And what does that mean? Portraying that? Yeah, that's like a wild artifact, right? And it's saying, Napoleon, Jews made this. Napoleon, you are to us like Hashem, Mahathir, Ellen, Alfe, Abdallas. You're like Hashem, giving the luchos to a grateful, genuflecting Moshe Rabbeinu. This was not like, this did not get scroll astronomical. I'll tell you that. It was the cleanest, but it was. Well, I have a feeling that they definitely wanted to please her. He was, an incredible narcissist that loved these kind of things. Yeah, I would say that most world leaders are, actually, my humble opinion. But I'm going up to my station interview on Wednesday, so I don't want to mess that up. So, but it's also indicative of the slavish attitude that a lot of the Stagnim took to say we'll do anything to get our equal rights. Yes, the Hasidim, especially Chabad, were very much against this. They called, Napoleon is Bonaparte means Helek Tov, and there were Jews that were saying he's the Helek Tov, he's like Mashiach, he's the good portion. And Chabad was saying, are you crazy? It's like the opposite of that. Anyways, this is the last article. We'll stop with. Okay, so let's first of all ask the question, where is Ashkenaz? So Ashkenaz, I'm sure you're aware, we call the Jews Ashkenazi. The yud at the end means of Ashkenaz, right? Jews who are from Ashkenaz. Where exactly is it? The first, hang on, not too fast, Mr. Prince. The first example we have of Ashkenaz, the word here in Bereshis, Periklet, where we have this description of the grandchildren of Gomer, right? Or no, sons of Gomer, who are the grandchildren of Noah. Just go through this again. I forgot my little clicker, so I'm going to stand here for a second. You have Noah has a son Japheth, Japheth has a son Gomer, and Gomer has a son Ashkenaz. So here we have the first reference to this thing called Ashkenaz is in the Bible, and it is a person, not a place. It is associated with the people who descend from Ashkenaz, and then during the medieval period, Jews applied that moniker to a particular piece of geography. More specifically, it ends up referring to the Jews who come from that place, which is associated with a biblical ancestor, not necessarily, as in this case. That's where we first get from Ashkenaz. Mr. Kurtz. Sorry, thank you. You are anticipating my next slide. So, by the way, how many people are we talking about? In the period that we're looking at today, about the 9th century, maybe 5,000 to 10,000 people, fairly small population. But by the time you get to 1939, on the eve of the Holocaust, that's about 80% of all Jews in the world who are Ashkenazi. Of course, that number is going to precipitously decline with the Nazi onslaught, but it became a very, very significant population. So we know Ashkenaz so far is a place somehow associated with people. Where exactly is that place, like Mr. Krams was asking? So we have another reference to the word Ashkenaz that occurs in Yirmiyah. So Yirmiyah is written around the 6th century before the Common Era, right? Yirmiyah talks about the destruction of the Beis Hamikdash, the first one. So there's a description here, reading in English: raise a standard on earth, sound a horn among the nations, appoint nations against her, assemble kings later, Ararat, Mini, and Ashkenaz. So here, there's these three kingdoms, Ararat, Mini, and Ashkenaz. We sort of know where Ararat is. Anyone know where Ararat is, at least in the biblical imagination? Yes, exactly. So if you look at this map of the ancient Near East, and this is kind of like a 19th century cool map. The world is known according to the Mosaic account. Here, of course, is the land of Israel in the center. And if we were to place these on a map, Ararat is showing up in Turkey, which is a little different from, Ashkenaz is, this is where one particular scholar places it in actually Turkey. And here's the region of Gomer next. Oh, look at that, fancy side. Here's Ashkenaz. This particular map identifies them with the Phrygians, not especially good grounds for that association, primarily linguistic, but it's most likely somewhere in the ancient Near East in this context, possibly up here in the Caucasus Mountains, near the Caspian Sea, which would be modern-day Georgia, things like that. Nowhere near Germany at this point, right? These are roughly where we think these places existed. Here is, by the way, Shinar, or Babylonia, also home of some very famous chemistry teachers. Some of you might get that, but okay, not interested. Anyways, how do we get to Germany? So if you look over here at the Trubos HaGaonim, which is written by Rabbi Gaon around the year 1000, right? So we're jumping from the biblical account and the Chumash, which just gives us the place. Then we go to Yirmiyah, who probably, if we guess that those three places, Ararat, Mini, and Ashkenaz, are somewhat close together, has to be somewhere in Asia Minor. And now we get to the year 1000, which is 1600 years later. So Rav Gaon, writing in Kumbadisa, which would be in the land of Shinar, right, Babylonia, he writes from all the lands, from Yemen, and the east, which would be Central Asia, Bukhara, places like that, and from the north, which would be probably Khazaria, which we'll probably talk about on Wednesday, and from the land of Ethiopia, which would be most likely on the east coast of Africa, and Ashkenaz, and France and Spain. So we definitely have Sarfat Baspania, right? This is France and Spain, and Ashkenaz comes just next to them between Ethiopia and these places. Mr. Lloyd. Correct. Well, if you were to look at this list, where would you guess Ashkenaz has to be? Yes. Correct. You're absolutely right. We're trying to figure out, though, when Jews use this term Ashkenaz, what are they talking about? Right? Yeah, it's probably somewhere between Ethiopia and France. And likely, you could imagine Italy is between Ethiopia and France, also Egypt, but we're getting closer to Europe, right? Yes, those places have places, so why not name them? You're right. But the thing is, for sure, when we get to Gaon, there is a place known as Ashkenaz, and there are Jews there. That's the context of the Truba, and it's probably somewhere here. We're going to find this one further. Mr. Vasilevsky. You think so, right? Yeah, especially if you look at the box. Okay, so let's do this one last thing here. Look at Rashi, of course. Rashi refers in a different pasuk altogether to a word called sneer or schneer, and he writes sheleg b'loshen Ashkenaz. So sheleg is the word in Hebrew for schneer. Of course, this is snow. Uveloshen Canaan. So let's translate it. This signifies snow in the German language, Schnee. Those who practice German word for snow is Schnee. And in the Canaanite or Slavic language, Sneak, which is also the Russian word for snow. So we have a concept of a Lashon Ashkenaz, which corresponds to what we know about German from Rashi. Rashi quotes a German word saying that's what the Ashkenazis speak. Yes. Correct. Pretty good assumption, I think, right? Snow, snake, modern day snakes. So you're great. Good. Okay. It'd be hard to press it as snow, but not terrible. Snake, not terrible. Because English is, of course, derived from Anglo-Saxon. So Yes, correct. It narrows it down to the Anglo-Saxon regions, at least, or at least Saxon language. So we're getting closer at it. But by the way, guys, the number of times that the word Ashkenaz shows up before Rashi is like infinitesimally small. A dozen maximum, right? It's like they throw out the word Ashkenaz with no context whatsoever. But when you drill down, it seems we're getting to Germany. And I'm going to show you a map that hopefully will settle this linguistic discussion. This is for sure, by the time you get probably close, this is Jewish geography. We've got a region here which is kind of cut off Sarad, which is identified with Spain. That goes to a Pasuk and Habakkuk, which was identified with Spain, possibly incorrectly, but nevertheless it was well accepted. Provincia, which is a region of southern France, but it's really very different culturally than South France proper. And then you have Ashkenaz, which is associated with the Rhineland in particular, northern Germany in particular. It's like Köln, it's an early settlement. Frankfurt, you can't see it here, but Fire One's remains, are smaller towns where Jews live. And then you have this unusual place over here in Eastern Europe, Knaan. They called it Knaan because this was one of the major slave markets of the world at the time, and Knaanim were associated with slaves. It may be related to the word for Slav in English, although most Slavs don't like that. I say, no, the word Slav is related to the word Slava, which means glory, not like Slava Ukraine, like glory to Ukraine, not Ukrainians are slaves. But it does translate basically the same. So that's our Jewish geography. This is what we're talking about here. The Jews who live in this part of the world. Later, they are going to migrate to Eastern Europe, and later they're going to migrate all the way to North America. But this is the history we're going to start with. Mr. Lloyd, yes, raise your hand. Okay, Mr. Kranz? Yeah, Schnee, yeah. And Yiddish is basically German with phlegm. That was a joke, guys. Laugh at that. Thank you. Okay, so let's go to a deeper question now, which is, how did the Jews get to Ashkenaz? And at this point, we're going to be in the topics for the rest of the hour, but it's pretty fascinating stuff, I think. We have two sources of information on how the Jews got to Ashkenaz. We have our eternal literary tradition. Yes. Yeah. I don't like the word sect of Judaism. That's kind of, I don't think a lot of Jews would say, and that sounds like a little bit too harsh a boundary. I would say an ethnic subgroup. I mean, Ashkenazim, just in terms of their complexion, tend to look different from Sephardim, for example, or Yemenite Jews. So we're going to see, okay, ask me again. If I haven't answered this question in 30 minutes, then I'll give you $5. Okay. Yes, Mr. Wade Siegel. Yes. Thank you. It's recording. Because I got a camera. So I'm going to put the recording on. You can listen to it as many times as you want. It was very simple. Put it by your bed. Fuck. Mr. Remind me again. Adlerstein. Hey, perfect. Thank you so much. Vielen Dank. Okay, which is the kind of German they would speak today. So we have two traditions of Jewish settlement of Ashkenaz. We have our eternal literary tradition, meaning like who wrote down how the Jews got to Ashkenaz. It's essentially a rabbinic tradition associated with a group called the Hasidei Ashkenaz that we will study later. But they tell us that essentially there was a small group of Jews who made their way primarily from northern Italy to this region somewhere in the 800s. We even know the names of some of the families, the Colonimus family, for example. That's the tradition. Why did they get there? Well, in our own literary traditions, we refer to the invitations from local monarchs. Here's where it gets a little bit more hagiographic, meaning a little bit more kind of legendary and kind of self-serving. Like, for example, Charlemagne, who's a very, very important Frankish king from the period. He lived 747 to 814. He probably did not invite the Jews himself. This is interestingly a gold bust of him from his capital city of Aachen. And I read on one site, this is said to contain his actual skull cap. I don't think that means he's Jewish. I think it means that actually the bone of his head is on the inside of that, which I think is somehow grotesque, but sort of fascinating. So he probably did not. We have no other record that Charlemagne actually invited Jews, but we definitely have his son shown here, Louis the Pious, who was actually much more involved in inviting the Jews. So this is already still 8th century, where we know there are kings interacting with Jews. We have non-Jewish sources that corroborate the idea of small Jewish communities in Ashkenaz at this point. And in particular, his grandson, Charles the Bald, who does not actually look very bald. His courtier down here, who's a little bit unhappy, he looks much more bald than he does. But Charles the Bald in particular is very involved with the Jewish communities, particularly creating these things called charters that we're going to say. So to summarize our first body of information, which we hope to delve into a little bit more in coming classes, is a literary tradition, right? Books that talk about how Jews got there and portrays this image of Jews coming in the 9th century, settling in small numbers, making relationships with local royalty, and establishing themselves. Mr. Krenz. Yes. Yes, there's this interesting story of the 3 boats that were released by Vespasian well, there's 2 actual Douglas boat stories. One of them goes all the way back to Vespasian. The other one is a boat that was captured by pirates, and then Jews were sent abroad. Let's go to the first one. Vespasian, brother of this boatsman, says that Vespasian, in his cruelty, he put a whole bunch of Jews on boats in the 1st century, the Japanese destruction of Beis. He gave them no skippers and no letters and pushed them off into the Mediterranean. And they landed at 3 distinct ports: at Lyon, France, at Arles, also in France, and strangely enough, in Bordeaux. Although to get to Bordeaux, there's no access from the Mediterranean. They would have had to go out to the Atlantic and come all the way around. And that was really the establishment of the first 3 Jewish communities in France. It's most likely an apocryphal story, kind of made up, but not this story. This story has some actually good scientific data behind it, as we shall see. What's going on with this period of these 3 famous kings in particular? So we have them giving out these things called charters as incentives for Jewish settlement, meaning the kings want the Jews there. And they say, if you live here, we will give you these privileges. You will have the right to establish monopolies in these businesses. You'll have the right to settle here and no one will kick you out. Some desirable things that Jews wanted. And as we shall see, when you go on to Canvas, that's one of the very first assignments is I'm going to show you one of those charters and I want you to analyze, is this good or bad for the Jews? Is it a good thing to accept these charters or not? The Colonimus family that I mentioned earlier, they moved to the Rhineland, late 19th century. They ended up becoming an extremely important family, provided one generation after another of English leaders at the time. This is all part of the literary tradition. What about the genetic record? What can we say about Jews genetically? Here we're getting to these $5, as I'm going to tell you the story of how they're somewhat different. I want to explain to you something called the founder event and the bottleneck that created Ashkenazi Jewry and ethnic subgroup within the Jewish people. I want to take you to a place called Erfurt, which is right here in central Germany, where in the 14th century, a small Jewish community had a cemetery, and the municipality in the 21st century, our century, asked for permission to dig up that cemetery because they were doing some renovations to the city center. Jews typically live in city centers. You go to any great city in Europe, Jewish quarter is almost always right there downtown, usually right next to the river. The Jews were early settlers and very much involved in trade. Here is, of course, the cemetery laid out. And here's actually some of the bones which were exhumed at the time. Now, they asked for permission from the virtually non-existent Jewish community, who also raised the question to Israeli authorities as to the appropriateness of this. In the end, they received a shock that it could be done. And a whole bunch of Jewish geneticists said, we're not going to get too many opportunities like this. We want permission to analyze the bones of these 14th century Jews, right, the 1300s. Including among the many experts they asked were the great Rabbi Dr. Abraham Steinberg, who wrote the massive three-volume encyclopedia of Jewish medical ethics. And he ruled that under these circumstances, where the bones were going to be reinterred in another Jewish cemetery, they couldn't do anything for the bones themselves, but they could study the teeth that had been dislodged from the jawbone. So in other words, they made a massive deep dive genetic study into the teeth. Just out of curiosity, why would you think the teeth are okay when the bones are not? Yeah, but finger bones can also be dislocated and so on. I'm sorry? Yeah, they're not so permanent. We don't like, if you lose a tooth, you don't bury it, right? On the other hand, if a limb is amputated, you do tend to stay in the area. It's kind of weird use of your deep roots, but, you know. Okay. So, yeah, the teeth are distinct. They're not part of the body. People don't have the same fasciitis with the red teeth. They discovered some amazing things about their diet, and they also, of course, did genetic analysis. And what did that genetic analysis say? It said something which we already knew from another bizarre genetic experiment that was conducted in the early 21st century in England. This is the Castle Point Shopping Centre in the English city of Norwich, which was the site of a terrible pogrom in the 12th century associated with the Crusades. When they were digging the foundation for this beautiful shopping centre, they discovered a well, and at the bottom of the well, discovered about 24 skeletons, men, women, and children, all piled up in a mess, thrown into the well. Clearly, many of them died immediately prior to being thrown into the well, or as a result of the fall, and so on. In fact, some of those bones, which were, taken back for scientific analysis, they could actually calculate from the DNA what they must have looked like. There are two reconstructions of an adult and child in the bottom of this Norwich well. They also could determine their eye color and, in fact, the incidence of red hair among them, which was something for which Ashkenazi Jews were specifically well known. So we knew a lot about these. Then what they did was they said, okay, well, who are these people? They looked at like 23andMe type data, and they found that, oh my gosh, the overwhelmingly Ashkenazi Jews were thrown into this well in the context of a pogrom, and they immediately handed the bones over to the Jewish community who reburied them in the Jewish community. But we see that there were Jews living in Norwich, Ashkenazi Jews living in Norwich in the 12th century. Mr. Adlerstein. What does that mean? Not natural for Jews to have. How can you not say it's Jews who are okay, but correct. But so you're saying two different things. The second thing is essentially true, that there are lots of Jews that have genetic characteristics which are not commensurate with Near Eastern origins. right? If it was aim achar aim, av achar av for generations, we probably did not look like we look in this region here. But we're not defined as Jews by our genetics. There are some like convergences where there are bodies. No. So that's precisely because if you look over your right shoulder, you may actually have Jews right there. So that's the point. But we know what is a Jew. This really speaks to the question: who is a Jew? One thing we can say for sure: a Jew is not a genetic concept. We have a wide variety of genetic complexions. Yes, Mr. Siegel. Yeah, exactly. I bet you the vast majority of us in this world have a significant chunk of genetics which are not Middle Eastern origin. And there are tons of people with Middle Eastern genetics who are not Jewish at all, too. In other words, they're not necessarily, you can't define Judaism by genetics. I can't put a number on that, but I would probably suggest well, Ashkenazi Jewish, right? We shall see. Let me answer that question. If you want to just say Jewish, and you want to say like Middle Eastern, I think that would be fairly rare. But when I'll get to your question in a second about Ashkenazi Jews as a whole when we get to the bottleneck. So let's see. We've got now two data sets, right? We have the Norwich massacre, and we have the Erfurt cemetery, where we actually have medieval bones, not too long after Jews apparently, for these literary traditions, settled in the region of Ashkenaz. What can we learn from these things? So there's a lot of cool stuff, but this is the most important. Okay, this is how it appears from the genetic records Jews ended up in Ashkenaz. So here's a chart here, going from bottom to top is time, right? This is long ago, this is the present day, and this kind of like bottleneck shape is the genetic mixing of Jews. What do we have here? If we start out with Jews, nation Israel at the bottom, and we put modern Ashkenazi Jews today, meaning most of you in this room, 7 out of 10 Jews in America are of Ashkenazi descent. So you have in the ancient period, we have lots of examples of non-Jews joining. Just for one example, who was a Moabite woman, of course, described in the Bible. Antipater, who was the father of King Herod. They joined the Jewish people, attached themselves to the Jewish people with conversion, without conversion, census, sometimes violently. We have non-Jews who get into the gene pool, the Jewish people, and they are absorbed one way or the other. Helena of Adiabene, another great example. We can read about her in Masechta Sota in particular. Queen Hilmi, she comes to Malka Hilmi from Adiabene, which is in today's Syria. And then we have another major event with the destruction of the Second Temple in the 1st century, where we have somewhere in the neighborhood of 100,000 Jews who were shipped off to Rome in cities between the 1st and the 2nd century. It's a massive number of people attested not only in internal Jewish sources, but also, for example, in Josephus, who was writing for a Roman audience, a huge number of Jews shipped off to Italy. When those 200,000, maybe not 200, but 100,000 Jews are living in Italy now for generations, they're mixing with South Italians, again, not necessarily willingly, in a different context. I'll show you some of the archaeology of, we have, for example, a gravestone of a Jewish woman who was taken captive and was forcibly married to a Roman soldier, and he fell in love with her, and when she died, he actually put up a beautiful tombstone in memory of her that we have today, dating from the 1st century in Italy. So we know that Jews are involved in the gene pool. They're also marrying with North Italians, which have a slightly different genetic mix. And then at some time around 800, you have what's called the founder event. This is the founder event of Ashkenazi Jews. A certain number of Jews, particularly from northern Italy, make their way up to northern Europe. Remember that one of the cool things about genetics is that not only you calculate forward as to what kind of God forbid diseases the person might have, hair, eye, complexion, things like that. You can also calculate backwards. You can figure out, did this come into this person's system? How many generations back does it go? That's why some amazing studies have been done on Kohanim that indicate that most Kohanim have a chromosome as a feature on their Y chromosome, which is consistent with the idea of a single male ancestor living about 3,000 years ago, which is like mind blowing. That doesn't mean that every person who calls himself a Kohen is in fact a kosher Kohen, but genetically, most people who call themselves Kohen can say, I have the same great-great-great, who knows how many Zadies back, as someone else, which is consistent, of course, with the biblical account. So what happens in the year 800? Yes, please. I've forgotten your name already. Say it to me again. One more time? Tuma. How can I forget that? The genetics just doesn't go back that far to find it. We do find, however, with the Ashkenazim, and also it's very difficult to do a proper data set. But when you study Ashkenazim, there is among the Levites in particular, Levium, that 46% of people who are Ashkenazic and Levium come from 4 women. I think they're called Sarah, Rebecca, Rachel, and Leah. But no, 4 women who lived around the year 800 in northern Italy. Non-Jewish women, right? Italian women are the mothers of half of people called self-made. So, well, it's through the father, right? A lady can marry of yours, right? So if a woman converts, then she becomes Jewish. Yes, if she converts. And what is then, there's a massive question, which is not for us people, what is conversion, right? We have a basic idea of, for one, you mikvah and Kabbalah's all mitzvos. So what if her daughter goes to the mikvah and is Kabbalah all mitzvos, even if her mother wasn't properly converted? There's some really interesting shuvas on this from Rav Moshe. Not my area. I don't want to get in trouble with the rabbinic side of the college. Just ask about that, though. But what exactly is conversion? What we do know is genetically, half of Ashkenazi Levium are descended from 4 Italian women. Okay, so anyways, what happens here? We get the Erfurt and Norwich remains, and amazingly, they are remarkably consistent with each other and with modern Ashkenazi Jews. In the study of the Erfurt Jews in particular, the researchers, which were at the Center of Hebrew University, were blown away by how incredibly similar on a genetic level modern Ashkenazi Jews are Jews who lived in Erfurt 700 years ago. How did that happen, that Ashkenazi Jews are so similar after 700 years? Constant endogamy, constant intermarriage. Over and over again, this tiny thing, that's the bottleneck, right? The founder event is when you have a tiny group of Jews who move here, maybe 200 people, very small amount, and they're always cousins marrying cousins over and over again. That's why we have a lot of inherited diseases, lactose intolerance associated with Ashkenazi Jews. Tay-Sachs is a great example. My own parents are actually third cousins with each other, and they were married in the 20th century. It's just that that's how Ashkenazi Jews essentially came to be formed based on the genetic record. Okay. That's the bottleneck, which is a good reason for marrying an Ethiopian Jew or a Yemenite Jew or something like that. But you didn't hear with me. Any arguments, questions, discussions about this? Between Ashkenazi Jews and other Jews? And the what family? The Bones. No, we're really close. We could be beside them today, and people would think they fit right in. They wouldn't look weird and things like that. We look a lot like similar complexions, eye colors, things like that, which is astounding. we tend to look at each other and we look at the huge diversity, but when you look at the huge family of peoples, we're remarkably similar. Mr. Tillman. Right, we had a bottleneck based on a very small origin founder event, and then constant and dogma over the last 700 years. I give you the citation study that goes into it in great detail. Mr. A. Hickleson. Adlerson. It sounds not unreasonable. I don't know the science well enough to affirm or deny, but it's consistent with what I've read. Mr. Vasilevsky. They're right here. Like, let's say 800 so on is when we start the founder event, and then I probably should not make these curved. It's basically like a straight up and down. What is expecting is back in the ancient world, we had like a huge number of Jews coming in. Huge number of Jews coming in. I don't know how to do that. And then at a certain point, like other Jewish populations, not necessarily going to Italy, would have moved across Africa. Mixed with, let me just show you the next slide. This will be even better. So here is the next slide. This is the best map we have of how the Ashkenazim came to be genetically. This is, by the way, the study that identified the Levites as having those 4 mothers, and it looks like this. Jews are originating in the Middle East, and there's huge dispersion of them in the 1st century. A certain number of them will make their way across the coast of North Africa, and eventually you'll have a major civilization developing in Spain, somewhat earlier, by the way, in the Rhineland. You can see archaeological evidence from Jews in Spain in the 1st century, and good external records of them in the 6th century, and by the time you get to the 8th century, you know a lot more about Jews living here. So they predate Ashkenaz by 200 years. Big civilization happened here. Much smaller civilization emerging out of the Jewish migrants who were taken off to Rome, and then eventually migrated out to the Rhineland here in Germany, and then later in the 17th century, which we'll cover in a few weeks, they began to push east towards Poland, Lithuania, Russia, and so on. But the word Ashkenaz does not mean Poland, Russia, Ukraine. It refers to the people who trace their origins back into the Rhineland in particular. And then, of course, you have the mixing of Ashkenazim and Spartan after, especially 1492, both the Jews from Spain. That's basically the genetic. Now, here's a question which you might be wondering about. The DNA of those Erfurt Jews show that 15 to 45% of their DNA is consistent with Middle Eastern DNA, but 45 to 70% is Italian. Yeah, intermarriage, conversion, rape, all kinds of things, but this means that Ashkenazi Jews are more or less half Italian. We have a huge infusion of Italian DNA in our complexion. And, if we look at Italians, we sort of look like Italians too, right? Some of us are a little darker, some of us are a little lighter, but we look more like Italians than we do like, let's say, Palestinians or Syrians or Iraqis. Okay. So that's the Ashkenazi genetic story. Now, what is also important to note about all of this is that the literary record that we described at the beginning, the idea that what we have from the Columnus family and so on, moving there and establishing relationships with kings, things like that, is broadly comparable to what we have from the genetic record. They confirm each other, and it seems to be a pretty reasonable story of how the Jews got there and also roughly when they got there as well. Okay. Questions, arguments? Yes, Mr. Mikey. Well, again, when you look at airports, they had about 20 different people to look at. It's not a massive not a massive chunk. But when they broke them down and they look at these two groups, every one of them had at least 15% Middle Eastern DNA and at least percent Italian. And then the rest should be, German, French, or whatever we would associate European at that time. Mr. Siva. Well, I don't think I said it quite like that. Definitely have, well, what is a Jew? Right? What is a Jew? If we want to say a Jew is product of a Jewish mother, you go back very far. Yes, all Jews, at least before, let's say, Yitzchak Avinu. Before Yitzchak Avinu, all Jews are either. Now, I can't say that. Jews are either a product of a Jewish mother or convert Jews. And that's always happened. Well, as far as we can tell, it goes back to the 4th century, 4th millennium before the Common Era. It goes way, way back to that, Parshas Bo times. But it gets very hazy there. You don't even know what to do with it. We don't have like big samples of other people's also. There's a huge amount of people moving around in different parts of the world. So it's not an easy history to write based on genetics. Here we have a couple of sample sizes, a couple of samples which are especially useful because, yes, they're buried in a Jewish cemetery. That's really indicative that they were Jews. They're thrown into the bottom of the well. Good chance they were Jews. I shouldn't say that. That's really wrong. But, it does make sense. We know there was a program there at that time, so it's entirely consistent. We have a literary record. Okay, I want to take you to another totally bizarre piece of history, which I'd rather not discuss, but I think if we don't discuss it, I don't want you to be hit over the head by a Russian bot or an anti-Semite who says, no, Jews are actually Khazarians. So what do you know about Khazaria? Mr. Loic, there's a book, yes, Khuzari. Let's see that in a second. What is the Khuzari all about? Yeah, it came from Central Asia. Let me just close this a little bit. That's not helping. Okay, we're going to lose this for a little while. Yeah, so I'll have to get the maintenance to figure that out. The story in the Khuzari, which is a book written by Yehuda Halevi in the 13th century, describing events in the 8th century, was that there was a particular king named Ulan who was looking at the world becoming monotheistic around him, Christianity to different kinds, Orthodox and Catholic, Islam, and so on, and he decides to hold a debate between the leaders or at least representatives of these faiths, and he's going to choose a religion for himself. And according to Khuzari, when all of the arguments, he says, well, you know what, I think I'd like to become Jewish. And he converts to Judaism. I'll give you a little bit of the history of what we know happened and a lot about what we don't know happened. Well, we'll see. It's confusing. There are some elements which indicate it may have happened, but it's difficult to understand the depth of that conversion, how broad it was in society, whether it was rabbinic or something else and so on. But the reason why Yehuda Halevi wrote Khuzari is because writing in Spain in the 13th century was a great way of contrasting Judaism, Christianity, and Islam. Those three faiths were active in that part of the world. And it was kind of like an excuse for him to write a religious polemic in which he could say that Judaism is definitely better than the other two religions who are very active here in Spain. But it's not a history book. It's a book of philosophy. It's a book of religion, religious philosophy. And so to take it as history would definitely be missing the point of the book. What we do know from multiple sources is that this group of people, who we know from many, many sources, non-Jewish, they're active here in this large area, which would be actually penetrating into what would be eastern Ukraine, basically where Russia is right now in its war with Ukraine. Is basically where the Khazars penetrated. According to some prominent Ukrainians, like the great Melian Pitzak, city of Kiev was actually founded by Khazarian Jews. And in Kiev itself, they had a Khazarian gate. It was definitely a well-known people. They flourished up until about the 13th century, and then they basically disappeared with the Mongol onslaught. A whole bunch of Central Asian tribes coming this direction, destroying the Khazars, taking over much of Russia and so on. And by the time they receded, Khazaria was gone. But there definitely was a major Turkish people living here who it appears at some point actually converted to Judaism, probably in the year 740. So this is a copy of the book that's written about it, the Kusari, which is, again, not intended as a history book, but we have lots of interesting historical sources. We have a great scholar and diplomat in Spain named Castai bin Chabrut. I don't think none of you are part of Jewish class, right? No, I don't think so. He was a great Spanish Jewish figure, and he was really curious about what's happened in Khazaria. He had heard about it 300 years after, 200 years after it happened. So he actually sent emissaries out to say, can anybody please get Khazaria and tell me if they're actually Jewish there. Emissaries did not reach Khazaria, but got to Constantinople. They met some travelers who said, oh, yeah, we've been there, and we'll get you some letters. And they went and they brought back letters from the king Joseph, who told them the whole history of Khazaria, which he then later said, wow, this is mind-blowing, and we still have those letters today. The problem is we don't really know if those letters were real or if they were faked by the messengers. Meaning, here's a rich emissary of a Spanish diplomat. For 500 dinars, I'll give you whatever letter you want to tell you whatever kind of story you want. So we don't know if it's actually true, but nevertheless, they just paint this fascinating picture, which was the basis of the Khazari. We also have medieval travelers who made their way there and report on the people of Khazaria, usually in a negative way, indicating that these guys are supposed to be Jewish. Are you serious? They don't even do this. They don't even do that. So the level to which they were adherents of Judaism is not entirely clear. However, let me just stand over here so I'll play with it. This is a fascinating document. It is discovered in the Cairo Geniza. Stand over here. The Cairo Geniza, which is a massive treasure trove of documents that was discovered in a synagogue just outside Cairo that has tremendous amount of data about Jews living in the medieval period. And this is a document which sometimes is called a petek. Have you ever heard the term petek? You may have heard it like as a ticket there, sorry. Spell out would be petak, but petek with a kuf. And it's like someone knocks on your door, nowadays they laminate them. Someone knocks on your door, asks if it's tzedakah, and they pull out a laminated document saying this guy represents a real tzedakah, and knows and usually the story of how he fell apart and like this. So this is a document from a Jew collecting tzedakah in Cairo, and he claims to be from Kiev, a Khazarian Jew. And there's this signal, usually when you I don't know if you guys answer the door or if a parent answers the door, but typically, what do you look for at the bottom of the petek? What do you picture of whom? Right, saying that this is for real, it's not. And they have this weird signature here, which is written in Turkic runes. There are other signatures here, which are written in Hebrew, but evidently one of the most important people living in Kiev at the time could not even write his name in Hebrew. It's as if, you've got a petek from, I don't know, Kansas, and the chief rabbi could not sign his name in Hebrew and wrote his name is, I don't know, Christopher Robbins or something. Right? It's weird. So it indicates what kind of community was this that the head of their community who could write in Hebrew representing the Jewish community. Mr. Lloyd. This is the way he always done it, but it's a Hebrew document. It's like a Hebrew community. Yeah, but if you wouldn't sign a, if you were an aide on a consumer, would you write, Mr. Lloyd? No, you would write your Hebrew name, right? In Hebrew. Yes. Triangles and stuff like that. Yeah. But this is actually letters. So down how smooth. Yeah. So if you're so down the smooth, this I think he's making rings. But not right against it. But maybe the first this is like we're so close to the spec sheet, or usually down the smooth. So it's definitely an error. It's definitely it says we have read it, and then there's a signature to it. So it says exactly because he's an important case, the president of the Jewish community. If the president of the Jewish community, you can't sign his name to it. You wonder what's going on there, and it tells you something about the nature of the Judaism. We also have Arab historians who write about the Khazars, and they have no problem saying, yeah, there's these Jews living in the middle of Central Asia. They don't necessarily know the ramifications of how Jewish is Jewish, but they're perfectly willing to accept this notion that there was this Jewish community. And then we have this amazingly strange document called the Chronicle of Bygone Years. A Russian document called the Name of Death is the original title of it. And what it refers to is how the great Prince Volodymyr converted to Christianity in Kiev back in the year 988. And amazingly, the Russians have, I should really say the Ukrainians, because it's happening in Kiev, although the Russians claim this is their story too. The people of Kiev and the Rus claim the same story as the Khuzaris. As Prince Volodymyr, he was like a pagan. They were worshiping essentially trees and thunder and rivers, things like that. He says, we can't stay pagan anymore because it's year 988. It's already almost the year 1000. It's a modern era. We have to choose a monotheistic religion. Let's invite representatives. Invite a Muslim representative, they invite a Jewish representative, and they invite a representative of Orthodox Christianity and a representative of Catholic Christianity. The Muslims get knocked out. He says, we're not going to become Muslim. Everyone gets fine. Nope. He was probably illiterate, but that's not why. What do Muslims not do that Ukrainians and Russians definitely like to do? Drink alcohol, right? Muslims don't drink alcohol. It's forbidden. It's what we call it haram. So he says, no way. So literally, we will not give up our cups. So and then there's a little comment which was probably added by a Christian monk afterwards saying, and also this year that they've made the excrement, which is hard to believe. I think that the monk just added that for extra flavor. Then he comes very, very close to adopting Judaism. He really likes the arguments of the Jewish representative, who is, by the way, a Khazarian Jew, explicitly a Khazarian Jew. And he says, wow, Judaism sounds so great. I like everything about it. So then he says, where's your kingdom? Where's your homeland? They say, oh, unfortunately, we have been exiled from our homeland for our sins. He says, well, you know what? If it weren't for that, I would definitely become Jewish. Can you imagine if Kiev, if Russia became Jewish, that whole part of the world was Jewish, came that close. And it goes back and forth between the Catholics and Orthodox, and he ends up going with the Orthodox Christians, and that's how Kiev became Orthodox Christian in the year 988. But it's identical to the story of the Khuzari, although with a very different outcome, obviously. Okay. They have some really interesting artifacts there, like some gravestones that seem to have really clear Jewish signs, but there's quite a bit of debate over how authentically Jewish that is. We don't exactly know what happened because they have not left behind many sources. My senior colleague, Professor Shelley Stumper, has written quite a bit on the Khazars. He believes it's entirely made up. He calls it a splendid story. And he asked three basic questions. He asked, why was it, in the first place, he thinks it's entirely made up. I disagree. I personally think it probably did happen, maybe not to the same degree that, for example, the Khuzaris take it. Definitely a big question is how Jewish were they? All the evidence indicates they were not as especially Jewish, especially not within it. Meaning, even though they're very close to the Gaonim and places like Babylon, you don't have a lot of correspondence between, let's say, Baghdad and Khazaria, probably because maybe they have Karaite unions, something like that. And three, what ended up happening to them? What happened to those together? How come they just disappeared? So here's the argument, which is why we started this discussion and where we're going to conclude it. There are many figures, especially anti-Semites, and without some exaggeration, some self-hating Jews who want to say that Ashkenazi Jews are not even Jewish at all. That Ashkenazi Jews are actually the descendants of these Khazars. That these Khazars sort of jumped in and adopted the Jewish identity. If you remember the map, it's true that Ashkenazi Jews definitely go back to Germany, but the great bulk of where Ashkenazi Jews lived by the time we get to the 20th century is in Eastern Europe. Some scholars, and pseudo-scholars, a lot of pseudo-scholars will say Ashkenazi Jews are simply an invented people. Like Shlomo Sand was one of the darling historians of the anti-Semitic world, writes about the invention of Jewish people, indicating that Ashkenazi Jews have no connection to the biblical past. You have to say it again. You're speaking way too fast for me. You're already speaking English, right? Just having difficulty. Oh, the history of the Black Hebrew Israelites.